On June 15th, 2080, the end of the world came. Zombies were rampant, and species mutated wildly. However, these disasters were just the prelude to the opening of hell. 5 years later, the gods came and instigated humans to fight each other for faith, which triggered a national war, and the population dropped by 70% in an instant. At that time, I survived in the apocalypse for 6 years and witnessed the degeneration of human nature and the shattering of hope. However, fate gave me a chance, and I was unexpectedly reborn and returned to the day before the end of the world. On the first day of my rebirth, I used my experience from my previous life to upgrade my F-level talent directly to S-level, becoming a fearless flame master. Subsequently, I married the Soul Girl and the Queen of Space, and took the only 9-layered ritual master as my apprentice. As for the giant panda who can punch the holy beast and kick the strongest sequence, he is also willing to be my loyal little brother. When the world fell into darkness again, I led the 12 saints to break into the major forbidden areas, confronted the holy beasts, and shocked the strongest sequence. I am Lin Yu, and I invite all the saints to fight. The holy beast in the restricted area sneered and said, "He is just a person with a fire element talent." At that moment, I revealed my second form, dragon flame form. A certain sequence strong man's face suddenly changed. Fuck, Super Saiyan? Not only that, when I activated the third form, Nether Body, the soul system bosses exclaimed, "He is no longer afraid of any soul attack." And when I unlocked the fourth form, "Shit, the white god is coming." At this moment, lying on the hospital bed, the words, "Never let God know that you are reborn," kept echoing in my mind. In a daze, I struggled to open my eyes, and what came into view was a white ceiling and the pungent smell of disinfectant. Where is this? I was not fully awake yet, so I reached out and found that my forehead was wrapped in a thick bandage. Just then, memories came flooding back. Wasn't I already dead? He died because his soul was devoured and his talent was plundered by Siaharan. There was another sharp pain in my mind, accompanied by the echo of that warning voice. "Don't let the gods know that you are reborn." Then a blurry picture flashed before my eyes. A silver coffin entangled with countless silver chains, sinking to the bottom of an unknown river, with the river water flowing with silver light. I closed my eyes tightly and took a long time to calm down. Then I realized that I was reborn. I went back to the time before the apocalypse, back to the day before the apocalypse broke out. Where's my cell phone? What time is it now? I hurriedly searched in my pocket and soon found my cell phone. The screen lit up and a familiar photo came into view. In the photo, a girl with a beautiful smile was lying on my head, pinching my cheeks with both hands. That was my sister, Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu in this life. I will definitely find you, protect you, and never let anyone hurt you again. I stared at the date on the top of the phone screen, June 14, 2080. My heart couldn't help but jump suddenly. There were only a few hours left before the apocalypse. Cold sweat rolled down my forehead. The end of the world is about to come. Tides of zombies and mutated monsters are about to sweep across the world, bringing endless darkness. I pinched my arm hard to calm myself down. This is my chance to be reborn. I must seize it. I clenched my fists, and I had made up my mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind, and I thought of Duan Yang, that damn bastard. The monitor of my class in college actually colluded with my girlfriend's cousin and set up a conspiracy to destroy me. Thinking back to that sinister plot, I smiled coldly. I will never let him succeed again in this life. If this bastard is nearby, I will definitely teach him a lesson. As I was thinking about it, I glanced towards the next ward. I remembered that we were both admitted to the hospital because of a fight, so I guessed this guy was lying nearby. Just as he was about to take action, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. "Where are you going, little handsome boy? It's time for the injection." The nurse came in with a smile, holding a bottle of 4 in her hand. She looked at me curiously. I took a deep breath, moved my mind, approached her silently, and chopped the back of her neck with my knife accurately. "Oh, what are you doing?" The nurse turned around and glared at me, but she didn't faint. I was a little embarrassed, scratched my head with a wry smile, and said, "Sorry, let's do it again." Before she could finish her words, the second knife attack was launched, and this time she finally fainted. I quickly took off her work clothes and put them on myself. Fortunately, the clothes are loose. I adjusted my collar with satisfaction and walked quickly to the next ward. Duan Yang was indeed lying on the bed, wrapped in gauze, like a hapless mummy. I stared at him and sneered. my eyes full of hatred. The end of the world is coming soon. You are lucky that I won't kill you for now. I snorted in my heart, but soon thought of the advantage of rebirth and retracted my killing intention. I must seize every opportunity tonight to ensure that I can live longer in the end of the world. However, it would be too easy to let him go. I came up with a plan and quickly brought back a few bottles of liquid and replaced his special for bottle. As I watched my urine start to be injected into Duan Yang's infusion bottle, I sneered, turned around, and left the ward. After leaving the hospital, I went straight to a 24-hour convenience store and bought a large backpack filled with water and bread, which would be indispensable survival resources in the first few days after the apocalypse. Master, let's go to Shishan. I stopped a taxi, got in, closed my eyes, and sorted out my thoughts. In my previous life, I survived in the apocalypse for 6 years, experienced countless life and death tests, and saw too much struggle and despair. Now that I have the chance to be reborn, I must seize every key opportunity. Thinking of shattering, I couldn't help but clench my fists. He was a strong man with a talent for plundering. In my last life, he not only took away my talent, but also caused my relatives and friends to die tragically at his hands. In this life, I will never let him control me again. Shattering, Kyoto Xie family. You will pay for this with blood sooner or later. I whispered coldly, the flame of revenge burning in my heart. Suddenly, Xiaoyo's figure appeared in my mind. She was my only sister and my only concern. I took out my cell phone, found the number of silly girl, and dialed it with trembling fingers. Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on 1 vine. The phone rang, and soon, that familiar voice came. Brother, do you miss your lovely Xiaoyu so soon? When I heard her voice, my nose felt sore, and my eyes were slightly red. A few years ago, during the apocalypse, my brother and I were separated by some unknown reason and have lived in different places ever since. I almost thought I would never hear her voice again. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyu seemed to notice something unusual about me, and her tone was filled with worry. I tried to calm down and whispered, Xiaoyu, it's great to hear your voice. Brother, don't scare me. What happened? Her tone became more and more anxious. I held the phone tightly and said softly, Xiaoyu, believe me, I will protect you in this life and will never let you get hurt again. Seeing the taxi driver glance at me from time to time, I cleared my throat and added, I'll talk to you via QQ when I get back. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, the inexplicable warning resurfaced in my mind. Don't let the gods know that you are reborn. What is God? I couldn't help but ask myself in my heart. In my past 6 years of experience in the apocalypse, I had never heard of the word God, especially in any information related to the apocalypse. There was no mention of God. Was it a dream or an illusion? The bloody scenes after the apocalypse flashed through my mind. I tried hard to search my memory, but could not find any clues. But I could not worry about it now. The most important thing was to act according to the plan, seize this opportunity of rebirth, and embark on the road of becoming a strong man again. I took out my phone, opened QQ, and sent a message to my sister. Xiaoyu, do you believe me? She replied almost immediately. Brother, I believe you. No matter what you say, I believe it. My heart warmed up. We both grew up in orphanages and depended on each other since childhood. In this world, we only have each other to rely on, and the love between family members far exceeds blood ties. Then I continued to send messages. Xiaoyu, no matter how outrageous you think the following words are, just do as I say and don't ask why. Brother, just tell me. I will remember it. Xiaoyu's answer was still simple and firm. I took a deep breath and typed as calmly as possible. I have ordered a batch of food, drinks, and daily necessities for you. The supermarket will deliver them to your school tomorrow morning. Pick up the goods during class time and hide them under the bed and in the cabinet in the dormitory. Don't tell anyone. Then I solemnly warned him. There will be an unusual meteor shower tonight. You must go out to get caught in the red rain at 12 noon tomorrow. The longer the better. I know this sounds weird, but she didn't ask any more questions and just answered honestly, Brother, I know. Then I called my childhood friend Wang Ergu and told him everything he needed to know. In my previous life, Ergu did everything he could to save me, even using his last bit of strength to hold on to Xie Haoren's feet to buy me time to escape. In this life, I must not let such a brother sacrifice in vain. Tonight's meteor shower is a rare opportunity in the end times, and it will bring countless rare props and materials. The red rain tomorrow at noon will stimulate potential talent factors. The more you absorb, the greater the chance of awakening your talent. Of course, if there is no talent or potential, even being showered by red rain will be of no use. In my previous life, I learned that a huge meteorite fell from the top of the West Mountain, containing rare treasures, especially the bottle of legendary fire dragon's blood. The man who got the fire dragon's blood became the first third-order strongman in Kuan City, walking at the forefront of the road of evolution. With his S-level ability reception talent, he obtained the power of dragon claws and was almost invincible in the early stage. I clench my fists. In this life, I must get the fire dragon's blood before anyone else. Although my talent is not S-level, with the help of fire dragon blood, my F-level talent flame can also get the opportunity to advance. In my previous life, I thought I was just an ordinary fire-type ability user. I failed to realize my full potential and ended up with great regret. In fact, my ability is far more than just flame. I am not an ordinary fire elemental. My talent is devouring. Although I started with the weakest F-level flame, I can gradually strengthen and advance by absorbing various fire attribute energies. In this life, my goal is to have 9 S-level talent, and I will never stop at the ordinary path of evolution. A sneer appeared on my lips. This time, I want to let the world see a brand new me. I took too many detours in my previous life. In this life, I want to use these memories to take the strongest path. Not only that, my talent also allows me to eat fire. Yes, literally eat fire. Any flame can be consumed by me to restore my strength and energy. In addition, I can also let flames cover my entire body, as if I were wearing armor, and fight as a fire warrior. I have strong firepower in close combat, and my long-range attack is like that of a fire wizard. Young man, we're at Shishan. The taxi driver's voice interrupted my thoughts. Thank you. After paying the fare, I checked the time on my phone. It was 9:23 p.m. on June 14, 2080, and there were only 2 hours left until the midnight meteor shower. I knew that the Shishan scenic area closed at 5 o'clock. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I chose a remote path, bypassed the gate, and climbed directly up the mountain. 2 hours later, I reached the top of the mountain panting and sat down on a huge rock. I looked back at the night view of Kunming City. It was brightly lit, quiet, and peaceful, but all of this would soon be swallowed up by the darkness of the end of the world. Time passed little by little, and finally, the midnight bell rang, and the night sky was suddenly streaked by countless meteors. I opened my eyes wide, and my heart almost jumped out of my chest. The night was illuminated by countless stars, as if it were daytime, and countless lights dragged long tails and fell to the earth. Here it comes! I took a deep breath and stared at the approaching meteor. One of the light balls was particularly huge, falling straight towards the West Mountain. It was the one I had been waiting for a long time. I jumped up from the ground excitedly and ran towards the direction where the meteor fell. Half an hour later, I found the bright light in the bushes, surrounded by 4 or 5 smaller ones. I approached the largest ball of light cautiously. Inside was a small porcelain bottle, and a hot breath came through the bottle. Without hesitation, I reached into the ball of light and grabbed the porcelain bottle out. A strong burning sensation was transmitted to my hand through the porcelain bottle. I quickly wrapped it with a towel, put it in my backpack, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this was just the beginning. The entire West Mountain was now filled with rare and exotic objects, and each ball of light contained unknown treasures. But the brightness of these light balls will only last for an hour. Once it disappears, the rare treasures inside will blend into the surroundings. Some will even be absorbed by plants and animals, becoming an opportunity for their evolution. I quickly rushed towards the dimming light balls, kept collecting things, stuffed everything inside into my backpack, and gathered as many resources as possible. At the same time, Duan Yang, who was far away in the hospital, was lying on the hospital bed, being tortured by this special liquid in the infusion bottle. "Doctor, come quickly. He keeps vomiting. The symptoms look like poisoning. You must get checked immediately." In a panic, Duan Yang was pushed into the examination room, in great pain. I was quietly sorting out my harvest on the top of the West Mountain. The surroundings had returned to darkness, and the lights of Kunming City in the distance were like a dazzling galaxy. Tonight's meteor shower brought me a rich harvest, 62 rare treasures, which is simply a huge fortune. Among these light balls are 3 red fruits, 16 yellow fruits, 35 green fruits, and 7 cards, and most importantly, the bottle of dragon blood. If I can use these things properly, my strength will be greatly improved. In the early days of the apocalypse, ordinary people's four-dimensional attributes were very low. Except for magic power, most people's strength, physique, speed, and mental attributes were maintained at around 5 points. Although green fruits are the lowest grade, absorbing one can directly increase an attribute value by 1 point, or 100 points of magic power. The yellow intermediate fruit can increase 5 attribute points. Red high-level fruits are even rarer. One can increase 50 attribute points or 5,000 magic points. After being reborn, I can get these rare resources at the beginning. My strength will be far beyond that of ordinary people, which makes me extremely excited. I tried my best to suppress the excitement in my heart, because I knew that eating the fruits at this stage would be a waste of energy. Only by absorbing them after awakening can I maximize their power. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang with a ding-dong sound. It was a voice message from Wang Ergo. Brother Lin, you are amazing. This meteor shower is exactly the same as what you said. Have you ever learned fortune-telling? Stop talking nonsense. How many light balls did you touch? I replied. I ran all over the neighborhood and got 9 light balls. But I also ran into a couple having sex in the wild behind the pavilion. Ha! Wang Erga's obscene laughter came through the phone. You only touched 9 light balls. Are you wasting time just watching the fun? I sneered. How could that be possible? I just happened to see him when I was looking for the light ball. I guess the man was so scared that he almost wilted, haha. Wang Erga laughed. I urged, okay, let's get to the point. What did you get? 2 cards, 1 red fruit, 1 yellow fruit, 3 green fruits, and 2 metal lumps. I don't know what they are for. Wang Erga said with some pride, obviously very satisfied with his luck. Erga, that's good. Remember to go out in the rain at 12 o'clock tomorrow and eat all the fruits afterwards. After I gave some instructions, I hung up the phone. I immediately clicked on my sister's profile picture and called her. She seemed a little slow to answer the phone, and after a moment I heard her slightly sleepy voice. Xiaoyu, how was your harvest? Brother, I got 7 balls of light, 6 of which are green fruits, and 1 is golden. There was an undisguised surprise in Xiaoyu's voice. Golden fruit? I was shocked. It was actually a golden fruit. Even in my memory of the end of the world 6 years ago, this was an unheard of top resource. I don't know how many properties it can increase, but it must be far more than the red fruit. Isn't that awesome? Xiaoyu said with a hint of pride, and I couldn't help but smile and pat her on the head in return. You are so lucky. Remember what I said. You must go out to catch the rain at 12 o'clock tomorrow. I said and ended the call. I was very excited about the huge harvest tonight, but I also knew that I had to conserve my energy and prepare for tomorrow's awakening rain. I leaned against the cracks in the rocks, closed my eyes, and waited quietly for tomorrow to come. In the early morning, when the sky was slightly bright, I opened my eyes and touched the treasures in my backpack. I felt relieved. All this was not a dream. The painful memories and regrets of my past life could finally be rewritten in this life. I simply ate some bread to replenish my energy, then called the supermarket and asked them to deliver the supplies I had ordered in advance to the gate of Xiaoyu's school. At the same time, in Kuan City Hospital, Duan Yang's father, Mr. Duan, a famous entrepreneur in Kuan City, stood at the door of the ward with a sullen face. His son Duan Yang was lying on the bed, looking pale and weak. The doctor stood in front of Mr. Duan with an embarrassed look on his face and said carefully, Mr. Duan, urine has appeared in your son's blood. We suspect that the person who had a fight with your son before replaced the infusion with urine. Mr. Duan was furious after hearing this and shouted angrily, Urine? Does he think I'm uneducated? How can there be urine in blood? Mr. Duan, someone did change your son's infusion, which is why urine appeared in his blood. The doctor explained tremblingly, with cold sweat on his back. Mr. Duan in front of him was an entrepreneur on the surface, but he was a well-known gangster leader behind the scenes, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Duan's eyes turned cold, and he turned around and ordered one of his men behind him. Have you found out the whereabouts of that kid? We found Mr. Duan. It seems he went to Shishan. The black-clad subordinate answered respectfully. Call the police? That's too easy for him. Mr. Duan snorted coldly, with a fierce light in his eyes. Bring a few people to catch him. I want him to know what will happen if he dares to touch my son. I was browsing my phone boredly when a headline suddenly caught my attention. Strange meteor shower. Have you made a wish? Curiosity drove me to click in. In the post, many people were discussing last night's meteor shower, and some even mentioned that they had picked up something in the light ball. The post received an overwhelming response. Among the thousands of responses, many people who had personally experienced it shared their feelings. The largest meteor shower in human history. I could feel the shock through the window. Did anyone notice that the things that fall in the meteor shower are pretty strange? Someone complained. They dare to eat unknown objects. The people upstairs are really lucky. It's true. After I ate the fruit, all my sleepiness was gone. Some people responded disapprovingly. Suddenly, a reply caught my attention. I picked up a red fruit, but I didn't dare to eat it, so I fed it to my husky. It hasn't woken up yet, and I'm about to take it to the hospital. Could it be that it's going to become an immortal? I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Such precious red fruit was actually fed to the dogs. I felt so distressed that I couldn't help but leave a message. Brother, hurry up and stew your husky. It's a great tonic. After leaving the message, I closed the web page and saw that there were only 10 minutes left on my phone. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. When I answered the call, I heard a roar from the other end. Lin Yu, where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 days. Do you still want to go to work? If not, get out. It turned out to be the manager of the company. I sneered and cursed back. Idiot, you are fired, and hung up the phone. All this is just a small episode. I don't care at all. At this moment, there seems to be a heavy sense of oppression in the air, as if something big is about to happen. Looking at the sky with dark clouds rolling, the premonition in my heart becomes stronger and stronger. Finally, it was 12 o'clock. Boom! Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and blood-red lightning streaked across the sky. The cracks were like wounds torn by a giant beast, and they took a long time to heal. Even though I have experienced it once, I still feel shocked and horrified when I see it again. Then a light rain fell with thunder. I raised my hand to wipe the rain off my face and was shocked to find that the rain was actually blood-colored, just like human blood. This red rain covered the sky and the earth, and it seemed that the whole world was immersed in a blood-colored color. Then there was a deafening thunder, which scared me so much that my heart tightened, but I quickly calmed down, took off my shirt, and welcomed the baptism of the rain of evolution. As the rain fell on my body, the stinging sensation gradually deepened, as if countless ants were biting my skin. Soon, my heartbeat became louder and louder, as if some power deep in my internal organs was awakening. 10 minutes later, a ball of fire rose from my body, and then a loud bang sounded in my mind. Awakening talent, F-level flame. Sure enough, just like in the previous life, the weakest flame talent was awakened. Then a property panel appeared in my mind. Magic, 500 strength, 6 constitution, 6 speed, 5 spirit, 55 talent, F-level flame. Seeing this panel, I couldn't help but swear. The other attributes were nothing special, but the spiritual attribute was as high as 55 points. This is more than 10 times the value of ordinary people. I guess the abnormality of the spiritual attribute may be related to the apocalyptic experience in the previous life. Although the properties panel looks a bit gamified, I know it is by no means a game. This panel didn't seem to appear for no reason. In my previous life, I heard rumors that the attribute panel was a monitoring tool placed in the human body by some existence. And the sentence in my mind, "Don't let the gods know that you are reborn," made my heart tighten. God, I had never heard of this word in my previous life, and even all the speculations about the attribute panel did not come to any conclusion. After thinking for a moment, I shook my head and suppressed these thoughts. The most urgent thing now is to improve my strength, and the rest can be discussed later. I opened my backpack, took out 54 fruits, and began to swallow 3 red fruits. Magic plus 5,000, strength plus 50, spirit plus 50. The 3 red fruits turned into strength and merged into my body. Then, without hesitation, I swallowed the 16 yellow fruits as well, and my attributes increased again. I did a quick count and found that there are 2 spirit fruits, 6 physical fruits, 2 strength fruits for speed fruits, and 2 magic fruits. After these attributes are added together, the attribute panel in front of you is updated again. Magic, 6,500, strength, 79 constitution, 47 speed, 35 spirit, 115 talent, F-level flame. This start is almost 10 times that of an ordinary person. I was excited. This power gave me more confidence. I was sure that even those strong people who awakened earliest in my previous life would find it difficult to reach this initial attribute. I took out the small porcelain bottle of dragon blood, opened the lid, and inside were 3 drops of blood as red as gemstones. Without hesitation, I swallowed a drop and felt the flaming power explode in my body. Swallow! I gritted my teeth, activated my F-level flame talent, and began to frantically absorb the fire power in the fire dragon's blood. This is a power far beyond that of ordinary flames. My skin gradually turned bloody and flames spread out from my body. The blood rain was still floating in the sky, extinguishing the flames on my body, but the flames immediately ignited again, as if fighting against the blood rain. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, my body made a low, roaring sound. Ding! Absorbing the power of the fire dragon, the talent begins to evolve. The flames instantly retracted into my body, and the bloodstains on my skin gradually disappeared, replaced by more delicate and tough muscles. Then I stared at the attribute panel in my mind and carefully examined my status. Magic, 6,500. Strength, 79. Constitution, 47. Speed, 35. Spirit, 115. Talent, S-level Flame Master. Evolving, Flame Unlock Form. Flame, Dragon Flame Unlocking. An S-Class Flame Master has evolved into the Dragon Flame form. Now I should be able to truly compete with the strongest sequence evolvers in my previous life, right? A strong desire to fight arose in my heart. In my previous life, even though my talent had evolved to S-level, I could only barely squeeze into the ranks of top-level evolvers, and the gap between me and those strongest sequence evolvers was still huge. However, it is different now. My talent is not just simple flame control, but has directly evolved into the S-level Dragon Flame, which is much more powerful than before. It is no longer limited to the basic elemental talent, but has advanced to become the top existence among special talents. The zombie rain is coming soon. I looked up at the sky. The sparse red evolutionary rain gradually stopped, and when it completely disappeared, countless dimensional cracks appeared in the sky, from which a large number of zombies fell. This was the true prelude to the end of the world, a global selection of life and death, survival of the fittest. The weak will be ruthlessly eliminated. I need to get some food to replenish my energy first, because awakening consumes too much energy. I muttered to myself, put on my clothes, and ran down the mountain. I already had a plan in mind. The most important thing was to find my sister Xiaoyu as soon as possible, but in the initial period of the zombie reign, rash action would undoubtedly be risking one's life. While running, I couldn't help but think of Xiaoyu. I wondered if she had also awakened some talent. Thinking of this, I took out my phone and dialed her number. Brother. As soon as the phone was connected, Xiaoyu's slightly uneasy voice was heard. Hearing Xiaoyu's slightly trembling voice, my heart tightened and I asked, Xiaoyu, do you feel something is wrong? Brother, do you know something? I always feel that something big is going to happen. Xiaoyu's words were filled with a hint of panic, and he obviously had a premonition of the end of the world. I was silent for a moment, and my mood became heavy. But then I smiled again and said, silly girl, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. I spoke calmly, but my heart was extremely serious. Listen to me, the zombie rain is coming soon. In 20 minutes or so, dimensional cracks will appear in the sky around the world, and zombies will fall continuously. Zombies? Xiaoyu couldn't help but scream, her tone full of shock and fear. Are they the zombies from the movie Resident Evil 5? Yes, it's even scarier than in the movies. I answered as calmly as I could. The other end of the line fell silent instantly, but I could hear Xiaoyu's rapid breathing, and it was obvious that she was frightened by the sudden news. Don't be afraid, I comforted him softly. No matter what happens, I will protect you. You just need to stay in the dormitory. All the supplies are enough for you to last for more than a month. No matter what you see or hear, don't open the door. Wait for me to pick you up. She nodded with a hint of firmness in her voice, but I knew she was just trying to hold on. After all, it would be hard for anyone to calm down after hearing the news of the end of the world. Xiaoyu has always been very stubborn, and she will try her best to hold on even if she is afraid. By the way, Xiaoyu, have you awakened your talent? I asked. Talent? What is that? Xiaoyu's tone was full of confusion. I was shocked. Could it be that Xiaoyu doesn't have the talent to awaken? After you were soaked in the red rain, did you experience any special changes? I asked tentatively. It was painful when the red rain fell on my body. I only lasted for more than 20 minutes before running back to the dormitory. Then a property panel appeared in my mind. Xiaoyu said slowly. Then I ate the fruit, and I felt that I became stronger. There was an inexplicable power in my body. Xiaoyu told me all the details while she was describing the story. Magic, 1,000. Strength, 203 plus 20.3. Constitution, 5. Speed, 5 spirit, 5 golden strength mark, strength attribute permanently plus 10%. Looking at the screenshot of the panel sent by Xiaoyu, I frowned. Her panel seemed to be different from mine, lacking the talent item, but with an additional special golden power divine mark. Golden power pattern? It turns out to be the effect of the golden fruit. I was shocked. It seemed that the golden fruit was a power fruit, and the power increase it brought was simply terrifying. Just one fruit allowed Xiaoyu's power to reach 203 points, plus a 10% permanent bonus. This is almost the power attribute of a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. This early burst is simply a monster. I secretly smacked my lips. Her strength attribute is actually more than 3 times mine. Although my fire talent can increase damage exponentially, in the face of pure power, her output is simply destructive. But at this moment, I suddenly realized a problem. Xiaoyu's strength attribute is as high as 223 points, but his constitution attribute is only 5 points. Powerful strength requires a strong physique to support it, otherwise it will easily cause the problem of strength overload. This mismatched strength may make it difficult for her to control her body. Xiaoyu, do you know that your strength is dozens of times that of an ordinary person? I whispered. The strength attribute of a normal adult man is around 5, and he can punch with a force of about 100 kilograms. But if you punch with all your strength, the force reaches 4 tons. Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, as if she was calculating quickly. I could imagine her eyes widening with disbelief. Brother, what you mean is, I can now punch out 4 tons of force. Xiaoyu's voice was full of confusion, and he obviously thought this was simply a fantasy. If you don't believe me, try it. Just find something sturdy and hit it. I couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyu was obviously persuaded. After hesitating for a moment, I heard a loud bang from the other end of the phone, followed by a period of dull silence. Brother, I smashed the table in the dormitory, Xiaoyu said helplessly, and there seemed to be a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I couldn't help but smile, but I was more and more certain about the power of the golden power divine pattern. Although Xiaoyu didn't have the awakening talent, her strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. In the early stage, this power was enough for her to survive the zombie attack. But I still feel a little uneasy. Although the power pattern is powerful, in the end times, the strong people with awakened talents have too many incredible abilities: rule system, soul system, destiny system, weird system. These talents are hard to guard against, and pure strength may not be able to gain the upper hand. No! I looked at her attribute panel again, and suddenly found something unusual. I stared at the attribute panel sent by Xiaoyu, and the more I looked at it, the more strange it seemed. Magic, 1000. Strength, 203 plus 20.3. Constitution, 5 speed, 5 spirit, 5 golden strength mark. Strength attribute permanently plus 10%. This is her attribute after eating 7 fruits. However, when she just opened the panel and before absorbing the fruit, her status was magic, 500, strength, 3, constitution, speed, 4, spirit 3. All attributes were lower than those of an average adult male, which was normal. However, what shocked me was that her initial magic power was as high as 500. If there is no innate supernatural power, there will be no magic power, I whispered to myself. In other words, Xiaoyu has talent, but it has not been fully awakened yet. This is a major discovery. Only those who have activated their innate talent can store and absorb magic power. Otherwise, the magic power will quickly dissipate after eating the magic fruit. Thinking of this, I was both shocked and excited. My sister's innate abilities were so strong that even the stimulation of the rain of evolution could not fully awaken them, which meant that her talent level might be far beyond that of ordinary awakeners. At this time, Xiaoyu's voice came from the phone with undisguised excitement. Brother, I feel like I have become a powerful man. I lifted the bunk bed in the dormitory with one hand, without any effort. It's like lifting a feather. Hearing Xiaoyu's description, I couldn't help but smile, secretly surprised. Even though her physical fitness was only 5 points, her terrifying strength was obviously protected by the golden divine pattern. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in strength attributes, she should have hurt herself because of the excessive strength. Did you feel any discomfort when you used your power? I couldn't help but ask. Yes. When I exerted force, just now, my finger felt a tingling sensation, and then a force filled my whole body. Light golden lines appeared on my fingers, and then my body was fine. She answered excitedly, obviously frightened by the sudden force. After listening to her description, The possibility of the golden divine mark flashed through my mind. This is obviously a very special existence, and the effect it has is far more than just a simple increase in strength. It seems that the golden divine mark not only brings strength, but also protects the body from being harmed by its own excessive strength. Silly girl, you don't have to be afraid now. The zombies at the beginning are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Stay in the dormitory and don't run around. Wait for me to find you. I warned. I know, brother. Xiao's tone was a little coquettish, but even so, a hint of fear could still be heard in her voice. Even if an 18-year-old girl had awakened a powerful force, her fear of the end of the world was hard to suppress. I consoled her with a few words, and gradually I felt at ease. As long as she stayed in the dormitory and didn't run around, she would be able to protect herself with her 223 points of strength, and she would have the initial capital to survive. Here they come. As soon as the call ended, I looked up and saw countless black cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless black spots fell like rain. It was the zombies' airdrop. Before I could react, several dark shadows fell not far away, stirring up dust. Crack, crack. With the harsh sound of bones twisting, several zombies dressed in tattered clothes from another world crawled up not far away. Their skin was rotten, their eyes were cloudy and hollow, and their mutilated faces were covered with rotten flesh, which made people's scalps numb. One of the zombies was standing with his back to me. Suddenly, he grabbed his head with both hands, turned it 180 degrees, and turned his head over, staring at me with his empty, white eyes. Roar! Several zombies growled at the same time and pounced towards me with stiff but quick steps, eager to tear me to pieces. Disgusting thing. I smiled coldly, grabbed a small tree as thick as a bowl next to me with my right hand, and pulled it up with force, uprooting it. Although these low-level zombies had just awakened, their speed was far greater than that of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, they were 3 meters in front of me. You shouldn't exist in this world. I held the small tree and swung it towards the head of one of the zombies. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded, and foul-smelling liquid splashed all over the ground. Sure enough, the low-level zombies that just appeared have not yet condensed their crystal cores. I shook my head slightly, threw the tree trunk away, and ran down the mountain again. Along the way, I encountered scattered zombies and easily dealt with them. The zombies that appeared at the beginning were just the beginning of the end of the world, and they seemed to have a natural desire for human flesh and blood, always madly chasing all living things. However, I knew in my heart that as a newly awakened person, I still had to be careful when facing thousands of zombies. After all, even the strongest body will get tired, especially in the dangerous situation of the end of the world, where nothing is absolutely safe. When I ran to the foot of West Mountain, I saw that the people in the nearby town had fallen into chaos. There were panic screams everywhere, and several zombies were chasing and biting the crowd. Help! Someone save me! At this moment, a woman in tight shark pants ran towards me, followed by a blood-stained zombie. She had a beautiful face and graceful figure, but her face was full of fear. She caught a glimpse of me standing in the middle of the street, and as if she saw hope, she screamed and ran towards me with madness in her eyes. But I frowned slightly, feeling that the strange look in her eyes seemed a little wrong. Suddenly, a sly light flashed across her face. She accelerated towards me, with a look of crazy determination in her eyes. When she was only a few meters away from me, I instantly understood her intention. She didn't want to ask for help, but wanted to use me as a shield, push me towards the zombies, and buy her a chance to escape. What a good plan. I smiled coldly, but my body reacted quickly. I stood firmly and watched her pounce on me calmly. When the woman ran past me, she pushed me without hesitation. If I were an ordinary person, I would definitely fall to the ground without any preparation, and if I fell to the ground at this moment, it would mean death. However, her hands pushed on me with momentum, but it was as if she had hit an indestructible rock and did not move at all. As she was shocked, she suddenly felt her hand being grabbed by me, and the next second, she was thrown out. How could I, who had experience in the apocalypse, be easily tricked by such a person? I had already seen the madness flashing in her eyes. I instantly grabbed her right hand, exerted a little force, and threw her directly towards the zombies rushing towards me. Bang! The woman crashed into the zombie like a basketball and rolled to the ground. She groaned in pain and tried to get up, but she was tackled to the ground by the zombie, and its rotten mouth bit her neck fiercely. Ah! A A piercing scream cut through the air. She kicked her legs desperately, trying to break free, but to no avail. In despair, her life slipped away bit by bit. She looked straight at me, her eyes full of regret and fear. I watched this scene calmly, without a single wave of emotion in my heart. If she didn't have these little thoughts and didn't intend to harm me, maybe I would have saved her. But in the end times, there are too many people who push others to death in order to protect themselves. If such people want to step on me to survive, it is impossible. 10 years of struggle in the apocalypse have taught me to be ruthless, but that doesn't mean I will abandon kindness casually. In my previous life, I had brothers who were willing to risk their lives to save me, and I would also go through fire and water for others. I never hesitate to show my kindness to those around me, but I will never show mercy to those who harbor evil intentions. I recalled the rumors from my previous life. The first person in the strongest sequence, codenamed Dawn, whose S-level talent Absolute Purification is unique. When he uses this move, everyone in the range will be forced to be judged and cannot escape. The rules will make judgments based on the good and evil in a person's heart. If the evil is greater than the good, it will be purified into nothingness and disappear completely. Wherever the dawn reaches, the strong will retreat. In the end times, you can choose to be ruthless or you can choose to be a light to others. The end of the world is not an excuse for the extinction of humanity. If we give up our bottom line in the face of disaster, what is the difference between humans and zombies? I admire those who still uphold justice and sacrifice themselves for others in disasters. At this time, the woman's struggle stopped and her screams gradually subsided. After the zombie finished eating her flesh and blood, it turned to me with greedy eyes. Disgusting thing. I snorted coldly and swung my right hand suddenly. A flame gushed out like a fire snake, instantly covering the zombies and the woman's body. The raging flames burned both of them cleanly. Magic power consumption -20. This consumption is just a drop in the bucket for me, with 6,500 magic points, and I can still release more than 300 fire powers. As I watched the flames go out, I calmly withdrew my gaze and glanced at the shops on both sides. Many of the doors were open. It was obvious that people fled in panic when the zombies attacked and did not close the doors. I rushed into a medium-sized supermarket, found 2 large backpacks, and quickly began to raid for supplies. Soon, I walked out of the supermarket carrying 2 backpacks full of supplies. When I was about to move forward, suddenly a muscular zombie with a distorted face pounced on me, his mouth full of blood and a ferocious and bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. I frowned slightly and dodged sideways. Then, I swung the steel pipe in my hand and hit it hard on the head. With a bang, the zombie's head was smashed open and blood splattered everywhere. After dealing with the zombies, I thought about my next move. Should I go to Tianhai City to find Xiaoyu immediately, or should I act nearby as planned? Although I want to find my sister as soon as possible, I know that the first few days of the apocalypse are crucial. If I miss this opportunity, the significance of my rebirth will be greatly reduced. In these few days, I can hunt as many crystal cores as possible, obtain attribute fruits, and quickly improve my strength, which can lay a solid foundation for the future. Soon, I made up my mind. Xiaoyu is in the dormitory now, with enough supplies and her explosive strength, so it is not a problem for her to protect herself. In this case, I will stay here for the time being and act according to the original plan. I remember there is a luxury hotel in the ancient town, which is usually fully booked by tourists from other places. It is a suitable place for a short stay. I plan to stay here first and wait for the opportunity. As long as the zombies begin to evolve crystal cores, it will be a good time for me to hunt them. With my current strength, it should not be a problem to hunt a large number of crystal cores in the town, and these will become an important resource for me to obtain attribute fruits. As we stepped into the streets of the town, we saw chaos, with people fleeing and screaming everywhere. Several cars were overturned on the roadside, and thick smoke was billowing. In front of me, a young woman was kneeling at the door of the hotel with her child in her arms, begging the people inside. "My niece is unconscious. Please open the door and let us in." Her eyes were full of tears, and she banged on the glass door, crying miserably. However, the 2 yellow-haired men inside the door did not move at all, staring at her coldly, and even scolded her fiercely. "Why are you crying? Get away! If you attract zombies, I will kill you first." Listening to their shouting, I frowned slightly. I walked to the glass door, raised my hand, and knocked on the door handle with the steel pipe and said coldly, "Open the door." One of the yellow-haired guys glanced at me with disdain, with a hint of disdain on his lips. Boy, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Get away from me. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man's eyes changed, and he pointed outside the door and shouted in a low voice in fear. Zombies! Zombies! Following the direction of his finger, I saw two zombies slowly approaching this side. The woman holding the child turned pale instantly. She hugged the child desperately and collapsed to the ground, her eyes full of helplessness and fear. The zombies approached step by step, stretching out their rotten hands. The woman closed her eyes, hugged the child tightly in her arms, and waited for death to come. At the moment when she was in despair, I tightened the steel pipe in my hand, thrust it hard, and pierced it accurately into the zombie's mouth, locking it firmly. The zombie was blocked by me and stared at me dully, as if wondering why I was targeting its mouth. At this moment, the zombie's blood-stained hands had almost touched the young woman's face. It waved its hands frantically, trying to grab her, and let out a low, intermittent roar. The young woman felt the danger was in front of her, but found that she was not injured and nervously opened her eyes slightly. What she saw was the hideous face of the zombie, bloody, so close that she could almost feel its breath. She was so scared that she almost screamed, but she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. She knew that any sound she made would attract more zombies. I looked at her calmly. Although the woman was terrified, she was still rational, and her reaction was not bad. Then, I swung the steel pipe in my hand with incredible force and knocked the zombie away with one blow. When the zombie fell to the ground, half of its head was gone, and it was completely dead. However, the commotion attracted several zombies roaming nearby. They roared and rushed over quickly. Bang! 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 I raised my stick and swung it down, killing all the zombies in a few rounds. The young woman was stunned and shocked. This man was so strong. The two thugs hiding in the glass door were also completely stunned. They couldn't believe that such a scary monster could be killed by him in just a few moves. I stared at the glass door coldly, saying in an icy tone, "I'll say it again, open the door. If you don't open the door in 3 seconds, I'll smash it and throw you out to feed the zombies." Huang Mao was so frightened by this sentence that he trembled all over and hurried over to open the glass door in a hurry. Although the door of this hotel is made of tempered glass and is very strong, he did not dare to gamble on Lin Yu's threat. In less than a minute, the door was opened. I glanced at the young woman and said calmly, "Go in." The young woman quickly picked up the little girl, thanked her hurriedly, and walked in. Lin Yu followed closely behind. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I heard an angry roar. "Yellow dog, are you looking for death?" I said, "Don't let anyone else in." The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked towards the door. Huang Mao heard the roar and locked the door immediately, then ran towards the angry, scarred man. The man was muscular and had a long scar on his face, revealing a vicious look. He was the leader of this group of hooligans. After listening to the yellow-haired man's explanation, the scarred man turned his gaze to me. He saw that I walked calmly to the sofa in the corner of the hall and sat down, carrying a bag on my back and holding a blood-stained steel pipe in my hand with a calm expression. The scarred man snorted coldly. "Don't mess with him, just keep your distance." Then the scarred man turned around and yelled at the others in the hall. "Hand over all the supplies you have, or don't blame me for being rude." At this time, most of the people in the hall were hotel guests and employees, and some had run in to seek refuge during the chaos. The scarred man's men began to loot their supplies one by one. The young woman became nervous when she saw this scene. She hurried towards me and sat next to me. It seemed that she only felt safe with me. She glanced at me secretly and found that I was looking at her. Her cheeks turned red and she whispered, "Thank you for saving me just now." I smiled faintly. "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake." Then, I took a closer look at the young woman in front of me. She was about 28 or 29 years old, with delicate features and snow-white skin. She was wearing a tight, white dress. She had a slim and plump figure, an elegant temperament, and exuded a charming charm. I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart, but he took a deep breath and tried to suppress the restlessness in his body. At this moment, a burst of laughter came. "Boy, if you don't have supplies, you can just hand over your girlfriend, huh?" I looked back and saw a few thugs forcing those who had no supplies to pay a price. A couple couldn't afford the supplies, so the man pushed his wife out without hesitation. When the end of the world comes, human nature is exposed in despair, and good and evil are clearly distinguished. A young man angrily protected his girlfriend and tried to resist, but was kicked away by the scarred man and fell heavily to the ground. The scarred man leaned over coldly, patted the young man's face, and said with a cruel smile, "Let your woman stay with me for one night, and you can both survive." What a pipe dream. I would rather die than let her do such a thing. Lu Yu stared at the scarred man and said firmly, "I, Lu Yu, would never do such a thing as letting the woman I love accompany another man just to save my life." The scarred man sneered, turned to the woman, and said coldly, "Do you think so too? You would rather go out and feed the zombies than follow me?" When the woman heard this, a trace of fear flashed across her face, as if she thought of the tragic scene of being torn apart by zombies. However, she smiled sadly, her tone calm and firm. If living means giving up dignity and abandoning bottom line, what is the meaning of living like this? Brother Yu, I love you. Even if we die, we must be together. After that, the woman kissed Lu Yu affectionately, supported him, and walked slowly towards the lobby door. Although the two walked slowly, there was no hesitation, like the warriors of ancient times who were ready to die bravely. The scarred man's face darkened. He didn't believe that the weak couple really dared to walk out of the hotel and face the zombies outside. But if they really wanted to die rather than surrender, he would not let them go. He was determined to get this woman. Never before had such a pure and beautiful woman made scarred man so moved. Now the end of the world has come. In this hotel, he is the king. No one can stop him from getting the woman he wants. The scarred man gave the yellow-haired man a look, and the yellow-haired man understood what he meant. He quickly walked to the gate and pretended to open it to let them out. Lu Yu and the woman watched this scene. Although they were frightened, they remained steadfast, just like the tragic scene of the whistling wind and the cold Ishui River. Good and evil are all in the human heart. The end of the world is nothing but a magnification of human nature. I looked at the backs of the couple with interest. When they reached the door, Huang Mao suddenly stopped them. The scarred man walked over slowly, a cruel smile on his face. "I didn't expect you guys are really not afraid of death. But I have my eyes on this woman, and even if she dies, she can only die under my crotch." "You are shameless." Lu Yu was furious and rushed towards the scarred man with his fist. But Lu Yu was not as strong as the scarred man and was kicked away again. He fell heavily to the ground and curled up in pain. Suddenly, applause broke out, and I stood up, breaking the silence in the hall. My eyes were like torches, and I said calmly, "In this apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is everywhere. It's rare to see such pure love. Why do you have to destroy it? Besides, men should keep their words. How can you go back on your words?" Everyone in the hall was attracted, and there was a strange light in the young woman's eyes. "Boy, I don't want to be your enemy, but you must know what's good for you." The scarred man was furious and shouted, "They have nothing to do with you. Why do you care?" I shrugged and said calmly, "I just want to take care of you. If I don't like you, I will take action. It's that simple. If you don't accept my toast, then you'll have to pay the price. Brothers, go ahead and kill him." The scarred man's face changed, and he called on his gang of thugs to rush forward. "How can an ant know the brilliance of the sun and the moon?" I said lightly, and my figure flashed. The next second, I appeared next to the scarred man and punched him hard. So fast. The scarred man was horrified and hastily crossed his arms to cover his chest. Bang! The scarred man's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, knocking down several thugs who were rushing over. The air in the hall seemed to be stagnant, and the gangsters looked at each other, completely stunned. I saw the scarred man lying on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his hands twisted and deformed, his chest sunken, his breathing weakly, and he would not live long. Hiss! All the hooligans took a deep breath and looked at me with fear. This guy was so terrifying that he seriously injured their boss with just one punch. I walked forward step by step, and with every step I took, the gangsters took a step back. "What? You want to avenge your boss?" I glanced at them coldly. "No, no." All the hooligans shook their heads in fear after being swept by his gaze. What a joke. Who would dare to avenge a dead person, especially when facing such a terrifying person? "Get out of here!" I shouted harshly, and the thugs immediately made way for me and quickly retreated to the side. I walked over to the pile of supplies and picked out a yellow fruit. In fact, I had already noticed this fruit, so I slowly put it away, turned around and looked at the people in the hall, and said calmly, "Whoever has this kind of fruit, no matter the color, can exchange it for food." A man wearing glasses suddenly came out, pointed at the fruit in my hand, and said confidently, "That fruit is mine. They took it from me. You should exchange it with me with food." I sneered. "This belongs to the scarred man. What does it have to do with you?" "He stole it from me," the man with glasses said indignantly. I hate this kind of people the most. They shrink back and dare not resist when being bullied. But when the situation becomes clear, they want to jump out and take advantage. My eyes turned cold, and I suddenly took action and grabbed the glasses man's neck. Crack! The sound of broken bones was clearly audible, and the man with glasses fell down limply, his face full of fear and unwillingness before he died. "The scarred man stole your fruit. If you want it back so badly, then go meet him and ask for it in person," I said coldly. My decisive and ruthless action made everyone feel a chill. Okay, my words are still valid. Anyone who has fruits can come to me to exchange for food. I glanced at everyone indifferently. Soon, a middle-aged man with a flat head came forward and said cautiously, "Brother, I have a green one. What can I exchange it for?" "The green ones are enough to exchange for 2 days' food. Choose for yourself and don't be greedy," I reminded with a smile. The middle-aged man nodded quickly, picked out 2 days' worth of food, and returned it gratefully. After a while, I had 11 green fruits and 3 yellow fruits in my hands. It was a good harvest. Chapter 10, Ergo, is numb. Seeing that there were no more attribute fruits, Lin Yu shook his clothes, walked back to the sofa, picked up his bag, and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to have a good sleep. When passing by the young couple, they kept thanking Lin Yu. "It's the end of the world, but you can still keep your original intention and stick to your bottom line." "That's great." Lin Yu stopped. He said to the two of them, "But this alone is not enough. Only when you are strong enough can you protect your original intention from being trampled upon." After saying that, he went straight upstairs. At this time, the young woman followed closely with the child in her arms. "Why are you following me?" Lin Yu turned his head with a smile on his face. "I need to rest for a while too. And my niece has been complaining about being sleepy all day, and she has been sleeping for hours without waking up." The young woman avoided his gaze. Lin Yu glanced at the little girl in her arms, nodded, and said nothing. He thought they were mother and daughter, but he didn't expect they were not. When I got to the second floor, I randomly found a room and went in. The doors were not locked. The scarred man had sent people to search all the rooms before. After locking the door, Lin Yu put his things away and prepared to take a good bath. The young woman watched Lin Yu enter room 203, and she quickly followed him and entered the adjacent room, 202. I feel safer staying with this man. After taking a shower, Lin Yu lay on the big round bed, eating and sending a message to his sister and Wang Ergu. Both responded quickly. "Brother, I'm fine here. I'll just stay in the dormitory and not go anywhere. I'm just a little scared to be alone." "Ah, brother, you guess what talent and ability I have awakened?" Lin Yu thought about it and simply created a group so that it would be more convenient to chat in the group. "Sister Xiaoyu, do you miss your brother?" As soon as the group was created, the ding-ding-ding sound started to ring. "You idiot, you haven't contacted me for such a long time. I'll beat you up when we meet next time." On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoyu waved her little fist. "I'm just worried that you can't beat me. My attributes are off the charts now. I killed 8 zombies easily today." Wang Kong and Wang Ergu were very proud. "Ergu, look at your attributes." Lin Yu replied. "Magic power, 1500. Strength, 55. Constitution, 5. Speed, 22. Spirit, 5. Talent, S-level domineering crushing." Soon, Ergu posted his own attributes in the group. "Your attribute is wrong. I remember you didn't pick up so many attribute fruits." Lin Yu remembered that among the rare treasures picked up by Ergu, there were not many attribute fruits. "I saved a few people today and got a few yellow intermediate fruits from them. They had no idea what they were." Ergu quickly replied, "Boss, please send yours." Ergu's attribute is very good. Many of the first generation of Awakeners in the previous life did not have this attribute in the early stages. After all, in the early stages, before the advanced upgrade, the attributes can only be enhanced by the fruits dropped from the meteor shower, which is too accidental and purely depends on luck. Unlike Lin Yu, who has memories of his past life, he can make plans in advance, and even his sister and Ergu can benefit from it. Lin Yu casually sent his own attributes over. Magic power, 6500. Strength, 79. Constitution, 47. Speed, 35. Spirit, 115. Talent, S-level flame master, evolving. Unlocked flame forms. blazing flame, dragon flame, unlocking. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Wang Erga's pupils widened. What he didn't know was, Lin Yu still had 46 green primary fruits and 3 yellow intermediate fruits in his hand. Adding all these together, there are a total of 61 attributes. Sister Xiaoyu, what about you? Post yours and let us see. Erga shouted at Lin Xiaoyu. Even if I can't beat Lin Yu, I'm still better than Lin Xiaoyu. The position of the second in a 3-man team cannot be taken away by a girl. As a result, when Lin Xiaoyu revealed her own attributes, Wang Ergu was dumbfounded. Magic power, 1000. Strength, 203 plus 20.3. Constitution, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 5. Golden strength mark. Strength attribute permanently plus 10%. Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu. Sister Xiaoyu, what happened to your strength? Did you make an extra 0 by mistake? Lin Xiaoyu. No, that's it. Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu. Strength 203 plus 20.3. Lin Xiaoyu. That's right. She also deliberately posted an innocent-looking emoticon. Yang Ergu. I am numb. Lin Xiaoyu. You have awakened your talents, and they are S level. Why haven't I awakened my talents? I'm so angry. Lin Yu. Don't worry, silly girl. There is magic on your attribute panel, which means you are talented and have awakened, but not fully awakened. You probably need some opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu, yeah. Wang Ergu. It will probably be impossible to collect attribute fruits from others in the future. I just saw someone reveal the function of the fruit on the forum. Yes, the rain of evolution comes without warning, and many people will be drenched, thus opening the attribute panel. As long as any of these people have eaten the fruit and felt the change in its properties, they will know its effects. It would be great if we could receive it, but it doesn't matter if we don't. Our attributes have already surpassed most people anyway. Lin Yu. By the way, starting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, many creatures will begin to evolve. Many signal towers across the country may be destroyed, and mobile phones will have no signal. If we can't get in touch, we'll just proceed as planned, don't worry. Lin Yu gave a final instruction and ended the chat. Look at the properties panel again. Talent. S-level flame master, evolving. Unlocked flame forms. Blazing flame, dragon flame, unlocking. I wonder if the evolution can be completed in 3 days? Lin Yu murmured, his body feeling inexplicably hot. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. This is the most difficult part of every evolution, as the internal heat is always very high. Tomorrow, many zombies should become stronger and produce crystal cores in their brains. Then, it will be time to continue evolving. Kill the zombies, take out the crystal cores, absorb the power within, and you will become stronger step by step. The vast majority of ordinary people today are ordinary people who have not embarked on the path of evolution. Those who have been showered with the rain of evolution and have an attribute panel have already embarked on the road of evolution. They're at level 0. After absorbing the power of the crystal core, you can break the shackles step by step and improve your attributes. At level 0, absorbing 10 level 0 crystal cores will upgrade it to level 1, and absorbing 20 more will upgrade it to level 2, and so on. Each time you level up, your magic power increases by 500, your 4 attributes increase by 5, and your free points increase by 5. To advance to level 0, you need to absorb 10 level 1 crystal cores to advance to level 1. Every upgrade brings about earth-shaking changes. Chapter 11, A beautiful woman knocks on the door at midnight. With each advancement, all attributes will be doubled, and that kind of improvement is extremely terrifying. Therefore, before level 1, the higher the attribute, the greater the benefit after doubling the advancement. For example, most of the initial attribute values of ordinary people are Magic, 500, Strength 5, Constitution, 5, Speed 5, Spirit 5. Each upgrade increases the 4 dimensions by 5 points, so the attribute values after upgrading to level 0 and level 10 are Magic Power, 5,500, Strength, 55, Constitution, 55, Speed, 55, Spirit, 55, Free attribute points, 50. Once you advance to level 1, your magic power will reach 11,000, and all attributes will grow to 110 points. Lin Yu's current magic power is 6,500, and it will reach 11,500 when it is upgraded to level 0, level 10. When he advances to level 1, his magic power will reach 23,000, which is much stronger than the 11,000 magic power of an ordinary person. Therefore, the attributes before level 1 are extremely important. With a plan in mind, Linyu didn't think too much about it and lay down on the bed to rest. Sudden, boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Linyu frowned. Who could it be? Who would come to see him? At this time, could it be that young woman? In Lin Yu's mind, the image of the young woman's curvy and exquisite figure suddenly emerged, and a nameless fire suddenly rose in his body. When I opened the door, a young and beautiful girl appeared in front of me. Who are you? Lin Yu was puzzled. It turned out that it was not the young woman. A sense of loss flashed through his heart for some reason. Handsome guy, won't you invite me in a chat? The girl had a pretty face and long, straight, black hair and big, dark eyes that sparkled with a cunning light. She was wearing denim shorts, and her exposed thighs were smooth, straight, and slender. There was a red rope bell hanging on the right ankle. The white motorcycle suit on her upper body makes her chest look fuller. The girl walked straight in without waiting for Lin Yu's consent. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at her round buttocks wrapped in jeans from behind. The small flame that had just been suppressed showed signs of erupting again. The motorcycle girl walked to the big round bed and sat down directly without any courtesy. She looked at Lin Yu and said, I want to make a deal with you. What's the deal? Tell me about it. I want to make a deal with you using this fruit. The girl took out a red fruit from her trouser pocket. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. It's actually a red fruit. Do you know the value of this fruit? Lin Yu asked. I know, isn't it just increasing your mental strength by 50 points? The girl curled her lips. When the rain of evolution came, she was riding her motorcycle to Shishan and was drenched in the rain all the way. Not long after, she opened the attribute panel. When we arrived at the ancient town, a zombie outbreak happened. In panic, she ran into the hotel and was then controlled by a group of people, including the scarred man. If Lin Yu hadn't killed the scarred man, the 4 fruits on her body would have definitely been searched out. Later, when Lin Yu exchanged supplies for fruits, she realized that this thing was not simple. When she was running away on the street, she saw with her own eyes that Lin Yu easily killed the zombies in seconds. The most important thing is that Lin Yu's palms can spit fire. What the hell is this world? She actually saw someone's hands could spit fire and instantly burned the horrible zombie and a woman to ashes. So, she became cautious and suspected that Lin Yu became so powerful because he ate that kind of fruit. After Lin Yu left, she quickly found a room on the 2nd floor to stay in. She ate a yellow fruit first, and then found that her speed in the attribute panel increased by 5 points. She then ate the second yellow one, which increased her speed by another 5 points. Finally, I ate a red one, and my mental strength increased by 50 points. She concluded at the time that yellow fruit increased speed and red fruit increased mental strength. She verified it and found that her speed was indeed several times faster than before. But she found that her mental power was of no use, so she kept the last red fruit. However, the world has changed, zombies have come out, and it is probably the end of the world. She had to find a way to survive. The red fruit that increases mental power does not seem to enhance strength at the moment. So, she wanted to use this to make a deal with Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the girl with a strange expression. He didn't expect that the girl would think like this. It seems that this girl ate 2 yellow fruits, both of which have accelerated effects. So she thought that yellow represents acceleration and red represents increased mental power. Indeed, at this stage, other attributes are much better than the mental power attribute, and they can be immediately transformed into one's own strength after adding points. The chance of survival is much greater. Unless the relevant talent is awakened, the spiritual power has no power. Tell me what you want to exchange. Can you tell me how I can be like you and be able to spit fire from my hands? The motorcycle girl looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Forehead? Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, Flame is my awakened innate ability. Everyone's is different. Those who haven't awakened don't have it. Hearing this, the motorcycle girl suddenly felt a little disappointed. If I don't have the awakened talent, I still have other ways to become stronger. Lin Yu stared at the red fruit in the girl's hand. Real? The girl's eyes lit up. Then, she saw Lin Yu's gaze. Here you go. She gritted her teeth and handed over the fruit. Lin Yu was very excited when he took the fruit. This represented 50 points of attributes, which could make him much stronger. However, he looked calm and did not show it. After putting away the red fruit, he spoke slowly. In the apocalypse, everyone can improve their strength by killing zombies and absorbing the crystal cores in their brains. Kill the zombies. The girl's face suddenly turned pale. How could a weak girl like her kill such a monster? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little desperate. I can take you to level 3. Lin Yu looked at the girl and spoke softly. Really? The girl was surprised when she heard this. Of course, I'm a person who values fairness the most. Lin Yu got the red fruit, and it was fair for him to help the girl improve her strength. Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable to get such a great benefit for no reason, but watch a little girl struggle and die in the apocalypse. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to lead a few people to kill zombies and level up. It's only level 3. Brother, can you help me level up a few more levels? The girl suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's hand and shook it, looking pitiful. Level 3 doesn't sound that strong, so she has to act cute and coquettish to get higher levels. Lin Yu was full of black lines on his face. P.S. The character reference picture of motorcycle girl Chen Jinger is in the author's note at the end of this chapter. Chapter 12, Motorcycle Girl. Lin Yu doesn't have much time. Once his talent is successfully advanced and awakened, he will leave to find his sister. He doesn't have time to waste here. Little brother, why don't I follow you? I can wash clothes, cook, give massages, and even warm the bed. The girl on the motorcycle pulled Lin Yu's hand and shook it hard. If she can't become stronger on her own, how can she survive in this apocalyptic world? Isn't there the best candidate right in front of you? Lin Yu is powerful and handsome, so it would be a great honor to be his girlfriend. Thinking of this, she shook Lin Yu's hand even harder. Intentionally or unintentionally, I touched the softness of her chest. If we use this to test cadres, which cadre can persist, Lin Yu originally had the natural ability of fire and was in the awakening stage, so the fire energy in his body was extremely strong. The soft touch on the back of his hand made his brother look up instantly. Lin Yu was standing and the girl was sitting beside the bed. This was too obvious a change, right in the girl's face. Swoosh. Her face turned red. Lin Yu couldn't bear it any longer, so he pressed forward directly. During the exploration, pieces of clothes slipped off one by one. Various questions, 3,000 words omitted here. Why is your saliva a little salty? Nonsense, you bit my mouth. Lin Yu was speechless. Is this your first time? How is that possible? I've been through hundreds of battles. She was obviously not convinced. Then practice. Come on, I've seen all kinds of storms. Her voice was loud, but there was a hint of trembling in her tone. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see how long this woman would continue to be stubborn. A tearing pain came over her, and she could no longer hold on and begged for mercy. I still can't stop you. Lin Yu looked very proud. When they get used to each other, thunder and lightning will strike again, and the storm will become more and more violent. The beasts roared, and the mountains shook. The generals attacked the city and captured the enemy's crystal with great force. Pentakill 5 kills of glory. Lin Yu stood up and looked at the mess on the bed. The glaring scarlet made him feel a little troubled. What should I do? The second brother was relieved, but the eldest brother had to clean up the mess. He originally wanted to wait until his talent awakened and evolved, and then go find his sister alone. If you encounter people or things during this period, help them if you can. If you can't, just stand by and watch and take care of yourself. But now that this has happened, he really can't leave this girl alone to struggle in this apocalypse. But taking her with me to find her sister would be too difficult and even more dangerous. In the city, there are just zombies. Outside the city, there are endless mountains and forests. Once the beasts in them evolve, they will be much more terrifying than zombies. He may encounter monsters that even he cannot deal with. The more people you bring, the greater the danger. Forget it. Let's see when the time comes. Lin Yu looked at the tired girl who had fallen asleep on the bed, feeling upset, and went into the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning, he sat alone on the sofa, holding the red fruit and thinking. The next morning, Lin Yu was in a daze and felt something strange in his body. Look down. A head popped out from under the quilt. The delicate face was flushed. Are you not in pain anymore? Lin Yu put his hands into the quilt. The girl's skin is smooth and delicate and feels extremely comfortable to the touch. A little more. She looked shy, hugged Lin Yu's neck, leaned against his arms, and whispered, but I have another way. What is the solution? Could it be 12,345? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 2? You are bad. We'll talk about this next time. When Chen Jinger heard this, her face turned red with shame. After saying that, she shrank her little head back into the quilt. It really is true that practice makes perfect, and the feeling is getting better and better. An hour later, The girl lay in Lin Yu's arms and whispered, "Will you take me away?" Hearing this, Lin Yu trembled and fell silent. He didn't know what kind of promise he should make to her. The speechless silence made the girl's heart fall to the bottom. "It's okay, but you promised to help me level up, and I won't let you go until you reach level 5. The girl took a deep breath and forced a smile. Lin Yu felt the girl's emotions, exerted a little force in his hands, and hugged the girl tighter. "My name is Lin Yu. My sister is alone in Tianhai City. I have to go find her." He opened his mouth slowly and gave a brief account of his situation. The girl listened carefully. She couldn't make the man give up his sister, and she couldn't do such a thing. And it would indeed be more dangerous to bring her along. She stood up suddenly, revealing a patch of her underwear, but neither of them paid any attention. She looked into Lin Yu's eyes and spoke firmly. "Lin Yu, take me to upgrade. I want to become stronger. I, Chun Jinger, want to take my destiny into my own hands." Lin Yu was stunned. "But man, you can't run away. When I become stronger, I will capture you and make you my wife." Chun Jinger suddenly smiled, hooked Lin Yu's chin with her index finger, and spoke confidently. "Moment. The offensive and defensive situations are different. Turn passivity into initiative." Lin Yu was confused. What kind of strange creature is this woman? Also, isn't this identity a bit wrong? You should be the one looking down on others. "Ah!" As Chun Jinger exclaimed, Lin Yu put his arms around her slender waist and turned over again. More than an hour later. "Let's see if you can still be stubborn this time." Lin Yu was refreshed and looked proud. "Humph, I'm just not as strong as you. When I become stronger, you will always have to lie down underneath me." Chun Jinger still refused to accept the result. She was limp all over, except for her mouth. The two of them continued to work until it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. On the second floor, the door of room 202 opened, and the young woman walked out with a blushing face. She looked at the door of room 202 and stole a few glances. I secretly spat in my heart. Is this person made of iron? He tossed and turned for so long at night, and another 1 or 2 hours in the morning. I don't know which little demon he is. She had heard the moans coming from next door before, and as someone who had experienced that, how could she not know what had happened? She was distracted the whole morning, and her body, which had not been touched for several years, was also hot. She felt her body go weak and almost fell down when she went downstairs. Chapter 13, Do You Want to Die? After taking a shower, Lin Yu turned on his mobile phone and found that there was no signal or network at the moment. It seems that the signal tower has been damaged. Just arrived in the lobby. "Brother, you are too rude. The attribute fruit is so important. But you just exchanged us all for a little food like sending away beggars? That's right. You'd better return all the attribute fruits to us." A bunch of people gathered around. This time, each of them had a lot of weapons in their hands. There are sticks, steel pipes, fire axes, and the like. "Boy, you'd better hand over all the attribute fruits. After the country clears the zombies, we can conceal the fact that you killed someone." A fat, big-eared man in a suit said. "Heh, you guys, want to die?" Lin Yu showed his big white teeth and smiled sinisterly. It seems that killing 2 people yesterday did not scare these people. "Brother, please give us the attribute fruit back. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive." Just as Lin Yu was about to take action, several people suddenly knelt down and cried. It seems that they were just taking advantage of their numbers to intimidate others. Seeing that he was about to get angry, he immediately backed down. "I didn't force anyone into yesterday's deal. If you force me again, I won't be polite." "Roll!" A roar made everyone tremble with fear. Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention and took Chun Jinger to the door and waved to Huang Mao. "Boss, what's the matter?" The yellow-haired man came over with a smile on his face and a flattering look on his face. "Open the door," Lin Yu said. "Ah!" Huang Mao was shocked. There were a lot of zombies outside. This morning, several of them passed by the hotel entrance, scaring them so much that they didn't dare make any sound. "Ah, what? Open the door." Lin Yu frowned. "But zombies, zombies." The yellow-haired man was so frightened that he even stuttered. "You know how much food you have. When the food is gone, you will die. I'm giving you some friendly advice. While the zombies are not very powerful yet, you can easily kill them with your tools and a few people working together. You can only become stronger by killing zombies. Zombies will continue to evolve. In a few days, all the zombies will have evolved and upgraded, and you will just have to wait for death." After saying that, Lin Yu no longer paid attention to everyone. He looked at the yellow-haired man sharply and said, "If you don't want to go out, just guard this door." We will be back later. Okay, okay. The yellow-haired man was trembling with fear. Lin Yu's gaze seemed to be able to kill people, and he was so scared that his legs went limp. The yellow-haired man opened the door, tremblingly and quietly, because he was afraid of attracting zombies. As soon as Lin Yu and the other person went out, he was impatient to lock the door. Wait, we have to go out too. The couple who were rescued by Lin Yu yesterday walked forward with a determined look. Only when we are strong enough can we ensure that our original intentions will not be trampled upon by others. Lin Yu's words yesterday are still ringing in my ears. In addition to what Lin Yu had just said that killing zombies could make one stronger, the two looked at each other and quickly made a decision. They also want to kill zombies and become stronger. Both of them were holding 2 kitchen knives, which they had secretly taken from the hotel kitchen yesterday. Looking at the kitchen knife, Huang Mao did not dare to be arrogant and let the 2 men go. The other people in the hall still did not take any action. To kill those scary zombies? Don't you want to die? Whoever wants to go can go. They just need to survive and wait for the country to rescue them. No matter how powerful zombies are, can they be as powerful as bullets? They are unbelievers. Lin Yu looked at the young couple, who came out later with admiration in his eyes. As for what other people were thinking, he could roughly guess it. However, what they don't know is that all high-temperature weapons in the world are restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. For example, artillery shells and the like were all restricted and became duds, not to mention missiles and the like. Only firearms are available for use at this time. Faced with the terrifying number of zombies, the country is unable to provide rescue for the time being. Moreover, the nuclear energy has become ineffective and has even been absorbed by the alien beasts, mutating into even more terrifying existences. In the middle of the apocalypse, the threat to humanity is no longer zombies, but those terrifying mutant beasts. Especially the mutated beasts that absorb nuclear energy, they slaughtered humans wantonly. At that time, it was the most desperate moment for all mankind. The Sakura country was torn into pieces and sank into the sea under the attack of a terrifying monster. Completely destroy the country. In the end times, you can't rely on anyone but yourself. Lin Yu and the 3 little scumbags had just walked onto the street when 4 or 5 zombies discovered them and rushed over roaring. Lin Yu came here to level up, so he didn't hold back and smashed over with a steel pipe. Bang! The zombies had exploded, and it rushed forward 2 meters before falling to the ground. You 3 be responsible for finishing off the zombies. After killing them, check to see if there are any crystal cores in the zombies' heads. Those are what can increase their strength. Lin Yu gave instructions while clearing the area. At the same time, he led the 3 of them to a dead end. The steel pipe swept across repeatedly, breaking the arms of a zombie. Then he kicked hard, deliberately kicking the zombie towards the 3 people. Bang! The zombie slammed heavily in front of several people. Even without its arms, it still roared, climbed up from the ground, and rushed towards the 3 people. The young couple's male name is Lu Yu, and the female name is Yang Shanshan. Although the 2 were terrified, they still held the kitchen knives tightly in their hands and stared at the zombies rushing towards them. As for Qin Jingya, she had already turned pale with fright. She followed Lin Yu out, but she didn't bring any tools, so she could only hide behind the 2 of them in a hurry. Shanshan, I'll chop its neck and you chop its legs. After Lu Yu shouted loudly, he took the initiative to attack and slashed with a knife. This zombie has lost its hands, so its danger level is greatly reduced. Click! Lu Yu was too nervous and didn't chop the kitchen knife accurately. As a result, the knife went into the zombie's mouth and got stuck in its teeth. He hurriedly yelled, Shanshan, hurry up! Okay. Yang Shanshan's teeth were chattering as she spoke, but she still rushed forward without hesitation, raised the kitchen knife, and started chopping. She closed her eyes and chopped again and again, but after 5 or 6 chops, she still couldn't cut off the zombie's leg. Bang! At this moment, a big shovel hit the zombie's head heavily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yu kicked the zombie down, pulled out the kitchen knife from its mouth, and chopped it down. Gulu! The zombie's head rolled out, and blood gushed out. Ugh! When the 3 saw this scene, their stomachs churned, and they almost vomited. But they did not relax. They leaned their backs against each other, breathing heavily and staring around nervously. Seeing the 3 people working together to successfully kill the handless zombie, Lin Yu couldn't help but nodded slightly. Chen Jing's performance was a bit poor at the beginning, but later on, she knew how to find a large shovel as a weapon and dealt a heavy blow to the zombies, which was considered a great improvement. Bang! Another sound of a brain bursting was heard, and Lin Yu was startled. Chun Jinga used another shovel to smash the dead zombie's head, revealing a white crystal core. Her face turned pale, and she suppressed her nausea as she used a shovel to dig out the crystal core. She ran to Lin Yu with the crystal core and handed it to him as if asking for credit. Lin Yu didn't answer. He looked at the three and said, "Just like what happened just now, the three of you work together to kill them, and I will slowly release two of them at the same time. As for the crystal cores, you three can share them equally." Chapter 14. The King of Lip Service. Lin Yu estimated that he had killed at least 100 zombies and had accumulated 42 crystal cores. The probability of a crystal core exploding is about 1 in 4. "Jinger, take it." Lin Yu handed 40 crystal cores to Chun Jinger and said, "Hold the crystal core in your hand and think about absorbing it in your heart." "Mrs. Lin, you are so nice." Chun Jinger shook her hair and her eyes narrowed with a smile. "Mrs. Lin?" Lin Yu's face darkened. Boom! A flame spurted out from his hand, and the two zombies rushing over instantly turned into two crystal cores that fell down and were picked up casually. "Wow, Mrs. Lin, I've reached level 2. Chun Jinger was very excited. The process of absorbing the crystal cores was very fast. In about 3 minutes, all 40 crystal cores were absorbed. She also successfully reached level 2, with all 4 attributes increased by +10, and 10 additional free attributes. "Mrs. Lin, let's keep killing." 14 points of strength and 25 points of speed made Chun Jinger feel a little dizzy. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan felt a little envious when they saw Chun Jinger becoming obviously stronger, but they didn't think too much about it. With Lin Yu around, the few of them killed a lot of people along the way. The entire hotel is located on Shizili West Street, which is relatively close to the foot of West Mountain, but the farthest from the urban area. Therefore, the number of people and zombies on West Street is the least, while the number at the crossroads and the other 3 streets will be extremely large. The most important thing is that there is loud music playing in the square on the central street all day long. On the first day of the apocalypse, most of the zombies were attracted by the sound and gathered together. The zombies in other places are scattered and not gathered in large numbers, which also makes it convenient for them. By around 6 p.m., several people had swept through 1/3 of West Street. "It's almost time. Let's stop here today." Lin Yu and his companions came out of the bakery and hurried towards the hotel. "Boss, thank you. Without you, we don't know how to survive in the apocalypse." The young couple were very grateful to Lin Yu and respected him from the bottom of their hearts. "If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves. You have worked so hard to protect everything." Lin Yu still admired these two people very much. "In short, you are my boss from now on." Lu Yu looked determined. Lin Yu smiled slightly, without refutation, and said, "Tomorrow is the same as usual. Continue to kill monsters." Hearing this, the 3 of them looked strange, but they felt it was natural. Really, with Lin Yu around, fighting the zombies that scare ordinary people is as easy as fighting monsters in a game. Both of them reached level 2, and Chun Jinga even reached level 4. Everyone's strength has been greatly improved, and it is no longer difficult to kill zombies alone. There were only 2 or 3 people left in the hotel lobby. Could they have been eaten by zombies? The yellow-haired man looked outside the door and muttered to himself. From inside, he could only see a street about 4 or 5 meters in front of him, and he could not see the scenes on the streets on both sides. Just then, 4 figures appeared in his sight. Huang Mao was startled and quickly opened the door. "It's your reward." Walking into the hotel, Lin Yu casually threw over a bag of cakes. "Thank you, boss." The yellow-haired man was delighted and bent his body 90 degrees. Back in the room, Lin Yu and Chun Jinger went into the bathroom together and had another exciting battle. In the end, the battle still ended due to Chun Jinger's stubbornness. This girl is indeed the queen of talking. Everything about him is soft, except his mouth. Lin Yu took out 60 crystal cores from his backpack and absorbed them silently. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. When he absorbed the 13th crystal core, he actually gained a very practical superpower. F-level ability, Insight Dot, can detect the specific information of many items and props. Lin Yu was delighted. He had this talent, which would be of great use to him. On the road of evolution, in addition to one's own awakened innate talents, there are also some ways to obtain ordinary talents. One's innate talents and abilities can be awakened by oneself, and their levels can be upgraded through comprehension. The superpowers obtained through external means will be relatively ordinary, no higher than level D, and cannot be upgraded. Lin Yu continued to absorb. Soon, The power of the 70 crystal cores was exhausted. He was directly upgraded to level 3, and his attributes were greatly improved. At level 0, for every level up, magic power increases by 500. Each of the 4 dimensions increases by 5 points, and free attribute points increase by 5. Without hesitation, he added all the extra 15 free attributes at level 3 to strength. However, this is not the end. Lin Yu took out all the attribute fruits and checked them one by one using his F-level talent. Red Power Fruit. Absorbing it can increase your strength by 50 points. This was the pill that Chun Jinger gave him. Lin Yu absorbed it without hesitation. Next are 3 yellow fruits, 2 of which are for strength and 1 for physique. 46 green fruits, 12 magic fruits, 13 strength fruits, 5 stamina fruits, 5 speed fruits, and 11 mental power fruits. Lin Yu thought about it and absorbed all the yellow fruits, and the green fruits absorbed 6 magic powers. Let's leave the rest to Chun Jing. He muttered to himself. Check its own properties. Level 0, level 3. Magic power 8,600. Strength 156. Constitution 56. Speed 40. Spirit 130. Talent S-level Flame Master, evolving. Unlocked flame forms. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocking. Looking at the current attribute panel, Lin Yu was very satisfied. Compared to his talent, strength and magic are the most important. The next morning, one day, I will definitely let you down there. Chun Jinger collapsed limply on the bed, clenching her fists to encourage herself. Oh, naive. Lin Yu hit him mercilessly. As he said this, he threw the remaining fruit over. Are these for me? Chun Jinger's eyes lit up, and like a money grubber, she held all the fruits in her arms. When she finished absorbing it, the entire attribute panel was completely renewed. Level 0 th level 4. Magic power 3,100. Strength 38. Constitution 29. Speed 40. Spirit 86. Although it is far inferior to Lin Yu's, for an ordinary person, it is already very easy for her to fight 20 or 30 people at the same time. It's still a team of 4. This time they changed direction and cleared the street to the right of the hotel. Mrs. Lin, I feel something is wrong. Why are there so few zombies here? 2 hours later, Chun Jinger looked at the silent street, extremely vigilant. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few zombies on the streets here, and even in the shops on both sides of the streets. But now it is empty. There is only one explanation. The zombies here have been cleared out. There was the sound of powerful footsteps. Chapter 15, Both Awakened Talents. What is this? A zombie dog. A huge black teddy bear, with only one ear, slowly walked out of the street alley. Oh my god! Is this still Teddy? Chun Jinger exclaimed. The teddy in front of him had lost an ear, and his body was as big as a horse. Its eyeballs are grayish-white and look weird and scary. Hiss! Another sound came. A slightly smaller teddy bear, but as big as a big wolf dog, appeared nearby, staring at him eagerly. They bared their teeth at the few people, with scarlet blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, dripping slowly. The big one is at least level 8, and the small one is at least level 5. Lin Yu looked at the size and momentum of Zombie Teddy and was slightly startled. At level 8, the 4-dimensional attributes have basically reached 45 points, which is still a bit difficult to deal with. You 3, do your best to deal with the small one, Lin Yu instructed, staring at the big teddy. L. Hiss. The zombie dogs roared at the same time, kicked their hind legs, and pounced forward at an incredible speed. Boom! Red flames appeared on Lin Yu's body, covering his entire body, and his entire body was wrapped in flames. A terrifying aura rose up. Super Saiyan. When Lu Yu saw Lin Yu's transformation, his eyes popped out. Isn't Lin Yu's current state very similar to that of a Super Saiyan? The flames wrapped around his entire body, like a fire god. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of strength. After the strength of 156 points was increased by 2 times, it skyrocketed to 468. In terms of strength, it is even more terrifying than the first level evolver and can barely reach the level of the second level. At the same time, his magic power was also being consumed rapidly at a rate of 2 points per second. This means that his magic power of 8,600 can only support him to cover his entire body with flames for about an hour. Once the magic power is used up, you can no longer use your innate abilities. Boom! A punch was thrown out and collided with Teddy's paw. In an instant, Big Teddy flew backwards, unable to withstand Lin Yu's fist. The terrifying force directly broke its front legs, which were still sizzling with fire. Then he raised his hand, and a flame swept past. However, the zombie dog is also very fast, and the flames it sprays out are difficult to hit it. Bang! He pushed his feet hard. Lin Yu's body shot out like an arrow, waving his flaming fist and hitting the zombie dog again. The situation here became one-sided, while the other side was full of danger. Faced with level 5 or even level 6 zombie dogs, Chen Jing'er and the other two were defeated. In fact, in terms of basic attributes, Chen Jing'er is a little stronger than this little zombie dog. After all, she has eaten a lot of attribute fruits, but she lacked combat experience after all. Don't want. Suddenly, the zombie dog kicked Chen Jing'er back, then turned around and bit Yang Shanshan. Suddenly, the three colors of their faces changed drastically. Once bitten by a zombie dog, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. I want you dead. Lu Yu's eyes were red, and he shouted, "Wind strangulation." Suddenly, countless wind blades appeared around the zombie dog and cut towards it. Sand thorns. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Yang Shanshan looked at the bloody mouth that was approaching. In fear, her body seemed to have touched something, and power awakened within her. She raised her right hand sharply. The ground in front of him shook, and then a sharp spike about 40 to 50 centimeters thick emerged from the soil, rushed up, and hit the zombie dog hard. It was made entirely of sand, like a vine. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment of life and death, the young couple's potential exploded, and their innate skills were awakened at the same time. After knocking the zombie dog away, the three of them were a little dazed. "Shanshan, are you okay?" Lu Yu rushed to Yang Shanshan, very concerned. "Brother Yu, I seem to have awakened some special abilities," Yang Shanshan said uncertainly. "Me too. Don't just stand there. Get rid of the zombie dog," Lin Yu shouted, bringing the 3 dazed people back to reality. Then there were flying wind blades and bursting sand and rocks. Although both of them have awakened their talents, their level attributes are too low, and the damage they inflict is inferior to that of Chen Jing'er. However, their wind blade and sand talents, in addition to causing damage, also caused huge restraint and constraints on the zombie dogs. With the three of them working together, it was only a matter of time before they killed the zombie dog. Here, Lin Yu's battle also came to an end. With his hands wrapped in flames, he tore the giant zombie dog into 2 halves. Flames flew past, and the body quickly burned. Ha! Lin Yu took a deep breath, and the flames around him slowly disappeared. The entire battle process was actually very short, only 6 or 7 minutes, but it consumed a total of 952 points of his magic power. In addition to the consumption of flames covering his body, his long-range fire attacks during the battle would also consume magic power. After the mana is consumed, it will slowly recover over time. At level 0, 1 point of magic power is restored per second. When advancing to level 1, the magic power recovery speed is doubled. In other words, the magic power that Lin Yu consumed in the 6 or 7 minutes of fighting just now would take about 15 minutes to recover naturally. The stronger the talent level, the greater the power, but also the greater the consumption. S-level talents consume more energy than A-level talents. Soon, the little zombie dog was also killed by the 3 people. Then they all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Good." Lin Yu patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, and then said to Chen Jing'er, "Don't be discouraged. You also have hidden talents and abilities in your body, but they have not been stimulated yet." "Really? Mrs. Lin, you didn't lie to me?" There was a glimmer of hope in Chen Jing'er's eyes. Thinking of how Lin Yu was covered in flames just now, like a god, she became fascinated. She is a woman who is determined to ride on Lin Yu. How can she be willing to be weaker than others? Even Lu Yu and the other person had awakened their innate special abilities, and she suddenly felt a little disappointed. Hearing Lin Yu's affirmative words at this moment, she felt much better. "Are your superpowers wind and sand?" Lin Yu asked. "Brother, mine is A-level wind power." "Brother, mine is A-level desert command." Yang Shanshan also followed Lu Yu's example and called Lin Yu brother. "It's pretty good. A-level talent is already considered an extremely strong talent. You should observe more and feel more about the use of wind and sand, so as to learn more ways to use your talents." Lin Yu gave the 2 of them some pointers. Returned to hotel. After the 2 of them took a shower, Chen Jing'er vowed to press Lin Yu down. An hour later, Lin Yu took out the crystal cores he had obtained today, a total of 96. How many do you have? Lin Yu asked Chen Jinger. Today I have 22, which is a lot more than the first day. The girl was proud. Absorb it. Lin Yu handed her another 8 pills. Chen Jinger took it with joy. Someone has reached level 5. If nothing unexpected happens, the rules will come into effect. Lin Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. Chapter 16 rules come. Lin Yu watched the crystal cores disappear one by one, and Chen Jinger's momentum was also rising slightly. Bang! Finally, the last crystal core turned into energy and entered the body, and Chen Jinger's body shook. Right at this moment, congratulations to all survivors. Some of you have reached the forefront of the evolutionary path and have successfully reached level 5. Now the Global Survivor Information Access rules are available, and you can explore various functions on your own. A familiar voice sounded in my mind. Code. Unnamed. Level. 0 Tich level 3rd level 0%. Magic power. 8,600. Strength. 156. Constitution. 56. Speed. 40. Spirit. 130. Talent. S-level flame master. Evolving 62%. Unlocked forms of flame. Blazing flame. Dragon flame. Unlocked 62%. Lin Yu called up the attribute panel in his mind and saw slight changes. There is an additional code column, and progress bars appear for levels and evolving talents, which is more intuitive. Magician. Lin Yu thought about it and continued to quote the code name from his previous life. Although he was not very strong in his previous life, he focused on the development of fire-related abilities and did in-depth research on the use of fire. You can say that. He made full use of his talent for fire, and the flames he created were so gorgeous and magnificent that many people called him the Fire Magician. Lin Yu looked at the panel in his mind. In addition to the attribute panel, there was also a regional chat channel in the lower left corner. The ranking list and forum appear in the upper right corner, and the trading system and evolution points appear in the lower right corner. Evolution points, 628. Evolution points are the universal currency of the new world after the advent of rules and can be used for transactions. The source of evolution points in the early stage can only be obtained by killing zombies. Killing a level 0 zombie will get 1 evolution point, and killing a level 1 zombie will get 10 points. Within the regional channel, as long as you think about it, what you want to say will automatically be converted into text and sent out. What the hell is this? The game comes into reality. Brothers, my roommate was bitten and turned into a zombie and is looking for me everywhere. I've been hiding in the bathroom for 2 days. I am hungry and sleepy. Who can save me? It's said that Su Xian, Nie Kai-chin, and Dong Yom are the 3 most extraordinary men in the world. I think I can be included in the list now. Inside a villa in Weizong, the naked young man felt nauseous when he saw the naked zombie, whose neck he had broken on the bed. The woman was caught by the zombies, but she didn't take it seriously. As a result, when the two were practicing the Kuan character technique, they suddenly turned into zombies. This is an indelible shadow for anyone. I saw someone here who can breathe fire. Is that a supernatural power? Haha, I awakened my B-level talent. Power punch. With 1 punch, I blew the zombie's head off. Boss, please take me. Brothers, save me. I can warm the bed. Various news on the regional channel were flashing quickly. Lin Yu took a casual look, and with an idea, he clicked on the ranking list. Currently, there are only 2 major lists and 2 sublists. Daxiao rank list, Daxiao evolution point list, Yin province rank list, Yin province evolution point list. There is currently only 1 person on the Daxiao rank list and the Yin province rank list. First place, unnamed. Everyone knows that this must be the first guy to reach level 5. It is because of that guy that the rules came into being. Only when you reach level 5 will you be on the list. Lin Yu knew that the first place was naturally Qinjing. When you click on the evolution points list, you will see more people on the list, most of whom are unnamed. Topping the list are: first place, Magician, evolution points 628. Second place, unnamed, evolution points 86. Third place, unnamed, evolution points 72. Fuck, look at the rankings. Who is that magician? His evolution points are as high as 628. It's so terrifying. This must be a big shot who has awakened his S-level talent. The boss is actually in our Yun province. Can you please come and rescue us? There are still hundreds of survivors in our community. The people upstairs are dreaming. It's the end of the world, and they can't take care of themselves. Who has time to save you? That's right. In this world, We can only rely on ourselves to save ourselves. The most reliable way is to go out and kill zombies and level up. What the hell, I'm powerless and I've been starving for almost 2 days. I should just go out and deliver food to the zombies. Regional channels exploded. Linyu didn't even look at it and clicked into the trading system as planned. Currently, it only supports domestic transactions and cannot be traded worldwide. He divided all the zombie crystal cores and put them on the trading market one by one. 3 zombie crystal cores in exchange for 1 green fruit. 10 zombie crystal cores in exchange for 1 yellow fruit. After the transaction order was placed, the space in front of him began to fluctuate, and a space crack appeared. Linyu was not surprised at all. He threw all the zombie crystal cores in his hand in. This was the rule to take his trading items. No one can explain this phenomenon, and we can only guess that it is the result of the concretization of rules. After all, this is not a game. Everything is a data code. Just click casually, and the items will be automatically traded successfully. This is a real transaction of goods, governed by the rules. You take away the items being traded and bring in the other party's items. After placing the transaction order, Linyu entered the forum again. In the forum at this time, there are already a lot of posts, including various water posts, as well as many technical posts and discussion posts. The one hanging at the front is a post introducing the functions of attribute fruits. Linyu used his mental power to browse through it. The introduction was basically correct and comprehensive. Then he wrote a post directly. It is called Long-Term Validity. Use zombie crystal cores to exchange for magic fruits, allowing you to upgrade quickly and survive in the apocalypse. In the post, he focused on the crystal cores needed for upgrading, as well as the changes in properties after upgrading. At the same time, it is emphasized that eating fruit is like opening a blind box, and no one knows what the fruit is before absorbing it. If it is a magic fruit, a mental fruit, or a physical fruit, there is currently no improvement in combat power, and absorbing it may not necessarily kill zombies. But if you can exchange for a crystal core, after absorbing it and upgrading, all attributes will be +5, then it will not be a problem to kill ordinary zombies alone. After writing the post, Linyu directly paid 10 evolution points to pin the post to the top and put it at the front. If other posts want to rank ahead of his, they must bid higher than his. Just 1 minute after the post was published, countless people left comments under it. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. You have no shame at all. What you said above is bullshit. You are being fair. 20 crystal cores are used to upgrade 1 level, and all attributes increase by 5 points. 10 cores are equivalent to half a level, which is equal to 10 attribute points and 250 magic points in total. It is indeed more valuable than the 5 attribute points of the yellow fruit. But the attributes added by the attribute fruit are additional, and do not conflict with those added by leveling up. I guess the gap is made up of the attribute fruit. What the above person said is correct, but what if the fruit you eat adds mental power? In the end, you will either be killed by zombies or starve to death. It is better to upgrade the crystal core so that you can survive. The post kept flooding with comments, but Linyu ignored them. He has already said in the post that if he has extra crystal cores, he will put them on the trading market. After posting the message, Linyu opened the trading market again and found that his order had been placed. Because he only had 88 crystal cores, all of which had been exchanged for fruits. Without the crystal cores, the order was naturally dropped. Chapter 17, Duan Yang's Awakening Talent. Looking at the transaction interface, Linyu's mental power directly clicked to receive. 170 evolution points deducted. In the void in front of him, a space crack appeared and a pile of fruits fell out. Linyu reached out and took it. 3 yellow fruits, 1 each for strength, speed, and physique. The rest are green fruits, 19 in total. Are you the one who placed the order in the trading market? Chun Jinger was shocked when she saw the space above the big round bed suddenly crack open and a bunch of attribute fruits fell out. Yeah, Linyu did not deny it. There was nothing to hide. For him, there is no need to rush to upgrade. His strength is not afraid of any zombie below the first level, so upgrading is not a difficult task. The attribute fruits are the most precious. 1 less will be 1 less if you use 1. Only when used at level 0 can it be maximized. When he advances to level 1, all his attributes will double, and when he advances to level 2, they will double again. These are the details that will separate us from others in the future, and they will snowball. Linyu's mouth corners curled up slightly. It is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and there are still very few attribute fruits that have not been consumed. If I don't take this opportunity to collect more, there will be no chance later. After Linyu posted, Many powerful people followed his example and placed orders in the trading market to purchase attribute fruits. However, they didn't have many crystal cores, so they didn't receive many. At this moment, many people realized the importance of attribute fruits. In a university in Chuan City, in the girls' dormitory, a dozen girls gathered together. This magician is not simple. We were just planning to trade the crystal core for the attribute fruit, but he had already taken action. Sister, what about us? Since he has taken the lead, let's place an order as well, one pill lower than his price. We are not as wealthy as he is. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. I will also save the crystal cores tomorrow and exchange them for some attribute fruits. Chun Jinger has also made up her mind. The attribute fruit adds additional attributes, which is very precious. Get some rest soon. Tomorrow we will head towards the center of the street. Lin Yu fell asleep. In the dark, a rustling sound was heard. What are you doing? Lin Yu was helpless. How come this woman's addiction was even worse than his? Only by constantly fighting can we grow, you said. Chun Jinger took the initiative to attack, but Lin Yu would never let him get his wish. He would be more motivated if he couldn't get it, right? At this time, in a hospital, after Duan Yang ate more than a dozen crystal cores in succession, his whole body shook. Powerful forces grew out of his body. Then, all the bandages on his body were broken by the shock. I'm level 1. I'm recovered. Huh? Duan Yang Lao Git. Lin Yu, you dare to urinate in me? Just wait. I want you to die. Every time he thought of this, he felt extremely disgusted with his body. He could even smell the stench of his own blood. Have you awakened your talent? At this time, the middle-aged man next to him spoke. Dad, I have awakened, but Duan Yang hesitated, his face looking a little ugly. The main reason is that his awakened talent is really hard to talk about. Speak. Mr. Duan's face darkened, and he shuddered all over. Dad, my awakened talent is A-level. Fart attack. When Mr. Duan heard that it was an A-level talent, his face immediately lit up with joy. This was incredible. He has so many people under him, but only one of them has awakened to A-level. The others are all B, C, D, E, F levels like weaklings. Only. What is a fart attack? Dad, I can vibrate the blood all over my body and fart out yellow smoke. Duan Yang said with difficulty. When the people around heard this, their faces changed and they seemed to want to laugh. Can farting be an A-level talent? How dare you lie to me? Mr. Duan's face darkened. No, Dad. Don't underestimate my fart. It's highly poisonous. Anyone who gets stuck with it will become dizzy and die of poisoning. Duan Yang hurriedly defended his boastful talent. He was very unconvinced. What's wrong with farting? It's an A-level talent after all, right? I suspect that your talent was awakened because Lin Yu made you urinate in it. Mr. Duan stroked his chin and pondered. Hearing this, Duan Yang's face darkened. What's the matter? Should I thank him too? Thinking of this, anger rose in his heart. Dad, isn't Lin Yu's grandson at the foot of the West Mountain? Send me a few men. I want to kill him and wash away the shame. It's not far from here. It's about half an hour away, and there's zombies everywhere. How are you going to get there? Mr. Duan frowned. Dad, it's the end of the world now. What is there to be afraid of? Don't we have a lot of guns at home? With them, plus my talent, it won't be difficult to kill our way to the foot of the West Mountain. You underestimate the zombies. Well, I must take revenge, or I will not be content to die. Duan Yang was extremely determined. Unless he killed that guy, the shadow in his heart would never go away. Okay, I'll arrange it. In the end, Mr. Duan had no choice but to agree. The zombies at this stage are not very strong, and guns have great lethality. Killing zombies also counts as obtaining crystal cores. At the foot of West Mountain, the next day, the sky was slightly brighter. The four-man team has assembled. You all know what happened last night. Today we have to kill as many zombies as possible and seize the crystal cores. Lin Yu gave instructions, and several people rushed towards the center of the street. On the way, he used his mental power to open the trading market. There are some strange things hanging on it, most of which are rare items brought by meteor showers. Lin Yu looked jealous. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that many crystal cores now, so he can only exchange attribute fruits first. He selected the keyword attribute fruit, and soon a bunch of pending orders popped up. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 40 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. These people are really crazy, asking for such a high price. Lin Yu sneered. If he had a large number of crystal cores, he would not care and would just sweep them all up. But now he could not get many in a day, so he had to be careful with his budget. Those who are willing to exchange their attribute fruits are basically people who are lucky, but too timid to kill zombies. Click on the leaderboard. There is still only one person on the rank list. First place, unnamed, level 0. In the previous life, it was not until the 6th day of the apocalypse that some people reached level 5 and the rules came into effect. The appearance of Lin Yu in this life accelerated the evolution process. On the 3rd night, Chun Jinger reached level 5, far ahead of everyone else. Clicking on the evolution points ranking, the top of the list is first place, Magician, evolution points 588. He lost 40 points in market trading last night. Second place, Unnamed, evolution points 96. Third place, Thor, evolution point 91. Thor. Lin Yu had no impression of him, but he was probably an evolver who had awakened lightning abilities. About 2 kilometers away from the hotel, we saw a lot of zombies scattered around. Now, the strength of the 4 of them has greatly increased, and they have no pressure facing ordinary zombies. Lin Yu threw out a flame, directly setting an ancient pavilion on fire. There are not many reinforced concrete buildings in the ancient town, and most of the shops are built with wooden boards. He did not realize this problem yesterday, so he did not let go completely when killing the zombies, and always retained more than 50% of his magic power to deal with unknown dangers. Now, he completely let go and prepared for a big kill. The countless ancient buildings around him can provide him with endurance. Roar! Lin Yu's movements were too big, attracting the attention of many zombies. Suddenly, they roared and rushed towards them. The tranquility of the early morning was broken. When one zombie moved, countless zombies followed. Mrs. Lin, this is too much. Let's run! In an instant, hundreds of zombies rushed forward, creating an extremely huge and terrifying noise. And in the distance, there were also zombies making a commotion, as if they were being attracted over here. Lu Yu and the other man's expressions also changed drastically. Run! Lin Yu shouted and ran back with the 3 of them. Several people ran away wildly. Almost there. After running back 300 or 400 meters, Lin Yu saw that the number of zombies following him had decreased a lot, and there were only about 30 or 40 left. The other zombies followed blindly. After running for a while, they found that there were only people of the same kind around them and no sign of aliens, so they slowly fell behind and left. Jinger, you will be responsible for picking up the crystal cores in a while. Okay, I like this job. Lin Yu stopped and looked at the zombies that were chasing him relentlessly, with a smile on his face. Then, the flame energy in his mouth quickly condensed. Flame Blade! Chapter 18, It's a Pity Not to Be a Firefighter. Flame Blade! Lin Yu activated his talent, and a blazing flame condensed into a 20 to 30 meter long sword in his hand, sweeping forward. In the blink of an eye, most of the zombies rushing towards him were chopped in half, and raging flames were ignited. In just half a minute, nearly 40 zombies were burned to ashes, leaving only crystal cores on the ground. This. Boss, your efficiency in killing zombies is too high. The 3 people watching from behind were stunned. Who the hell is the monster? There were more than 30 zombies, and they were killed so easily. Mrs. Lin, there are 14 crystal cores in total. Chun Jinger smiled happily while holding the crystal core. Magic minus 100. Lin Yu was also a little excited. The fire attack consumed 100 magic points, and the reward was worth it. His flaming sword is not a natural ability. His talent is to control flames and use the fire element between heaven and earth. As for how to use your talents to launch powerful attacks, it requires constant research, application, and practice to form a mature attack. Some people with fire talents can only use small fireballs to attack. Even if it's stronger, it can only turn into a huge fireball attack. Lin Yu is different. In the 6 years of his previous life, he had already mastered the use of fire to the extreme. In addition to the roar of fire, there are also the flaming sword, the waltz of fire, the flaming clone, the sky-burning fire array, the flaming arrow, the sky-fire meteor. However, there is no need for him to expose his methods too much. At present, the flame roar and the flame blade are enough. Come again. Lin Yu took the 3 people and used the same method again. Attract wave after wave of zombies over, and as long as there are no more than 100 of them, kill them on the spot. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan are also very powerful. The 2 of them are already level 3, and their strength is not weak. In addition, they both have A-level talents, so the damage to kill zombies is completely sufficient. The two of them have talents in long-range area attacks and can assist Lin Yu from the side. Roaring flames. It was another extremely powerful blow. Flames spurted out of Lin Yu's mouth, sweeping all the zombies in. Wind strangulation. Sand thorns. Occasionally, a few zombies rushed out of the flames, but were torn apart by the skills of Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. Magic minus 100. Feel the emptiness of magic within. Lin Yu took a deep breath, then opened his mouth wide, and a vortex of magic formed in his mouth. Then, several people saw the flames burning on the surrounding buildings, as if being pulled, turning into fire snakes and flying into Lin Yu's mouth. Boss, you can actually eat fire? It would be a shame if you don't become a firefighter. Yeah, if this skill existed before the end of the world, everyone in the fire department would be laid off. What kind of monster is this? The three of them were shocked when they saw Lin Yu's amazing move. Countless flames gathered and rushed into Lin Yu's mouth. But in just a moment, there was no more fire on the street, and it was all swallowed up by Lin Yu. Heck, after swallowing a large amount of fire element energy, Lin Yu couldn't help but burp. Magic plus 986. After absorbing the fire from 20 or 30 shops on both sides of the street, he only recovered less than 1,000 points of magic power. But this is also terrible. Half a day had passed since the battle began, and he still had more than 3,000 magic powers in his body. They have killed nearly 3,000 zombies and collected nearly 1,000 crystal cores. In the evolution point rankings, his data continued to jump wildly and was now approaching the 4,000 mark. Even Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan made it into the top 30. Daxia Evolution Points Ranking. First place, Magician, Evolution Points 3762. Second place, Unnamed, Evolution Points 427. Third place, Mad Wolf, Evolution Point 416. Number 26, Lu Yu, Evolution Points 286. Number 29, Yang Shanshan, Evolution Points 257. Everyone who was paying attention to the list was stunned when they saw the magician's terrifying evolution value. Who is the magician? He doesn't even appear on the rank list, but he's so terrifying. In half a day, I killed more than 3,000 zombies. Even if I stood still, I couldn't kill so many. It's terrifying. I suspect that the boss has a terrifying talent for large-scale attacks, at least S level or above. The one who collected a large number of attribute fruits yesterday must be the magician. The strong will always be strong. No, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to exchange some zombie crystal cores today. I want to upgrade and go out to kill zombies. Everyone, I advise you not to gamble on the attribute fruits. I ate 3 green ones, all of which increase my magic power. I haven't even awakened my innate abilities. So what's the use of this magic power? I think a magician is not just one person. He should have a team, otherwise it would be too scary. This view was shared by most people. After all, the magician's evolution point was too terrifying. The regional chat is still lively, and the text scrolls very quickly. It's the end of the world, and these people don't want to kill zombies to survive, but just waste time on writing words in the chat area. It's speechless. Time passed quickly, and the sky had darkened. Lin Yu's team returned to the hotel. Today's harvest was extremely huge. At this moment, his evolution points had reached 8,261 points. The second place did not even break 1,000, only reaching 965. A total of 2,216 crystal cores exploded, and he gave 100 each to Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan, and 200 to Qin Jing'er. When the three of them finally counted the number, they were all numb. They had no objection to Lin Yu's assignment. Although he was envious, Lu Yu knew that without Lin Yu, it would be difficult for the two of them to get even 50 pieces, let alone 200 pieces. Qin Jing'er, who did nothing but got 200 coins for free, happily went to Lin Yu to compete with her. Of course, the ending was already determined. Even the king of talking can only win a game with his mouth. Several people did not absorb the crystal core and followed Lin Yu's example to exchange it for fruits in the trading market. It seems that there are still many people who have fruits in their hands. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Less than 2 minutes after he posted the transaction order, all 1,800 crystal cores were sold out. According to his exchange rate today, 5 coins can be exchanged for a green one, and 20 coins can be exchanged for a yellow one. Basically, no one will sell for less than this. In the end, he obtained 42 yellow intermediate fruits and 192 green fruits. When he saw this data, his breath was taken away, What a huge number. This number is nothing if you spread it out. After all, there are more than 2 billion people in Dacia, and the number of people who have benefited from the fruit is estimated to be tens of millions. But if it is concentrated in one person's hands, it would be extremely terrifying. 42 yellow fruits and 192 green fruits, which is equivalent to 402 attribute points. Lin Yu was excited, glanced at Chen Jinger, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, and clicked to receive it. Evolution points, 30-20. Hiss. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but gasp. I don't know how the rules are charged, but this time they directly deducted more than 3,000 evolution points. Then, the void cracked, and countless attribute fruits poured down and directly submerged him. Lin Yu grabbed the fruit and put it into his mouth without saying a word. The fruit melted in his mouth and immediately turned into streams of energy, transforming and strengthening his body. Strength plus 5, speed plus 5, magic plus 500, magic plus 500, spirit plus 5. Chapter 19, The One Under One. Lin Yu's mouth was numb from eating so much, and in less than 10 minutes, he finally swallowed all the attribute fruits. The brand new attribute panel greatly boosted his self-confidence. Codename Magician. Level 0 Tich level 3rd level 0%. Magic power 18,500. Strength 249. Physique 136. Speed 142. Spirit 185. Talent S-level Flame Master. Evolving 86%. Unlocked forms of flame. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocked 86%. The 5th day of the apocalypse. Under Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the entire world, the entire Daxia kingdom, evolved much faster than in the previous life. In the previous life, it was only on the 6th day that someone evolved to level 5, triggering the advent of the rules. In this life, it happened 4 days earlier. At the same time, Lin Yu's behavior in the trading market also attracted the attention and follow-up of the evolvers in the entire Daxia kingdom. With Daxia's huge population base, even if only a very small number of fruits gather towards a certain group of people, it can create a large number of strong people. I'm really looking forward to the moment when the world rankings are opened. I wonder how interesting the foreigners' expressions will be when they see that all the people on the list are from Daxia. Lin Yu smiled darkly, looking forward to it. In the evening, Lin Yu and his companions were resting in a jewelry store. While counting the harvest, he ate to replenish his energy. Today's harvest was a little more than yesterday. Lin Yu directly gave 250 pills to Lu Yu and Chen Jinger, 300 pills to Chen Jinger, and kept 1922 pills for himself. Today should be your last chance. You should prioritize exchanging fruits. After today, you may not be able to exchange them anymore. Lin Yu said to the 3 of them. Boss, do you mean that those who have fruits are going to keep them for themselves? Most of those who are willing to switch will switch today. After today, there won't be many left. Chen Jinger is quite smart. That's right. Now everyone knows the function of the fruit and the effect of the crystal core. The reason why the supply was insufficient the day before yesterday was mainly because there were not many crystal cores. But today it is different. Yes, and after the initial fear, some people will try to kill zombies. If they succeed, they will definitely not exchange fruits anymore. So, today is the last chance. Having said that, Lin Yu directly clicked on the trading market. The price of green fruit has now risen to 10 crystal cores, and the price of yellow fruit has risen to 38 crystal cores, which is double what it was yesterday. Lin Yu did not hesitate and placed an order for green 10 for 1 and yellow 40 for 1. Are you all done hanging up? Lin Yu asked the 3 of them. I've placed the order, but the price is so high now. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Any change is better. Chen Jinger shook her head. There was nothing that could be done about it. Anyway, with the help of the boss, we are already far ahead of others. Yeah, if it weren't for Brother Yu, we would have died a long time ago, and we wouldn't be here today. Speaking of this, Yang Shanshan and the others were full of gratitude to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled, clicked on the evolution point list, his eyes suddenly focused, and then he understood something. Daxia evolution points ranking. First place, Magician, evolution points 14662. Second place, Archmage, evolution points 9833. Third place, Unnamed, evolution points 9721. 20th place, Vulcan, evolution points 7699. Today's rankings. It was completely renewed, and everyone's data was extremely terrifying. A world of difference compared to yesterday. The three of them also noticed Lin Yu's expression and started to check. After killing zombies for a whole day, they were just taking a break. They had no time to look at the rankings before. This was a shocking sight, and everyone was shocked. Why is it so exaggerated today? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Yes, the top 10 all have more than 9,000 evolution points. I have fallen out of the rankings. Yang Shanshan smacked her lips. Chen Jing'er thought about it. He said, I'm afraid many of them have formed teams. If there are several powerful awakeners to form a team, the efficiency will be very high. Yes, there are also some people with great talent in terms of killing range. If their basic attributes are improved, they can kill zombies very quickly. I saw it on the forum last night. Someone was discussing the Fire God ranked 20th. He is also an awakened person with fire talent and is very powerful. The Great Xiao Nation's ranking list is also different. There was only one person yesterday, but now the rankings are full. Chen Jing'er's words also attracted the attention of several people. Lin Yu clicked it and took a look. The girl still ranks first. Daxia Kingdom rank list. First place, unnamed, rank 0. Second place, unnamed, tier 0. Third place, Blade, tier 0. The rank list does not count levels, it only counts ranks. Now everyone is at level 0, so the ranking is based on the order in which they were listed first. Although the first place is still unnamed, Lin Yu knows that it is Chen Jing'er. Even if the second place has now reached level 10, he will always be ranked behind the first place unless he breaks into the first level. Let's go back and rest. Lin Yu called a few people and went to the hotel. On the way, he looked at the pending transaction orders. So far, only half of the transactions had been successful, and the other half were still pending. There are a lot of pending orders in the entire trading market today. Lin Yu knew that those truly powerful evolvers had begun to show their prowess. A few days before the end of the world, everyone was still unfamiliar with each other. But now, those who have awakened powerful talents, and those who are extremely lucky and have eaten red attribute fruits or even golden fruits will stand out. The man codenamed Blade, if Lin Yu remembered correctly. He should be from the military, with a natural awakening skill. Heavenly Sword, which is said to be indestructible and can break anything. The one codenamed the Archmage was one of the strongest men in the previous life. His innate awakening skill, Undead Scourge, was terrifying. After this guy became familiar with his supernatural powers, he was able to kill zombies at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how powerful you are, you will always be inferior to me in this life. Lin Yu's mouth curled up. He remembered a particularly good anime under one person before the end of the world, and he wanted to be the one person under one person in the end of the world. All others are inferior to him. He believes that his advantages are unmatched. Boom, boom. As soon as Lin Yu and his companions returned to the hotel, there was a knock on the door. I'll go check it out. Chen Jing'er opened the door and saw a woman in a white suit standing at the door. She had a very beautiful face. What's up? Chen Jing'er became alert. This woman's appearance was no worse than hers, and her figure was similar, but she had a more mature charm than her. Can I go in and talk? The young woman felt the hostility of the girl in front of her and smiled bitterly. Come in. After a moment's silence, Chen Jing'er let the young woman in. Are you here to see me? Lin Yu asked. I want to join your team. Hearing this, Chen Jing'er frowned. What good will it do us if you join us? As far as I know, you also brought your daughter with you, both of whom are weak women who can't even lift a finger. Lin Yu looked at her with a playful look. Chapter 20 Space Talent. Feeling Lin Yu's constant gaze looking up and down, the young woman looked a little unnatural, and her cheeks flushed slightly. How could she not know what these men were thinking? The young woman took a deep breath. She showed a calm smile on her face and said, Accept me. You will never regret it. Take you in? Lin Yu was stunned. Is it so straightforward? No, let me join your team. The young woman seemed to react as well, sensing the ambiguity in the words, and hurried to explain. Her face turned red with anxiety, and a look of shyness crept onto her face. God is my witness. Although she has some strange fantasies about Lin Yu, she is also a smart person. She knew that a readily available vase meant nothing to a man, especially in the end times. Therefore, even if she wants to find a man to rely on, even if she likes this man, and even likes him a little, she will never depend on him as a vase. Tell me, what value do you have that will prevent me from regretting it? Lin Yu became interested. This woman is always so charming. She clearly has a calm and dignified aura, but she also seems to be easily shy. That kind of contrast makes people unable to stop. Noticing Lin Yu's strange look, the two women had their own little thoughts in their minds. Slutty fox. Chun Jinger was so angry that her teeth were itching and she kept cursing in her heart. My name is Lu Shiyun. My niece is Lu Rook, and we both have awakened our talents. The young woman introduced herself. She originally ran a company in Queensland. Although it was not particularly large, it had an annual revenue of over $1 million. Ruku was the child of her twin sister, who died when Ruku was 2 years old, so she was raised by herself. Although not her biological child, her sister's child is also her child, so the two have always been mother and daughter. There are quite a few people in this world who have awakened their talents, but it's nothing. Lin Yu shook his head and said, My daughter has awakened an A-level talent, Holy Light Healing. With her here, no matter how badly she's injured, she can be saved. It's a great talent indeed. Chun Jinger was also surprised. This is a nanny's skill, which greatly improves the absolute survival rate in the Doomsday. What about you? What's your talent? My talent is S-level infinite space. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Shiyun still told it truthfully. Although both mother and daughter have awakened their talents, they seem to have no attack power. It is almost impossible to survive in this apocalypse where zombies are rampant and human nature is evil. Even if she could stockpile all kinds of supplies, she didn't have the strength to plunder them. S-level infinite space? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu stood up suddenly. This talent is really too amazing. S-level spatial talent. This is what many people dream of. In a novel, someone with such talent would definitely be the protagonist. I'm stockpiling food and supplies while others are enjoying the apocalypse. Of course, although this is against the will of heaven, it is not what Lin Yu cares about most. In the end times, only strength is the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be like the neighbor storing grain and I storing guns, and the neighbor is my granary. What Lin Yu cares about is S-level spatial talent is by no means just a simple dimensional space. There must be many spatial abilities that have not been discovered. In the previous life, anyone who awakened talents related to space was always a super powerful person. What about space dimension / space binding, space solidification, space gate? As long as you understand it, you will gain combat effectiveness. TSK. Moreover, once people who have awakened their spatial talent have mastered the ability to absorb space, they can create space rings, which are invaluable items. One piece can be sold at a sky-high price. Okay, from today on, you will follow me. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. As long as he conquered this woman, she would be a great help to him in the future. Not only is it powerful, it can also bring countless wealth. After seeing off the young lady Lu Shiyun, Lin Yu opened the trading market. At this point, all the crystal cores have been replaced with attribute fruits. He again obtained 21 yellow fruits and 108 green fruits. Compared to yesterday, it is very different, but things are valuable because they are rare, so it would be great if we can replace them all. This will bring him more than 200 points of attributes. However, Lin Yu has no plans to absorb it for the time being. He plans to wait until he finds a sister and then use it based on the situation. His current attributes are already invincible. At the same time, he did not take the attribute fruit away from the trading market, and he ignored the flashing to be taken out sign. In this world, where is the safest place to put precious things? Of course, it is in the space of rules. This is actually a card bug, but it is quite useful. He is not like Lu Shiyun, who has unlimited space. It is also troublesome to put it in the backpack every day, and it will be lost or damaged if you are not careful. However, the rule space is charged. In addition to being charged an evolution point when placing a transaction order, if the transaction is not completed and the points are not collected, a certain amount of evolution points will be deducted every day. Therefore, even if ordinary people know about this bug, they cannot afford to use it. After thinking about it, Lin Yu put the most precious thing on him, the fire dragon blood, on the trading order. 1 drop of fire dragon blood can be exchanged for a treasure of equal value. 1 drop of fire dragon blood can be exchanged for a treasure of equal value. After failing 2 orders in a row, the fire dragon's blood essence is no longer of any use to him, but its value is immeasurable. There were 7 other rare cards, so he hung them all up and used the trading market as his private space ring. What are you doing? After finishing everything, Lin Yu was just about to go to bed when Chun Jinger came over like an octopus. Failure is the mother of success. I will never give up. Give up what? Of course. I will surpass you, defeat you, and make you my wife. Oh, just you. Lin Yu attacked mercilessly. Don't underestimate me. I feel a force stirring inside me. Is this true or false? Lin Yu was shocked. Could it be that this girl was about to awaken her talent? Don't worry about whether it's true or not. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. We must cherish the present moment. Why do I feel so uncomfortable when you say this? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Isn't this usually said by men? Tianhai City, in a luxurious villa. 8 people were eating hot pot. Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something and stood up. What's wrong? His action startled everyone. Boss, someone just posted on the forum, saying that if anyone can rescue his wife and give them 100 crystal cores, he is willing to exchange it for a red attribute fruit. As soon as these words were spoken, several people exchanged glances with a hint of excitement in them. Red attribute fruit. No one can resist this temptation. In Tianhai City, the burly man among the group spoke, with lightning in his eyes. He was the leader of this small team of 8. Codename, Divine Punishment. Their small team of 8 people are all gifted awakeners, and 6 of them are A-level. Divine Punishment and the second oldest, Black Feather, both have S-level talents. Yes, in our Tianhai City. It seems that his wife is trapped in the hospital. Reply to him, I am Divine Punishment, and our Thunder team has taken over his business. Ask him to send the detailed information over. Okay, boss. Also, tell him that if he deceives me and fails to hand over the red attribute fruit, I will make him live a life worse than death. Clear. The news that Shinfa accepted the order caused a lot of discussion in the forum because he is a celebrity. Chapter 21. Searching for supplies. Divine Punishment, the strongest being ranked 9th on the evolution points list. He reached an extremely high evolution point of 9,127, which meant that he killed more than 9,000 zombies in 2 days. Such a big shot has emerged under his real name. The post instantly became the most popular one, second only to Lin Yu's post, which he paid to have pinned. Because of this incident, similar things sprang up on the forum like mushrooms after rain. Exchange the red attribute fruit for the boss's help. Another red attribute fruit trading post. Original poster. The red attribute fruit is so precious. How can you bear to give it to others? Are you lying? That's right. You'll take out the red one? Isn't it nice if I absorb it directly? Damn it. Do you think I'm willing to do that? The point is, even if it's the fruit of power, I won't be able to survive if I eat it. The poster replied anxiously below. You are just exaggerating. The red attribute fruit can add 50 points to your attributes. With 50 points of strength added, you can instantly become a great master. Zombies and the like are nothing more than chickens and dogs. You guys don't know anything. I'm hiding in a warehouse next to the zoo. Outside are a bunch of mutant tigers, lions, elephants, and so on. Are you sure I can fight my way out with 50 points of strength? As soon as the OP said this, the comment section fell silent. Take care, host. Take care, host. The comment section was instantly flooded with this sentence. Suddenly, a comment appeared. I'm a demon, and I'm in the same zoo as you. Send me your exact address, and I'll save you. Remember, this is a red attribute fruit. Another big guy showed up, ranked 5th on the evolution point list. Lin Yu slept soundly that night, mainly because he was too tired from the whole night. I don't know if it was because of Lu Shiyun, but Chun Jinger worked particularly hard and allowed him to experience a lot. What is away 18 styles? TSK. You can't imagine. After eating, Lin Yu and a few others walked out of the hotel as usual. But this time, there were 2 more people in the team, Lu Shiyun and his daughter Lu Rook. Uncle, are we going to fight monsters? Sister, are you really amazing? I want to fight monsters too. I want to protect my mom. The little girl was chattering along the way, very active, without much fear or terror. I'm afraid this innocence will be wiped out soon. Lin Yu sighed slightly, looked at the few people and said, let's go around to South Street today. What's wrong? No one should be willing to exchange attribute fruits today. Let's go get Olma's supplies first. Go around the wetland park in front of West Street, and you'll find the Alma supermarket. Several people had no objection to Lin Yu's decision. Roar! As soon as we got to the wetland park, several zombies pounced on us. Swoosh! The wind blade flew past, and the head of the zombie rushing over flew out instantly, and black blood sprayed all over the ground. Awa! Lu Rook had never seen such a bloody scene before. She was so scared that she screamed, and then a hand covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, Ru, those are monsters. Lu Shiyun also looked pale, but she still suppressed her inner fear and covered the little girl's mouth immediately. Woo-woo. Don't be afraid, Rue. I'm telling you, these are very nasty monsters that eat people. The little girl shrank her neck. If you keep being afraid, they will bully your mother and eat both you and your mother. No, we can't let the monster eat Mom. Then you must be brave, don't be afraid, and don't scream. You must be strong and kill all the monsters so that you can protect your mother. Chun Jinger patiently and instructively. Ruku is not afraid of monsters. Ruku wants to protect her mother. The little girl's expression became determined. In fact, children's thoughts are the easiest to change. Because of ignorance, there is no fear. Before the end of the world, some teenagers committed crimes and dared to kill people because of their ignorance. They don't know what the consequences will be, so they dare to do things that adults dare not do. After passing the wetland park, we soon arrived at the Orma supermarket. Boss, the door is locked from the inside. There aren't any zombies around. It looks like they've all been cleared out. There should be quite a few survivors here. Luyu knocked on the door several times, but there was no response. Kick the door open. Okay, boss. Luyu went up and kicked the door twice, but the door just shook a little and didn't open. You should know that he is now a level 3 evolver, and he has exchanged some attribute fruits in the past few days, and his strength has reached 52 points. With one kick, there is almost 1,000 kilograms of force. This is the back door. I don't know what the people inside reinforced at the back, but they can't even kick it open. I'll try again. Luyu activated his talent, and a huge wind blade slashed towards the gate. Bang! The outer door was torn apart, revealing the object behind it. The wind blade only left traces on it and was unable to cut it open. So hard. Is this steel? There are also various irons, steel bars, and the like. How did they mix these metals together and seal them here? It should be the ability of a talent awakener. Let me do it. Lin Yu was not surprised. In the end times, all kinds of talents are awakened, and it is not surprising to be able to control metal. He walked forward, flames appeared out of nowhere on his right foot, and he kicked out hard. Bang! The obstacles made of various metals were suddenly scattered by the huge force, revealing a passage. Several people stepped in. Rows of shelves came into view, filled with all kinds of food, including rice and other grains, hundreds of bags of them. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the like were all piled in a corner. Lots of them. That's great. There's so much food. I don't have to worry about having nothing to eat for a long time in the future. Sure Yun, put all of these into your infinite space and take them all away. Lu Shiyun nodded. She walked to the front of the large shelf, stretched out her right hand, and then a black hole in space appeared in front of her palm and directly swallowed the shelf. It was the first time for several people to see the spatial talent, and they were all shocked. Until what he saw at this moment. Lin Yu became more determined in his inner thoughts. Lu Shiyun's talent for space is by no means a simple way to store items. The supermarket is very big, and the place where there should be in the deep of the supermarket, where all the supplies are kept. Along the way, there was everything to eat, drink, use, and play with. Lu Shiyun accepted them all and put them all into the space. No, I'm out of magic power. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Shiyun felt a little tired. Chapter 22, Kill Them All. That'll be it for now. Let's go check out the survivors here. They should be ahead. At the end of the warehouse, a huge iron gate blocked the way. The door is unlocked. Lu Yu stepped forward and pushed the door open gently. Who? A loud shout was heard. When Lin Yu and his companions walked in, they saw a group of people staring at them. He frowned. There were more than 100 people inside, and the 20 or so people sitting on the sofa were smoking, and most of them were holding weapons in their hands. The other 70 or 80 people were all women, all of them good-looking. They were all naked and huddled in a corner. Seeing Lin Yu and others suddenly breaking in, the 20 or so people on the sofa stood up suddenly and stared at them closely. Why are you here? The leading man narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. We walked in through the back door. Impossible. The back door has been reinforced. No one can get in there. The man looked incredulous. The back door had been reinforced by their boss using his supernatural powers, and even a level 5 evolver would find it difficult to shake it. Do you think we have been hiding in here all the time? Lin Yu looked at him with a smile. I don't want to know why you are here. Now I only give you 2 choices. First, hand over these 3 women, and I will spare your lives. I may even let you join us. Second, I will kill you and leave the woman behind. A hint of lust flashed across the man's face. The 3 women in front of him were even more beautiful than the ones his boss had. I choose the third one. Haha, you're a smart guy. What did you say? The leading man was stunned for a moment. Then he became furious. Boy, are you kidding me? Congratulations, you got the answer right, but unfortunately, there is no prize. You are so sharp-tongued. It seems that you will not cry until you see the coffin. The man shouted at the men around him. Leave the women here and break the men's limbs. For people immediately surrounded them, all holding weapons, either steel pipes or fire axes. Boy, you dare to be so blind when you come to our territory. You are simply courting death. As they spoke, several people swung their weapons and smashed towards Lin Yu's legs. Sand thorns. Yang Shanshan moved first. With her innate ability, for vines as thick as bowls and made entirely of sand broke through the concrete floor and pierced straight into the bodies of the four people, piercing through them. When she saw the women in the corner, half naked and tortured to death, her anger soared. Seeing the other side attacking Lin Yu at this moment, he could no longer hold back and instantly attacked, killing the four people directly. The sand scattered and four bodies fell heavily to the ground. Talon Awakener. The leading man screamed, stood up from the sofa. A trace of fear flashed across his face. He knew very well how terrifying those with awakened talents were. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. His face instantly broke into a smile. He hurriedly smiled and said, My dear bosses, our boss has taken some people out to kill zombies and will be back soon. Several of our bosses are also gifted awakeners. It is better to resolve grievances than to create them. Maybe we can create something great together. The man smiled and bowed to Lin Yu. Shanshan, your ability can control the earth element to turn into sand thorns, so you might as well feel and think more and try to turn the land into sand and form a sand swamp. Lin Yu ignored the man and instead taught Yang Shanshan a lesson. Okay, I'll try. Yang Shanshan was delighted because sand thorns was something she would naturally master when her talent was awakened. But in fact, there is no sand in the earth. So where did her sand thorns come from? So tracing back to the origin, her talent is the ability to turn the earth element into sand. Sand thorns are just a ready-made means of attack after desertification. Not yet. When I use sand thorns, sand will naturally form and condense into thorns to attack. Yang Shanshan tried hard and found the process difficult. Don't worry, I'll tell you the method. Practice more when you have time, and feel more when you use your talent. Feel the process of sand formation. When you grasp the essence of elemental transformation, you'll be able to develop more attacking moves. Lin Yu said to Qinjinger and others, It's the same for you. You need to feel more and study more to fully discover your own talents. Several people nodded, thinking about it. On the other side, the man was ignored and could no longer remain calm. He said gloomily, What do you mean? Don't think you are the only ones who have awakened talents. We have them too. Oh, where is it? Call it out so I can see. The man was so angry that his face turned red. Several bosses who have awakened their talents have gone out to kill zombies, and they are just the younger brothers who stayed behind to guard the supplies. Oh, kill them all! Lin Yu's light words made everyone present feel a chill in their bodies. Lin Yu frowned. Why? Can't you do it? Boss, Lu Yu just opened his mouth. Lin Yu interrupted him. If you can't do it, don't call me boss. They really deserve to be killed. Yang Shanshan waved her right hand, and dozens of sand thorns broke through the ground and stabbed towards those people. Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. This woman is actually more decisive than Lu Yu now, which is very good. Qinjinger also moved. She grabbed a steel pipe and pierced the throat of the person opposite her, and blood gushed out. Lin Yu was ashamed. This woman was actually quite violent. Kill. Seeing that the two women had already taken action, Lu Yu gritted his teeth, condensed a wind blade, and killed those people. In less than 2 minutes, the ground was covered with corpses. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone except Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. Although the scene of killing zombies is more disgusting than this, these are living people after all. This was their first time killing someone. I'll kill you. Sudden. Among the group of women in the corner, more than a dozen people rushed out. They picked up various weapons on the ground and threw them at the dead people. What's more, those who didn't grab the weapons just started talking. They bit off the man's ear with their teeth, and they were venting wildly. Let's go and have a look on the second floor. Lin Yu raised his feet and took the lead in walking up the escalator next to him. Most of the second floor was daily necessities and the like. After searching for useful things, I saw a few more women on the third floor. These women are all very beautiful, but their eyes are dull due to the torture. They were even naked, just lying on the bed. These beasts. Yang Shanshan cursed angrily. Although the other few people didn't say anything, their expressions were ugly and gloomy. Chapter 23, The Locked Man. The end of the world is a living hell, so you'd better adjust your mindset and not have any compassion. Otherwise, you might be the one lying there someday. Lin Yu's words were like a devil's voice, making all the women present shudder. After walking a little further, I found a big iron gate. Lu Yu stepped forward, swung out a wind blade, and tore the iron door apart. Inside, a young man in black was locked in the room. Several thick iron chains locked his limbs tightly in the four corners of the room. At the same time, countless steel bars stuck his whole body and extended directly to his neck, making him unable to move at all. What's even more terrifying is, 2 steel bars pierced his calves, and the blood had already coagulated at the wounds. The loud noise made the young man open his eyes. "You are not Wang Hao's men. Who are you?" The young man asked the people in front of him. "Who are you? Who is Wang Hao?" Lin Yu asked back. Hearing this, the young man confirmed that those people were not Wang Hao's men. His eyes suddenly lit up and then dimmed again. "I was originally the occupier of this Olma supermarket. Later, when I was out killing zombies, Wang Hao's brother came here. This beast actually insulted my wife. When I rushed back, it was too late. My wife had committed suicide." The young man gritted his teeth as he said this. "I cut that bastard into pieces and fed them to the zombies, but my wife will never come back." "Then how did you become like this?" "Later, Wang Hao came with his men. He imprisoned me here and tortured me every day." The young man's eyes were filled with hatred. "As long as I'm alive, one day, I'm going to send these bastards to hell. They're all beasts." "Wang Hao is the one who is occupying the supermarket now?" Chun Jinga asked. "Yes, that's them. Everyone, I don't know why you are here, but I advise you to leave quickly." The young man looked at them and said, "When Wang Hao and the others come back, you will all be in a miserable end, especially these 3 women. You don't want us to save you?" Lin Yu was very curious. The young man shook his head. "You still have a chance to leave now. If you save me, Wang Hao will not let you go. You are a man, but it's a pity that we have to let you down." Lin Yu walked forward, grabbed the chains, and with a little force, the chains broke directly. When the young man saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, Lin Yu easily broke open the steel bars that imprisoned the young man and rescued him. He grabbed the steel bar that pierced the young man's calf and pulled it out violently. Hiss! The young man looked painful, but he still endured it and didn't make any loud noise. "Xiao Ku, come and treat him," Lin Yu said. The little girl had a determined face and didn't seem afraid at all. She walked forward, placed her hands on the young man's bleeding wound, and a light green light emerged. Everyone saw it. The young man's wounds were healing and forming scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. So scary. Ruku is amazing. This must be a healing talent. Several people were shocked when they saw this scene. "Thank you all for saving my life. If you need me, Shaowen, will be at your disposal." The young man stretched his body and bowed towards Lin Yu. Let's go. Let's go down and wait for them." Lin Yu nodded slightly, picked up Lu Rook, and said. The little girl was very pleased and proud to receive everyone's praise. "Aren't you leaving?" Shaowen looked surprised. "These people are actually waiting here for Wang Hao and his group. Don't they want to live? I know you may be strong, but that group of people are even stronger. It won't be good to play against them." Shaowen said in a deep voice. "This is our business. If you are afraid, you can leave on your own." Several people looked at him, and all followed Lin Yu down. They obeyed Lin Yu's words unconditionally. Shaowen looked at the backs of several people and gritted his teeth. Finally, he sighed and said, "Forget it. At worst, I can just give my life back to them. At least I don't have to endure that kind of torture anymore." Looking at the young man who followed, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Wang Hao is so scary. Why don't you leave? You saved me. No matter how dangerous the mountains and rivers of fire are, I will risk my life to accompany you." Shaowen paused, then added, "Besides, I am also very strong." "Then why are you imprisoned?" Shaowen's expression froze, and he stopped talking angrily. "What talents do Wang Hao and his gang have?" Wang Hao possesses an S-level talent, forbidden magic. Under the influence of his talent, no one's innate abilities can be used. I was captured because of the forbidden magic. There are 5 awakeners under him. A-level Hubin has the ability to control steel, and A-level Qinzhong can become invisible. These two are also very strong. The remaining three are nothing to be afraid of. They are C-level Fireball, D-level Strength Amplification, and D-level Speed Up. S-level Forbidden Magic, quite interesting. Lin Yu muttered to himself. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful innate ability and should belong to the rule system. The rules are fair. The practitioner must also comply with this rule. In this forbidden magic range, no one can use their talents and can only rely on basic attributes to fight. A few people walked to the first floor and looked at the corpses on the ground with some disgust. Desertification. Suddenly, Yang Shanshan let out a tender cry. As she finished her words, the hard concrete floor seemed to be corroded, melting rapidly and turning into sand in an instant. The sand rolled and swallowed up all the corpses on the ground. I did it! Yang Shanshan was extremely excited. After listening to Lin Yu's words, she kept pondering and thinking, and finally she grasped the essence of desertification. Shanshan, you are amazing. You understood it so quickly. Chun Jinger was full of envy, as her talent had not even awakened yet. It seems that you have a good understanding. Lin Yu also praised with a smile. Xiao Wen's expression changed. It turned out that this woman was also a person with awakened talent, and she looked very strong. After dealing with the corpse, the overall environment became much cleaner. Lin Yu took Lu Shiyan back to the warehouse and took away all the supplies that had not been taken away before. Crash. Half an hour later, the rolling door was slowly pulled up. Brother Hao, you are so awesome. I think that zombie was already level 10, but it was killed so easily. The bosses should be able to reach level 7 tonight. As the rolling door was pulled up, the voices of a group of people were heard. Hearing the sound, Lu Yu and others stood up and stared at the door. Wang Hao walked into Orma with 70 or 80 people. When he saw Lin Yu and others, he was stunned. Where's Haozi? Where did you get these three women? They are pretty. These women are more beautiful than celebrities. You bosses are in for a treat tonight. A group of people didn't take them seriously, thinking they were mice brought in from outside. They all looked at the three women and started to joke with them. Chapter 24, Forbidden Magic Area. No, that's Xiao Wen. A stern-faced man narrowed his eyes and gave a gentle reminder. Hearing this, everyone looked over carefully. Are you here to save Xiao Wen? Wang Hao sneered. Where's Haozi? We killed him. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and had no intention of getting up. Hearing this, Wang Hao and his group immediately pressed forward. The feeling of oppression from 70 or 80 people is still very strong, and these people have fought many zombies and have a strong blood energy. The people behind Lin Yu suddenly became nervous, and they were all secretly accumulating strength. Crash! Suddenly, 13 of the women in the corner stood up, holding weapons tightly in their hands. These women said nothing. All walked behind Lin Yu and stood still, confronting Wang Hao and others. Their actions surprised Lin Yu. Haha, you don't want to rely on these bitches, do you? Wang Hao laughed. He waved his hand violently, and a dozen of his younger brothers rushed out behind him. Lu Yu took a step forward and swung his right hand. Countless wind blades condensed out of thin air and quickly slashed towards the oncoming crowd. Puff! Puff! The wind blade flew past, bringing out a streak of blood. Among the dozen or so people who rushed over, 5 or 6 of them instantly fell down, holding their necks, and the others were covered with wounds and bleeding profusely. The Awakener, beside Wang Hao, a short man, disappeared in an instant. Lu Yu, the invisible Awakener on the other side, has taken action. Carefully feel the fluctuations of the wind element in the air. Lin Yu spoke up to remind him. Invisibility only hides the body, but his aura and murderous intent are still there. Even when he moves, the wind will flow. Feel the change in the wind, and you'll find him easily. Boss, I understand. When Lu Yu first heard the invisible man taking action, he felt a little flustered. Hearing Lin Yu's words at this moment, he felt relieved and began to feel it carefully. I found you! Suddenly, Lu Yu swung his hands violently, and an extremely huge wind blade slashed towards his left front. When? The invisible man's figure was shaken out. The huge wind blade directly cut off the dagger in his hand and tore a bloody wound on his shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut in half by that blow. The invisible man retreated at high speed. The wind blade in Lu Yu's hand flew and slashed at the man again. Dang, dang, dang. Hu Bin, who can control steel, took action. Under his control, more than 10 steel bars flew from all directions and crashed into the wind blade in the air. Snort! Yang Shanshan snorted softly, and her talent was activated. Several sand vines condensed together, broke through the concrete floor from underground, and stabbed forward. Hu Bin's face changed, and he grabbed with his right hand. All the metal objects around him were controlled and flew into his hands. A barrier made of various metals quickly formed in front of him, blocking the wind blades and sand thorns. This man is very powerful, and his methods are not limited to this. Shaowen looked solemn. Indeed, his control over his own innate abilities is much stronger than Lu Yu and the others. Sure enough, Hu Bin waved his hand, and the metal barrier dispersed again and floated in the air. One by one, the steel bars flipped over, and as he pushed out his palms, they shot towards Lin Yu and the others like sharp swords. Several people's expressions changed. Wind strangulation. Lu Yu once again condensed countless wind blades, forming a small tornado that swept forward. This move was obviously much more powerful. With one touch, most of the steel bars were torn apart and cut off by the storm. But there are still many who broke through the wind blades and killed several people. Ice shield. With a loud shout, Shaowen flashed forward. The blue ice crystals in his hands quickly condensed and formed a large and thick ice shield that blocked everyone in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Several steel bars hit the ice shield, and after being inserted a little bit, they were completely blocked. This guy is so strong. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he was alone, he would not be a match at all. Metal manipulator. It does look like he is stronger. You are wrong. He is strong because he has a better control over metal than you. If you can control your talents to the same extent as him, you will also be very strong. Lin Yu said, when a talent is brought to its full potential, it should not be underestimated. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and said, let's end this quickly. Let's do it together and kill. The same thing happened to Wang Hao on the opposite side. His expression turned cold, and he gave the order. In an instant, all kinds of supernatural powers flew around. This is not a battle that ordinary evolvers can participate in at all, unless their own attributes are very strong. Lin Yu stepped forward, suddenly stretched out his right hand, and grabbed a person out of thin air. If not the Invisible Man, then who else could it be? Lin Yu grabbed his neck with his right hand and slammed him to the ground. Bang! There was a sound of a head cracking. An awakener with A-level talent died, so cleanly. Everyone was shocked. How terrifying is this guy's power? Suddenly, a strange force appeared in the field and quickly spread. The moment this force appeared, the wind blades, sand spikes, and ice cones in the air disappeared into thin air. Various metal objects also fell from the sky. This is an S-level talent, forbidden magic. I can't use my special abilities anymore. Lu Yu looked a little shocked. It is indeed a very strong talent in the rule system. Lin Yu felt that the S-level flame in his body was bound and could not be used. However, it is not an absolute rule series after all. As long as he unleashes all his magic power, he can easily break this magic ban. When the magic power gap between the two sides is too big, if you explode, you can break the constraints of these ordinary rules. If it was absolutely banning magic, it would be different. Although there are only two additional words absolutely, the rules are completely different. Under absolute rules, everyone must follow. You ants have no idea how powerful S-level talents are. I want you all to die. The death of the Invisible Man made Wang Hao completely angry because that was his trump card. Under the magic ban rules, you can't use your talents either. Why are you so proud? Lu Yu said, come here, I will beat you to death. Idiot, Wang Hao replied coldly. When he couldn't use his talents, he had 60 or 70 evolvers under his command and could easily crush the opponent. So why should he put himself in danger? This guy won't be fooled. He's not as stupid as I thought. Lu Yu scratched his head. Yang Shanshan was speechless. It seems like I'm going to die here today. Shaowen sighed. Don't underestimate us. You must be ready to release your talents and abilities at any time to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. Lin Yu instructed and stepped forward. Release your powers? What does that mean? Shaowen was confused. Now that magic is banned, how can we release supernatural powers? Chapter 25 Metal Manipulator. Don't talk nonsense, just listen to the boss. Lu Yu and his friends trusted Lin Yu 100%. Break their legs for me. With Wang Hao's loud shout, the younger brothers behind him rushed over with weapons in hand. Lin Yu rushed into the crowd. With a kick, the man flew out like a cannonball, knocked down 7 or 8 people in succession, and then fell to the ground without breathing. Bang! The steel pipe hit Lin Yu's shoulder heavily, but he punched the man in the chest as if nothing had happened. Blood spurted out, and the man fell straight to the ground, his chest sunken. Lin Yu was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and a wolf among the flock of sheep. Every move can take away a little Karami. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. What kind of cowhorse monster is this? Isn't this person already level 10? Wang Hao was shocked when he saw Lin Yu, who was as brave as a monster. Or maybe he has eaten a lot of power fruits. Then follow the old rules. I will remove the forbidden magic in a moment, and you will immediately use your talent to kill him. Hu Bin responded and slowly accumulated strength in secret. They didn't expect that with Magic Band, 60 or 70 of their men couldn't even defeat that man. I'm afraid that in another 7 or 8 minutes, all his brothers will be dead. Now, Wang Hao's eyes focused, and he instantly removed the Magic Band. Hu Bin also took action in an instant. Countless steel bars were as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. The two of them have collaborated on this kind of operation countless times and have long been able to achieve seamless and perfect coordination. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu had already anticipated this. Roaring flames. At the moment when the forbidden magic disappeared, he also displayed his own innate abilities. Flames spurted out of his mouth, carrying unparalleled power, knocking the flying steel pipes and the people around him back. The flames were burning, and when those people fell to the ground, they went to see the king of hell without much struggle. This is impossible. Wang Hao widened his eyes. Lin Yu swayed and pounced on the two men. He was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. His fist was wrapped in flames, and he smashed it directly. Forbidden magic! The rogue skill was activated again, and the flame on Lin Yu's fist disappeared out of thin air, but his fist still went straight forward. Go to hell! A dagger appeared in Wang Hao's hand, and he stabbed at Lin Yu as well. When he awakened his S-level talent, all his attributes increased by 20 points. Later, he absorbed several attribute fruits. He didn't believe that Lin Yu's strength would be stronger than his. Oh! Lin Yu sneered. His current four-dimensional attributes had already surpassed everyone else. Compare strength with him? Isn't it like a fat pig running into a butcher's house, simply seeking death? Sure enough, at the touch of a finger, the dagger was broken directly by the fist and then hit Wang Hao's chest. This is impossible. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. The huge force from the collision directly knocked him away. The magic band was suddenly interrupted. Roaring flames. Another huge flame spurted out, and the whole process was smooth without wasting a second. After the fire, the surroundings were in ruins. Hu Bin was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes ragged, his body covered with wounds and blood gushing out. In front of him, the protective shield made of metal broke into pieces. Ahem. How can you be so strong? Hu Bin spoke with difficulty. The man in front of him was so incredibly strong, beyond his imagination. After saying this, he fell down and stopped breathing. Beside him, Wang Hao had been dead for a long time. Even if it's the more powerful absolute magic forbidden, my basic attributes are strong enough, so I have nothing to fear. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Without the suppression of the forbidden magic, Lu Yu and his companions also began to kill. Soon, all the people Wang Hao brought were gone. Xiaowen looked at Lin Yu's back, his heart filled with shock. So many powerful people were easily destroyed by this man. As everyone walked out of the Olma supermarket, Lin Yu's expression froze and he looked into the distance. He felt that he was being watched. Really, on a huge billboard about 800 or 900 meters away, there was a figure standing, looking at this side. Lin Yu looked carefully, but saw the figure falling from the billboard and disappearing. He frowned. Am I overthinking it? In the evening, a group of people gathered in the hotel lobby. Light the candles and eat the delicious food slowly. In the past 2 days, the zombies on West Street were almost cleared out by Lin Yu and his companions, and those people in the hotel had already fled. Therefore, this place temporarily became their gathering place. Today's zombies have become much stronger. I feel like most of them have reached level 3, and many have even reached level 5. Yeah, those zombies were much easier to kill a few days ago than they are now. A lot of people felt the pressure. Not only were they getting stronger, but the zombies were also getting stronger rapidly as time went by. But fortunately, the probability of crystal nuclei being produced is much higher than before. Lin Yu wiped his mouth and looked at everyone. Since you have all joined this group, Chun Jinger will be your boss from now on. Everyone was shocked. Are you leaving? Chun Jinger looked gloomy when she heard that. After tomorrow, I will be going to Tianhai City. It's too risky for you to follow me. Lin Yu looked at Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. The two of them hurriedly said, "Don't worry, boss. We will listen to you and will protect my sister-in-law in the future." Lin Yu looked at Xiaowen. "What about you? I think you're all very good partners, so I'll stay here too." Xiaowen said, "We'll follow Big Sister too." The remaining 13 women in the hall spoke in unison. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the performance of these women in the Olma supermarket. So when Chun Jinger wanted to take them away, he did not stop her. "Well, now that we are a team, I hope that you can all be people that each other can trust and survive in the apocalypse." Everyone nodded, feeling something inexplicable growing in their hearts. Today we have obtained a total of 1,751 crystal cores. Jinger will give you 400 of them. You can directly upgrade to level 10. Lin Yu asked Lu Shiyan to take out all the crystal cores and pile them on the table. Liu Yu 220. Shanshan, you also have 220. Xiaowen, you have 180. These three people are all A-level talent awakeners and the strongest force in the team, so they are naturally given priority for upgrading. "Thank you, boss," Lu Yu and the other man said in unison, with happy faces. They're now level 3. It takes 40 pearls to reach level 4 and 50 pearls to reach level 5. 220 pearls are just enough for both of them to reach level 7. "Thanks, boss." Xiaowen had never called anyone like this before, and he felt a little uncomfortable the first time. He was level 4, and after absorbing these 180 pills, he just reached level 7. There are 13 of you, 40 each, which is just enough to upgrade to level 2. "Do we have any too?" The 13 girls were shocked. They didn't expect that they could also get a crystal core. They were just rescued today and became members of this team. Although they are weak women, they still got the crystal core. Each person had 40 pills, which was something they had never dared to imagine before. I said, "I hope this team is made up of warm-hearted people who can be trusted, rather than people who take advantage of each other." Of course, it's impossible for everyone to get the same resources. The three of them are all gifted awakeners. The stronger they are, the greater the chance of the entire team surviving. "Boss, we understand. Thank you." The 13 women expressed their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 26. Eternal Day. 9 days since the end of the world. These women have experienced too much darkness, and only at this moment do they feel that there is still a bit of warmth and kindness in this world. "Keep going. We'll try to get all of you to level 5 tomorrow." Everyone cheered, as if they had found their home. There are 220 left. Give them to Shiyin and Ru Ke. The final crystal cores, 110 each, can allow both of them to level 4. "What about you? Don't you want it?" Lu Shiyin asked. "I'm not in a hurry. I'll just use the extra tomorrow." Lin Yu was indeed not in a hurry to upgrade. Upgrading from level 0 was actually quite easy. As long as there were enough crystal cores, he could quickly reach level 10. The hard part is after level 10. When you reach level 10, you need 10 first-order crystal cores to advance. At the first level, all attributes will be doubled. Ordinary people cannot defeat a first-level zombie at all, let alone kill it. Only evolvers who have awakened A-level talents have the opportunity and ability to kill ordinary first-level creatures alone. Otherwise, it basically requires cooperation among multiple people. "Boss, how about we give our team a name? Something like Thunder Team would be cool." "So, what do you think is a good name?" "How about the King's Whirl? Have you played too many games?" "If it were me, I'd call it Worry-Free Little Building." Lin Yu covered his forehead with his hands. "What is going on? Let's call him Yongzhou." Lin Yu interrupted everyone and used the name from his previous life. "Eternal Day?" "Yes, Yongzhou. I hope that everyone in our team will have a bright future." This is good and full of hope. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a little excited. Eternal daylight finally came into being in this life. The 10th day of the apocalypse. Yongzhou's 3 A-level awakeners have all reached level 10, and the other 13 women are all level 5. In the ancient town, it should be considered a strong force. "You won't forget me, will you?" Chun Jinger looked at Lin Yu with reluctance in her eyes. "No, you're my first woman. I will never forget you." Lin Yu gently touched her head. Wenru said, "You must try your best to survive. At the latest, you can reach the 3rd level. Then we will definitely meet again. If I awaken my talent and become powerful, can I go with you?" Lin Yu's experiences during this period have already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Don't think too much. The presence of magic in your attributes means that your talent has been activated, but it has not yet fully awakened. The harder it is to awaken a talent, the more extraordinary it will be after awakening. I estimate that when you awaken, you will be at least S level. Lin Yu held Chen Jing'er in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Stay alive and wait for me." "Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll definitely be on top next time we meet." "Well, let you be on top. I don't need you to let me. I could do it myself. Have you ever tried it on a motorcycle?" Lin Yu glanced at the door from the corner of his eye, where a motorcycle with a cool appearance and smooth lines was parked. A picture suddenly appeared in his mind. The two of them are speeding through life on a motorcycle. "Let's go. We will continue to advance towards the center today and try to get everyone to level 10 within 3 days." After Lin Yu left, Chen Jing'er quickly made arrangements. "I must awaken my talent and not hold him back." She looked determined. "Where are we going now?" Lu Shiyin held Ru Ku's hand and followed behind Lin Yu. She didn't expect that Lin Yu didn't bring anyone else, but brought them mother and daughter. Does he want to do that to me when no one is around? What should I do if he uses force? He's so strong, I can't seem to resist him. Lu Shiyin was lost in thought, and as she thought about it, blushes appeared on her face. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice Lin Yu stopped and bumped into Lin Yu's back. "What are you daydreaming about?" Lin Yu looked at the young woman with a flushed face, speechless. "No, nothing. We are heading towards Huanxi Road now. I remember there are many 4S stores there. You want to buy a car?" Lu Shiyin blurted out. "It's the end of the world. Why buy a car? Can't you just buy a few?" I don't know what this woman is thinking about. She looks absent-minded. "We are going to Tianhai City, which is nearly 600 kilometers away. We can't walk there without a few cars," Lin Yu said as he walked. Lin Shiyin calmed down and said, "We still have gasoline. Put more in the space. It should be very useful in the future." Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman is quite smart. The three of them followed the Huanxi Road and killed their way forward. The zombies along the way were scattered and not many in number. Lin Yu did not take action and gave them to Lu Shiyin and Ruku as sparring partners. It's so difficult for ordinary evolvers to level up. Lu Shiyin was panting. After about an hour, she and her daughter were already a little tired, and only about 50 zombies died at their hands. There were only 12 crystal cores in hand. Although she is only level 5, she has awakened an S-level talent, and her 4-dimensional attributes are much stronger than ordinary people. She just lacks practical experience and has not discovered her natural attack methods, so for now she can only rely purely on basic attributes to kill zombies. At this rate, if everything goes well, an ordinary evolver can only get less than 100 crystal cores a day. This requires a level 5 evolver. If it were a level 1 evolver, it would be difficult to kill a zombie now. It's already the 10th day of the apocalypse, and most zombies have reached level 3 or 4. The row in front seems to be a 4S store, but there are so many zombies. Lin Yu took a look, and it was true. There were 5 4S stores connected together, but they were full of zombies, at least 2 or 3,000. This number of zombies is no longer a problem for him. "Wait here for me. I'll go over and clean up the zombies before you go over." Lin Yu now has terrifying attribute values. He doesn't care about these low-level zombies as long as their number is less than 10,000. His current speed is 142 points, and when he runs at full speed, these level 3 and 4 zombies can't even touch his sleeves. However, you must avoid being surrounded, otherwise there will be zombies everywhere, and no matter how fast you are, it will be useless as you will have nowhere to move. Lin Yu flashed and rushed towards the group of zombies quickly. When the distance was about 50 meters, he threw a fireball at the group of zombies. The fireball turned into flames and exploded, instantly burning 7 or 8 zombies to death. Roar! Suddenly, the zombies rioted. The zombies on the outermost edge roared and rushed towards Lin Yu. Roaring flames! The terrifying flames swept across like a huge wave, enveloping the hundreds of zombies rushing in the front. After the fire, there were crystal cores all over the ground. "Come again!" Lin Yu roared wildly, and huge waves of fire rushed into the zombie group one after another. These brainless guys felt no pain, and all their actions were based on instinct, rushing into the flames one after another. Chapter 27 Being Targeted. Compared to the 2 days before the end of the world, Lin Yu's current attributes are much stronger. The power of the flame roar he displayed is also greater than before. Each use of this skill consumes 200 points of magic power. However, he now has strong magic power, 18,500 magic power, which is enough for him to cast it 92 times. And every time it is used, It can take away at least hundreds of zombies. But after a moment, there was no more zombie outside the forest shop. Shiryun, come over here and pick up the crystal core. That's a lot. Can we reach level 10 tonight? Lu Shiryun's eyes were filled with excitement. There are probably about 500 or 600 of them on the ground. Careful. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed out from the forest store, and a dry, pale hand grabbed the three people. Lin Yu quickly pulled Lu Shiryun and the other person over, wrapped his fist in flames, and punched out. Bang! The black shadow was directly blown away. The three of them looked intently. It was a zombie with disheveled hair. Unlike ordinary zombies, there was no sign of decay on its face. Its face was pale and bloodless, and its eyes were also white without eyeballs. First level zombie. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. After an evolver reaches level 10, he needs to absorb 10 first-order crystal cores to break through and reach the first order. Level 1 and level 0 to level 10 are different concepts. All attributes will be doubled. Roar! After being repelled, the first-level zombies rushed over again at an extremely fast speed. Roaring flames. A flame spurted out, but the zombie dodged left and right, avoiding the flame and rushing forward again. The first-level zombies already have some combat experience and know how to dodge. They will no longer rush forward foolishly. Lin Yu clenched his right fist and struck out with flames wrapped around it. The zombie was knocked away again. It seems that this zombie is evolving towards speed. Lin Yu thought to himself. As a first-level zombie, this zombie's strength is obviously not as good as his third-level self, but his speed is very fast. It's faster than me, so it's hard to hit me. I'll wait for it to attack me first, and then I'll take the opportunity to attack. Lin Yu thought about it and came up with an idea. Here it comes. Lin Yu protected the two women behind him and saw the zombies attacking again. He didn't move, waiting quietly for the best opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the zombie appeared in front of him, grabbing Lin Yu with both hands. Right now, flames instantly covered his body. He stretched out his hands and accurately grabbed the zombie's claws. Roar! The zombie roared, but its strength was not as strong as Lin Yu's, and after its hands were grabbed, it was unable to break free. It opened its mouth wide and bit forward quickly. At this time, Lin Yu also opened his mouth wide. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't about to kiss a zombie. Roaring flames. A beam of flame suddenly shot out from his mouth. At such a close distance, and with his hands restrained, the zombie had no way of dodge. The beam of flame accurately rushed into the zombie's throat. Boom! The terrifying force pierced the zombie's neck in an instant, and then its entire head fell down and hit the ground. Although there is some combat awareness, it is obviously not much. Lin Yu threw the half-zombie in his hand away, knocked open his head, and took out the first-level crystal core. It's about the size of a walnut and light green in color. Uncle, you are awesome. The little girl Ru could clap her hands nearby. Lin Yu smiled and reached out to touch her head. Were you scared just now, Ru-ko? I'm not afraid. It took the three of them more than 10 minutes to collect all the crystal cores on the ground, a total of 527 of them. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to sense something and looked into the distance. On the roof of a low building not far away, a thin figure stood quietly. It seems that it has been staring in this direction, or rather, staring at him all the time. It's him again. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This figure has appeared for the second time, and every time it gives him a very bad feeling. At this moment, the figure jumped down from the roof and disappeared. What's wrong? Lu Shiryun noticed his strangeness and spoke. Nothing, let's go in. Lin Yu shook his head and said nothing more. Lu Shiryun didn't ask any more questions. Just walked into the forest store. Brother Yu, you have absorbed them all. Lu Shiryun handed all the crystal cores to Lin Yu. Good. Lin Yu thought about it, didn't waste any words, took the crystal core, and began to absorb it. The whole process was very quick. He was still at level 3 now, and he had to absorb 490 of them to reach level 10. Codename Magician. Level 0 Take level 10th, level 0%. Magic power 22,500. Strength 289. Physique 176. Speed 182. Spirit 225. Talent S-level Flame Master. Evolving 99%. Unlocked forms of flame. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, 99% unlocked. Such a terrifying attribute panel. Lin Yu believed that no one in this world could do it. Looking at the progress of the talent evolution, It has been stuck at 99% for several days. Lin Yu estimated that it should be completed soon. He is still looking forward to it. Brother Yu, I looked around and found that this house is full of sedans. They're not suitable. Lu Shiyun said, there is a Wrangler next door and Mercedes-Benz is also there, so we still have to choose an off-road vehicle. You're right. Many roads are damaged now. It's more convenient to drive an off-road vehicle. Lin Yu nodded. He hadn't thought of this at first. Moreover, off-road vehicles are the dream of many men. Let's go to the Wrangler next door. The three of them searched all the Wrangler and Mercedes-Benz 4S stores. 3 intact Wranglers and a G-Class were found and all put into Lu Shiyun's space. Can you drive? Yes, I used to drive a G-Class when I was working. Lin Yu was surprised. It seemed that before the end of the world, this young woman's company had made quite good profits. Lu Shiyun was driving a G-Class. Lin Yu was sitting in the passenger seat, and the little girl Ru Ku was in the back seat. The three of them just drove past in a swagger. Forget it, let's just walk. Within 2 minutes, the G-Force was no longer able to move forward, and many cars were lying in the middle of the road. The three of them got out of the car and loaded the G-Class. There's a gas station up ahead. Let's go get all the gasoline as well. Lin Yu turned his head and asked, can you put liquid directly into your infinite space? Or do you need to find a bucket to put it in? It seems not necessary. I can control the space and condense a space barrier inside to divide the space. Then you should feel the changes in the flow of space more often, so as to comprehend skills with lethal power. Lin Yu was now more convinced that Lu Shiyun's spatial talent was not that simple. Soon, they arrived at the gas station. Lu Shiyun opened the space black hole and threw the gasoline gun head into it, and the gasoline flowed into the infinite space through the gasoline gun. Just at this moment, congratulations to the humble gentleman of Daxia Nation for becoming the first evolver in the world to break through to the first level. Evolvers from all over the world connect to the Rules Forum to share information. All survivors, please pay attention to the top post on the forum, which is related to the evolution of each country. Chapter 28, 100 Nations Fighting. Someone actually reached the first level so quickly? Faster than me? Lin Yu was very shocked. At this stage, it is not difficult for the strong to reach level 10. Starting from level 0, only 560 crystal cores are needed. Killing more than 3,000 zombies is basically enough to reach level 10. Most of the teams composed of A-level talents, or strong people with S-level talents, should have reached level 10 yesterday. I estimated that it would take another 5 or 6 days for a first-level evolver to be born, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Lin Yu was secretly shocked. In this life, there are obviously more powerful people. First-level zombies or mutant beasts are still rare, making it difficult to obtain first-level crystal cores. Secondly, only those with strong S-level talents are capable of killing a first-level enemy alone, and it is not easy. Even those with A-level talents need the cooperation of multiple people to kill the first level. A humble gentleman, it turns out to be him. Looking at the names on the list, Lin Yu recalled in his mind and finally remembered. Code name, Modest Gentleman, Talent, S-level Psychic. This talent is very powerful. It can sign a contract with any mutant beast and make it become one's own psychic beast. The mutant beasts in the zoo are indeed easier to upgrade to the first level than zombies. The humble gentleman and his spirit beast work together to kill other first-level mutant beasts with a high success rate. No wonder he was the first person to advance to the first level. Lin Yu murmured to himself, this guy was a strong man who entered the strongest sequence in his previous life. Once animals and plants mutate and evolve, they become much more terrifying than zombies and are extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also felt some pressure. He was reborn, and although he sees many opportunities that did not belong to him, the world is so big, and some people are born with good opportunities. But I have memories of my past life. Lin Yu suddenly smiled. He has the memories of his past life and knows so many secrets. As long as he acts according to the plan, he will eventually be stronger than everyone else. Lin Yu believed that his basic attributes were the strongest in the world. Besides, my talent evolution has not been fully completed, and my dragon flame form has not been unlocked yet, so I cannot advance one level ahead of time. After thinking it through, Lin Yu was no longer in a hurry. After unlocking the dragon flame form, his attributes will be further improved. How could he advance ahead of time? Then he opened the rules forum. A post formed by a rule was pinned at the top, and the content inside made all the survivors nervous. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, all countries in the world with more than 2 million survivors will compete. The champion country will receive a plus 3% bonus to all attributes of the country's evolvers. The second and third place countries will receive a permanent plus 2% bonus to all attributes of the country's evolvers. The 4th to 10th place countries will receive a permanent plus 1% bonus to all attributes. Each eligible country will vote in the forum to select 100 strong participants. These explosive news made everyone in various countries excited. Below the post, countless people were frantically posting comments. Fuck, the champion country gives all survivors a plus 3% attribute? No need to say anything. The champion has already been reserved by our great Xia nation. Bullshit, who the hell is the Xia? How could it be worthy of winning the championship? The championship must belong to our Sakura country. Many evolvers in Sakura country made irresponsible remarks under the post. Brothers, join the Green Gang. I will lead you to ride on the cherry blossoms and put an end to your life. The Sky Blasting Gang has applied to join the battle. Qin Shi Mingyue applied to join the battle. Yong Zhou applies to go into battle. The 36 celestial beings request to go to battle. Kill these bastards. You are just a tiny piece of land, and you dare to be so arrogant? Wait for my Hansui palace to flood you with seawater and drown you. The remarks made by the Sakura country angered countless evolvers in Dacia, and they all shouted that they wanted to trample the cherry blossoms on their horses. Bagialo, Dacia Nation is waiting. Our great God society will set foot on your land again, and then no one will be left alive. A bunch of weaklings who can only cry out for mercy dare to covet our great Xia territory? You don't know how to live or die. Lin Yu looked at these comments with a cold light in his eyes. He remembered that in the 4th year after the end of his previous life, the Sakura country disappeared. Completely disappeared from the world map. They continued to discharge nuclear wastewater, and the mutant beasts absorbed the nuclear energy in the ocean. Many super powerful mutant beasts appeared, many of which surpassed the holy beasts. In that sea area, nuclear energy gave birth to a super monster similar to Godzilla. Name, Blue Dome, ranked 19th on the exotic beast list. It was this terrifying existence that surpassed the sacred beast that attacked the entire Sakura country. In that battle, all the strong men from the Sakura country came out, and almost all of them were killed or wounded, except for Lan Xiong, who was seriously injured. As for the Sakura country, the entire land was beaten to pieces and finally completely shattered by the huge energy wave of the blue sky. Sink into the sea forever. At this point, the Sakura country was completely destroyed. Only a very small number of top powerhouses fled to other countries. The impact of nuclear waste water goes far beyond this. The terrifying beasts born in the ocean later came onto the land and killed crazily. It was a disaster more terrifying and despairing than zombies, causing the number of survivors around the world to drop rapidly. You won't be so lucky in this life. I will personally bring strong men with me to level that Sakura mountain. Before the end of the world, in the peaceful era, many Daxiao people can only vent their hatred for their miserable lives on those bodies that can only make the sound of flax falling to win glory for the country. But now, if my life is not fair, I will feel sorry for myself. The countries in the Asian region are all weaklings and don't deserve to be in the top 10. The champion can only be born in our European region. In 9 out of 10 cases, it will be Great Britain. Haha, the champion must be the United States. Our superheroes are invincible. A superhero is nothing. I can smash his balls with one punch. In the forum posts, many countries were arguing fiercely. At the same time, the champion country has become the goal of all the strong. The 3% all-attribute bonus is something that no one can resist. This is an opportunity to enhance the overall national strength. It was lunchtime, and Lin Yu found a restaurant. Lu Shiyuan took out various ingredients, and the three of them happily started eating barbecue. They are the only ones who can be so comfortable in the end times. Brother Yu, which country do you think will be the champion in this battle of hundreds of countries? Needless to say, it must be our great Xia kingdom. Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. In the previous life, the great Xia kingdom only won 3rd place, but in this life, it will definitely become the champion. Are there any strong people in foreign countries? Lin Yu paused and thought about it seriously. Yes, the world is so big that there are always some people who are blessed with great luck and can become super strong. In the previous life, 3/4 of the strongest evolvers were foreigners. The pantheon of the kingdom of Hika, a shrine in the land of cherry blossoms. King Arthur of Great Britain, the 12 Knights of the Round Table, the 12 constellations of Saint Two, the sequence of angels in heaven, some of America's top superheroes, etc. They're all standing at the top of this world, the strongest group of evolvers. However, the champion can only be Daxia. Lin Yu's eyes were full of confidence. The rules say that the 100 Nations War will take place at the beginning of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, so there will only be a little over 2 months in total. Yes, 2 months. It will be up soon. As the three of them were eating and chatting, several figures slowly appeared on the street. I think I smell barbecue. It's the end of the world, and there are still people who have the time to cook barbecue? Aren't they too ambitious? Boss, let's go over and take a look. That smell is making me drool. Be careful. The leader licked his lips, took out a gun from his arms, and walked over cautiously. Boss, there's barbecue and women. When they saw Lin Yu and the other two, they all exclaimed in surprise. Ha, it looks like we were blessed. Chapter 29, The Fart is Poisonous. Get lost, kid. We want these 2 women and the barbecue. One of them laughed and reached out to grab Lu Shiyan. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the wrist of the person who came. Then flames surged up from his hand and burned directly over. Ah! A shrill scream emanated from the man's mouth. Talent Awakener! When everyone saw this scene, they all took a few steps back involuntarily. The leader immediately took out a gun from his arms, pointed at Lin Yu, and shouted, "Let go, kid. You'd better not move, otherwise the bullets in my gun will not have eyes. Don't think you're great just because you've awakened your talent. I've killed many people with talents with this gun." The sturdy man in the lead gripped the gun tightly in his hand, feeling much more at ease. They have encountered many talented people. However, in the face of bullets, you can only squat down with your head in your hands. Those who disobeyed them were sent to hell. Ah! Asshole, let me go! The young man whose arm was pinched by Lin Yu screamed. His arm had been burned into a bloody mess by the flames. This was because Lin Yu didn't use much force. He didn't want to roast human flesh while eating barbecue. That would be too disgusting. Boy, I told you to let go. Did you hear me? Fire talent, hee. Can it block bullets? The man laughed coldly. It seems that I can't have a good meal today. Lin Yu sighed. He wanted to have a good meal, but why did so many flies appear? He no longer had the mood to eat. Then, the flames in his hands suddenly exploded and completely engulfed the man. The huge impact force sent him flying, and when he fell to the ground, he had turned into a fireman, screaming in pain in the flames. You're looking for death. When the leading man saw this scene, his face changed and he pulled the trigger instantly. A bullet suddenly whizzed out at an extremely fast speed and shot towards Lin Yu's forehead. Swish! In Lin Yu's hand, a flaming knife condensed and slashed forward fiercely. The bullet was cut directly into 2 halves and then melted into molten iron under the high temperature of the flames. This is impossible. The leading man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The awakened people they had met before were not very strong, and they were not able to withstand hot weapons like guns. But what's going on with this person in front of me? Are you an A-level talent? The big man screamed. Currently, only those evolvers who have awakened A-level talents are not afraid of bullets. A-level? I am not. Lin Yu smiled, rushed over quickly, and swept out the flaming knife in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets burst out. Unfortunately, it still couldn't stop Lin Yu from moving forward, and all the bullets were cut down by the flaming knife. The big man was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me, boss. The person behind me is also an A-level talent." Shwa! With one blow of the knife, without any hesitation, the big man was cut in half. When the remaining people saw this scene, their calves trembled and they were terrified to the extreme. Is this person a monster? No guns could stop him. Brother, spare my life. Unfortunately, Lin Yu had no mercy at all. He put away his knife and killed 5 more people in an instant. Seeing that Lin Yu was indifferent, he was more eager to kill. The remaining 2 people looked ferocious. Kid, kill me. Our boss Duan Yang is also an A-level talent. He will not let you go. Duan Yang? When Lin Yu heard the name, he was slightly stunned, and the flaming knife in his hand stopped above the man's head. Gudong! The man swallowed hard. He looked at the flaming knife that was less than 5 centimeters away from his head, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Boy, our boss is very powerful. You'd better let me go. The man thought that Lin Yu was frightened by his words, and even wanted to threaten him. Shwa! The next moment, The flaming knife fell and directly chopped him down. The last person who saw this scene was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and wet his diaper. Big brother, please don't kill me. Your boss name is Duan Yang? Lin Yu turned his head to look at him and whispered a few words. Yes. The man stuttered and spoke tremblingly. Where is he? Take me to him. Lin Yu licked his lips. He has always kept this guy Duan Yang in mind. They want to frame me for rape and send me to jail. Now, it's time to send you to hell. Before in the hospital, transurethral was just a small punishment, which was far from enough to eliminate the anger and hatred in my heart. Only killing can. I was about to leave Kuan City to look for my sister, and I thought there was no way I could handle this guy, but I didn't expect. This person even came to my door. At this time, in a large farm estate, Duan Yang was lying on a big bed, playing games with a little internet celebrity from before the apocalypse. Master Duan, you are so awesome, the woman said flatteringly. But in fact, it has just begun. Just as the woman finished her words, she heard a loud puff sound. A muffled sound came from behind Duan Yang. He actually couldn't help himself at this critical moment. Farted. Suddenly, a yellow smoke gushed out from there, instantly covering the entire room. Ah, it stinks. Ugh. There's poison in the fart. The sound of vomiting could be heard amid the smoke. A few minutes later, Duan Yang's face was pale, and he climbed down from the bed tremblingly. Obviously, he was also severely affected by the poisonous gas. Even if this was his own talent and he wouldn't be poisoned to death, the smell. Even his master couldn't stand it. Fuck. Lin Yu, you damn bastard. I will definitely kill you, I will. Looking at the woman lying on the bed with her eyes rolled back and foam coming out of her mouth, she had obviously died of poisoning. Duan Yang ro aret. He felt like his life was ruined. Every time at the most critical moment, he would fart. Chapter 31, Punch Man. At this time, outside the farmhouse manor, under the guidance of the man, Lin Yu and his two companions finally found Duan Yang's small base after many twists and turns. This place is far away from the downtown area. There are not many zombies, and they have all been cleared out. You two wait for me outside. Lin Yu gave an instruction and stepped in. Inside the manor, Duan Yang walked out of the house with a gloomy face. Dispose of the woman's body. Then he said to a group of his men, everyone gather and head to the ancient town now. We must find that bastard Lin Yu. I want to fart on his face. Duan Yang couldn't wait any longer. That's all. He led more than 20 people, fully armed, and walked outside. However, just as he reached the gate, he bumped into Lin Yu. He stared at her in confusion, thinking he was hallucinating, and rubbed his eyes hard. Then he shouted angrily, Lin Yu! Oh, we meet again. Lin Yu also had a cold look and murderous intent. You are really lucky. You can awaken your talent, even though you have lost your urine. You have gathered so many subordinates. It seems that you like that talent very much. Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. Lin Yu's ridicule made Duan Yang lose his mind. He shouted angrily, catch him for me. I will make him taste the pain. Be careful not to kill me. I want to live. Duan Yang's face was ferocious, and he showed a cruel smile. He seemed to have seen Lin Yu being held down by several big men, and then he walked over, squatted, and farted with great comfort. Suddenly, 4 or 5 people put down their guns and walked towards Lin Yu. Hey kid, you actually dare to come to my door. It's really like searching for something without any effort, but it's easy to find. A group of people grinned, clenched their fists, made a creaking sound, and smashed towards Lin Yu's head. However, the next moment, everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled groans were heard, and the few people who had just rushed forward suddenly flew back and fell heavily to the ground. He vomited a lot of blood, along with a few teeth. On the cheek of each of them, there was an extremely glaring shoe print. What a fast speed. Next to Duan Yang, a man in a suit who was watching the show with his arms folded had a look of shock on his face. Then he strode out and said, Boy, you have something. No wonder you dare to come to my door. Lin Yu had a smile on his face, and he stretched out his index finger and hooked it at him. Come on. Court death. The man in the suit's eyes darkened, and he immediately used his talent. He is the second A-level talented person in this manner, besides Duan Yang. Hard armor. With a loud shout, a light flashed on the man in the suit, and a dark armor completely wrapped his body. This is his talent, A-level armor. Once activated, all physical attributes will increase dramatically, doubling directly. Among the four-dimensional attributes of the Evolver, strength represents attack damage, and physique represents defense, chi and blood, and recovery ability. When activated, F-level and E-level talents can increase the corresponding attributes by 50%, and D-level and C-level talents can increase them by 80%. B-level and A-level directly double the value, and S-level can even increase the corresponding attributes by 2 times. The Suit Man's level 10 physique reached 97 points, and after activating his A-level armor talent, it doubled directly to 194 points. He roared and rushed towards Linyu. "You don't know your own limits." Linyu chuckled and punched out directly. His own strength attribute has reached 289 points, and he can easily kill the opponent even without using his talent. After all, the man in the suit, with a physical strength of 194 points in his strong armor, was vulnerable in front of him. Bang! Linyu was very fast, and before the other party could react, his fist had already hit the man in the suit's lower abdomen. Ugh! The huge force made the man in the suit bend up. His eyes widened and blood gushed out of his mouth. It just happened in an instant. A second later, the man in the suit flew back like a cannonball. Bang! The earth shook, raising clouds of dust. The man in the suit was lying on the ground. The armor on his chest had already been broken into pieces. The ground beneath him was smashed and cracks appeared. It can be seen how terrifying the power contained in that punch just now is. Puff! Blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably, and he stared at Linyu with only 3 words in his mind. Impossible. He is an A-level defensive talent and a level 10 strongman. How could he not be able to block a mere punch? Until his death, he couldn't figure it out and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The second brother used his A-level talent armor, but he was still killed by a single punch. Duan Yang widened his eyes at this moment, unable to believe what he was seeing. The second brother, who was as strong as him, was killed with just 1 punch. It still looks like an ordinary punch. Who the hell dares to believe this? Did he awaken One Punch Man? This strange thought popped up in someone's mind. However, what they didn't know was, the punch that Linyu just threw was indeed just an ordinary punch, without using any of his innate power. Flash Sale. This is his current strength. He has no pressure in killing ordinary A-level talents of the same level. Do you really think that if I put on a suit, I will be Zhang Jin? Linyu looked disdainful and turned to look at Duan Yang. It's your turn. Have you thought about how to die? Go ahead and kill him. Use a gun. It was not until this moment that Duan Yang came back to his senses and a trace of fear appeared on his face. There was no need for him to say anything at this point. Everyone picked up their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, and countless bullets were fired at Linyu frantically. The next moment, Linyu's figure was beaten into a sieve. Hit! Everyone was delighted. But why was there no blood flowing? Chapter 31 Breaking into the zombie base camp. The bullets clearly all hit the target, but why was there no blood flowing? That's not him. Where is the person? Soon, everyone noticed something was wrong. Linyu, who was beaten into a sieve, actually slowly disappeared. Only then did they realize that what they had hit was just the man's afterimage. Are you guys looking for me? A voice as if from hell sounded behind everyone. There was no way to think about it. Everyone turned their heads and pulled the trigger instantly. But it's too late. A huge flaming knife flew across the sky, cutting everyone in half. Blood splattered and internal organs were scattered. It was like hell. You. Duan Yang, who was standing aside, was staring at this extremely bloody scene and was unable to speak clearly. There was a large stain of blood on his face, which was caused by the blood that sprayed on his face when someone was killed just now. Hey, Master Duan, why are your legs shaking? Linyu looked at him jokingly. Duan Yang was so frightened that he took several steps back. When had he ever experienced such a scene, having lived a life of luxury since childhood? Even in this end times, the dirty work is done by the younger brothers. Looking at this bloody scene, his face turned pale and his teeth chattered. For someone like you, it's a miracle that you can survive until now in the end times. Looking at Duan Yang's miserable appearance, Linyu pulled out a steel pipe from behind and smashed it towards the opponent's leg. At this time, seems to feel the breath of death. Duan Yang didn't know where he got the courage from. He rolled over, facing Linyu with his butt, and used his innate skills. Only, Linyu had anticipated this and moved at an extremely fast speed. The steel pipe in his hand stabbed out instantly. As luck would have it, it went straight in from the buttocks. A pig slaughtering scream suddenly rang out, and the talent that Duan Yang had just cultivated was instantly deflated at this moment. Lin Yu had already known about this guy's talent from the evolver who led the way. Although it's not strong, it would be really disgusting if the stench were sprayed out. This is when steel pipes were used. Of course, he could use his flaming sword to kill Duan Yang with one blow. But if that were the case, it would be too easy for him. Duan Yang, you teamed up with Su Yin to drug me and wanted to send me to jail for attempted rape. You didn't expect it, did you? I ended up losing more than I gained, and ended up sleeping with Su Yin for nothing. Lin Yu held the steel pipe and smashed it down heavily. With a crack, the sound of broken bones was heard. This blow directly broke Duan Yang's left leg. Lin Yu, brother Yu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Duan Yang's eyes were filled with fear at this moment, and he kept begging in a hoarse voice. Just because your family is rich and powerful, can you ruin other people's lives at will? A ferocious look appeared on Lin Yu's face. If Duan Yang succeeded, considering the other party's power, Lin Yu could be sure that he would have to stay in prison for at least 10 years. Then he is ruined. As Lin Yu spoke, he threw another steel pipe down, breaking Duan Yang's other leg. Ah! The severe pain made Duan Yang grab the ground with both hands tightly, drawing blood. Brother Yu, please spare me. I was wrong. He was sweating profusely in pain and kept begging for mercy. If I go to jail, what will happen to my sister? Lin Yu's eyes were full of coldness. The flaming knife in his hand condensed again and slashed across. Ah! Duan Yang's eyes widened, bloodshot in them. His limbs were unexpectedly cut off cleanly and neatly, with blood gushing out from the broken ends. The severe pain made him faint. It's time to end it. Lin Yu had almost vented his anger. He looked at the unconscious Duan Yang and whispered, I'll send you to death. Be a good person in your next life. With one blow of the knife, his head was chopped off. Why isn't your father here? With a murmur, Lin Yu left. Afterwards, he took Lu Shiyin and Ru Ku to raid a lot of supplies, especially 2 large supermarkets. These 2 supermarkets were occupied by zombies. Lin Yu took a lot of effort to kill them all and harvested hundreds of crystal cores again. There is also a first level one among them, which is a pleasant surprise. Find a place to stay, rest for a night, and set off tomorrow morning. After a series of battles, Lin Yu was a little tired. Before, we had Chun Jinger to do exercises with and relieve fatigue, but now, I glanced at Lu Shiyin and decided not to think about it. There seems to be a hotel just ahead. Lu Shiyin said, Let's go. The hotel door was closed but not locked, and the 3 of them walked in slowly. Everywhere you look, there is blood, and the pungent smell makes you feel sick. How about we find a new one? Lu Shiyin was a little uncomfortable. Lin Yu shook his head. It's almost the same to find another one. If I hadn't been there, the place we lived in before would have been like this sooner or later. Then I'll go pick a clean one. Lu Shiyin covered her nose and walked towards the stairs holding Ru Ku's hand. Return. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. In the previous moment, he actually felt a dangerous aura, which made him feel very solemn. With his current attributes, there are creatures that can make him feel dangerous, but they shouldn't be in a place like this. At least it has to be a mutant beast like the king in the mountains and forests. Crunch! The sound of a door opening was heard, followed by countless others. Crunch! Crunch! The doors of the 5 rooms on the first floor of the hotel opened at the same time. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that there were strong auras in these rooms. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hotel was weird and quiet, but it also revealed a bloodthirsty and cold feeling. Lu Shiyin pulled Ru Ku and retreated behind Lin Yu. Her hands were tightly grasping the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. She was extremely nervous and her palms were full of sweat. At this time, there was finally movement in the room. A figure walked out from each of the 5 rooms. First level zombie. Lin Yu's eyes focused. The 5 figures that came out were actually 5 first level zombies. But they did not move any further. They all stood at the door, staring at the 3 people with their eyeless eyes. What? Lin Yu spoke softly. He felt something was wrong. Just now he heard a lot of sounds of doors opening. Does this mean that there are still a lot of first-level zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors above? Even a 2nd-level zombie. Lin Yu's voice was very soft, and their movements were also very soft, for fear of disturbing all the zombies in the hotel. As they slowly moved towards the door. Roar! Suddenly, countless roars were heard outside. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies appeared outside the door, running out from nowhere. But what was surprising was that none of them rushed in. Instead, they all stood in a row outside the hotel, as if waiting for the leader to speak. It's a bit difficult to leave now. Could it be that we broke into the zombie base? Chapter 32. You, a human, became the zombie king? We are surrounded. They seem to be waiting for orders. There might be a zombie king here. Lu Shiyun calmed herself down. He continued to analyze. It doesn't make sense that the zombie king didn't let them take action. Unless it is afraid. Lin Yu looked at her admiringly. As expected of someone who had founded a big company, she had a good brain. In this situation, if it were someone else, he would definitely be doomed, but if he wanted to leave, he could still fight his way out. At this time, footsteps were heard. Another 10 first-level zombies walked down from the second floor and lined up in a row. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. Did we really break into the zombie lair? Roar! A roar was heard, and these first-level zombies made way for a path. Is it the zombie king? Lin Yu looked towards the stairs. I saw a man in a black suit walking down. He looked no different from a normal person, except that his face was pale and bloodless. He walked down step by step, always with a smile on his face. The black suit was very clean, and even his hair seemed to have been waxed and styled. He looks elegant and graceful, a typical handsome guy. He walked forward, bowed slightly to Lin Yu, made a gentleman's salute, and said, "Magician, I have heard of your great name for a long time." Hearing this, Lin Yu was shocked. Only 3 people in the world know that his code name is Magician. His younger sister Lin Xiaoyu, his childhood friend Wang Ergu, Chen Jinger, and even Lu Shiyun, who was by his side, didn't know his true identity. At this moment, it was accurately identified by a person of unknown origin. You think I'm a magician? Certainly. I didn't even know I was a magician. What makes you think so? Intuition. My intuition is always accurate. The young man said with a smile. Lin Yu was silent. Are you a human or a zombie? Well, how do I put this question? The young man seemed a little confused. After a moment, he said, I am a human being. After being bitten by a zombie, I still retain my sanity. Do you understand? So you are a human, but you became the zombie king here? You could say that. 666. You are a human being, but now you have become the zombie king. Lin Yu really wanted to give him a thumbs up and give him a thumbs up. So, you want to attack us now? I had this plan originally, but you guys rushed in rashly and disturbed my sleep. Having said this, the young man paused. But when I saw it was you, I changed my mind. My instinct told me that I couldn't kill you, and it would be in my best interest to remain friends. Can the zombie king be friends with humans? In today's world, why not? The young man had a constant smile on his face, like a gentleman. Lin Yu looked at the zombies around him and thought in his heart, the zombie king in front of me, who was transformed from a human, is very strong. He could feel that there was enormous power contained in the other person's body. Lin Yu immediately glanced at the ranking list. Really? Daxia Kingdom ranking. First place, a modest gentleman, first level. Second place, Brother Dashi, first level. Third place, Monster, first level. Fourth place, Blade, first level. Fifth place, Archmage, first level. In the ranking list, the top 5 were all at the first rank, and in a short period of time, 4 more first-rank warriors appeared. Are you Brother Dashi? Lin Yu looked at the zombie king. Because on the Yun province ranking list, only Brother Dashi ranks at the top, and he is the only first-level strongman in Yun province. It's me. The young man smiled gentlemanly. Lin Yu also smiled and said, the figure who has been monitoring me is you, right? Before, when I came out of the Alma supermarket, there was a figure standing on the billboard. And when he killed the first-level zombie, the figures on the rooftop of the low building seemed to be watching him. It's not really surveillance. Looking at this town, there are a few strong ones, but the one I'm most interested in is you, the magician. Brother Dashi looked at Lin Yu and said, I would like to invite you to cooperate and kill another zombie king. There's another zombie king in this town? Yes, and it's about to break through to the second level, or has already broken through. But it's different from me. It's a pure zombie. You think too highly of me. I'm not even at the first level. How can I be capable of killing a second-level zombie king? Lin Yu spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Unexpectedly, I heard Brother Dashi say, this is easy. Roar! He roared a few words at the first-level zombies behind him, but he didn't understand what they were saying. The next moment, 5 of the first-level zombies slowly walked forward. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and prepared for battle. However, the next scene was very terrifying. The 5 zombies raised their hands, supported their heads and chins, and then twisted them hard. Click! The 5 heads were twisted off and fell off, rolling straight in front of Lin Yu, bleeding. This is my sincerity. 5 first-level crystal cores. You should have saved a few of your own. Add them together, and you will be able to advance to the first level. Brother Dashi continued. After the matter is completed, I will give you 15 first-level crystal cores. Give me 5 more, otherwise I won't be able to reach the first level. Lin Yu thought for a moment and felt a little tempted. In your own stock? I have only encountered 4 first-level zombies, and I gave them away after I got them. Now, I don't have any on me. Lin Yu spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't believe you. Brother Dashi's face twitched, and he cursed in his heart, almost losing his gentlemanly image. However, he still picked out 5 more first-level zombies and barked orders at them. Then, 5 more heads rolled over. Lin Yu was overjoyed. A flame flew out and controlled it to burn off the head, leaving behind 10 crystal cores. Lu Shiyin took the initiative to go up and pick up the crystal core. At this moment of confrontation, Lin Yu naturally cannot be allowed to pick it up, as it will easily reveal his weakness to the opponent. Thank you very much, Brother Dashi. Wait for me to reach the first level, and then we will go kill the zombie king together. Lin Yu was very happy. Hundreds of countries are fighting, and there's a lot of noise on the forums. Do you think our great Xia country can win the championship? Brother Dashi suddenly asked. The champion can only be our Daxia. No one can take it away. Lin Yu vowed. Howell said, if I can represent the Xia in the battle, I will definitely let those foreign bastards know why the flowers are so red. Brother Dashi also spoke with great enthusiasm. It seems that every Daxia person, no matter how powerful they are, has a sense of national confidence and national pride. As long as there is an external enemy, we will be absolutely united. When the time is right, I want to ride on the cherry blossom country. Are you interested? How can I be absent from such an important event? Count me in, and I will not be absent. Brother Dashi's blood was boiling. Horses stepping on cherry blossoms. What an exciting feat. Let's go, see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yu took the 2 women out of the hotel, and the tens of thousands of zombies outside made way for them. The movements are uniform, just like trained soldiers. Brother Dashi looked at Lin Yu's departing back, his eyes flashing. He wanted to take action countless times, capture Lin Yu, turn him into a zombie, and make him a subordinate. Unfortunately, he was not sure. Even though he was already at level 1, level 3, and Lin Yu was only level 0, he was still unsure. Lin Yu took the 2 women to find a new hotel. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he suddenly felt a terrifying power awakening in his body. Then, a raging flame suddenly appeared on his body, and the flame slowly turned from yellow to red. Ah! Brother Yu, it's on fire! On the bed next to her, Lu Shiyin was startled by the sudden burst of flames. The new hotel we found also had a lot of bloodstains, and it was obvious that there had been a zombie invasion. She didn't dare sleep alone in a room, so she had to find a double room. She and her daughter slept in one bed, and Lin Yu slept in another. Just now, flames suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's body, setting the quilt on fire. Hearing Lu Shiyun's exclamation, Lin Yu also reacted, hurriedly retracted the flame into his body, and ate the fire on the quilt. Is this evolution complete? Chapter 33, Dragon Flame Form. Lin Yu felt the transformation of his body and was inexplicably surprised. He hurriedly checked the attribute panel. Codename Magician. Level 0 Th level 10th, level 0%. Magic power 27,500. Strength 339. Physique 226. Speed 232. Spirit 275. Talent S level Flame Master. Unlock Flame Form. Blazing Flame. Dragon Flame. This brand new attribute panel even exceeds the attributes of an ordinary level 10 evolver. Talent advancement can improve attribute values, but Lin Yu did not expect that the advancement to S level by swallowing the fire dragon's essence and blood would increase it so much. Magic power surged by 50, and the 4-dimensional attributes increased by 50 points respectively. He is now more terrifying than an ordinary first-order level 10 evolver. For ordinary evolvers, at level 10, the 4-dimensional attributes are all 55 points, with an additional 50 free points. After advancing to the first level, all attributes will double, with the 4 dimensions reaching 110 points respectively and 100 free points. After the first level, the 4 dimensions and freedom points will increase by 10 points respectively for each level up. And Lin Yu, who is only at level 0, is comparable to an ordinary level 10 evolver, having crossed a major level. This is quite terrifying. Lin Yu sat on the burnt bed with a frown on his face. Now everything is going smoothly for him. He has 14 first-level crystal cores and can break into the first level at any time. But he still had a batch of attribute fruits in the trading space, and he originally wanted to leave them to his sister. After all, his attributes were already very abnormal. But now he thought again. He couldn't be sure that by the time he found his sister, she would have awakened and broken through to the first level. If the first level takes the attribute fruit again, the effect will be halved. For example, taking the fruit at level 0 will increase the attribute by 10 points. Once you break through to level 1, the increased 10 points will double to 20 points. If you take these 10 points at the first level, it will only be 10 points. There will be no additional increase. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu decided to absorb it himself. Evolution points 1,000. There is a bug with the attribute fruit hanging in the trading market, which consumes 200 evolution points every day. Today is the 5th day. The void cracked open, and a bunch of attribute fruits fell out. There are 21 yellow and 108 green. Lin Yu absorbed it without saying a word. Now that he had made the decision, he was not the kind of person to procrastinate. Magic plus 500. Speed plus 5. One by one, the attribute fruits turned into terrifying power and poured into his body, constantly strengthening him. As the last fruit was eaten, a huge aura surged from Lin Yu. This was the pressure exuded by the huge magic power. Codename Magician. Level 0 Th level 10th, level 0%. Magic power 34,500. Strength 386. Constitution 241. Speed 262. Spirit 293. Talent S-level Flame Master. Unlock Flame Form. Blazing Flame. Dragon Flame. Lin Yu clenched his fist and felt unprecedentedly powerful. He urged the flame with his right hand, and a yellow flame danced on his hand. This is an S-level flame, which, once used, can increase his strength by 2 times to a staggering 1158 points. Then, the yellow color of the flame faded and turned into a bright red color. S-level Dragon Flame. Lin Yu really wanted to see to what extent his attributes could be improved in the Dragon Flame state. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Here, it is not suitable for him to use the Dragon Flame form, and he cannot use it at all. Thinking of this, he calmed down the fire and looked at the quilt that had been burnt, feeling helpless. Brother Yu, why don't you come and sleep in the same bed with us? Lu Shiyun said this with a red face. Her voice was so soft that if Lin Yu wasn't so powerful, he might not have heard it. Yes, Uncle's bed is burned. Little girl Ruku also agreed. Lin Yu touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, but his body was not vague at all. He took off his coat and went straight in, his body close to Lu Shiyun. The bed in the double room was not big to begin with, so it was quite crowded for 3 people to sleep on it. The 2 bodies were pressed together through their clothes. The graceful curves and soft touch made Lin Yu very uncomfortable. Lu Shiyun's body suddenly shook, and a tingling sensation as if an electric current was passing through both of their bodies. Sudden, the little girl's voice rang out in the darkness. Mom will sleep on one side, Uncle will sleep on the other side, I'll be in the middle, you guys protect me. The little girl stood up from one side and forced her way between the 2 men, who awkwardly moved to the sides. After leaving the delicate body, Lin Yu felt better. He quickly turned over and lay on his back. Unfortunately, the bed was too small, and 1/3 of his body was lying outside the bed. I won't sleep in the middle anymore. It's too hot. After a while, the little girl climbed up again, muttered and crawled to the far left, pushing Lin Shiyun towards Lin Yu again. It's really terrible. Lin Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. He made up his mind and turned to sleep on his side again, pressing his body against Lu Shiyun. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to sleep with half of his body outside the bed. This time, all 3 of them were sleeping on their sides. Lu Shiyun held Ruku in her arms, and Lin Yu pressed close to her so that it didn't take up much space. Although the bed was small, it could accommodate everyone sleeping comfortably. However, Lin Yu felt that he had no place to put his hands, and he felt very uncomfortable. How about you rest your head on my arm? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. It was a sound as soft as a mosquito, and I almost didn't hear it. After getting her consent, Lin Yu passed his right hand under her neck, which made her feel much more comfortable. However, the temperature of both bodies was rising rapidly. No words were spoken that night. Lin Yu slept very poorly that night and fell into a drowsy sleep in the second half of the night. He also dreamed. In his dream, he didn't know what he was holding. It was soft and slippery, and he couldn't grab it. Unable to catch him, he tried to grab and rub him again. Ah! The soft cry woke Lin Yu up. What is this? Just like in the dream, both hands were holding something soft. But he seemed not to have woken up completely yet and couldn't tell. The smooth touch made him unable to help but pinch and rub it again. This guy. Lu Shiyun was so angry that her teeth were itching. Lin Yu's dishonest hands were not idle in the middle of the night, making her feel weak all over. Wake up! Lu Shiyun bit her lips lightly and spoke again. This time, Lin Yu finally woke up. He then realized that he seemed to be holding something in his hands. When he felt it carefully, he felt extremely embarrassed. His right hand, which was used as a pillow for Lu Shiyun, had somehow reached into her collar. His left hand was not idle either. It climbed up from under the clothes in front, along the lower belly. Holding one in each hand, it feels so uncomfortable. Ahem! It's already dawned so soon. Lin Yu coughed dryly, reluctantly pulled his hands away, and turned over. Looking sideways, the young woman's face had already turned red. Chapter 34: Powerful Space Talent. The little girl Ru Ku was sleeping soundly, smacking her lips from time to time and drooling a lot. Soon, both women got up. Lu Shiyun took out bread, pastries, some snacks, and water from the space. Shiyun, please absorb this level of crystal core. Lin Yu handed over 10 first-level crystal cores. This is what he thought of last night. He is going to kill the Zombie King today, and he can't take the two women with him, so he has to let them have the means to protect themselves. I don't want to. It's very dangerous to kill the Zombie King today. It's safest if you level up. Lu Shiyun refused without even thinking about it. You have to believe me. Even if I don't level up, I'm not afraid of the Zombie King. Besides, I'll meet Brother Dashi later, and I can extort a few more from him. If Brother Dashi heard this, he would definitely be so angry that he would curse. You old bastard. How shameless. You're just trying to take advantage of me? The battle today will be very dangerous. I can't take you with me. I'm also worried about you two being here. But, no buts, you have to believe me. Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiyun seriously. He had his own plans. He would not upgrade to the next level. He would see if he could get a few more from Brother Dashi later. Even if he couldn't get them, he had nothing to fear with his current attributes. What's more, his dragon flame state has already awakened, which will make it even more powerful. On the contrary, if you two don't have the ability to protect yourselves, you will become my weakness. Only when you become strong will I have no worries, Lin Yu said solemnly. Lu Shiyun looked at him blankly. After a long while, he said, Okay, I'll listen to you. I will never be a burden to you. When you advance to the first level, your spatial talent will begin to change. You must carefully comprehend it, and see if you can take this opportunity to comprehend other spatial abilities. Lin Yu told her some precautions, and taught her how to sense the changes in space. Everything was ready. Lu Shiyun picked up the first-level crystal core and began to absorb it. As she continued to absorb energy, her aura slowly rose. The space around her began to flicker. It meant that the spatial talent in her body began to become restless and change. Lu Shiyun absorbs things very slowly because she wants to capture the flow and changes of space in the process. The whole process is difficult and long. The crystal cores disappeared one by one, but she always felt that she was just a little bit away from it. She grasped something, but felt that something was missing. As the last crystal core was completely absorbed, Lu Shiyun's body shook, a huge aura rose, and the space around her shook violently. At this moment, she finally found that feeling. Through the fluctuations caused by breaking through the first level, she has gained some understanding. When the flickering waves around Lu Shiyun calmed down, she slowly opened her eyes with a strong look of joy in them. Understood. Well, I'll show you. At this moment, she was like a girl who had got first place in the exam, sharing her joy with her beloved. Lu Shiyun snapped her fingers lightly towards where the wardrobe was. Bump! The space seemed to be still, and then suddenly exploded like ripples on water, breaking into pieces. The entire wardrobe was torn into pieces. I call this move Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Lu Shiyun said. First, it solidifies the space, and then it breaks it. These are actually two abilities. They are very powerful. Lin Yu said. Your attributes should not be weak. After all, it is also an S-level space talent. It should be stronger than an ordinary person. When the spatial talent is awakened, the strength increases by 50 points, the magic power increases by 5,000, and the other attributes increase by 30 points each. S-level talents are indeed powerful. Your attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary evolvers. Now that your level has doubled and you have offensive means, you can be considered a strong person. Lin Yu said with a smile. Let me show you my attributes. Lu Shiyan showed her attributes to Lin Yu. Code. Unnamed. Level. Level 1. Level 0. Magic power. 22,600. Strength. 326. Physique. 168. Speed. 168. Spirit. 170. Talent. S-level infinite space. This is the standard attribute of a powerful S-level talent awakener. Judging from this, he has basically never taken any attribute fruit. However, he is obviously much stronger than the S-level forbidden magician, Wang Hao he encountered before. Lin Yu estimated that the S-level talent that Wang Hao awakened should only increase his overall attributes by 30 points. How is it? My attribute is not bad. Lu Shiyan said. Yeah, not bad, pretty strong. How much worse than you? This should be a little worse, Lin Yu said with a smile. Compared to him, there is definitely no comparison. He hasn't advanced yet, but all his attributes are stronger than Lu Shiyan's. Once he advances, his attributes will double, and the gap will be even bigger. You two just stay here and wait for me. I'll probably be back around this afternoon. Lin Yu pinched the little girl Ruka's face. Be careful, don't force anything. If it's dangerous, just run. I'll wait for you. Lu Shiyan walked up to him and straightened his collar, very gently, as if she was giving instructions to her husband who was getting ready to go out. Uncle, please come back safely. The little girl also looked expectant. Don't be so serious. It's just killing a zombie king. Lin Yu smiled. He still enjoyed this kind of warmth. After going out, he ran towards the hotel where Brother Dashi was. Brother Dashi, I'm here. Lin Yu started shouting as soon as he entered the hotel. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and the hotel was very quiet. As he shouted, a roar was heard from the 3rd floor of the hotel, followed by rustling sounds everywhere. Why didn't you advance to the 1st level? Brother Dashi was still wearing the black suit. He walked up to Lin Yu and frowned. Behind him, there was a group of 1st-level zombies. After careful counting, there were actually 23 of them. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Brother, sure, it's too dangerous for me to go with you to kill the zombie king. What if one of us dies accidentally? What will happen to my wife and children? Lin Yu began his performance. I have to make sure they can protect themselves so they can work hard for you. Brother, sure, for the sake of your great cause of unifying the zombies, why don't you give me 10 more crystal cores? Once I break through to the 1st level, this will be absolutely foolproof. When Brother Dashi heard this, he was so angry that he almost jumped up. Shameless, extremely shameless. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. But in the end, he suppressed his anger. Yesterday, he was at level 1, level 3, but now he is at level 1, level 5. For him, the most important thing is to kill the other zombie king and unify the ancient town. By then, he will have as many 1st-level crystal cores as he wants. Chapter 35, Explosion. The war is about to start, so I can only give you 5. Otherwise, I will be left alone. Brother Dashi had a dark face. Brother, 5 is not enough. Just 5, no more. Add 1 more, 6, or I really won't be able to advance. After a lot of persuasion, Brother Dashi finally believed that Lin Yu only had 4 crystal cores, and he roared with a gloomy face. Roar! Just like yesterday, 6 1st-level zombies twisted their own heads off. It was weird and bloody. Wait me a moment. Lin Yu took the crystal core and rushed up to the 2nd floor with a smile. The process of advancing to the 1st level is quick and there is no danger, so he doesn't care about the breakthrough location. I found a room, went in, sat cross-legged, and started absorbing. As the crystal cores turned into energy and disappeared, Lin Yu's aura also rose. Crack! As the last one was absorbed, he felt as if his body had broken free of a shackle, and streams of strength flowed out of his body. That's the power of human potential. An extremely terrifying magical power burst out from his body and soared into the sky. This is explosion. All the magic power in the body burst out in an instant, enveloping the whole body and forming a magical light column. A beam of magic light rushed up, pierced through the ceiling, and continued upwards. It broke through the roof of the hotel and went straight into the sky. The entire hotel was shaking under this tremendous pressure. Roar! The roar continued in the hotel. Lin Yu's huge magical aura made all the zombies feel fear and uneasiness. This guy actually has such a huge amount of magic power. It's really terrifying to the extreme. First floor. Brother Dashi also felt a strong pressure. He was so shocked that his pupils shrank into pinholes. Fortunately, I didn't do it before. He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat relieved. On the second floor, Lin Yu was still breaking through, and he was temporarily unable to control this huge magical power. A beam of magical light surrounded his body and continued to spread in all directions. All the objects in the room were destroyed in a magical beam of light. After about 10 minutes, all the magic power withdrew into his body and the energy beam dissipated. Lin Yu moved his body, and his bones made crackling sounds, and his whole body was filled with infinite power. He hurriedly checked his own attributes. Codename Magician. Level 1, Level 0. Magic power, 69,000. Strength, 772. Physique, 482. Speed, 524. Spirit, 586. Talent, S-level Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. With such abnormal attributes, he can easily crush a first-level zombie to death, and even a second-level zombie can be crushed by him. His attribute is almost 6 or 7 times that of an ordinary evolver. Even an S-level Talent Awakener is not half as good as him. Haha, when we reach the 4th level, we can implement that plan. Lin Yu clenched his fist. After being reborn, even though his talent was still only the weakest F level, he knew too many secrets and was always one step ahead of others in everything. In the future, he will definitely become the strongest one. The soul fire that I coveted most in my previous life is finally no longer a fantasy in this life. As long as he follows the plan, obtains the secret treasure, and then finds those special strong men from his previous life, he will definitely be able to kill the gods and seize the soul fire. By devouring the soul fire, his talent will most likely advance to SS level. Putting his thoughts aside, Lin Yu walked down to the 2nd floor. At this moment, when he looked at Brother Dashi again, he no longer felt that sense of oppression. But for some reason, he intuitively felt that even if he tried his best, he would not be able to kill Brother Dashi. It seems that this guy has extraordinary talent. Lin Yu muttered. What he didn't know was, Brother Dashi looked at him at this time, appearing calm on the surface, but deeply shocked in his heart. This guy is unbeatable. After being glanced at by Lin Yu, he felt that the circulation of magic power in his body had slowed down a lot. Brother Dashi took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. The Zombie King has many more first-level subordinates than us. Brother Dashi, don't give me the crystal core. Whoever kills it later will own it. How about that?" Lin Yu licked his lips. The other side has more first-level zombies? Isn't that a fortune? There are so many crystal cores waiting for him to take. Make a deal. The two men walked out of the hotel with the only remaining 17 first-level zombies. Roar! The Zombie King, Brother Dashi roared. The earth suddenly shook, and countless zombies gathered from all directions, making Lin Yu's scalp numb. This number is probably as high as tens of thousands. Led by Brother Dashi, the army of tens of thousands rushed towards the northeast in a mighty manner. That is the territory of another zombie king. Brother Dashi, if the opponent's level is higher than yours, will your 10,000 little brothers surrender to the enemy immediately? No, they're only loyal to me. Brother Dashi didn't even look back and continued to run. Lin Yu was in deep thought. Based on his understanding of zombies, these creatures have no such thing as loyalty. Among their peers, they will obey the orders of whoever has a higher rank and stronger strength. This big brother is so confident, it seems he is not simple. Tens of thousands of people were rushing. It was extremely terrifying. They rushed through the streets, ignoring the occasional few evolvers that appeared on the road, scaring them so much that they squatted in the corner, not daring to move. As soon as we entered the North District, the zombies here started rioting. Not only does Brother Dashi want to kill the Zombie King, the Zombie King here also wants to kill Brother Dashi. Soon, the North District Zombie King also appeared with his brothers. Roar! The roar shook the earth. Judging from the momentum alone, Lin Yu felt that the North District Zombie King did not seem to be at the first level. Could he have really been promoted to the second level? As it roared, countless zombies swarmed in. Behind it, there were 59 first-level zombies. Compared with Brother Dashi, he has a stronger army and a stronger force. Roar! Brother Dashi roared, and his younger brothers rushed out behind him. The two torrents of zombies collided, just like an ancient battlefield. Such a grand scene is still extremely shocking. Brother Dashi's younger brother was indeed extremely loyal. He ignored the level suppression of the high-level zombies on the opposite side and charged forward fearlessly. "I'm going to deal with the Zombie King, and you stop some first-level zombies for me," said Brother Dashi. No problem. That was exactly what he wanted. The crystal core belongs to whoever kills the zombies. There are 70 or 80 first-level zombies on the scene. If all of them are killed, how many crystal cores will be obtained? In a big melee like this, he has a lot more room to operate, and he can take advantage of the situation and kill one person with one move. Kill! Lin Yu's figure flashed, like a rock spreading its wings, and fell into the group of zombies, rushing straight towards a first-level zombie to kill it. Roar! When the zombie saw a stranger, it roared excitedly and grabbed him with its claws. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's attributes are too high now. He just moved his feet slightly and was behind the zombies in an instant, so fast that the surrounding zombies could not react. His fist was wrapped in flames, and he punched out, causing the first-level zombie's head to explode instantly. Lin Yu reached in and took away the crystal core. The flames wrapped around his fists just to prevent them from getting stuck to the disgusting things in the zombies' heads. In this way, he kept shuttling through the zombie group, looking for the first-level zombies on the opposite side. Once he targets you, he can basically take you down with one move. In his eyes, the current first-level zombies are no different from those at level 6 or 7. Chapter 36, Chan Jinger's Crisis. It's rich. There aren't many opportunities like this when a bunch of first-level zombies gather together and wait for him to kill them. In just half an hour, he obtained 16 first-order crystal cores. At this moment, he paid no attention to anything else and just stared at killing the first-order zombies crazily. Roar! More than an hour later, just when Lin Yu was killing vigorously, a huge roar sounded, and all the zombies stopped. The battle is over? Lin Yu's heart tightened. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombies stopped, he quickly shuttled back and forth, taking away 2 crystal cores before stopping. These 2 first-level zombies are the younger brothers brought by Brother Dashi. Brother, that's enough. You're almost done killing all the first-level zombies on the field. At this time, the voice of Brother Dashi was heard. Aren't I helping you? Lin Yu laughed. Brother Dashi had a dark face but didn't say much. If Lin Yu hadn't eliminated many first-level zombies, he would probably have been besieged. In that case, it would not have been so easy to take down the Zombie King. You conquered it? Lin Yu was very surprised that Brother Dashi did not kill the Zombie King, but subdued it instead. How is this done? He clearly felt at this moment that this Zombie King was no longer at the first level, but at the second level. A high-level zombie surrenders to a low-level zombie? This is very mysterious. Lin Yu felt a little excited. He was considering whether to take action and kill all these high-level zombies. But in an instant, he suppressed this thought. Let's go. Lin Yu said hello, jumped up, and went out. This time, he obtained 37 first-level crystal cores, which was a huge harvest. Next, it's Tianhai City. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Today is the 13th day of the apocalypse. Under Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the evolution speed of the entire Daxia Kingdom has increased significantly compared to the previous life. On the Great Xia Kingdom's ranking list, there are already 26 first-level evolvers, and he is only ranked 15th, while Lu Shiyun is 9th. I wonder if Jinger's talent has awakened now? Lin Yu thought again of the woman who was determined to be on top of him. On the highway from Kunming City to Tianhai City, there were not enough cars to block the road. Lu Shiyun drove the G-Class and made S-turns from time to time to bypass various car obstacles. The road ahead is blocked, Lu Shiyun said. Lin Yu stretched his head and took a look. In the middle of the highway, 7 or 8 cars were blocked in a haphazard manner. Watch me. Lin Yu jumped out of the car and kicked away all the cars blocking the road. That's all. Nothing could stop them, and the cars sped away on the highway. What the 3 men didn't know was that above their heads, thousands of meters in the sky, a huge eagle was flying in the same direction as them. When the eagle spread its wings, they reached a terrifying length of 10 meters. It was obviously no longer an ordinary eagle. It had definitely mutated. On its back stood a human figure. The other side, in the hotel lobby, Chen Jinger was arranging today's tasks. It has been 3 days since Lin Yu left, and their team still has 17 people. Except for the 4 people in the lead who had reached level 10 early on, the remaining 13 women were all at level 9. Among the evolutionary forces in this ancient town, it is enough to rank in the top 10. Today we will head towards West Back Street and try to kill 3 more first-level zombies, so that we will have 10 in total. Chun Jinger said. Everyone agreed, all looking very motivated. After lunch, the group of 17 people walked out of the hotel. However, as soon as he came out, someone blocked his way. Are you the only team on West Street? The man glanced at everyone and didn't take them seriously. Is there something? Chun Jinger frowned. You are quite capable and qualified to be my subordinate. The man looked at everyone and found that the lowest ones were all level 9, and he felt slightly satisfied. I just don't know how many awakened people are among them. The man also had some expectations in his heart. If Lin Yu were here, he would definitely recognize this person. In his previous life, this person was Lu Qi, the first strong man in Koan City to reach the 3rd level, and he was also the recipient of the Fire Dragon's essence blood. Unfortunately, in this life, Lin Yu got there first, and not only did he not get the Fire Dragon's blood, he also lost all the other treasures. However, some people are born with extraordinary luck. After the end of the world, all the animals in Shishan Zoo mutated. Some of them started fighting each other, while others ran into the mountains and forests. A tiger and a leopard were fighting, and both were injured. Lu Qi happened to see them, and it became his opportunity. His S-level awakening talent, ability acceptance, directly absorbed the tiger's fierce power and the leopard's extreme speed. Subordinates? Chun Jinger shook her hair and smiled. I think it's not bad for you to be my subordinate. Then let me see if you have the ability. Lu Qi was not angry either, and said calmly, I will let you understand what a truly strong person is. After saying that, he flashed and rushed forward. Sister Jing, be careful. Everyone only saw a shadow flash by, and the person was already in front of Chun Jinger. Ice shield. Xiaowen reacted quickly. He raised his hand and used his ice power to condense a huge ice shield in front of Chun Jinger. Bang! But the next moment, Lu Qi's fist hit the ice shield with great force, smashing it into pieces. Everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Xiaowen was the strongest among them, but his ice shield was broken in an instant. This man's strength is terrifying. Bang! Another huge collision sound was heard, and Lu Qi shattered the ice shield and punched again. Chun Jinger swayed her body, trying to avoid it. But he found that the opponent was faster and followed him like a shadow, and he could not get rid of him. Facing the punch coming straight at her, she gritted her teeth and had no choice but to take it head on. However, the opponent's strength was not something she could match. At the touch, her body flew back and fell heavily to the ground. Sister Jing! Sister Jing! Everyone was shocked and took action. Desertification. Yang Shanshan's talent was activated, instantly turning the ground beneath Lu Qi's feet into sand. Under the influence of gravity, Lu Qi sank quickly. In the blink of an eye, the area below his thighs was completely sunk into the sand. In 10 seconds at most, he would be completely buried in the sand. Drink! Lu Qi also had a solemn expression. He exerted all his strength and actually stopped the force of falling. Get down! At this moment, with Xiao Wen's loud shout, huge ice cones condensed above the man's head and smashed towards him. At the same time, countless wind blades cut through the air and approached him. Lu Qi was also a little panicked at this moment. He didn't expect that there were actually 3 talented people, and all of them had very strong talents. The 3 of them cooperated well with each other, and they fell in a crisis by accident. If he can't quickly break free from the desertification under his feet, he will be in trouble. Chapter 37 finally awakened. Open it for me! Lu Qi shouted loudly. He exploded with all his magic power and slammed his hands hard on the sand. The huge force actually dispersed a lot of the sand. Taking this opportunity, he exerted force with his legs, activated the cheetah's top speed, and escaped from the sand pit in an instant. Then he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the falling ice cones and wind blades. His power is too great for me to restrain for long. Yang Shanshan's face was a little pale, which showed that she had used all her strength to restrain Lu Qi just now. Several people were silent. They could naturally feel how powerful the man was, and they thought he was probably an S-level awakener. You really surprised me. Lu Qi felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that an S-level awakener would suffer such a big loss. However, I already know your methods. It is impossible to trap me like you just did. He took a deep breath and was pleasantly surprised. The 3 people in front of him were even stronger than the few A-level special talents he had met before. He has decided to recruit this group of people. Then, he stomped his feet and rushed out like a sharp sword, straight towards Yang Shanshan. He had to deal with this woman first. Her talent for desertification was too difficult to deal with. Sand thorns. Yang Shanshan's expression changed, and huge vines of sand rushed up and stabbed at the man. However, Lu Qi's speed was too fast. He moved left and right, quickly broke through the blockade of sand thorns in an instant, and punched out. Bang! As Yang Shanshan was looking horrified, a figure appeared in front of her. He took the punch head-on, but was knocked away. Sister Jing, with a bang. Chun Jinger fell to the ground again, spitting out blood and feeling like all her internal organs were about to shift. Lu Qi didn't stop and punched out again. Yang Shanshan followed suit, spilling a trail of blood in the air. I want you dead. Lu Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward madly. Countless wind blades flew out from his hands and slashed towards the man. It's useless. Your attacks can't hit me. Lu Qi moved quickly and dodged. However, the next moment his body hit directly into a huge block of ice. Shield here, Xiaowen shouted. In an instant, 4 ice shields appeared at the same time, quickly gathered together, and surrounded Lu Qi in the middle. Ice explosion, another loud shout. The 5 ice shields exploded instantly. So, you're gonna die anyway. Xiaowen half-knelt on the ground, continuously unleashing powerful attacks, which consumed too much energy. You should be proud of yourself for beating me like this. Suddenly, a sound was heard amid the crackling ice. Lu Qi slowly walked out from the broken ice, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Several people's faces froze. How could everything be all right after all this? Storm slash, Lu Yu shouted, and countless wind blades gathered together to form a tornado, sweeping towards a man. Break it for me? A violent look appeared on Lu Qi's face. He didn't suffer such a terrible loss on the central street, but here at the hands of several A-level talents, he was actually beaten and injured. This is unforgivable. There was a flash of light in his hand, and he punched the storm, smashing it directly into pieces. His feet moved at extremely high speed, and his whole speed reached the extreme. Bang bang! 2 sounds were heard, and Lu Yu and Xiaowen were also knocked out. How can he be so strong? This was the thought in the 2 men's minds after they were knocked away. They felt a little desperate. Chun Jinger, who was lying beside a motorcycle, also clenched her teeth. She was unwilling to give in. I can't die. I haven't realized my dream yet. I still want to capture Lin Yu and make her my wife. I want to be on top. I want to be stronger than Lin Yu. Crazy thoughts raced through her mind. Kill. The 13 women saw that the 4 strongest men of Yongzhou were defeated, but they were not afraid at all and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Eternal Day is their home, where they are reborn and no one can destroy it. Interesting, looking at the woman who was rushing towards him fearlessly, Lu Qi was also slightly moved. It hasn't been long since the end of the world, but he has seen too much ugliness and filth in human nature. Why are these people in front of me not afraid of life and death? What kind of belief is supporting them? Although he was shocked, his hands were not slow. He punched each of the women who rushed towards him and sent them flying without even the corners of his clothes being touched. However, he still held back. After all, these people would be his subordinates. How is it? Now you know what a strong person is. Join my forces, and I guarantee that you will live better in the apocalypse than before. Bah! Those forces outside are all selfish and cannibalistic. One of the 13 women cursed angrily while bleeding from her mouth. Although they only operate on West Street, they know some things about Center Street. The forces composed of several evolvers are fighting over each other there and constantly recruiting survivors. However, they're not trying to protect those people, but to strengthen their own power and let those people go out to kill zombies and contribute crystal nuclei. What's more, some forces directly feed zombies with living people just to let the zombies evolve so that they can kill them and take the crystal cores. It's all dark hell. They had just been rescued from hell by Sister Jing before. Even if they died, they would never go to such a force again. This is their home. There will always be light and warmth here forever, and this is the place they must protect to the death. Ha! So you would rather die than depend on me? Lu Qi's voice turned cold. Pooh! Then you all die. The man lost his patience and slowly walked towards the people who fell to the ground. This is Eternal Day. It is his eternal day. It is our eternal day. No one can destroy it. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chun Jinger slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and paced forward. There was an indescribable aura about her that flickered. As she moved forward step by step, the momentum grew rapidly stronger, accompanied by faint rays of light. Sister Jing, everyone was shouting. They thought they were going to be destroyed, but unexpectedly, Chun Jinger stood up again. Moreover, she seemed to be different from before. Her increasingly powerful aura made everyone feel tremendous pressure. Talent awakening? Lu Qi's expression froze. He actually felt the breath of death from this woman. Chun Jinger's body was completely covered by black light. In her hand, a huge bone-spurred sickle slowly appeared, which was larger than her body. A knife cut out. Lu Qi's expression was solemn, and yellow and white lines appeared on his arms. He instantly transformed into a tiger's claw. He swung his claws to block. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Chapter 38, The Dark Night. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened. Because the scythe actually pierced through his tiger claws, his arm was intact, but he felt a sharp pain in his mind. Swish! Seeing the scythe coming again, Lu Qi dodged and moved sideways again. He still hasn't figured out what the other party's strange talent is, so he doesn't dare to be careless, let alone take it head-on. However, he discovered that this time, Chun Jinger's speed was not slower than his. Following him closely, he chopped with his sword one after another. He didn't dare to take the hit head-on, and he couldn't avoid it 3 times, and the sickle pierced his body 3 times. The body was fine, but the pain in the soul was getting worse and worse. You can kill souls. Lu Qi was horrified. He suddenly discovered that after being hit by Chun Jinger's sickle, the mental power on her attribute panel would drop by 2 points. Just in this short while, his mental strength was directly reduced by 8 points. She didn't know if it could be recovered. If it couldn't be recovered, she would really cry to death. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lu Qi started to curse. Everyone knows how important attributes are. In just a short while, he cut off 8 green attribute fruits. Who the hell can accept this? You can only avoid the sickle and fight at close range. He made up his mind and rushed forward again, using his legs to their full speed. Go to hell. This time he finally avoided the sickle, came in front of Chun Jinger, stretched out his tiger claws, and went straight for the other's head. He has made up his mind. Even if the sickle came again, he would blow the woman's head off even if it cost him 2 points of mental strength. Sister Jing, be careful, Yang Shanshan reminded. Chun Jinga was not in a hurry. The pupils in her eyes suddenly changed into a crescent shape. Soul binding. Lu Qi's tiger claws that were about to catch her suddenly stopped and froze in the air. He felt an inexplicable force binding his soul. Swish, swish, swish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chun Jinger raised her sickle and slashed it 3 more times, again cutting off 6 points of his mental power. Boom! With a terrifying burst of momentum, Lu Qi finally broke free from the shackles of his soul. Without saying a word, he retreated rapidly. He stared at Chun Jinger closely and breathed heavily. Lu Qi was helpless. How the hell do I fight this guy? I can't get close to him, and he doesn't have any means of long-range attack. If the fight continued, he was afraid that his mental strength would be completely depleted by the opponent. Would he then become a vegetable? Goodbye. Lu Qi turned around and prepared to run away. He knew that Chun Jinger must have awakened an S-level talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so amazing. Another powerful force has risen in the ancient town. Eternal Day. Did I let you go? However, a cold voice came from behind. Chun Jinger's expression was cold. He had severely injured all the people in Yongzhou, and now he wanted to escape? It was not that easy. When Lu Qi heard the sound, he walked faster. Mrs. Lin. Chun Jinger let out a tender cry and saw that the motorcycle she had parked on the side of the road was emitting a black light, its wheels spinning, and the driverless motorcycle ran to her side. She jumped up and stood directly on the motorcycle. This scene made everyone present drop their jaws. So weird. Who has ever seen a motorcycle that can run on its own without starting? I saw Chun Jinger standing upright on the front of the motorcycle with a pair of long legs and a 4-meter-long black sickle on her shoulder. The motorcycle carried her and rushed towards Lu Qi at an extremely fast speed. This scene is as weird as it can be. Sister, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me, okay? Lu Qi really wanted to cry now. You've injured all of our Yongzhou people. It's impossible for you to retreat unscathed. How can I escape unscathed? My mental strength has been reduced by 14 points. Lu Qi said angrily. You have brought this upon yourself. Don't think of leaving without leaving something behind. Chun Jinger chased him relentlessly, swinging her scythe continuously, forcing Lu Qi to dodge constantly and making it difficult to escape. So, what do you want? As long as I don't fight you, you can't do anything to me. That's true. He has inherited the cheetah's extreme speed and is extremely fast. If Qin Jinger wanted to avoid fighting, she would have no other options for the time being. We can only compete in magic power to see whose magic power is exhausted first. Tell me, what do you want? After a moment, Lu Qi became a little anxious. Before, he had consumed most of his magic power in the battle with the three Awakeners, and now he was afraid that he could not outlast Qin Jinger. If this goes on, he will probably die here. First Order Crystal Core. Exchange it with a First Order Crystal Core. Qin Jinger said. For you. Without saying a word, Lu Qi took out a crystal core from his arms and threw it back while running. One is not enough. Hand over all the crystal cores in your body. You are a bandit. Don't talk nonsense, or we'll see who can outlast the other. I only have 3 in total. I'll give them all to you. Stop chasing me. Lu Qi took out 2 more crystal cores and threw them out, one to the left and one to the right. He swore that when he returned, he would go into the mountains, capture a few mutant beasts, and then receive some powerful abilities. The best is the ability to attack from a distance. The motorcycle carried Qin Jinger, moving left and right, and took the 2 crystal cores in his hands. Looking at the figure going away, she did not chase after him. Instead, her body became shaky and she almost fell. Sister Jing, 2 women who were less seriously injured helped her up. Let's go back first. Everyone has been seriously injured. Let's take a day off today. Qin Jinger felt a little exhausted, and her motorcycle turned into black light and disappeared on the spot. The S-level talents are too strong. I have broken several ribs. Even if I become an evolver, it will probably take 7 or 8 days to heal. Everyone returned to the hotel and gathered in the lobby to bandage each other's wounds. Sister Jing is amazing. She actually awakened her S-level talent and beat that guy away. Yes, now we, Yongzhou, are considered a strong force in this town. Sister Jing, you should have absorbed all the First Order crystal cores. You are S-level, and breaking through the First Order will give the greatest improvement to Everday. Yeah. As soon as Yang Shanshan brought up the idea, everyone nodded without objection. Qin Jinger's strength was indeed not strong before, but now she is the undisputed #1 in Yongzhou. No, probably the second. Because there is Lin Yu above, he is probably the strongest. Good. Qin Jinger did not refuse. She was very weak now. She was very tired after experiencing such a big battle right after awakening. Her free attribute points have been stored and not allocated. Because Lin Yu told her not to use it unless absolutely necessary, and to wait until her talent was awakened before distributing it according to her talent. So she has been saving it. Her talent had just awakened, and she was not yet proficient enough. So it was very difficult for her to fight Lu Qi, who consumed a lot of magic power. At this moment, she finally didn't have to suppress it anymore. She first added all 25 free attribute points from level 5 to level 10 to her mental power. Then, she took out 10 First Order crystal cores and absorbed them. Originally, they only had 7 in total, and they snatched 3 from Lu Qi, which was just enough to upgrade to the next level. Her Black Grim Reaper Scythe has the property of devouring and can cut off other people's mental power. Once cut off, it cannot be recovered. 1/10 of the spiritual power that is cut off will be absorbed by the Black Sickle and fed back to itself. The previous battle took away 14 points of Lu Qi's mental strength, while she herself gained 1.4. Don't underestimate this 1.4. As time goes by, the more she kills, the stronger her mental power will become. Chapter 39, King Arthur. Boom! As the last crystal core disappeared, Qin Jinger successfully reached the first level. Code. Unnamed. Level. Level 1. Level 0. Magic power. 32,600. Strength. 232. Physique. 226. Speed. 352. Spirit. 504. Talent. S-level Death Spirit. The brand new attribute panel is much more powerful than before, and much more powerful than Lu Shiyan. Her S-level talent. Spirit of Death. It is a soul-related talent, so she added all her free attribute points to mental power. Before evolving, she had eaten attribute fruits, and later, following Lin Yu, she exchanged a lot of them in the trading market. When awakening the S-level talent, the 4 dimensions were increased by 50 points respectively, so it has such terrifying attributes. Although he is still far inferior to Lin Yu, he is obviously much stronger than many S-level talents. What's a good code name? Chun Jinger looked a little worried. She was not good at naming. Hey, I got it. Let Chun sit on it. Let's do it. Chun Jinger will sit on it. If it weren't for this belief, I might not even be able to awaken today. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this code name at all. Instead, she was very satisfied with it. If Lin Yu knew this, he would probably be furious. What normal person would choose such a dirty name? On the World Forum, ever since the information of evolvers from all over the world was connected, there has been constant quarreling every day. Look at the number one person in Daxia country. His name is Dashixing. Just from the name, he is just a small fry. He's just lucky to be ranked first. When the 100 Nations War comes, I'm going to make him wet his pants. Yoshi, you're right. And that magician, he sounds like a juggler. How can he be ranked in the top 10 in Daxia? Daxia men are not good enough, but women, Miss Hua, you are so beautiful. Iron Man, what kind of rubbish is this? How dare you challenge Brother Dashi? You old Sakura dog, you are dead. You and your Sakura country are finished. We Daxia people will crush the cherry blossoms, and we will keep our word. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Where is the Sky Blasting gang? I want to join. I want to flatten this disgusting country. In a palace in Great Britain, four figures stood there. King Arthur, I'm sorry, but Underworld's strength is a little unexpected. The Thunder Knights and I can defeat him together, but we can't subdue him. I'm afraid you'll have to do it. The Sun Knight was shrouded in sunlight, shining brightly. Then I'll go. With him included, there are only 4 of the 12 knights. The 100 Kingdoms War is getting closer and closer, so we have to hurry. There was not much fluctuation in King Arthur's eyes. His strength is almost universally recognized as the strongest in Great Britain. In the battle of 100 nations, the Great Xia Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom, the Hika Kingdom, and the Heavenly Kingdom are all very strong. I saw the Scorpion King take action once on the World Forum. He was very strong, but I am confident that I can face him, the Sun Knight said with confidence. On the highway, a black G-Class sped past. After passing this jade tunnel ahead, we will enter Tianhai City. Lu Shiyun was in the car, looking at the dark tunnel entrance ahead, and suddenly felt a little scared. This hole looks like a big mouth. Little girl Ruka stuck her little head out from the back row and said while blinking her big eyes. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the tunnel entrance in the distance. He looked intently for a moment and found nothing unusual, but he felt a little nervous. Is there something wrong with this tunnel? I don't know. I can't see anything for now. Lin Yu shook his head. It should be fine. This tunnel is less than 2 kilometers long. We will be out in a while. Lu Shiyun shook off the uneasiness in her heart and stepped on the brakes. Parking. When the G was about to reach the tunnel entrance, Lin Yu stopped the car. The car stopped steadily. Lin Yu jumped out of the car, slowly walked to the entrance of the tunnel, and looked inside. Since the power system was destroyed, there was basically no light, and the tunnel was pitch black and nothing could be seen. A fireball appeared in Lin Yu's hand, and he threw it into the tunnel. The fireball fell, blasting out countless sparks and illuminating the tunnel a little. Lin Yu looked carefully for a long time, but still found nothing unusual. Maybe we are worrying too much, let's go. Lin Yu returned to the car, and although he still felt a little uneasy, it was not strong. Even if there really is something inside, they are not afraid. Big G moves forward slowly. The car lights turned on, illuminating the tunnel. The two looked around in the light. Everything seemed normal, but it was extremely quiet. Lu Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed in like an arrow. Gradually, both of them felt something was wrong. This jade tunnel is less than 2 kilometers long. How come we haven't gotten out of it in 3 or 4 minutes? We can't even see the entrance. Lu Shiyun suddenly became nervous. Another 10 minutes passed, and the car was still in the tunnel. Brother Yu, are we encountering any strange incident? She gripped the steering wheel tightly, obviously very nervous. Maybe. Lin Yu frowned. The tunnel was less than 2 kilometers long, but the car ran for nearly 30 kilometers without getting out. This situation was either an illusion or we were trapped within the rules. Or, this is no longer a tunnel, but another space? Did we accidentally enter a secret place? Lin Yu muttered to himself. After the end of the world, many different spaces and dimensions will appear, which will contain many opportunities, but also accompanied by huge crises. These spaces were called secret realms in previous lives. But there are many kinds of secret realms. Some secret realms involve the rules of the avenue. You need to hold a secret realm card and meet the conditions to enter. Some secret realms have no conditions and rely entirely on luck. Get off the car and take a look at the situation first. Lu Shiyin braked and stopped. After the three people got out of the car, she put the G-class into the space. You pull me and Ru Ke. In the darkness, there was deathly silence. Lu Shiyin held Lin Yu with one hand and Ru Ke with the other. When? Suddenly, a huge bell sounded, echoing in the tunnel. As the bell rang, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the tunnel wall not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it should be a door. It seemed to be guiding them. Interesting, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's go see what's in that door." The two women followed him and walked over slowly. The three of them walked to the place where the light was, and it was indeed a door. The door was slightly open, and light was coming from inside. Crunch! Lin Yu opened the door and walked in. It was a huge stone cave, very spacious. In the middle was a stone table, around which many people sat. At the top of the table sat a creature wearing a bull head mask, which did not look like a human. Congratulations, there are 3 new people this time. The creature spoke slowly, without a trace of emotion in his voice. Everyone sitting on both sides of the table looked over. Lin Yu saw all kinds of emotions on their faces, including ferocity, joy, despair, pity, etc. Very weird. Where is this place? Lin Yu looked at them and asked. This is the devil's residence, the bull-headed masked creature answered. Devil? Lin Yu frowned. In previous lives, demons generally referred to powerful beings who had awakened to the power of darkness. It can be a dark evolver or a dark beast. Chapter 40 Devil's Game. Please take a seat. The Minotaur pointed to the stool next to the stone table. He is indeed not human, because what came out of his sleeve was not a hand, but a piece of dry vine. Let's go, I want to see what they are doing. Lin Yu pulled the two of them to sit down at the stone table. At this point, there are 19 people sitting here, and there are still 6 seats empty. Let me introduce this to the newcomers. There will be a death game here every day. The loser will die. You have 10 minutes now. Can you discuss which game to play? After the bull-headed creature said this, it stopped talking. The other 15 people immediately looked at Lin Yu and the other 2, and various complicated emotions appeared on their faces again. They didn't say anything, just looked at each other and nodded slightly. It seems some kind of consensus has been reached. Everyone, can you tell me what's going on? Lin Yu stared at everyone, but no one paid any attention to him. Brother Yu, I have a bad feeling. Lu Shiyin said with a serious expression. These people came earlier than them and should know a lot of things, but they didn't tell them. No problem. Okay, time's up. Tell me your choice. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the Minotaur spoke. We choose 3. The 15 people said in unison. Okay, I get it. Then, the newcomer will decide what game to play this time. However, the bull-headed creature said something that shocked everyone. When these words were spoken, the 15 people present were first shocked and then angry. You don't follow the rules. A big man suddenly stood up, slapped the table, and glared at the Minotaur. Ha! I'm the rule here. What? You don't accept it? The Minotaur looked at him coldly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The big man was extremely angry, but in the end he had no choice but to sit down. I see. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He understood what kind of place this was. Rules are set, but you don't have to follow them. There are 10 games in total. Which one do you choose? The Minotaur looked at Lin Yu and the other 2. Everyone else looked over as well, and there was a threatening look in the big man's eyes. Then let's play game 2. Lin Yu spoke casually. After hearing his answer, the 15 people all breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions were also solemn. Brother Yu, do you know what game this is? Lu Shiyin asked in a low voice beside him. I don't know, I just picked it randomly. Bro, are you serious? Now, they don't know anything. Even if they're playing games, they still have to know the rules, right? It's okay, just do what I do, Lin Yu said to the 2 of them. The game begins. There were 2 decks of playing cards clamped on the Minotaur's dead vines. He started throwing the cards in front of each person. After 2 rounds, each person got exactly 2 cards. After the cards were dealt, the 15 players all picked up their own playing cards and looked at them secretly. One more, the big man said. The Minotaur sent another one. The big man picked up the cards and looked at them. His pupils shrank, but he didn't show it at all. Among the 8 people on Lin Yu's left, 5 asked for another card. Is this bullfighting? Lu Shiyin felt that this scene was very similar to the bullfighting game. Perhaps. Lin Yu didn't care and answered casually. Judging from what happened just now, He was 100% sure that this was neither a secret realm nor a rule space. At best, they were captured here by powerful creatures to play some messy games. It's your turn. The bull-headed creature looked at Lin Yu. Take one. Don't you want to look at the cards? It doesn't matter. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. You don't even look at the whole cards, but just ask for the cards directly. Aren't you afraid that the big cards will become small cards? Lin Shiyun and the other person also asked for one card, but they didn't even look at the cards. Finally, everyone finishes their cards. Everyone open your cards, the Minotaur said. As everyone revealed their cards, the big man's face could no longer hold back and turned pale. AK, 2 points the smallest in the game. He collapsed on his buttocks, his face ashen. At this time, Lin Yu discovered. Above the big man's head, wisps of black gas floated out, continuously drifting towards the sky and disappearing. In those wisps of black air, Lin Yu felt the breath of endless despair. Let's do it. A dagger appeared in the withered vine hand of the bull-headed creature, and he threw it on the table. Below the big man, a middle-aged man stood up. He picked up the dagger, walked behind the big man, and placed the dagger across his neck. The big man looked dejected, but he didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. The middle-aged man slashed with the dagger in his hand quickly, and blood gushed out immediately. The big man covered his neck and fell to the ground while struggling. There was despair and seemingly relief in his eyes. The Minotaur stretched out its withered vines and dragged the big man toward the door, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The 14 people who were still alive looked at this scene, their faces pale, and wisps of black despair emerged above their heads. After the bull-headed creature left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a calamity. My dear little brother, we have been trapped in here for 15 days. I wonder what the world outside is like. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked up to Lin Yu and the other two and asked, 15 days? You were trapped in here before the end of the world. No, we only broke into this tunnel on the 8th day of the apocalypse. We just came in. Today is the 13th day of the apocalypse. Your words are full of loopholes. Lin Yu looked at him coldly. We really didn't lie to you. I broke in here by accident on the 9th day of the apocalypse and have been here for 14 days. A woman said weakly. In other words, 5 days passed in the outside world, but 15 days passed here? The man with glasses looked terrified. Do you have any food? Can you give me something to eat? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the next round of the game. The woman crawled to Lin Yu's feet, pulled his pants, and said with difficulty, As long as you give me something to eat, I can do anything you want. Lin Yu looked at the woman. She was pretty and had a well-proportioned figure. It's a pity that he seems to be a little too hungry now. His face is as pale as paper and bloodless. Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiyun, nodded slightly, and said, Give them some. The 14 people left here almost all looked like they had been hungry for a long time. Lu Shiyun took out some food and water from her backpack and put them on the table. The eyes of everyone present lit up, and they all came forward, picked up the bread, and began to eat it voraciously. 3 people scrambled to drink a bottle of water. A few minutes later, you said you were trapped here for more than 10 days. How did you get food and water? Lin Yu asked. Chapter 41, Breaking the Rules. After eating, these people finally regained a lot of strength. The middle-aged man said, Every 3 days, the Minotaur will appear and ask us to participate in a death game. The loser will die. It will take the dead person away, and then every other day, they will play the food game again, and the person who wins gets to eat the food. Then the Minotaur will give you food? There isn't much food here. Lu Shiyun said, If I'm not mistaken, the so-called food is the flesh of the person who died in the death game, right? Lin Yu took over the conversation. Everyone was silent. Obviously, they also knew what the so-called food was, but they had no choice. They didn't want to die. Only human flesh can be eaten. The monster said that if we can survive for 30 days, we will be free. Is this pig farming? Lin Yu thought of a dark creature. They can absorb the purest emotions of despair and grow by devouring the breath of despair. At this time, Lin Yu completely understood. They were encountering dark creatures that fed on despair. The dark creatures trapped these people here and forced them to play games every day to release their inner despair. At the same time, it gives them hope of getting out, and this repetitive process breeds an atmosphere of despair. If this creature is a mutant, it would have entered the city long ago, and it would have been able to obtain more despair power. And right now it's guarding the tunnel, which means it can't leave. It's a dark creature that's a plant mutation. In just a moment, Lin Yu basically figured everything out. He expressed these thoughts. How do you explain the different speeds of time flowing? Lu Shiyan asked. It's very simple. These people are locked up here, isolated from the outside world, and in fear. Naturally, they believe whatever the Minotaur says. Lin Yu spoke. Now that you mention it, I remember it. A well-mannered man suddenly spoke. Do you remember that every time a new person came in, the Minotaur would say there would be a game every day, but he never explained the rules of the game? That's right, so we subconsciously think that there is one game a day, and every time we participate in a game, one day has passed. Everyone also reacted. There is no day or night here, and everyone's spirits are always in a tense state. Even if they play the game 3 times a day, they cannot tell the passage of time. So, what do we do now? A group of people seem to regard Lin Yu as a life-saving straw. An illusion like this one formed by emotions can only be resolved by finding the caster and killing him, said Lin Yu. This kind of magic mirror is quite troublesome, and it can usually only be solved by killing the caster. Or maybe their strength is much stronger than the caster, and they just break it with brute force. Is the caster the Minotaur? Or the monster in the fog? They are so scary, we can't kill them. Some people are desperate. Don't listen to his nonsense. Anyone who breaks the rules will die. Have you forgotten those who didn't follow the rules before? At this time, an old man in his 60s spoke. This man is just a new arrival today. He doesn't know how terrifying monsters are. Do you want to die with him? Hearing his words, the people present really retreated, with fear in their eyes. Yes. Before, there were powerful 8th-level evolvers and people with talents who could spray water. They resisted the monsters, but they all died in the end. This person just came in. Who knows what he is thinking? Just now they were just desperate attempts to find a cure, but now that they have calmed down, no one dared to agree with Lin Yu anymore. They didn't know whether Lin Yu was right or not, but they knew that if they provoked monsters and broke the rules, they would die. No one is an exception. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Lu Shiyan asked. To leave this illusion, you must find a caster and kill him. There was a cold light flashing in Lin Yu's eyes. He didn't have much time to waste here. As you said, the dark creatures are there to absorb despair, so it won't be difficult to find him. Lu Shiyan thought about it for a moment. He said, as long as it can no longer absorb despair, it will naturally appear. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman was indeed smart. As long as Wei Wei provides a little clue, she can think of a way to break the deadlock. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, bring out 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of water, and some other supplies. Lu Shiyan did as she was told. Suddenly, a pile of food supplies appeared next to the two of them, attracting everyone's attention. Each and every one of them had a look of desire and greed on their face. Those who are willing to kill monsters with me, come here, I can share food with you. Lin Yu said to these people, as long as these people are given hope to survive, they will not despair, and the dark creatures will not be able to absorb the dark emotions. When the time comes, it will naturally appear on its own. Don't listen to him. Anyone who resists those monsters will die. The old man shouted again. His words made many people stop their inner impulses. Huh? Lin Yu sneered. In the end, 3 people came to Lin Yu. Can we eat? The woman asked cautiously at first. They were really hungry. Since she came in, she has been hungry 3 times a day, 9 times in 3 days, and has not eaten anything. Eat it! With Lin Yu's approval, the 3 of them were overjoyed and started eating the instant noodles in big mouthfuls. The 11 people on the opposite side were drooling. Everyone, we can choose not to fight against those monsters, but we can steal this man's food, right? Someone suddenly spoke. They don't dare to fight monsters, but they are not afraid of stealing things from their own kind. Yes, we have a share of those things too, and we have to eat them too. Someone took the lead, and a group of people looked fierce. Among them, some people have eaten human flesh. They are planning to rob. Lu Shiyan frowned. Huh, I have another faster way to lure out the dark creatures. Lin Yu said, these people don't deserve sympathy. Lu Shiyan knew what method Lin Yu was talking about. At the beginning, the two were only prepared to use the most gentle means to cut off the source of power of the dark creatures. But at this moment, it seems unnecessary to go through so much trouble. Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Lu Shiyan is not a saint. Seeing the leaders rushing towards her with their fangs bared, she raised her right hand and lightly snapped her fingers. A strange wave spread from her fingertips like water waves. The 5 people who were rushing in the front were suddenly frozen in place. with the ferocious expressions on their faces frozen in place. Next moment, the 5 people's bodies were covered with cracks, just like a broken mirror. Then with a bang, the space exploded directly, tearing everything into pieces, leaving only traces of blood floating down. Ah! Murder! Screams rang out one after another. The faces and bodies of the people following behind were all covered with countless blood and pieces of flesh. Shut up! The flame in Lin Yu's hand condensed and transformed into a huge flaming sword, which was about 15 or 16 meters long. Of course, 15 or 16 meters is not his limit, but the limit of this stone chamber space. Chapter 42, Tree Demon. Lin Yu held the flaming knife and slashed directly towards the crowd. It was fast and silent. Before anyone could even utter a scream, they were killed by a single blow, cut into 2 pieces, and even their bodies were engulfed by flames. After finishing everything, Lin Yu walked to the main seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the caster to appear. The only 3 people left alive trembled with fear when they saw this scene. I don't know how long it took, but finally the sound of thump, thump, thump footsteps was heard. Several people looked towards the door. The creature with the bullhead mask appeared. It looked at the few lonely people at the scene and was visibly stunned. What about the others? They're all dead. Lin Yu looked straight at it and spoke with a smile. You killed them? The bull-headed creature instantly became furious. They are the food of the devil. How dare you kill them? Damn it, damn it. He jumped up and down on the spot, then rolled over and cursed. This operation left several people stunned. Mom, is it crazy? Said the little girl Ruku in a naive way. She has followed Lin Yu and has seen all kinds of big scenes. Compared with those people here, her psychological quality is stronger. If you break the rules here, you will all die. The creature seemed to have calmed down. It slowly stood up and looked at the few people with murderous intent. Call that devil out, Lin Yu said. Ha! Are you worthy enough to see my master? The bull-headed creature sneered and flicked its sleeves. Dry vines sprouted out from his sleeves, quickly grew longer, and stabbed towards the men. Lin Yu flashed, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the vine. He pulled hard, but the huge force was beyond the ability of the bull-headed creature to resist. Under this pulling force, its body was pulled directly towards Lin Yu. Bang! He kicked out, hitting the bull-headed creature right in the chest, sending it flying back and falling heavily to the ground. A flame suddenly ignited in Lin Yu's hand and burned quickly along the dead vine. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream was heard. Seeing the flames following the dead vine and about to burn its body, it simply tore the dead vine apart. That's the arm of a bull-headed creature. He cut off his arm to survive, which was very decisive. Ai! A series of incomprehensible words suddenly came out of its mouth, as if it was calling for something. Roar! Soon, 5 strange-looking creatures kicked the door open and rushed in. They are not human. The 5 creatures have different shapes. Some of them are 4 or 5 meters tall, with a pumpkin head on their neck and 2 axes in their hands. Some of them had no head, just a big tree stump. In the middle of the stump, there was a vertical eye, which looked ferocious and terrifying, and was still bleeding. Ah! Monster! They're monsters. As long as someone breaks the rules, they will appear and kill and eat that person. The woman behind Lin Yu screamed, retreated madly, and curled up in the corner. They are all first level. Feeling the momentum of these 5 monsters, Lin Yu was overjoyed. Kill him, the bull-headed creature roared. 5 monsters immediately rushed towards Lin Yu. The flame in Lin Yu's hand condensed and quickly formed a flaming knife more than 1 meter long. He flashed by at an extremely fast speed, and only Lu Shiyun could see him clearly. Swish! The flaming knife slashed across the necks of 5 monsters in succession, and then was placed on the neck of the bull-headed creature. His speed was so fast that before the monsters were even ready to move, their throats had already been cut. How is that possible? Watching the 5 monsters' heads rolling off their bodies, the bull-headed creature was frightened. The man in front of him was so powerful that I was afraid only the master could kill him. The knife fell with a sudden movement. A piece of dead vine flew out. It was the only remaining arm of the Minotaur. It screamed miserably. You haven't summoned your master yet? Lin Yu split the bullhead mask, revealing a wooden face. You will all die. Everyone will die. A look of fear appeared on Mutu's face. I'll give you 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, I'll send you to meet these 5 monsters. While threatening, Lin Yu split open the heads of the 5 monsters he had just killed and took out the crystal cores inside. Various complex human expressions were revealed on the wooden face, which was very strange. Ioriel, after a burst of incomprehensible language, the earth suddenly shook and a black light gathered at the gate. Slowly it turned into a human figure. The black light dissipated, revealing its true appearance. That's a tree man. That's right, it's the tree man. He has delicate features and a strong body, just like a human, but his hair is made of vines. The skin on his body is like the bark on a tree. The tree man walked towards them step by step, emitting a terrifying aura and a huge amount of magic power surging. Lin Yu tensed his muscles and prepared for battle. It's a big one indeed. Lin Yu looked solemn. He felt that there was a terrifying and boundless magical power hidden in the other party's body. This could be a creature above level 2, or even close to level 3. On the 13th day of the end of the world, this is definitely the ceiling, belonging to the most powerful group of creatures. Although Lin Yu is only at the first level now, his magic power is as high as 69,000, and his mental power is 586, which are already the attributes of an ordinary second-level, 10th-level evolver. The only thing that can make him feel pressured is someone with more powerful magic or mental strength than him. You useless thing. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the point of keeping you? After listening to the Minotaur's report, the tree man became angry and instantly grabbed its throat with his hand. Master, please spare my life. Please. Before he could finish his words, there was a click sound, and the tree man had already broken its neck. Bang! Its body was thrown casually on the ground. The tree man raised his head and looked at everyone. His eyes swept around and finally stopped at Lin Yu. It was you who killed the pigs I raised. He stepped forward one step at a time, and when he passed the corpse of the bull-headed creature, he stepped on it and crushed it into pieces. Level 3. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and asked deliberately. It should have been almost done, but you ruined it. Otherwise, you can stay and be my slave. Please lend me your crystal core first. Lin Yu shouted and took the lead in launching an attack. His body shot out like an arrow and instantly appeared in front of the tree man. He gathered all his strength into a punch, hitting the tree man right in the chest. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Lin Yu threw out more than a dozen punches. The tree man did not dodge or evade, allowing Lin Yu's fist to hit him. Is this all your strength? The tree man suddenly threw a punch, colliding with Lin Yu's fist. Then the two men attacked frantically. Their punches were so fast that ordinary people could not see them clearly and could only see after images. Come again. Flames burst out from Lin Yu's body, and he was enveloped by yellow magic flames. At this moment, his strength increased by 2 times. Chapter 43 Dragon Flame Mode. Kill. Lin Yu rushed forward again, his fist wrapped in flames attacking like a rainstorm and a strong wind, attacking crazily. Bang! With just one punch, the tree man was knocked flying, and blood instantly oozed out of his chest. This is the power after using S-level talent and doubling the main attribute. It is extremely terrifying. Interesting, the tree man was extremely shocked. It's amazing that this little scum who is only at the first level can actually deliver such a terrifying punch. However, before he could come to his senses, Lin Yu's flaming fist hit him again. What's the use of having great strength if you can't hit the target? The tree man sneered. It stretched out its body, moving left and right, perfectly avoiding Lin Yu's fist. Can't hit. Lin Yu found that his speed could not keep up with the tree man at all. No matter how fast he punched, the tree man could always easily avoid it. He suddenly felt helpless. After all, there is a difference of almost 2 levels, and the speed attribute is obviously not as high as the opponent, making it difficult to hit. At the 2nd stage and 10th level, the 4-dimensional attributes have reached at least 620 points, and the main attribute with Free Point Edition has reached 1020 points. His current speed of 524 is a bit far from enough. It's my turn! The tree man moved and almost became a trail of afterimages. Bang! Lin Yu was hit hard on the back, and his body was knocked flying, and his internal organs were shaken. The tree man sneered and attacked again. His speed was so fast that Lin Yu couldn't defend himself at all and fell into a passive situation of being beaten. Ahem! Lin Yu was punched again and hit the stone wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the other party. Brother Yu, uncle! 2 anxious voices rang out. Lu Shiyun and Lu Rook rushed over. Green light flew out from Rook's hands and poured into Lin Yu's body, quickly recovering his injuries. Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Looking at the tree man rushing towards her, Lu Shiyun's face changed and she hurriedly used her talent. A snap of fingers, The tree man's running figure paused and stopped in the air. The space where he was located solidified and then exploded. Bang! In that space, blood flowers bloomed. However, the explosion of space only caused a few more wounds on the tree man, and the force did not tear him apart. After all, there is still a gap of 2 levels. The tree man broke through the space and punched over. Mirror flower and water moon. Lu Shiryun used her talent again, but this time the opponent was prepared, and his speed soared, directly avoiding that space. He used his spatial talent continuously, but was unable to hit the tree man. He only delayed the time slightly. Lu Shiryun gritted her teeth and threw a punch. She knew that this punch would seriously injure her, but she couldn't retreat because Lin Yu and Ruku were behind her. At this critical moment, Dragon Flame! Lin Yu shouted and finally used his most powerful move. This was the first time he used it after successfully awakening to S level and unlocking the Dragon Flame form. Even he himself didn't know what was happening in the Dragon Flame state. In an instant, the yellow flame quickly changed into a scarlet-red color, and his aura rose wildly. The tree man's face changed, and he retreated violently. Is this the Dragon Flame state? Lin Yu felt the changes in his body and was inexplicably surprised. His main attribute is strength, which is doubled in the S-level talent flame state, while other attributes remain unchanged. However, in the Dragon Flame state, the main attribute is directly increased by 3 times, and the other 4-dimensional attributes are doubled. This is definitely a completely different situation. The speed attribute of 524 soared to 1048 at this moment, which means the consumption of magic power is much faster than that of the flame state. Are you okay? Are you okay? Lin Yu and Lu Shiryun spoke at the same time. The two were stunned, then smiled at each other. I feel better than ever before. Wait for me to kill that tree man. Lin Yu clenched his fists. I'm fine too, be careful. Lu Shiryun gave him a charming smile. It's time to end it. Lin Yu stepped forward and walked slowly. He was wrapped in red flames like a god. At this moment in Dragon Flame state, he can almost compete with ordinary 3rd-level evolvers, spanning 2 levels. Has your strength increased again? Unfortunately, it's still useless if you can't hit me. The tree man spoke coldly. The aura coming from Lin Yu at this moment made him extremely frightened. It was the first time he encountered such a feeling of oppression. Yeah. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already behind the tree man. How could it be? Before the tree man could finish his words, and before his body could react, he felt a huge pain in his abdomen. His eyes were so wide open that they seemed about to pop out. So soon? The next moment, his body flew out like a cannonball, and the second half of the sentence came out of his mouth. Ahem! He slowly stood up from the ground, coughing up blood. Lin Yu's ordinary punch almost pierced his body. If his original form was not a vine tree, with physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary evolvers, he would have been penetrated by that punch just now. Lin Yu in the Dragon Flame form is so terrifying. He can't hold back any longer. The tree man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly countless black mists surged out from his body, instantly filling the entire stone chamber. An atmosphere of infinite despair spread, as if to bring everyone into a world of despair. Behind Lin Yu, the 3 ordinary evolvers who were only at level 3 were instantly trapped in an illusion. No, don't kill me. Don't be afraid, honey. I'll be with you right away. The 3 of them roared wildly, with all kinds of emotions showing on their faces: fear, disappointment, sadness, helplessness, and finally despair. The man grabbed his neck tightly with both hands and tried to commit suicide. Lin Yu frowned and knocked the 3 men unconscious with a few strikes. He looked at Lu Shiryun and Ruku again. Lu Shiryun was stronger and had not yet lost her mind, but the little girl Ruku had already burst into tears and her face was pale. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and she was heading towards the abyss of despair. Bang! Lin Yu knocked the little girl unconscious with a knife. Lu Shiryun was becoming weaker and weaker at this time, and his mental strength was trying his best to resist the invasion of the magic mirror. But it is estimated that it will not last long. At most, it will take a few minutes before it is completely trapped in the illusion. My guess was right. All the free attribute points of this tree man were added to his mental strength. Lin Yu muttered to himself. He also knocked Lu Shiryun unconscious. The tree man is now at level 10 of the 2nd stage. If all the free attribute points are added to mental strength, it will definitely exceed 1,000 points. In Lin Yulong's flame form, His mental strength doubled to 1172 points and was no longer affected by the magic mirror. If it were in flame form, it probably wouldn't last long. Suddenly, in the black fog, a fist appeared and hit Lin Yu hard. Brush! Lin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared behind the tree man. Throw out a punch. The tree man was knocked away directly, and before his body fell, Lin Yu appeared again and punched him continuously. Chapter 44, Wanna Beat Lu Shiyun. Lin Yu's mental power is stronger than the tree man's. The opponent's magic mirror and black fog can no longer block his five senses. Therefore, he could always sense the actions of the tree man. Bang! The earth shook. The tree man's body was embedded directly into the stone wall. He was covered in blood, and his breathing was unstable. You are not affected by the illusion of despair? The tree man was trapped in the stone wall and spoke with difficulty. You are just a first-level scum. Why are all your attributes so terrible? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this first-level scum in front of me is actually a third-level big shot? The Mirror of Despair is his most powerful weapon, and his free attributes are all evolving in the direction of mental power. Once someone else's mental power exceeds his, all mental attacks will be ineffective. At this moment, he was in despair. All of Lin Yu's attributes crushed him in all aspects, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The flaming knife swept across, and the tree man's head flew up instantly. Call! Lin Yu took a deep breath. The flames all over his body disappeared, and his dragon flame form was released. It was strong, but the consumption was too great. In just a few moments, 1/3 of the magic power was consumed, and more than 20,000 magic powers disappeared. If this was an ordinary first-level awakener's 110,000 magic power, it would probably take more than a few minutes to perform. The black fog in the stone chamber was swirling and surging rapidly. In just a moment, everything disappeared. Even the stone cave was slowly disappearing, and the entire illusion space created by the tree man was disappearing. As the magic mirror shattered, everyone returned to reality. They were still in the tunnel, only about 20 meters away from the tunnel entrance. There were a bunch of cars lying around, probably belonging to those who were trapped in the illusion. At the entrance of the cave, the body of the tree man was lying on the ground. Lin Yu went over and took out the second-level crystal core from his head. Hey, what is this? Lin Yu saw that there was a book next to the tree man. As the breeze blows, the pages of the book slowly open and turn automatically. He picked it up and saw that the title of the book was Strange Tunnel, which turned out to be a pre-apocalyptic horror novel. Lin Yu opened it and flipped through a few pages. The previous content was exactly the same as their experience, but everything changed later. Because Lin Yu appeared. Interesting, Lin Yu smiled. It turns out that all this was just because of a horror novel. After this tree man evolved, his main body stayed here and could not leave for the time being. I don't know how I got this novel, but I just copied it and created a similar illusion. Flames burst out from Lin Yu's hands, igniting the novel. Shiyun, wake up. Ruko, wakeu. He woke up the two men, and as for the other 3 survivors, he left them alone. He can't care about that. If he hadn't appeared, according to the ending of the novel, everyone who came in would definitely have died. Brother Yu, in the Daxia section of the forum, someone has listed some foreign experts through clues on the World Forum, including relevant battle videos. King Arthur, the Angel Gabriel, Lucifer, King Scorpio, Chizuru, Superman, the Sun God, etc. These people will be strong opponents in the battle of the 100 Nations. Lin Yu listened quietly. These are all true superpowers. In their previous lives, they all entered the strongest sequence. They are truly extraordinary. However, compared with Daxia, it is still far behind. Ruku, how does it feel to reach level 1? Thank you, uncle. I feel very strong. Very strong. I can kill a cow with 1 punch. The little girl clenched her fists, looking excited. This caused the two of them to burst into laughter. Previously, he cooperated with the zombie king Dashixing. Not only did both of them reach the first level, but they also obtained 37 first-level crystal cores. In the illusion of despair, kill 5 monsters and get 5 more. Lin Yu thought about it and gave 10 to the little girl Ruku, allowing her to enter the first level. In a battle like the one before, her healing ability at level 10 obviously couldn't keep up. The gap was too big. Lu Shiyun tilted her head and looked at Lin Yu with a smile in her eyes. This man is so nice. What are you looking at? Lin Yu felt the strange gaze and turned his head to take a look. You look more handsome. Lu Shiyin smiled charmingly and hooked a few strands of hair on her forehead behind her ears. She was leaning sideways on her seat, facing Lin Yu. She was wearing a tight shirt that showed off her proud chest, and a high-waisted skirt that revealed a pair of long, white, beautiful legs. Her lazy posture makes her more charming. The young woman is charming. This demon is so annoying. Lin Yu steadied the steering wheel and almost hit the guardrail, which made Lu Shiyin laugh. Don't mess with me. If you mess with me, I won't show you mercy. Am I still afraid of you? Lu Shiyun's face flushed, and she glanced at him charmingly, not showing any weakness. Uncle, you're not going to hit Mom, are you? The little girl in the back row asked naively, a little nervously. Mom, Uncle is very good. Don't mess with him, or he will beat you. Well, Uncle wants to beat your mother. Lin Yu spoke fiercely, hinting at something. Don't worry, Ru. Your uncle may not be able to beat your mom. Lu Shiyin raised her chin with a strong sense of provocation. Huh, women always like to be stubborn even when they are dead. Lin Yu sneered. The three of them played along the way. Brother Yu, it's getting dark. We definitely won't be able to reach Tianhai City today. Let's find a place to rest. Well, it's not safe at night. Let's go to the service area in front and have a look. Lin Yu said. After a while, the three stopped at the service area. This place was empty, and there were no signs of zombies. I guess everyone here had run away. There are a lot of gas tanks here. Let's cook some food. Lin Yu found more than a dozen gas cans, and his eyes lit up. He was tired of eating bread and snacks every day. Then help me wash the vegetables. Lu Shiyin took out various ingredients from the space and began to prepare. An hour later, Lin Yu looked at the table full of delicious food, and his appetite was aroused. The tempting aroma hit them in the face, making several people's stomachs growl. The three of them wolfed down the food. I have to say that Lu Shiyun's cooking skills are definitely at the chef level, and the food she cooks is simply delicious. In just one day, there are so many new levels. After eating and drinking, Lu Shiyin lazily lay on the recliner. Hearing this, Lin Yu opened the ranking list. He hadn't paid attention to it for several days. On the Daxia Kingdom's rank list, the number of people who have reached the first level has reached 216. In Yun Province, where he is now, there are already 10 first-level people, which ranks among the top 5 in all provinces in the country. This has a lot to do with Lin Yu. 4 out of 10 are related to him. Today is nothing. In the next few days, a large number of people will advance. Lin Yu said, currently, what limits the number of first-level people is not the small number of strong people, but the small number of first-level zombies. As the zombies become stronger, there will be more and more first-level zombies. Moreover, many powerful evolvers nowadays may only be 1 or 2 away from reaching the first level. Lin Yu looked at the evolution point list again. He has dropped to 8th place. It's getting late. Let's take a rest first. A moment later, the three of them squeezed into a room. Brother Yu, there are so many rooms. Why do you have to squeeze in this one with us? Lu Shiyin said, it's better for us not to sleep separately. In case there are monsters or something at night, I can still protect you. Lin Yu spoke righteously. You don't want to hit me, do you? Don't mess around with the kids around. How could Lu Shiyin not know Lin Yu's little thoughts, and rolled her eyes at him? Chapter 45, Awakening the Talented Mutant Beast. The three of them went asleep. Lin Yu pressed forward, fitting in with Lu Shiyun's perfect curves. Give me your hand. Lu Shiyin consciously pulled Lin Yu's right hand and placed it under his neck. Ruko, it's time to go to bed. Oh, Uncle, you can't hit Mommy, the little girl murmured and fell asleep sweetly. Half an hour later, there was a rustling sound in the darkness. I have been reported, so I can only omit 3,000 words, my own thoughts. Lu Shiyin felt like her body was about to melt, and a trace of desire appeared in her heart. But my daughter is still there. No, no. Her breath was as sweet as orchid and her voice was trembling slightly. Then I'll leave. Lin Yu spoke in a low voice, and at the same time paused with his right hand, wanting to pull it back. Don't! Lu Shiyin was ashamed and angry. She reached out and held down Lin Yu's big hand and pinched him hard on the waist. Hiss! This skill of the woman is truly terrifying. She is already a first-level evolver, and her physical attributes are countless times stronger than those of ordinary people. Why does it still hurt so much when my waist is pinched? It's unscientific. Sudden. Mom, aren't you going to sleep? This sudden sound was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the flames. Ruko, are you awake? I haven't slept yet. As soon as these words came out, the two of them froze. Lu Shiyun's little hand instantly retracted. Lin Yu also felt extremely embarrassed. I felt ashamed of being caught in the act. Go to sleep. Lin Yu looked depressed. The next day, the three of them set out early in the morning. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, sleeping soundly. He was very uncomfortable last night. I didn't sleep well all night. Sizzle. Suddenly, the car braked suddenly and almost threw him out, but fortunately he was wearing a seatbelt. What's wrong? Lin Yu opened his eyes. The road is blocked. Lu Shiyin pointed to the highway ahead. Lin Yu looked at it, his eyes fixed. I saw that the original expressway was broken, and the viaduct several kilometers ahead was in tatters and damaged beyond recognition. The entire viaduct was broken, as if it had been smashed by some huge monster. What is that? There were roars coming from afar, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Lin Yu looked over and saw that in the dense forest, countless large trees were shaking violently and then fell down. Suddenly, the three of them saw an extremely shocking scene. A huge snake head stretched out from the forest and went straight into the sky. Then a black head popped up. It was a gorilla's head. It beat its chest frantically, and the next moment it pounced directly at the giant python. No, even Python cannot describe how huge it is. The two monsters wrestled with each other, clearing out a large area of forest in an instant, and their true forms were basically revealed. Lin Yu estimated that the gorilla was more than 20 meters tall. It was a real-life version of King Kong. The giant snake was even more exaggerated. When standing up, it was twice as tall as King Kong. Is this a mutant beast? Well, it might be level 3. Lin Yu was also shocked. The third level was definitely the strongest creature at this stage, and the ceiling on the road of evolution. So what should we do now? At least dozens of kilometers of the highway ahead are damaged. We can only walk to the intact section of the highway, and then drive on to Tianhai City. Lin Yu frowned. There are two ferocious beasts fighting ahead. It is too dangerous to rashly enter their territory. Moreover, this place is deep in the mountains, and there might be other powerful mutant beasts. Brother Yu, that big snake can breathe fire, Lu Shiyin said. Lin Yu looked over. The giant snake completely wrapped around the gorilla, and a huge flame spurted out of its raised mouth. Roar! The roar shook the earth. The gorilla's body suddenly flashed with electric arcs, and lightning wrapped around it. Its fists seemed to be holding thunder. Countless arcs of electricity gathered and hit the giant snake's head with one punch. A giant python that can spit fire, a gorilla that can use lightning, this... Lu Shiyin was a little stunned. These two are not ordinary mutant beasts. They are mutant beasts that have awakened their talents. Their strength is countless times stronger than ordinary ones. Can mutant beasts also awaken their talents? Yes, the evolution of heaven and earth is a feast for all living things. It's not just humans who have innate abilities. After a while of struggling on his face, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, Shiyin, you wait for me here. Where are you going to find the mutant beast? Lu Shiyin was surprised. Well, that big snake can breathe fire. It must have awakened its fire talent. Its crystal core may be useful to me. Lin Yu said, his awakening talent can be enhanced by absorbing various fire attributes. If the giant python's talent is also S-level, then its crystal core will be useful to Lin Yu. But you also said that they may have reached the third level. I'm afraid we can't deal with the third-level mutant beasts that have awakened their talents now. Lu Shiyin was very worried. It's okay. I'll go observe from a distance to see if they are level 2 or level 3. The distance here is too far, and he has no way of judging the true strength of the two mutant beasts. If it's just the second level, there is some chance. If it was level 3, he would turn around and leave. Before, he was in the Dragon Flame state, and he could easily kill the level 10 Tree Man of the second stage in the tunnel. But the Tree Man's talent level was obviously very low. After using the power of despair, Lin Yu felt that its attributes had not been significantly improved. Brother Yu, let's go with you. Lu Shiyun's eyes were firm. Okay, if it's level 3, we'll just go. If it's only level 2, you guys should stay away. Lin Yu thought of Lu Shiyun's infinite space, which was filled with countless gasoline. Well, maybe they will both lose, and we can just take advantage of it. Let's go. After putting away their big G-force, the three of them jumped directly from the viaduct, which was more than 20 meters high. In the past, if you jumped down, you would be a pool of meat paste. Now, little girl Ru Ku can jump down easily, and nothing will happen to her. Speaking of which, although Ru Ku only has an A-level healing talent, all her points increase her constitution. In terms of defense and recovery, she is stronger than Lu Shiyin. The three began to run wildly in the mountains and forests. They were quite far away from where the two mutant beasts were, and they had to cross at least a dozen mountains. Roar! More than an hour later, the three finally arrived near the forest where the two beasts were fighting. The terrifying roar was deafening. Chapter 46. Since ancient times, the left side loses in the game. Although I was shocked before, the distance was still far. Now I am close to see the huge size of the two beasts. The pressure brought by a body over 20 meters tall was too strong. Fortunately, it's just the peak of the second level, not yet the third level. Lin Yu felt it carefully and was somewhat delighted. The pressure these two beasts give him now is very strong, but it has not reached the third level yet. If he uses the dragon flame state, he will not be weaker than the two beasts and may even be stronger. They all seem to be seriously injured. Lin Shuryan looked at the hideous and horrific wounds on the two beasts. That's how it is when you fight someone of the same level. Even if you can kill the other person, you will definitely be seriously injured. The three of them crouched behind a big tree and watched the two beasts fighting across a mountain. This is like a live monster movie. It's still high-definition naked eye, 3D. They've been fighting for quite some time. It won't be long before the winner is decided. Lin Yu looked at him with a burning gaze and said, "When the time comes, we can just go up and pick up the leaks." Brother Yu, who do you think will win between the two of them? If they are at the same level, I'm afraid the python will die in the end. The gorilla has a stronger innate advantage. Sure enough, Lin Yu had just finished speaking. The gorilla grabbed the giant python's tail, spit out lightning from his mouth, and broke it alive. The giant python's tail was cut off, and it rolled over in pain. The huge body twisted and flames came out of its mouth, burning the gorilla's chest with a sizzling sound. Roar! The gorilla was furious and desperate. He took the flaming attack head-on, rushed forward, and directly grabbed the giant python's body. Being caught again, the giant python was terrified and quickly opened its mouth, spewing out flames again. The gorilla was equally unwilling to be outdone, and he condensed lightning in his mouth and sprayed it out. Right wave. Fire versus lightning. Since ancient times, the left side is lost in the face of a wave. Lin Yu muttered to himself, "This giant python is about to bite." What do you mean? Lu Shuryan was confused. It's a popular internet phrase before the end of the world. Just like this, when fire energy and thunder energy fight against each other, the left side will lose. Lin Yu said with a smile. So magical? Sure enough, the giant python's tail was broken and its injuries were too severe, so it had no strength to attack. The lightning pierced through the flames and hit the giant python's head hard. Blood splattered. A fist wrapped in lightning took advantage of the situation and smashed down. In just a moment, the giant python's head was smashed, and after twisting its body for a moment, it died. It's my turn! There was a flash of light in Lin Yu's eyes. After killing the giant python, the gorilla collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was also badly injured, with most of its physical strength consumed and very little magic power left. Just at this moment, a huge force rose up. Lin Yu directly displayed the dragon flame state. His whole body was filled with surging magic power, exuding astonishing power. In an instant, he appeared behind the gorilla and punched it. Roar! The gorilla roared, lightning flashing all over his body, and he punched to block. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu had a small body and was very fast in the dragon flame state. He kept punching, each time hitting the same spot on the gorilla's back. Roaring flames. A terrifying beam of flames spurted out from Lin Yu's mouth and hit the part that was constantly attacking. Blood flowers bloomed. The beam of fire pierced directly through the gorilla's chest and passed through his back. Flame blade. Then, the red flame in his hand condensed into a sword over 20 meters long and chopped down directly. The gorilla crossed his arms above his head and kept roaring. Lin Yu put away his knife and chopped again. The terrifying force directly broke its arms and chopped off its head. Why isn't he dead even after this? Lin Yu was surprised. Although this gorilla is at the peak of the second level, it is already at the end of its strength. He is confident that it will not be difficult to kill it in the dragon flame state. I didn't expect he could hold up so well. Come again. Lin Yu chopped down with his sword again and again, and the gorilla could only take the beating. The lightning surged, gathered madly in its mouth, and then spurted out. Since ancient times, the left side of the ball has lost. Don't you know that? Lin Yu laughed and opened his mouth as well. Flames condensed and roared out. The gorilla, with very little magic power left, had no chance of being a match for Lin Yu, who was at full magic power and in the dragon flame state. The pillar of flame was so powerful that it pierced through the lightning and rushed directly into the gorilla's mouth and went out from the back of its head. Bang! The unwilling body fell heavily, causing the earth to shake. Suddenly, countless wind blades attacked from the sky. A huge eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws shining coldly, and it grabbed the gorilla's head with one claw. Court death. Lin Yu snorted coldly. How could he not understand? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation and seize his second-level crystal core. Mirror flower and water moon. Lu Shiyun's voice rang out. The body of the eagle flying down from the sky suddenly solidified, and then the space exploded, and blood flowers blew out on its body. Wah! On the back of the giant eagle, a man shouted loudly, and the eagle's body rose up and flew into the air. After Lin Yu blocked the wind blade, he looked coldly at the black shadow in the sky. Brother Yu, are you okay? The two girls ran over. It's okay. Shiyun, please collect the bodies of the two mutant beasts. Lin Yu said. His eyes were fixed on the air. The giant eagle had been circling in the air, seemingly unwilling to leave and looking for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yu was also a little helpless. He was not afraid of those on the ground, but his attacks could not reach those so high in the air. Chew! A cry pierced the sky. Perhaps because he saw Lu Shiyun pretending to be the corpse of the mutant beast, the man became a little anxious and drove the eagle to swoop down again. Lin Yu looked at him coldly, secretly accumulating strength in his hands. Sudden, from another direction, two more giant eagles attacked together. An awakened beast controller? The flaming knife in Lin Yu's hand condensed and slashed directly forward. Unfortunately, the eagle can fly and is very agile in the air, so his attacks are difficult to hit. I hate these flying guys the most. Lin Yu was very depressed. Seeing the eagle in the sky attacking again, he became a little angry. If I hadn't yet figured out how to use the power of fire to condense wings, I wouldn't be so frustrated. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Squat on the ground with your right palm touching the ground. Now, seeing the three giant eagles attacking again, he shouted loudly, and his whole body was burning with red flames, and he instantly entered the dragon flame state. Boom! He pressed his palms to the ground, and flames roared out and rushed to the ground. With the terrifying recoil force, the whole person flew directly into the sky like riding a rocket. Fuck! What the hell is this? When the man on the giant eagle's back saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Can we still play like this? Also, what is that thing with his entire body covered in flames? Super Saiyan. Lin Yu was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, his body rose nearly 100 meters to above the giant eagle carrying people. Roaring flames. A terrifying beam of flame spurted out of his mouth and shot over at a high speed. The whole process is actually very fast and is completed in an instant. Isn't this guy's strength too terrifying? The man on the giant eagle never thought that Lin Yu had this skill. He thought he could do whatever he wanted while flying in the sky. As a result, Lin Yu gave him a fancy flying move. It's too late to dodge now. My life is over. Chapter 47, Spellmaster. The roaring flames came with terrifying power. The man controlled the giant eagle and swung out countless wind blades, but was defeated in an instant. It seems unavoidable and impossible to resist. The man made up his mind and jumped off the giant eagle, avoiding the attack. The giant eagle was not so lucky. It was pierced through the body by the pillar of fire and fell down. Chew! Two other giant eagles flew over, caught the falling man, and flew away into the distance. Lin Yu fell to the ground, looking at the receding figure, a cold light flashing. But it's okay. Killing a giant eagle and gaining an extra first-level crystal core can also be considered as teaching the opponent a lesson. For you, Lu Shiyun handed over 2 second-order crystal cores and 1 first-order crystal core. What a pity. Lin Yu looked at the crystal core of the giant python and was a little disappointed. After all, it is not an S-level fire attribute talent, otherwise it would definitely enhance his talent a bit. It's okay. You will definitely encounter a true S-level fire-type mutant beast in the future. Lu Shiyun comforted. Let's go. More than an hour later, the few of them finally crossed the damaged section of highway and got back on the G-Class. When the sun set, they finally arrived in Tianhai City. So many zombies. What should we do? Lu Shiyun felt her scalp tingling as she looked at the densely packed zombies at the toll booth. There are more than 20,000 to 30,000 of them. Kill them. Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, these are all low-level zombies, just experienced babies. Kill. Instead, the little girl Ru Ke became even more excited and not afraid at all. Although she has a support talent with some added stamina, her defense attributes are ridiculously high, and it is easy to kill level 0 zombies. Just don't get surrounded. 2 hours later, all three were exhausted. Lin Yu killed more than 20,000 people by himself, but the consumption was also extremely huge, and only 1/3 of his magic power was left. I'm so tired. When will we be able to pick up all the crystal cores on this ground? Lin Yu felt very tired. But no matter how tired I am, I have to pick them up. There are more than 6,000 crystal cores here, including 2 first-level ones. It seems that we need to set up Yongzhou as soon as possible. Lin Yu said to himself. Chun Jinger's side can only be regarded as the Eternal Day Squad. By forming Yongzhou and having our own power, we no longer have to pick up crystal cores ourselves, which is too troublesome. On the ruined streets, a woman in white casual clothes, holding a long sword, dances quickly. Behind her, countless zombies crowded towards her. Every time her sword fell, several zombies would die. Unfortunately, there are too many zombies. This woman is so strong. Lu Shiyun and the other two appeared on the street. It's quite powerful, but it's a pity that it's not at the first level yet. Lin Yu glanced and saw that there were at least 5 or 6,000 zombies following the woman. Fortunately, the street was not wide, so she could fight and retreat at the same time. This sister is so handsome. The little girl Ru Ke's eyes were full of stars. The woman's sword-dancing movements were clean and neat, and she looked heroic. A modern woman who can wield a sword so well must be extraordinary. I think he has learned martial arts. Lin Yu looked appreciative. Far away, the woman fought and ran. Suddenly, she saw Lin Yu and the other two in front of her and shouted, "Run!" She swept her sword across, killing 7 or 8 zombies, then slashed the ground with the sword in her hand. Then, a light curtain rose from the ground and went straight into the sky, blocking the zombies behind it. Roar! The zombies screamed madly and kept hitting the light curtain. However, the light curtain did not move at all, and a line of text appeared on it. After this line of text appeared, Lin Yu's pupils shrank. Lu Shiyun almost popped her eyes out. Because the text on the light screen is 6x plus 2 equals 7x. 8 question. What is x? What's this? A linear equation? A math problem? Lu Shiyun was stunned. This is a technique. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he stared at the woman's figure. He didn't expect that he would meet that person here, the super powerful person in the strongest sequence in his previous life. Awaken to rule-based talent. S-level magic. You can use the power of rules to write out judgment conditions, increase your strength, or use traps and so on. Writing a set of equations to form a barrier is the woman's most famous method. She is a pioneer. She studied the technique to perfection and became the only 8th-level Earth Master. Under her, there was a complete lack of 7th-level Ritual Masters, and even 6th-level Ritual Masters were only a few dozen. Her code name is Shueba. Name, Yi Pia Piao. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and run. I can only hold you back for 1 minute. Yi Pia Piao rushed over, gasping for breath and shouting at Lin Yu and the other two. Sudden, on the roof next to her, a zombie jumped high and pounced towards her. When caught off guard, Yi Pia Piao was directly pushed back by the zombies. 1 minute is up. The magic light curtain was shattered, and the zombies behind rushed forward frantically. That's terrible. Yi Pia Piao's face changed. Her magic power is now almost exhausted. Her natural abilities are difficult to use, and her physical strength is also greatly depleted. There are first-level zombies blocking the way in front, and nearly 10,000 zombies chasing behind. The situation is extremely critical. What to do? When it comes to saving people, Lu Shiyun never makes decisions on her own and always follows Lin Yu's advice. Save her. Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. If you can tie up the strongest people in the series to your own eternal day in advance, wouldn't you be able to take off? The three of them ran forward quickly. Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Lu Shiyun took the lead and solidified the space around the first-level zombie, which then exploded. One hit. With just one strike, the first-level zombies were wiped out. This is the power of S-level space talent. Roaring flames. The energy in Lin Yu's mouth condensed, and then turned into endless flames and sprayed out, directly clearing out a large number of zombies. Yi Pia Piao widened her eyes. She didn't expect that the few people she met on the road were so strong and could kill zombies like slaughtering dogs. In just a moment, all the zombies were cleared away. Now, Lin Yu's magic power is almost exhausted. If he encounters 5 or 6,000 zombies again, he will have to run away. Thank you. Yi Pia Piao adjusted her glasses. A brilliant smile appeared on her face. She shook hands with Lu Shiyun and then extended her hand to Lin Yu. My name is Yi Pia Piao. Thank you. In the fight just now, she could see that Lin Yu was the boss of these 3 people. In other words, it was Lin Yu who helped her. Lin Yu, you're welcome. Lin Yu also reached out and held the slender jade hand, smiling faintly. What are you doing? Hearing this, Yi Pia Piao's face turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said, I was betrayed by a few villains. If I hadn't met you, I might have died. No wonder. You seem to be quite strong, but you were forced to run out of magic power by zombies. So that's how it is? Lin Yu touched his chin. It's getting late. Let's find a place to stay first. Lu Shiyun interrupted at the right time. Together, Lin Yu turned his head to look at the woman with a cold temperament and made an invitation. Okay. Yi Pia Piao hesitated for a moment, then agreed. P.S. The reference picture of Yi Pia Piao is in the author's note at the end of this chapter. Chapter 48, Disaster Secrets. A few people found an empty BB to stay in. When Lu Shiyun took out various ingredients from the space and made a delicious hot pot, Yi Pia Piao's eyes widened and her whole body felt numb. Countless people do everything they can to get food, and some even go without food for several days. How come these people in front of me can still eat mutton hot pot in the apocalypse? Are you sure it's the end of the world now? Why does it feel like a family of 3 going out on a honeymoon? Eat it, Shiyun's cooking skills are amazing. Lin Yu looked at Yi Pia Piao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just stay with them for a few days, experience how easy it is to kill monsters, and have no worries about food and drink. I don't believe you can't defeat them. It's delicious. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. It feels like I've been stuck in the last century. I miss it so much. Yi Pia Piao didn't care about her image at all and started to eat voraciously. Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun looked at each other and smiled slightly. Eat and drink enough. Lin Yu said, What are your plans for the future? Why not join us? Yes, in today's world, it is still quite dangerous to be alone. Lu Shiyun said. Hearing this, Yi Pia Piao pushed up her glasses and said apologetically, I still have things to do, so I may not be able to join you. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. He would never give up this future super strong man. The end of the world is dangerous. No matter what you do alone, it will be difficult. If you stay with us, we can help you take care of each other. Let me be honest. I don't want to join any faction. Fighting for power and profit, intrigue and deception are much more terrifying than this world. You're worried about that? Lin Yu smiled. Don't worry. You'll find a happy, warm, and sunny home here. Yi Pia Piao looked at Lin Yu's confident eyes and was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled bitterly. Sunshine? Where's there sunshine in this world? Follow me and I'll show you. Why did you choose me? Because I can see the future, and in the future you will be in our big family, Yongzhou. Lin Yu talked nonsense seriously. Can your talent predict the future? Yi Pia Piao was shocked. She thought of Lin Yu's fire before. Could it be that the man in front of me has awakened 2 talents? Yes, I have 2 talents, the ability to predict the future and fire. I can vaguely see some fragments of the future. Lin Yu is not actually lying. He has the memories of his past life, can read the save files, and knows many secrets that no one in this life knows. It is barely reasonable to say that it can predict the future. You said you predicted my future. In your eternal day? Nature. Then what will I be like in the future? In the future, you will become the most powerful ritual master in the world, the only 8th level ritual master. Is this why you want to recruit me? Because I will be very strong in the future. Yi Pia Piao asked. Lin Yu stared at her and said, There will be countless great horrors in this world in the future. Someone has to explore and solve the source of those disasters. This requires a lot of lives, a lot of corpses, and the joint efforts of many, many strong people. Lin Yu's tone became serious. The middle and late stages of the apocalypse in the previous life were the real horror and despair. What are zombies nowadays? Compared to those horrors, it's nothing. It was a terror that made even the strongest people feel despair and powerlessness. In the strongest sequence, There are strong people who have insight into some things which may involve the source of the disaster. It is those strong people who are clothed in light, not afraid of life or death, who move forward and use their lives to block the darkness and terror. They are the ones who keep the world alive. If it fails, the entire world will be completely destroyed and cease to exist, not to mention all living things on Earth. Lin Yu's strength in his previous life was not enough to go on the journey with those people. But in this life, he must join them and win a ray of light for mankind. Those dark warriors hiding in the corners and the mutated holy beasts. He will use his fists to personally invite those who are afraid of death to join him in the battle. When the nest is overturned, no eggs can remain intact. I, Lin Yu, invite all the saints to join the battle. You mean to say that you saw a glimpse of the future, and that the world fell into greater darkness and terror? This was the first time that several people heard of this secret. They were all so scared that cold sweats broke out all over their bodies, and fear was growing in their hearts. Otherwise, why do you think the world will end, why there are zombies, and why people will awaken their talents? All of this, of course, has a reason. If the source of the disaster cannot be resolved, everyone will die. In the early and middle stages of the apocalypse, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. This is nothing more than the world's rules selecting seeds and cultivating strong people, just like raising goo. Raise a group of hope, a group of strong people who can save the world. Saving the world. Are you overestimating me? Yi Piao found it hard to accept. In fact, most of us just want to survive, not to save the world, but just to survive. We have to fight for it, right? In Lin Yu's previous life, he was not strong enough. Even if he knew some secrets, he was powerless to change them and could only hope that those strongest people in the sequence could save the world. That way, he can survive. But in this life, he has to save himself. He won't put his hopes on others. Yeah, lie. Okay, I'll join you, Yi Piao promised solemnly. At this point, Lin Yu smiled. The genius spellcaster in the strongest sequence finally became a member of Eternal Day. Yi Piao pushed up her glasses and said, "But tomorrow, I have to go and settle some personal grudges. Let's go together." "Good, but you said I would be one of the strongest people in the future, so why do I feel that I am not that strong? You are all stronger than me." Yi Piao was a little skeptical. She was actually very confident, and she considered herself the strongest in her previous team. But she was cautious in the last days, so she kept a trick up her sleeve. No one knew that her own attributes were also very high. They just thought that she knew special techniques and had a strong auxiliary effect. That's why when she encountered a large number of zombies today, she was betrayed and abandoned immediately. However, Lin Yu just said that she would be a super strong person in the future, and there were less than 100 people like her in the whole world, so she felt it was a bit unreal. "I'm so strong. How come I don't know? Is your technique only able to trap people now?" Lin Yu asked. "Well, I can write some simple questions within a certain period of time, form rules and judgments, and trap the enemy. For example, the light-blocking curtain you saw earlier, I was able to write a linear equation using a spell in 3 seconds and give the correct answer at the same time. The people inside must also solve the problem within 3 seconds to break out. Otherwise, they will have to wait until the time of the technique is over." Yi Piao explained. "How long will it take for the spell to be automatically broken?" Lu Shiyin asked curiously. "This is related to the magic power of the caster. The more magic power injected, the stronger the rules formed and the longer the time." Lin Yu said, "Is this what you predicted?" Yi Piao looked at him as if he were a monster. This is the secret of her talent. How could outsiders know it? Chapter 49. The Terror of the Spell Master. Lin Yu smiled but said nothing. He continued, "There are actually many more methods in this technique, and you haven't comprehended them yet." "For example?" Yi Piao asked. "For example, you can write the spell on someone else to weaken their attributes, and write it on yourself to enhance your attributes. For example, you can write the spell in a fixed location in advance, and it will be automatically triggered when the prerequisites are met. For example, you can write a spell to increase the enemy's pain, slow down their speed, and make them bleed profusely. Directly inflict all the negative states you have comprehended on the enemy, and stack the debuffs." Listening to Lin Yu's words, Yi Piao's eyes became brighter and brighter. These methods may not be particularly strong in the early stage, but later on, when one comprehends the 8th or even 9th level of the technique, it will be extremely terrifying. 9 times the pain, 9 times the speed, 9 times the bleeding, Which enemy can withstand so many negative states? Yazaishi Master, I'm looking forward to it. There was a bright light flashing in Yi Piapiao's eyes. She walked into the courtyard and closed her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, drew her sword from its sheath, and quickly wrote a spell in front of her. Magic formula. Double the power. The power of rules condensed into a few big words in the air and then flew into her body. At this moment, she felt her strength increasing rapidly, directly doubling. Come again. Magic formula. Double the power. Yi Piapiao once again condensed the rules and wrote a spell to increase her power. But this time, her strength did not increase. There was no change at all. She frowned. For the same rules, only the highest one will be effective. Lin Yu answered her doubts. Both of your spells are used on yourself, and both of them double the attributes, so naturally, they will only take effect once. If you want to continue to strengthen, you must write a double spell with stronger rules, which is spell, double the power. I see. Yi Piapiao understood and closed her eyes again. The sword in his hand kept flying, depicting the technique and comprehending it carefully. Brother Yu, according to what you said, she can become an eightfold ritualist in the future. Doesn't that mean she can increase her strength eightfold? That's right, so her comprehension is really too strong. There are many strong people who have awakened S-level techniques, but she is the only one who can comprehend the 8th level. Lin Yu sighed. For someone who has awakened an S-level talent normally, when using the talent, they can at most increase their main attribute by 2 times. As for the ritual master, as long as he comprehends the double ritual, he can increase any attribute by 2 times to the S level. If it's the 8-fold ceremony, it's unbelievable. Lin Yu displayed the dragon flame state. His strength doubled, and the rest of his attributes doubled. This represents an improvement in the 5th level of the technique, making it comparable to his dragon flame form. No, it is stronger than his dragon flame form. Because of his dragon flame form, the boost is fixed. A 5th level ritualist can write various types of enhancements. For example, strength increased 5 times, or speed increased 5 times, or spirit increased 5 times, etc. It can also be written as the strength is increased 3 times, the speed is increased 2 times, and it is ever-changing, which makes it even stronger than the dragon flame form. With the same strength, but the opponent's speed is faster than his, how can he fight? Even in dragon flame form, he will be beaten violently. However, this situation only depends on the 2 people having the same basic attributes. It is obvious that Lin Yu's basic attributes are by no means comparable to Yi Piapiao's. Therefore, his dragon flame form may require Yi Piapiao to reach the 6th level of the ritual master to match it. When you think about it this way, the pressure is still very great. In Yi Piapiao's previous life, she was an 8th level ritual master. The next moment, Lin Yu felt relaxed again. He believed that the dragon flame form was not his strongest form. As long as you continue to devour various high-level fire attributes, you can continue to awaken and evolve into a stronger form. Brother Yu, how long do you think it will take her to comprehend the 2nd level of the technique? Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled. Lin Yu said this before. Her spatial talent is a relatively powerful talent. As long as she continues to comprehend it, she can become a super powerful person. Each level of the technique is a qualitative change. The first 3 levels are relatively simple. It will take other technique masters about a month. As for her, I estimate that I will be able to understand it within a week. Lin Yu looked at the woman in front of him and swore solemnly. Sudden, in the middle of the field, Yi Piapiao shouted softly, "Spell, increase strength by 2 times." The power of rules gathered and acted on her. A powerful aura emanated from her. Lin Yu was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. It's already the 2nd level, so soon? One moment he said it would take a week, and the next moment he was slapped in the face. Do you want to commit such a sin? I did it. Yi Piapiao's eyes turned red with excitement. She could feel the tremendous power in her body. Congratulations. Lin Yu was also happy for her. As a 2nd level ritualist, her strength was in line with her S-level talent. Spell. Men are not allowed to leave. Yi Piapiao smiled slyly and instantly wrote a spell around Lin Yu. 4 rays of light rushed up, forming a light curtain barrier. This ritual contains 2 judgment conditions, so it is a double ritual. The first criterion is person, and the second criterion is male. So men have 2 judgments, and not being able to go out is the result. The double spell written by Yi Piapiao restricts the man's range of movement and prevents him from walking out of the spell's barrier. Women are not affected? Lu Shiyin was a little curious. Sister, why don't you try and know? Lu Shiyin walked into the barrier without hesitation and walked out again without any impact. Does it really work? She was a little skeptical. Watch me. Lin Yu smiled, walked to the edge of the barrier, and stretched out his hand. When he touched the barrier, it was like an indestructible wall, unable to shake. If we're trapped inside, do we have no choice but to wait for the barrier to disappear automatically? Little girl Ru Ku jumped up and down on the edge of the barrier. It can be forcibly broken with magic power. Lin Yu smiled, gathered the magic power in his hand, and punched the light curtain. The next moment, the light curtain shattered. If it can be broken so easily, then it won't be of much use, Ru Ku said with a blink of his eyes. Lin Yu shook his head. Silly girl. Ask your Aunt Pia Piao how much magic power this spell just consumed? I only used 1,000 magic power in the double spell just now. Yi Pia Piao said. Lin Yu looked at them and said, I used 3,000 magic power in that punch just now. Does that mean I have to use up 3 times the magic power to break it? No. To break the spell, you only need to output more than twice the magic power for an instant to break it. But the most important thing is that you don't know how much magic power the other party used to write this spell. If you output less magic power, it will be useless and a complete waste, so you must output more magic power. For example, Pia Piao's spell just now used 1,000 mana. You can't break it with 1,500 mana. Instead, it will be wasted. You have to use more than 2,000 magic power to break it, but you are not sure how much magic power Pia Piao used. To be on the safe side, you have to use 3,000 or even more magic power. I see. She can use this method to consume other people's magic power. Lu Shiyin is very smart and understands things quickly. Chapter 50 suddenly accepted a female apprentice. Yes, she can constantly write spells for others to consume them. Lin Yu continued. Even if someone has the same amount of magic power as her, she only needs to consume 1/3 of the magic power to drain the opponent's magic power. After all, when others forcibly break the spell, they will waste a lot of magic power. It is impossible to be exactly twice as accurate. This is too outrageous. Lu Shiyin also understood that this method was too powerful. So the technique can be performed this way? After listening to Lin Yu's explanation, several people were shocked. Yi Pia Piao seemed to have opened up a new world. She had never known that her own magic could be used in this way. There are 2 types of barrier techniques. One is a force technique, such as the one just performed on me. You either break it by force or wait for it to disappear automatically after a certain period of time. The other is similar to the linear equation you solved before. In addition to brute force, you can also use your wisdom to solve the answer, or wait for the time to expire. The duration of the barrier's existence is related to the level of your spell and the amount of magic power you inject into it. When writing a spell, the more magic power you inject, the longer the rules will last. As far as I know, a spell written with 500 magic power injected can only last for 1 minute. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he looked at Yi Pia Piao. That's right. The most basic one is a spell written with 500 magic power, which can last for 1 minute. Yi Pia Piao said, if you consume 5,000 mana, a single-level spell can last for 10 minutes. If it's a double-level spell, the time will be doubled. Lin Yu is also somewhat envious of the talent for magic. High-level techniques depend on one's ability to comprehend. Once one has comprehended them, one's own talents will be enhanced. Writing heavy spells does not consume any extra magic power. In other words, the magic power consumed by writing an 8-fold ritual is the same as that consumed by writing a single-fold ritual. The key is whether you have the ability to write it. It is said that in her previous life, when Yi Pia Piao comprehended the 5th level technique, she directly advanced her S-level talent to SS level. When he comprehended the 8-fold technique, he advanced again to become an SSS talent. It is extremely difficult to advance this kind of talent, and it all depends on one's own potential and understanding. Mine seems to be simpler in comparison. It is much easier to advance Lin Yu's talent. As long as he continues to absorb and integrate various high-level fire powers, he can advance. This comparison can better highlight Yi Pia Piao's strength. Piao Piao, the ritual master. Lin Yu is like a professional mentor, talking a lot about the abilities and skills of the ritualist. As for how to comprehend and advance, he didn't know. This is the ritual master's own secret, and no one has deciphered it in the previous life. So, if you use 500 mana to write an 8-fold spell, it will last for 8 minutes. If you use 5,000 mana to write an 8-fold spell, it will last for 80 minutes. Yi Piapiao's eyes were as bright as the sun, full of longing. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He remembered that there was a riot in Tianhai in his previous life. The top student Yi Piapiao took action personally, wrote 8 layers of magic around Tianhai, and injected a huge amount of magic power of 3 million. The entire Tianhai was sealed for 33 days. Even the 2 mutant beast kings in Tianhai were unable to break through the barrier. This is the horror of the 8-fold ritual master. Possesses the power to destroy the world. Lin Yu, thank you. Yi Piapiao suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yu and said solemnly, "From today on, you are my master." Lu Shiyun was confused. Lin Yu was also confused. "You were talking just fine. Why did he suddenly kneel down? And you still want to become my disciple?" "Big sister, I'm younger than you, okay?" Lin Yu hurried over to help. "Sister Piapiao, stop making trouble. You are older than me, and you want me to be your master." He held his forehead with one hand, feeling a headache. "No, when my grandfather was alive, I swore that whoever could teach me in the field I was good at and convince me would be my teacher." She looked at Lin Yu with burning eyes. "It's obvious that you are such a person, and I am younger than you." Lin Yu was full of black lines on his face. "God damn, such a person? Huh? No? You said you were younger than me?" Lin Yu looked unconvinced. "Of course. I just turned 20. Impossible. I remember you are a university teacher." Lin Yu clearly remembered that Yi Piapiao taught in a university in his previous life. "How do you know I'm a university teacher? Was this also predicted?" Yi Piapiao looked suspicious. "Of course." Lin Yu lied without blushing or beating his heart. "I skipped grades in school when I was young and went straight to study for a doctorate in college. I came to teach at the university only after I graduated with a doctorate." Yi Piapiao didn't think too much about it, but explained instead. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the other 2 were stunned. What a genius this is. No wonder his code name is simply Shuaba. It's just like a heifer shitting awesome class. In this way, it wouldn't be so hard to accept being called master by her. "You get up first." "No, I won't get up unless you agree," Yi Piapiao said stubbornly. She lowered her head, a gleam in her eyes. She remembered what her grandfather once said. "In the eyes of those of us who practice martial arts, the most trustworthy relationship is the master-disciple relationship besides family members." After a brief contact today, Yi Piapiao knew that Lin Yu's understanding of the technique was far beyond hers. If you want to acquire this knowledge, becoming a disciple is undoubtedly the best choice. "Okay, I agree, you get up first." Lin Yu saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he had to give up. It would be good to have an apprentice, at least a female one. "Master." Yi Piapiao pushed her glasses and her face turned slightly red. In fact, she felt a little embarrassed. "How about this? These 10 first-level crystal cores will be a gift." Lin Yu thought about it and took out 10 first-level crystal cores. Yi Piapiao is already level 10, but she only has 1 first-level crystal core. After reaching the first level, your strength will definitely increase greatly. "Thank you, Master." Yi Piapiao was delighted and accepted the gift without a trace of pretense. For her, paying homage to a teacher is a normal thing. "You should advance now." Yi Piapiao began to absorb the crystal core, and in just 7 or 8 minutes she successfully broke through to the first level. Codename, Shuaba. Level 1, Level 0. Magic power, 29,600. Strength, 312. Physique, 163. Speed, 226. Spirit, 179. Talent, S-level magic. This is Yi Piapiao's basic attribute. Compared with Lu Shiyun's attributes, her magic power is much higher, and the other attributes are not much different. With different thoughts in mind, several people found a room to sleep. Lu Shiyun took Yi Piapiao and Ru Ku with her, and the 3 of them lived together. Lin Yu was left alone. What is going on? He smiled bitterly. This development was a bit unexpected. Chapter 51. Killing people more cruel than men. The next day, in an abandoned, unfinished building, 70 or 80 people gathered together and were distributing the food they had risked their lives to collect yesterday. Most of these people are at level 7 or 8, and there are 7 at level 10. Be frugal, give each person a little, and then arrange for them to go out and find food. The bearded man in the lead frowned. Yesterday, I led a team out to search for food, but we were surrounded by a large group of zombies. If it weren't for that woman who betrayed us, we would have been defeated. He might not come back alive. Brother, it's a pity for that woman. Yeah, she was so pretty, but before I could even taste her, she was fed to the zombies. Her technique is somewhat useful. If it wasn't so critical yesterday, I wouldn't have been willing to abandon her. The leaders ate and sighed. Thinking of that woman, they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Although Yi Pia Piao was wearing sportswear, her flowing long hair and exquisite and beautiful face were already enough to make people salivate. Wearing glasses, he has a cool and arrogant temperament. It gives people a strong desire to conquer. If I had known earlier, I would have done her a few days ago. The second one licked his lips. Don't think about it. Just think about where to get food. Just then, there was a noise in the unfinished building, and everyone looked towards the stairs. I saw a man and 3 women walking up slowly. Sister Pia Piao, it's Sister Pia Piao. Sister Pia Piao, you're still alive? When everyone present saw Yi Pia Piao, they all looked unhappy. Many people felt ashamed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Pia Piao, it's great that you're not dead. The bearded man came up to her with a smile. Behind him, a group of people followed. The second brother looked Yi Pia Piao up and down with a smile, his eyes full of naked desire. Haha, you are so hypocritical. Yi Pia Piao sneered. Pia Piao, wasn't the situation critical yesterday? Besides, didn't you survive this time? Brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with her? She's just an awakening assistant. Why do you have to be so polite to her? The second brother pushed everyone away. He smiled sinisterly and said, I was sorry that you died, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. I won't be polite then. From today on, as long as you make me and the boss comfortable, I guarantee you'll have a good life and no longer have to risk your life to search for supplies. After hearing this, before Yi Pia Piao could speak, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Brother, I can serve you too. Please don't let me go out to search for supplies, okay? I can do that too. Several ordinary-looking women squeezed out of the crowd and flattered the eldest and second oldest brothers. Get lost. Look in the mirror and see what you look like. The second brother got angry and kicked several women to the ground, then turned to look at Yi Pia Piao. Ha! See, the conditions I offer you are what countless women want but cannot get. You will die. Yi Pia Piao's eyes flickered with coldness. She looked at the bearded man and said, Kill him yourself. I only want one of your arms. Ha! Did you hear that, boss? This woman doesn't know what's good for her. What are you still worried about? The bearded man also had a gloomy expression at the moment, but he was smarter. Yesterday, Yi Pia Piao was chased by 5,000 or 6,000 zombies, but today she can still appear here alive and well. I think it was the man in front of her who saved her. To be able to save people from thousands of zombies without any harm, he must be very powerful. At least he himself is far from being able to do that. Brother, this is a misunderstanding, don't you think? Thinking of this, the bearded man bowed to Lin Yu. He was not stupid to be the leader of a small group. In the apocalypse, people without brains usually die the fastest. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. Why is this brought up on me? It seems that this guy is not a simple-minded idiot with strong limbs. Pia Piao handles this matter herself. I am just a spectator. Lin Yu smiled. He pulled Lu Shiyun and Ru Ke to the side, pulled over a stool, and sat down without any hesitation. A handful of melon seeds appeared in the hands of the 3 people at some point. He started eating it with relish. The bearded man took a deep breath and looked at Yi Pia Piao. Pia Piao, these are the foods we collected yesterday. Take as much as you want. How about we forget about this? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became agitated. Boss, are you crazy? Boss, we got this food with great difficulty and many people died. Yeah, if we give it to her, what will we eat? Hear the word food. All those who had felt guilty towards Yi Pia Piao before jumped out and opposed it. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. The ugly face was fully revealed at this moment. Ha! D. Yi Pia Piao was too lazy to talk nonsense and didn't want to engage in verbal battle with them, so she drew her sword. Do you really want to do this? There was murderous intent in the bearded man's eyes. Spell. Speed increased by 2 times. Yi Pia Piao said no more words and directly swung the sword, writing a double spell on herself, and it took effect. In an instant, her speed attribute skyrocketed. Her figure flashed by. Kill her for me. I want. The bearded man shouted sternly. However, before he could finish his next words, he found that he could not make any sound. A bloodstain slowly appeared on his neck. What went? He covered his neck tightly, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Everyone was shocked. Just now, I only saw Yi Piapiao move her body, but I didn't expect that she had already cut their boss's throat. Among all the people present, only Lin Yu and the other two saw Yi Piapiao's actions clearly. No one else, including the bearded man, saw when she drew her sword. Even when his throat was cut, he didn't react and was still talking, which shows how fast Yi Piapiao is. At the first level, her speed was 226 points, and after the technique was doubled, it directly reached 678 points. The strongest level 10 bearded man here has a speed of only 55 points, which is 10 times lower. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, and the sound was like the call of the god of death, hitting everyone's heart. The second brother no longer had his previous arrogance and looked terrified. As he retreated towards the crowd behind him, he shouted, "Come on, whoever kills her, I'll make him the boss." At this moment, he was filled with fear to the extreme. The strongest boss was killed instantly. How could he survive? It's just that this woman was so weak before and was just a support. Why has it become so strong now? How could he know that Yi Piapiao had always been stronger than them? She was just hiding her weaknesses. Yi Piapiao moved again. Kill those who abandon her. L. One sword one. It's as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Even those few people who have awakened their talents are vulnerable in front of her because the difference in attributes is too great. He didn't even have time to display his innate abilities before his neck was stabbed. S-level awakeners and those below S-level are two different concepts. The gap is huge, like a chasm. Similarly, the level is also very important. Level 1 and level 10 are not at the same level at all. Lin Yu and the other two looked at Yi Piapiao's blurry figure and sighed. "Sister Piapiao, I had no choice, please don't kill me." Some people cried and begged for mercy. However, the only response he got was a flash of sword, more decisive and ruthless than men. Chapter 52 Lin Xiaoyu. In just a few minutes, more than 30 bodies were lying on the ground. These are the people who abandoned Yi Piapiao yesterday, and the person who just changed his face and cursed her. The remaining 40 or so people squatted in the corner, trembling, looking at Yi Piapiao, who was like a killing god, with fear in their hearts. Yi Piapiao stuffed most of the food on the table in her backpack, then left. "Master, my business is settled, let's go." Yi Piapiao sheathed her sword with a calm expression. She pushed up her glasses, as if the corpses on the ground had nothing to do with her. "Good." Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. He admired her character for being decisive and efficient. The four of them left the unfinished building. "Master, where are we going now?" "I came to Tianhai City to save my sister. She is in Tianhai University." Lin Yu quickly explained the situation. "Tianhai University?" Yi Piapiao was stunned. "Isn't this the school where she works? Do you know how to get there?" Lin Yu asked hurriedly. To be honest, he had only come here once, when his sister started her freshman year, and he had no idea how to get there. "I'm a freshman teacher at Tianhai University, and I just joined the company this year." Yi Piapiao said. "What's your sister's name? Which department is she in?" "Lin Xiaoyu from the Department of Economics and Management." Yi Piapiao suddenly looked strange. How could it be such a coincidence? What's wrong? Lin Yu looked at Yi Piapiao's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Lin Xiaoyu is the beauty of the freshman department of economics and management, and she is quite famous in the school. "And I?" At this point, her tone was a little unnatural. "I am her math teacher." Lin Yu suddenly understood why Yi Piapiao looked wrong just now. He is Yi Piapiao's master, and Yi Piapiao is his sister's teacher. This relationship is really complicated. Or, let's forget about the previous apprenticeship. Lin Yu thought about it and suggested. "No, becoming a disciple is a very solemn matter and should not be taken lightly. Your sister and I should just discuss our own affairs." Yi Piapiao spoke in a firm tone. "Okay, whatever you want." Lin Yu had no choice but to shake his head. "But it's the end of the world now. Zombies are everywhere. Will your sister still be in school?" "Don't worry, I called her in advance and told her to stay in the dormitory and not go out. The food is ready." Lin Yu said, "Before the end of the world. You made preparations in advance?" Yi Piapiao was startled, then she understood. She thought of the talent of predicting the future that Lin Yu mentioned. "Let's go. I know the way. It's just that it's not easy to get there. Although it's only more than 20 kilometers, there are a lot of zombies everywhere. If you encounter a small number of them, kill them immediately. If you encounter a large number of them, hide first." Lin Yu frowned. Tianhai City is a famous tourist city with a year-round population of over 1 million. This means that the zombie reign has released at least 1.5 million zombies. After this period of apocalypse, the number of zombies is probably around 2 million. If he relied on normal attacks, he could easily kill ordinary zombies, but even if he killed one per second, he could only clear 36,000 in 10 hours. If you use your talent and launch a large-scale attack, you can kill quickly, but your magic power cannot keep up. At level 0, 1 point of magic power is restored per second. At level 1, the recovery speed doubles to 2 points per second. It would take nearly 10 hours for Lin Yu to recover his full magic power. Pia Piao, please optimize the route, and we will act accordingly when the time comes. Yes, Master. Tianhai University. Many places were reduced to ruins. After the end of the world came, zombies fell from the sky. Out of the 40,000 people in the entire school, less than 5,000 are still alive. These survivors formed small alliances and occupied different areas. They were able to survive thanks to some of the talented awakened ones. Xiaokaiaming is such a small group, and their base at the moment is the school library. On the second floor of the library, more than 200 people gathered together to discuss something. Everyone listen to me. Today's mission is for Xiaoyu and I to lead the team to clear out the zombies in the swimming pool. Monkey and Yang Jian lead a team of people to go out through the wall next to the swimming pool. There's a large supermarket outside. Search for supplies. A tall and handsome boy arranges tasks in an orderly manner. He is the leader of this small group, Zhao Qiu, a junior sports student. I don't agree. I don't want to be in the same group with you. Sudden, a discordant voice rang out among the crowd. Lin Xiaoyu stood up from the crowd and looked directly at Zhao Qiu. She really disliked this boy. Xiaoyu, for my sake, please stop making trouble, okay? Next to her, a beautiful girl pulled her hand. Finally, Lin Xiaoyu sat down angrily. Brothers, according to yesterday's observation, there are 2 first-level zombies in the swimming pool. As long as we kill them, Brother Qiu will be able to advance to the first level soon. At this time, someone quickly came out to smooth things over and ease the awkward atmosphere. That's great. Brother Qiu's strength has greatly increased, and we will be safer. Yes, Brother Qiu will always be the strongest. A group of students flattered him crazily. Zhao Qiu was very proud and glanced at Lin Xiaoyu with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Everyone dispersed to make final preparations. Brother Qiu, after you advance to the first level, will you start to attack Xiaoyu? The girl who had pulled Lin Xiaoyu before came to Zhao Qiu. While she was talking, she did not forget to secretly glance around. He is Lin Zhao's roommate, Fang Siki, and also Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Well, as you can see, Xiaoyu's talent is too strong. I must get it too. There was a gleam of ferocity in Zhao Qiu's eyes. He awakened his A-level talent, stealing. Although it is only A-level and not a talent that enhances strength, he can steal an additional talent every time he levels up. On the 3rd day after awakening, he stole his roommate's A-level talent, Thunderstorm. As a result, his strength increased greatly and he became the leader of this group of 100 people. Later, he learned about Lin Xiaoyu's talent from his girlfriend, level A, 5-fold increase in strength. He must steal such an amazing talent. The most secure thing is to keep the powerful force in your own hands at all times. Set off. When everyone was ready, Zhao Qiu waved his hand and led everyone to the swimming pool. Master, according to the route we just planned, I estimate that if everything goes well, we can reach Tianhai University in 5 days at most. Yi Pia Piao expressed her plan. You are more familiar with Tianhai City, and I will follow your arrangements. Lin Yu had no objection. Okay, then let's fight our way out. Tianhai City is actually similar. There are zombies in every area. The 4 of them move forward along the street, killing zombies. Chapter 53 World Ranking Open. Before they knew it, the 4 of them had been killing for the entire morning. Pia Piao, give Shiyun, Ruku, and yourself a spell to increase your speed, and follow me. Lin Yu shouted. Most of his magic power has been consumed, and he needs to rest. Spell, speed double. Yi Pia Piao consumed 15,000 magic power, quickly wrote down 3 spells, and cast them on the 2 women and herself. The effects last for 10 minutes. In an instant, their speed increased dramatically. All of them broke through more than 300 points. The speed of these zombies below level 1 is at most 60 or 70 points, and they can't even touch the corners of their clothes. Roaring flames. Lin Yu led the way in front, and the 3 of them moved forward quickly behind him. There's a hotel up ahead. Let's stay there. The 4 of them pushed forward. Nightfall. The four of them ate hot pot again and lived a happy life. Congratulations to all survivors. Someone has successfully broken through to the second level, and the world ranking list is now open. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in everyone's mind. Lin Yu knew that this was the concrete sound of the rules. Brother Yu, that big brother has entered the second level. Lu Shiyan said. Huh? So soon? Lin Yu was shocked and clicked on the ranking list. Before level 5, no one will advance faster than this guy. Do you know this big brother who ranks first? Yi Piao became interested. Well, a zombie king in Kuan City was bitten by a zombie, and after the mutation, he still retained human characteristics. How did this guy get promoted so quickly? I guess he may have unified the zombies in the ancient town at the foot of the West Mountain. Lu Shiyan thought of that extremely gentlemanly guy. No one can replicate his method. As long as he continues to recruit zombies, there will be a steady supply of first-level zombies for him to advance and upgrade. This is simply cheating. Yi Piao was speechless. With her current strength, killing a first-level zombie is easy, but finding a first-level zombie is troublesome. Moreover, many first-level zombies are surrounded by thousands of zombies. It is not easy to successfully obtain a first-level crystal core, not to mention the evolvers below level S. Almost all the people on the world list are from Xia. Lin Yu took a quick look and felt a little proud. In the world rankings of the previous life, although Xia had the advantage of a large population base, it only accounted for a quarter of the places on the list. In this life, there are 1,000 people on the world list, and Daxia accounts for 662 of them, which is truly terrifying. Even some powerful people who are more famous abroad are far lower than Daxia in world rankings. King Arthur 36th, Angel Gabriel 39th, Lucifer 41st, Scorpio King 48th, Pisces King 49th, Chizuru 57th, Superman 71st, Sun Knight 76th. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Then the Daxia chat area went crazy. The comments jumped so fast that no one could see them clearly. At this moment, all the people of Daxia were extremely excited. Even though it was the end of the world, everyone was shouting, as if they had thrown away their inner fears. The world forum also exploded. The most popular post, Daxia Kingdom is the best in the world, was ranked first. There are countless replies under the post. Countless comments are generated almost every second. Who is this big guy, Brother Dashi? He's awesome, and he brings glory to the country. What kind of talent did this amazing person awaken? I haven't even reached the first level, but he has already reached the second level. Except for Lin Yu and a few others, no one knew that Brother Dashi was actually no longer a pure human being. He is a zombie king. All the 1,000 people on the world list are at the first level, and our Great Xia country accounts for nearly 70%. We are so damn proud. I am proud to be a Daxia person. What do you say about the garbage Sakura country? Are you scared to the point of peeing your pants? Huh? On the battlefield of 100 nations, you are all waiting to die. What's so great about that? It's just that there are a lot of people. Our strong ones are low-key. Otherwise, they would be number 1 on the list in a minute. That's right. Our genius Takedo, Chizuru, possesses 3 S-level talents. As long as he wants, a mere second-level talent can be easily obtained. Many evolvers in the Sakura country were already a little furious and actually revealed some key information. Bakiala, who is this bastard? How dare he leak my information? At this moment, in a shrine at the foot of Sakura Mountain, a man with 3 samurai swords hanging on his waist exudes a terrifying aura. In the world rankings, I'm ranked 57th. He couldn't quite believe it. As a genius warrior of the shrine, he awakened 3 S-level talents after the end of the world and became the number 1 person in the Sakura country. But I never thought that it would be ranked so low in the world rankings. They must have been lucky to be 1 step ahead and advance 1 level, which doesn't mean anything. Just wait, damn Daxia people. I'll let you know how powerful I, Qianhe, am in the future. In the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone who saw the news was shocked. 3 S-level talents? If this is true, then this person's strength is probably extremely strong. Many people couldn't help but worry because in the entire Daxia Kingdom, they had never heard of anyone with 3 S-level talents. West on top of a building, Daxia Kingdom, a tall man covered in golden light was looking towards the east. His codename? King Arthur. He is currently number 1 on the list in Great Britain. The opening of the world rankings attracted everyone's attention. In Western countries, no one cares much about the strong players who make it onto the rankings. They felt that, on the rank list, perhaps only the first-ranked, second-rank expert, Brother Dashi, was worthy of attention. The rest had only advanced one level earlier than them. However, the strong man with 3 S-level talents in Sakura country is worthy of attention. Dear survivors, this is the Kuin City official. Our army has established a safe zone in the Nanlong district. Survivors nearby can come and take refuge. We will also advance into the city to clear out the zombies and rescue the survivors. Another new hot post has been pinned to the top. The military from various places began to show up, but the meaning of their words was difficult to understand. It seems like they are gathering the survivors and expanding their power. Today is the 22nd day of the apocalypse. The timid, the cowardly, and the damned have all died. The remaining people are basically in small groups. With everyone's combined efforts, they can barely clear out ordinary zombies, obtain crystal cores, and slowly evolve. 5 days. Several people eliminated nearly 100,000 zombies and accumulated more than 20,000 crystal cores, including 82 first-level crystal cores. I still have a long way to go to reach the second level. Lin Yu only had 4 second-level crystal cores in his hand, and he was still short of 6. Come on, 20 crystal cores each. Lin Yu distributed the first-level crystal cores to the 3 women. Let them all break through to the first-level, third level. For each level up in the first stage, all attributes will increase by 10 points, magic power will increase by 1,000, and free attribute points will increase by 10 points. The improvement after upgrading 2 levels is still obvious. Master, I think our speed in killing zombies is not slow, but it is too troublesome to pick up the crystal cores. Yi Piao said, Yeah, I've been picking up trash for 5 days and my hands are sore. Little girl Ruku complained. She did not take part in the battles over the past few days and was solely responsible for picking up crystal cores. Just when a few people were chatting. With a bang, a loud noise was heard on the first floor of the hotel. The 4 of them looked changed and they walked to the fence and looked down. The hotel they were staying in today had rooms arranged in a circular pattern, and the hotel lobby could be seen through the fence. At this moment, the hotel door was broken. 70 or 80 people rushed in, crawling and tumbling, with fear on their faces. Chapter 54, Roaring Flames plus Gasoline Tanks. Quick, block the door. Hurry up. Those scary things are about to catch up with us. Fuck, don't step on me. Yang Long, where's Yang Long? Come quickly and use the metal to block the door. The leading man yelled in panic. Boss, I have consumed too much magic power. If I continue to perform for a while, I will not be able to protect myself. Behind him, a man named Yang Long had a sad face. Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly. If those things rush in soon, you will be dead too. Upon hearing this, Yang Long's face turned pale. Finally, he gritted his teeth, used his talent, stretched out his right hand, and pushed towards the door. Moment. All the metal in the hotel began to vibrate violently, and then flew towards Yang Long. All the metal railings and 7 or 8 metal doors flew to the gate and gathered together, forming a thick metal barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, there's someone upstairs. Suddenly, a woman pointed towards the location of Lin Yu and others on the 6th floor. Everyone looked over. They are all evolvers. The lowest is level 8. There are more than 30 people at level 10, and the leading man has even reached level 1. Their mental strength is no longer what it was before the end of the world. Even though the light was dim, they could still see the 6th floor at a glance. There, standing were a man, 2 women, and a child. Ignore them and don't make any noise. The leader took a look and then looked away, telling everyone not to speak anymore. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. They tiptoed towards the stairs, not daring to make any sound. On the 6th floor, for people watched this scene quietly. It seems like they encountered something extremely terrifying. Lu Shiyun frowned. Don't talk. Lin Yu suddenly felt the ground shaking and spoke hurriedly. Several people also felt something and held their breath. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense, as if thousands of troops were galloping. Squeak, crunch, crunch. A rumbling sound was heard, accompanied by countless squeaking and grinding sounds, which was extremely creepy. More than 70 people downstairs had already stopped and stared at the door, not daring to make a sound. Some people covered their mouths tightly. Their faces turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on their foreheads. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, there was a loud crash. It seemed like something accidentally hit the barrier door formed by metal objects. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They seemed to be unable to breathe, and their heartbeats seemed to stop. Could it be a rat tide? Lin Yu listened to the sound, which sounded very much like that made by a mouse, and suddenly thought of something. In the previous life, there was a large-scale rat tide in Hua Town under Tianhai City, and all of them were infected and mutated rats. There are as many as 30,000 to 40,000 of them. Each of them has a strength of level 7 or 8 and is as big as a puppy. Wherever they passed, no one survived. Whether it was zombies, humans, or other mutant beasts, they all died in their mouths. It is said that the situation was finally quelled after they encountered a third-level mutant tiger and killed the Rat King. But why are they here? And judging from the noise, there are probably more than 30,000 or 40,000 of them. Lin Yu was shocked. Is it the butterfly effect? In this life, the mutant rat did not encounter the mutant tiger and came all the way to Tianhai City? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Zombie mutant rats and zombies are two different concepts. They will become larger and faster. They will attack creatures other than their own species. Their teeth are extremely sharp and contain toxins. Wherever the Rat King goes, rats will obey the call and join the army. As long as they eat the flesh and blood of zombies, ordinary rats will mutate quickly. No one knows how many rats there are in the entire Tianhai City. After these rats mutate, they fight zombies and eat their flesh and blood. To what extent will they grow? Level 10 or level 1? Hundreds of thousands of level 10 zombie mutant rats are enough to make one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Once it snowballs, it will be a disaster even more terrifying than zombies. Listening to the occasional banging sounds coming from the door, Lin Yu was in a very heavy mood. It seems that these rats are just passing by. Due to their large numbers, they occasionally bump into the gate, but they are not trying to attack. It won't take a moment, and once the rat tide outside passes, we'll be safe temporarily. Only, what to do in the future? Lin Yu fell into deep thought. He hadn't found his sister yet, so it was impossible for him to escape like this. But faced with such a huge tide of rats, even he could only flee. Bang! At this moment, a piece of metal was blown away from the gate. Then another 4 or 5 pieces were shaken away, and a small gap suddenly appeared. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out in the hall. The appearance of the small gap overwhelmed the man's psychological defenses, and he screamed in fear. It's over. At this moment, everyone's mind buzzed, and this was the only thought in everyone's mind. It's over. I'm dead. Fuck. What's your scream? The leading man looked at the person who screamed with despair on his face and angrily. He rushed directly to the man and broke his neck to prevent him from speaking. But it's all too late. His shouting attracted the rats outside the door. Suddenly, there were continuous banging sounds, and some zombie rats took the initiative to attack the gate. Wah! Lin Yu glanced at Lu Shiyun, shouted, and jumped directly from the 6th floor. The 3 women jumped down with him without any hesitation. While Lu Shiyun was still in the air, she waved her hands and countless gasoline tanks flew out from the infinite space and landed in front of the gate one step ahead of time. She and Lin Yu have been through a lot and have developed a very good understanding of each other. And she was very smart. With just one look, she knew Lin Yu's plan and immediately dropped the gasoline tank. At this moment, the door finally couldn't hold on and was knocked open by the zombie rats. Roaring flames! Lin Yu had just landed in the lobby on the 1st floor when, without hesitation, a column of flame energy spurted out. Boom! 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 The flames hit the gasoline tank, and it exploded directly. The dozen or so zombie rats that had just rushed in were instantly blown to pieces. Then a raging fire broke out, blocking the entrance to the gate. Amazing! This horrific blow shocked everyone in the hall, but at the same time gave rise to a glimmer of hope. There was a lot of gasoline, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. The zombie rats outside were originally listening to the king's call and running forward with the Rat King. The reason he banged on the door just now was that he was attracted by the screaming and instinctively wanted to rush in and eat people. At this moment, blocked by the raging fire, they instinctively felt extremely dangerous. After a few unwilling roars, he gave up the attack and ran towards the main force. The raging fire became the strongest door at this moment, preventing the zombie rats from taking another step forward. But Lin Yu knew that all this was only because the Rat King did not give any orders. If the Rat King orders an attack, they will charge forward fearlessly, even if it means facing mountains of swords and seas of fire. Lu Shiyun and the other 2 walked to Lin Yu and fell into deep thought as they looked at the fire. Chapter 55, Brother Dashi. I have a big deal to discuss with you. Squeak. At this time, more than a dozen normal mice ran out from the kitchen on the first floor of the hotel. They had not yet mutated and were only the size of a fist. At this moment, they seemed to have received a call. They all ran out from the dark corners, trying to follow the large group outside. They rushed in one after another, ignoring the fire at the door. However, they were just ordinary mice, and their fate was predictable. As soon as he rushed into the fire, he was burned to death instantly. Seeing this scene, several people thought of something, and their faces turned ugly. This city will fall into darkness. Lin Yu sighed. Several people thought that in the next few days, rats from every corner of the city would gather there. By then, it will be an extremely terrifying force. Hard to beat. What should we do then? Yi Pia Piao frowned. There is a way. Gather the current experts in Tianhai City on the forum and find a way to make the zombies and mutant rats kill each other. Lu Shiyun whispered. Then the top experts will decapitate and kill the Rat King. I'm afraid that once the news gets out, some people will just flee. Lin Yu shook his head. In the end times, the thing that cannot be tested the most is human nature. Shiyun, please post a message explaining this situation and let all the evolvers in Tianhai City pay attention. Once they see ordinary rats, they should kill them immediately. This way, there will be less pressure in the future. Even if some people want to escape, it's not that easy. Only true masters can escape. Okay, I'll write it now. Lu Shiyun nodded and started immediately. A few minutes later, there were no more squeaking sounds outside the hotel. All the zombie rats had left. Suddenly, everyone in the hall collapsed to the ground. It feels so good to survive a disaster. Thank you for saving my life. The leading man was named Hisong. He hurriedly walked in front of Lin Yu and bowed. Just based on Lin Yu's flaming attack just now, and the relaxed posture of several people jumping down from the 6th floor, he just knew it. These people are definitely not ordinary evolvers. They're most likely powerful awakeners with talented talents. Because there was a faint sense of oppression coming from each of them. Only that little girl didn't put pressure on him. Lin Yu looked at the group of people in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Isn't he just short of labor now? With these people, they will advance much faster. Do you know where these zombie rats come from? Lin Yu asked. Boss, we don't know either. We were working together to clear out the zombies, but we felt the ground shaking and a swarm of rats rushed over. Fortunately, there were countless zombies blocking us. Yeah, if it weren't for those zombies standing in front of us, we wouldn't have survived. It was horrible. I saw those giant rats eating all the zombies. A bunch of people talked about what they saw, and they're still a little scared. Come here. Lin Yu waved to the young man named Yang Long. Hearing this, Yang Long ran over happily. Boss, you called me? Go. Use your talent to seal the gate. Boss, I have no magic power anymore. Yang Long said with a sad face. Lin Yu ignored him. Seeing this, Yang Long walked to the gate dejectedly, and once again used his talent to manipulate the metal to block the gate. I want you to help me do something to keep you safe during this period. Lin Yu said to Hisong. Boss, if you guys can't do something with our strength, wouldn't that mean we're courting death? Hisong hesitated. Do you want to do it? One word. Fuck. Boss, if you give the order, I will never back down, no matter how hard it takes. Glancing at Lin Yu's cold gaze, the man quickly expressed his opinion. Ask your men if there's anyone willing to come along tomorrow. After giving the instructions, they returned to the 6th floor. The development of things was beyond Lin Yu's expectations, and he needed to think carefully. The rat tide is extremely dangerous, but it also contains many opportunities. Thinking of this, he directly posted on the forum. Is Dashi brother here? I'm a magician. I need help. With such a simple and clear title, Lin Yu directly spent 1,000 evolution points to pin the post to the top. As soon as the post was published, people started to leave comments under it. Master Magician, I want to ask, what do you think about the fight between the 100 nations? Sakura country is so abominable. Does the boss have any ideas? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied directly. In the battle of 100 countries, our great Xia country will definitely be the champion, and no one can take it away. As for the land of Sakura, I am very interested in their Futu volcano. I think it will erupt next year. I am also looking forward to the horse trampling on the cherry blossoms. Haha, what you said really hits my heart. Soon, Lin Yu's reply spread throughout the great Xia kingdom. Countless people applauded and cheered, all looking forward to that day. I haven't seen you for a few days. What do you want from me? Brother Dashi replied. I have a big deal, and I want to cooperate with you. Tell me about it. Lin Yu spent another 1,000 evolution points and set the post on the floor where the two people were talking to private, visible only to the two of them. Nowadays, there are no restrictions on chatting in regional channels, but there is no private chat function, and identities are difficult to identify. If you want to talk to people, the easiest way is to post a reply. I'm in Tianhai City now. You should know the situation here. Lin Yu got straight to the point. I just saw the news that a terrifying rat tide might destroy the entire Tianhai City. You don't want me to help? Do you? Brother, sure. Your idea is very wise and coincides with mine. I'll wait for you in Tianhai City. Lin Yu replied with a smile. In the ancient town of Shishan in Kuan City, the eldest senior brother looked at Lin Yu's reply with his head buzzing. What is the righteousness? What did I say? Did I agree? No. After holding it in for a long time, Brother Dashi finally sent 2 words. Brother Dashi, I think you still think of yourself as a human. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just reached the 2nd level. With your special talent, as long as you want, the 3rd level is easy, isn't it? What do you want to say? If you want to completely destroy humanity, you can let your zombie army attack humans without regard for the consequences and absorb their flesh and blood. This way, the zombies will advance faster, and you will get more crystal cores. But you didn't do that, did you? After a moment's silence, Brother Dashi replied. You're right, this is a bullshit end of the world. This is a bullshit zombie king. I don't want this to happen at all, but there's nothing I can do about it. Brother Dashi suddenly burst into swearing and stopped being gentlemanly, which showed that he was still very resentful about his experience. I also want to kill all the humans and let my zombies advance like crazy so that I can break through quickly, but I can't do it. This shows that you are still a human being, not a disgusting thing like a zombie. I suspect you were scolding me. Let's get back to the point. You can bring your zombie army to Tianhai City and let the zombies fight against the rat tide and eat each other to advance. I estimate that by then there will be a lot of 2nd level, even 3rd level zombies and mutant rats. Besides, there is also a huge zombie army here. You will definitely make money. Besides, there is not much time left until the 3rd month of the apocalypse. With hundreds of nations fighting, this rat tide is also an opportunity to improve our strength. Brother Dashi didn't reply and seemed to be thinking about it. Chapter 56, Black Rose. After a while, a message finally came from Brother Dashi. I'll leave right away. In fact, in his heart, he is the same kind as humans, not those zombies. Mobilizing the zombies to fight against the rat tide can be regarded as saving humanity. This is why he made up his mind. As for the 2nd and 3rd order crystal cores, they are secondary. Anyway, in terms of advancement level, he will always be ahead of everyone else in the early stages. After reaching an agreement with Brother Dashi, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rat tide was surging, and he didn't think he would die. He wanted to escape, but the rat tide couldn't stop him. The key point is that there are still hundreds of thousands of survivors in Tianhai City, and he can't be so cold-blooded. Also, his sister hasn't been found yet. As he was thinking, Lin Yu posted another message. Brother Dashi, who is ranked 1st in the world list, invites the strong men around Tianhai City to come to Tianhai to kill rats, kill zombies, and get high-level crystal cores. Lin Yu is in the post. It explains in detail that the fight between zombies and rats will give rise to many 2nd level and even 3rd level creatures. This is a rare opportunity for the strong. After posting, Lin Yu was too lazy to read it anymore and prepared to take a rest. He has done what he can, and the rest is up to fate. He just needs to find his sister, and if the situation becomes unsustainable, he will evacuate with the people around him. But since Brother Dashi has already agreed, he doesn't have to worry too much. This life is a little different from the previous life, after all. Lin Yu looked at the Yun province rankings and saw some strong people whose names he had never heard of in his previous life, and he felt something in his heart. On the Yun province ranking list, there are 100 places on the list, except for Brother Dashi, who is at the 2nd level. The rest are all at the 1st level. Many of the powerful people ranked in front of him were people he had never heard of in his previous life. Queensland City. Brother Dashi was standing on the roof of a building. Below him was a dark mass of zombies, numbering more than 100,000. He roared loudly, as if giving orders. Then, the earth shook, and hundreds of thousands of zombies obeyed his orders and ran towards Tianhai City. Brother Dashi looked at this spectacular scene and suddenly felt extremely proud. Level 3. This time, his target is level 3. There are at least nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City. Once they are mobilized, They and the zombie mutant rats will hurt, bite, and devour each other. It can evolve into thousands or even tens of thousands of second-level creatures, and hundreds of third-level creatures are no problem. In the ancient town, the lobby of West Street Hotel, Chen Jinger looked at the 2 posts Lin Yu posted, smiled, and then said loudly, "Everyone of Black Rose, listen to my orders. Everyone get ready. The target is Tianhai City." Hearing her words, everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing and gathered around. "Sister Jing, I heard that there was a terrible rat tide in Tianhai City. Is it too dangerous? Danger also brings opportunities, doesn't it? You guys are all at the first level, but too many crystal cores are needed to break through to the second level. Only Tianhai City can help us break into the second level quickly. Besides, your boss's boss is right there now." Speaking of this, Chen Jinger's lips curled up and a meaningful look appeared on her face. "Brother Yu is also in Tianhai?" Lu Yu asked happily. "Well, get ready and go." Chen Jinger looked in the direction of Tianhai City, and there seemed to be a fire burning in her eyes. "Mrs. Lin, just wait. I will definitely make Black Rose the strongest team in Everday." After Lin Yu left, she named the team she led as Black Rose and affiliated it to Yongzhou. She is the queen of Black Roses, and Lin Yu is the king of Eternal Day. "Xiao Yu, who is our boss's boss? Is he more powerful than Boss Chen?" A burly man beside Lu Yu asked in a low voice. This person turned out to be Lu Qi, the man who wanted to recruit Chen Jinger and her group, but was chased and beaten by the awakened Chen Jinger. Lu Qi, who possesses the S-level talent, the ability to receive. If Lin Yu were here, he would be shocked that this strong man whose opportunity was taken away by him actually became Chen Jinger's younger brother. You have to know that this guy's talent is not simple. As long as he continues to absorb the abilities of various powerful creatures, he has the hope of reaching the strongest sequence. Lu Yu glanced at him and said, "We all call him Brother Yu. He must be stronger than Sister Jing. As for the code name, I don't know. I guess only Sister Jing knows it. More powerful than Boss Chen?" Lu Qi was surprised. He thought he was already the strongest among them. After all, he was invincible in the center of the town. Who would have thought that on West Street, he was beaten by the awakened Chen Jinger and later was even recruited by her. Now, a stronger boss has appeared. He suddenly became eager to fight and looked forward to the battle against their boss. In Danling Town, under Tianhai City, it was drizzling in the sky. A young man in white stood quietly in the rain, seeming very comfortable. Surprisingly, the raindrops disappeared before they hit him. "Boss, do you really want to go?" At this time, several people walked up to the young man in the rain, with helplessness on their faces. Their boss is always like this. Once he is in a heavy mood or unhappy, it will rain involuntarily in the sky where he is. This is really a headache. Yes, because that person is there. Besides, I am also looking forward to the War of 100 Nations. Daxia Kingdom can only be the first. The young man suddenly smiled. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. It was drizzling just a moment ago, but now the sky suddenly cleared up. "Let's go." The young man in white patted the corners of his clothes, turned his back to the crowd, and slowly left. A group of people hurriedly followed him. Liqing City is the closest to Tianhai City. 2 groups of 100 people were also on the move, led by experts, heading straight for Tianhai City. On the early expressway, 5 off-road vehicles sped past. A team of only 17 people also rushed towards Tianhai City. "Brother, our Yun province is really full of experts." Brother Dashi, who is ranked first on both lists, Yun, who is ranked 9th on the Great Xia Country's rank list, and the Magician, who is ranked 2nd on the Evolution Point list, are all in Yun province and may be in Tianhai City. Yeah, the boss is only ranked 17th on the rank list and 9th on the Evolution Point list. In the lead car, several men were talking quietly. This Magus is the one who first exchanged for the attribute fruit, right? It should be him, although his name cannot be seen on the forum. He was the only one who had so many evolution points to exchange for attribute fruits on the first and second day of the apocalypse. I'm afraid this person is not weaker than Brother Dashi. He got a lot of attribute fruits ahead of everyone else. It's just right. I'll meet them in Tianhai City this time. The man in the passenger seat had eyes like lightning, and there seemed to be a sound of thunder rumbling inside his body. He is the leader of the Thunder Team. Divine Punishment. We should be able to harvest a lot of second-level crystal cores during this rat tide. By then, reaching the peak of the second level won't be a problem. In the Battle of 100 Nations, each nation only has 100 spots, and I must take one. It is an honor to fight for my country. The divine punishment was overwhelming. This team consists of only 17 people. Although the number is small, they are all elite masters. Chapter 57, Are all the women around the boss so strong? Thunder Team. The eldest brother, Shinfa, and the second brother, Hiyu, are both S-level talent awakeners. The rest are all A-level talents with strong strength. Lin Yu's 2 posts cause an uproar. Around Tianhai City, the evolvers who claim to be strong have all set out to get a piece of the pie in Tianhai City. Many of them have simple ideas. It is impossible to ask them to save others. They are just after the high-level crystal cores. Anyway, Brother Dashi and the magician are here, and there must be many other masters gathered here, so there is no need to worry too much about personal danger. In the coming period of time, Tianhai City will probably produce a large number of second-level experts, and there will probably be several third-level experts. Lin Yu looked at the various comments under the post. He could predict that there would be many smart and powerful people who would come to get a piece of the pie at any cost. The next day, when Lin Yu and his companions went downstairs, He-song and Yang Long were waiting with more than 30 people. Are you willing to do all of these? Lin Yu looked at these 30 people and was very satisfied. Half of them were willing to follow him. Of course, it's our blessing to be able to follow the big boss. He-song said with a smile. Yes, boss. Just tell me what you need. Okay, follow me. Lin Yu nodded, and he walked out of the hotel with a group of people. Outside, it's a mess. Many buildings were destroyed, and there was not a single zombie to be seen. I want to come. All the zombies nearby died in the rat tide last night. Not a single one was left. Let's go. Lin Yu identified the direction and ran towards the street. Zombies, so many zombies. Boss, are you going to ask us to fight these zombies? After walking for more than 10 minutes, everyone saw countless zombies wandering in the streets and shops from afar. All of them are a little weak. There are simply too many zombies. According to preliminary estimates, there are probably tens of thousands of them. Boss, we are not going to provoke so many zombies, are we? He-song's voice was trembling. Are you scared? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, I think we can lure the monsters in and kill them later. Rushing over rashly is just courting death. Don't blame him for being scared. Before, there were more than 100 people clearing out the zombies, and they were all looking for small groups of zombies in small numbers. When encountering a large number of them, you can either take some time to take a detour or send a fast evolver to lure the monsters and then kill them one by one. This is time-consuming, but safe, isn't it? Okay, let me tell you your tasks now. Lin Yu looked at these people and became serious. We will clean up the zombies, and all of you will be responsible for picking up the crystal cores and handing them over to Shuryan. Lin Yu pointed at Lu Shuryan. Then, he continued, I won't let you work in vain. 5% of the crystal cores I pick up will be your reward, but you'd better not embezzle them. Otherwise, I will throw them to the zombies as food. Lin Yu swept his cold eyes over everyone in the field, making them shudder. Is it that simple? He-song was a little confused. I thought it was going to be something dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be picking up crystal cores. Even 5% is too little. Even if they were powerful, how many zombies could they kill in a day? 2,000 or 3,000 at most. This way, each of them would get less than 10. Besides, there are so many zombies gathered here. Won't they run away while fighting? However, the next moment, he knew he was wrong. And it's so wrong. Lin Yu opened his mouth, and a stream of flame rushed out of his mouth. When it reached the zombies, it had already turned into a sea of fire. The zombies were burned to ashes one by one, leaving only crystal cores on the ground. Is this a monster? Who on earth is this big guy? With just a wave of his hand, he kills zombies like killing chicks. He kills a large group of them with one move. Fire abilities are so powerful and cool. Everyone around was stunned. They had never seen this method and speed of killing zombies before. It was too efficient. I just don't know how long the boss's magic can last. It would be great if they could hold on forever. Then even if it's only 5%, they would still get a lot. What are you still looking at? Get to work. He-song shouted. Now, he had already made up his mind that he must keep up with the pace of the big boss in front of him. It would be even better if he could become his younger brother. The other side. Yi Piapiao waved her hand and directly wrote down the second spell. Speed increased by 2 times. In an instant, she left only a trail of afterimages. Rushing into the zombie horde, sword light flying, with one sword he could take away the heads of more than a dozen zombies. She was extremely fast. After one strike of the sword, she appeared somewhere else and continued to strike with the sword. This woman is also scary. Hisong's scalp tingled as he watched. Yipia Piao killing zombies was like chopping melons and vegetables. So easy. Moreover, her speed was so fast that even he, who was at the first level, could only see her vaguely. None of these people are good people. Even a woman is so strong. Thinking of this, he looked at the last one again. Really? Someone who follows the boss. Even among women, none of them are simple. In the distance, Lu Shiyun also looked relaxed. Every time she snapped her fingers, the space shattered and large groups of zombies were strangled to death. The range is not as good as Lin Yu's, but it is also a group attack skill, and the clearing speed is also very fast. In this way, Lin Yu and the other two slaughtered crazily in the front. More than 30 people followed behind, constantly picking up the fallen crystal cores on the ground. The speed is much faster than before. In most of the day, they advanced more than 10 kilometers. At this rate, Lin Yu estimated that they would be able to reach Tianhai University in 3 days. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was, Tianhai University, Library. I finally reached the first level. Zhao Qiu was extremely excited. After 6 days, he finally gathered 10 first-level crystal cores and successfully broke through to the first level. He could steal another talent. Lin Xiaoyu, I'll let you go against me for 1 day. When I steal your talent, I'll make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Qiu looked ferocious. Chapter 58, I want to steal your talent. Lin Xiaoyu, it's time to take away your talent. Zhao Qiu became a little excited, with greed and excitement flashing in his eyes. After such a long wait, this day finally came. He had always longed to obtain the powerful talent of Lin Xiaoyu. Now, the time is finally ripe. However, Lin Xiaoyu is very powerful, and it is not easy to subdue her. I learned from my girlfriend Fong Siki that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened an A-level talent. His strength has been increased 5-fold, which is an incredible effect. He estimated that Lin Xiaoyu, who was at level 10, had a strength of about 60 points, and if it was increased 5-fold, that would be more than 300 points. This is too exaggerated. It's too exaggerated to be an A-level talent. Zhao Qiu has now broken through to the first level. His attributes have doubled, and his strength has only reached 221 points. He had to use a Class A Thunderstorm and double his strength again before he could be stronger than Lin Xiaoyu. But the stronger your talent is, the more excited I am, because it will all belong to me. Zhao Qiu muttered to himself. But he was not an arrogant person, so to be on the safe side, he brought Fong Siki along. This woman also awakened her talent. However, in order to cooperate with Zhao Qiu, she has been hiding, and no one knows that she is a gifted awakener. Only Zhao Qiu knew that Fong Siki had awakened an A-level talent, weakening. Once cast, it can forcibly weaken others' strength and magic within a certain period of time. The weakening ratio has reached 50%. Taking her with me can help me prepare for any unexpected event and avoid any setbacks. I guess everyone knows about the rat tide in Tianhai City, right? Zhao Qiu gathered everyone together. Brother Qiu, it is said that the zombie rats are as big as wolfhounds, fast, with sharp fangs, and very ferocious. We can't fight them. Everyone, don't worry. Listen to me first. Tianhai City is full of zombies. It is basically impossible for us to escape. We can still clean up the zombies little by little before. There's always a chance to get out. It's different now. The mutant rat tide is coming. I'm afraid it will devour all living things, including zombies and us. Zhao Qiu had a serious expression on his face, and his words made everyone present turn pale. But the good news is that many powerful people in the surrounding area are rushing to Tianhai City. There may still be a glimmer of hope by then. So, what we have to do is to collect enough food in advance, then hide in the library and wait for the crisis to be resolved, or find an opportunity to leave Tianhai City. For a team that is not very strong, Zhao Qiu's plan is undoubtedly the best at the moment. Stock up on food and wait out the rat infestation. No matter what the final outcome is, the zombies and the rat tide will inevitably suffer losses on both sides, and it will be more advantageous to escape at that time. Zhao Qiu, I don't agree. Lin Xiaoyu's voice of opposition was heard again in the crowd. Many survivors in the surrounding area want to come to Tianhai City to help us survive the disaster. Even the magician, Brother Dashi, and other masters have come. How can we hide and survive? When Zhao Qiu heard this, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. This woman is such a fool. Once he steals Lin Xiaoyu's talent, he'll kill her as soon as possible. Many people in the crowd looked at Lin Xiaoyu as if she were a fool. Xiaoyu, I think Brother Chio's arrangement is correct. Since someone is going to deal with the zombies, we shouldn't cause trouble with our strength. This person is obviously afraid of death, but he speaks in a high-sounding manner. Yes, Sister Xiaoyu, I know you saved our lives, but asking us to fight against even more terrifying mutant rats, isn't that asking us to die? Some people who had been saved by Lin Xiaoyu no longer cared about anything and directly opposed it. Lin Xiaoyu felt helpless. Although she is kind, she is not so delusional as to want to save everyone. But she knew that her brother Lin Yu was the magician. Then among those who will come to fight against the zombies, there is his brother. She just wants to do her best. One more person means more strength. She said this not only for her brother, but also for these people. If the fight against the rat tide fails, everyone in Tianhai City will die. However, no one agreed with her words. This made her a little disappointed. Listen to Brother Chio, brothers. Let's expand the scope today and collect more supplies. Everyone in the team felt that this was the best solution. So without much arrangement, they took action on their own initiative. When it comes to their own safety, they're more proactive than anyone else. Xiaoyu, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Fong Siki called Lin Xiaoyu. After sending everyone away, Zhao Qiu winked at Fong Siki. This stupid woman can't stay any longer. Siki, am I wrong? Only if everyone works together can we have a chance to survive. Lin Xiaoyu pulled Fong Siki and said frustratedly, Xiaoyu, you have to understand that we are just ordinary people. It's hard enough for us to fight against zombies, let alone mutant rats. This is costing our lives. Fong Siki said as she pulled her upstairs. Zhao Qiu glanced around and followed. Siki, what's the matter? When she reached the 5th floor, Lin Xiaoyu hadn't noticed the danger coming until Zhao Qiu appeared, and then she realized something was wrong. Zhao Qiu walked towards them step by step with a sinister smile on his face. Zhao Qiu, what do you want to do? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm really jealous of your talent. 5 times the strength increase is so terrifying. Can you give it to me? Zhao Qiu's eyes were filled with heat. He will soon get his second talent, and then his strength will have a qualitative leap. A-level Thunderstorm can only double his strength. With Lin Xiaoyu's talent, when he uses Thunderstorm, the power increase will be based on the highest increase, which is 5 times. At the same time, it also has the characteristics of a Thunderstorm. Talent is something everyone is born with. How could it be given to you? Lin Xiaoyu became alert. Others can't do it, but I can. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu thought of something and his face turned cold. What exactly is your talent? I can steal other people's talents, so you'd better cooperate with me, so that you can suffer less. Otherwise, a sinister look appeared on Zhao Qiu's face. Chapter 59, is it an S-level talent? Wishful thinking. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Zhao Qiu knew that he would have to use force in the end. He stopped talking nonsense and directly used his Thunderstorm talent. The strength attribute began to soar, doubling directly to 442 points. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts gathered in his palms and blasted directly forward. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. She felt the breath of death and quickly moved sideways, narrowly escaping it. Lin Xiaoyu, level 0 and level 1 are completely different concepts. You should just give up struggling. Zhao Qiu's figure flashed as fast as thunder and lightning. Not to mention that he is at the 1st level, his speed attribute is much faster than Lin Xiaoyu. His lightning talent can not only double his strength, but also increase his speed by 50%. He approached at high speed and punched out with his right fist. A punch containing thunder and lightning instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaoyu. So fast, Lin Xiaoyu only felt a flash before his eyes, and a fist carrying lightning came hitting him. It can no longer be avoided. She calmed herself down, reacted quickly, and clenched her right fist to attack as well. Bang! As the 2 fists collided, Lin Xiaoyu's body flew out horizontally, knocking over a row of bookshelves. The gap is too big. Even though Lin Xiaoyu ate the golden fruit and his strength increased dramatically, he was ultimately just an ordinary level 10 evolver. With a strength attribute of 283.8, she is not even afraid of those with A-level talents in the same level. But crossing levels is completely impossible. After all, Zhao Qiu's strength attribute had reached an astonishing 442 points at this time. Ahem! Lin Xiaoyu coughed up blood and struggled to get up from the scattered books. With just one blow, she suffered severe internal injuries and had almost no strength to resist. I've said before that you can't fight against the 1st level. Only by cooperating with me can you suffer less. Zhao Qiu walked over with a sneer. Go to hell? Lin Xiaoyu was unwilling to give in, and he used all his strength to smash forward. However, Zhao Qiu just threw a random punch, and her body flew out again. Why bother? Zhao Qiu lifted Lin Xiaoyu up from the ground and put his right hand directly on her head. He began to use his stealing talent, and a blue light emanated from his hands, enveloping Lin Xiaoyu. After a moment, Zhao Qiu opened his eyes with an ugly look on his face. He actually didn't steal any talent. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Fong Siki walked over. I don't know how I managed to steal her talent. Siki, why did you do this to me? Lin Xiaoyu spoke with difficulty, his face covered in blood. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, don't blame me. Fong Siki didn't dare to look into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and just said something lightly. Then he turned to Zhao Qiu and said, Brother Qiu, do you think her talent is not A level, but S level? S level. Yes, an A level talent can double your strength, but Xiaoyu can increase it 5 times. This can't be a level no matter how you think about it, right? You have a point. Zhao Qiu fell in a deep thought. At this moment, he was very sure that Lin Xiaoyu's strength increase should be an S-level talent. His A-level stealing will not fail when stealing talents of the same level, but for higher-level talents, he only has a chance to steal. Then tie her up and lock her up. I'll try again tomorrow. Zhao Qiu's heart was getting hotter and hotter. S-level was much stronger than A-level, although it couldn't guarantee 100% success. But his stealing talent can be used once a day. He just couldn't believe it. He had been trying for 10 days in a row, but still couldn't steal successfully. He had plenty of time, but they didn't know at all that Lin Xiaoyu didn't have any talent at all, and she hadn't awakened yet. Therefore, let alone 10 days, even in 10 years, it would be impossible for Zhao Qiu to steal any talent. Brother Qiu, there's no way to hide this. The rest of the team will find out sooner or later. Fong Siki was a little worried. It doesn't matter. Even if they find out, what will happen? Do they dare to resist me? The battle in which he just crushed Lin Xiaoyu made him more confident. In the past, Lin Xiaoyu was the strongest evolver in this team, but now she can't even take a punch from him. He had nothing to fear anymore. The two men tied Lin Xiaoyu to a thick stone pillar. He coughed. Lin Xiaoyu started coughing up blood again. She now regretted very much that she did not listen to her brother. Originally, she had been staying in the dormitory with food and drink, and she just had to wait for her brother to come find her. Unfortunately, it is the 7th day after the end of the world. My roommate Fong Siki and her boyfriend Zhao Qiu were chased by zombies and hurried back to the dormitory, but they couldn't get in because they didn't have their keys. After all, they were her best friends, so she softened her heart and let them in. But the food in the dormitory was not enough for 3 people, so they had no choice but to go out to find food. Gradually, it developed into a team of 100 people, and it was a safe journey. Who knew that the greatest danger actually came from the people around us? Fong Siki, you bitch, if I don't die, I will cut you into pieces. And Zhao Qiu, you too, don't give me a chance. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with hatred. He remembered what his brother said and regretted it even more. Various negative emotions such as hatred, despair, and regret were growing wildly in her heart. At this moment, it hurts. Lin Xiaoyu felt a slight pain in her body, as if a terrifying force was awakening and was about to tear her body apart. This feeling? Is my talent about to awaken? Chapter 68 Taste of School Beauty. Lin Xiaoyu endured the severe pain, but she felt a little happy in her heart. She thought of what her brother had said. But it hurts so much. There was an inexplicable force in her body that had been trying to revive, but it seemed like something was missing, and it couldn't truly awaken. The great pain made her faint. Brother, where are you? Are you okay? After a moment, she woke up slowly. She didn't know how long she could hold on, or whether she could hold on until her brother came. She just missed her brother. For the time being, she will not die because Zhao Qiu cannot steal her talent from her, so she can live forever. I just don't know how long the other party's patience will last. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Qiu used his stealing talent on her, but the results were undoubtedly failures. I don't believe I can't steal it. Zhao Qiu had a gloomy face and said to Fong Siki, wrap her wounds and let her eat something. Don't let her die. 5 more days passed. Zhao Qiu became more and more irritable. He used the talent-stealing technique on Lin Xiaoyu 4 times, but there was no response. Is my A-level stealing ineffective against S-level talents? Zhao Qiu couldn't help but doubt himself. Lin Xiaoyu was tied to a pillar, her face pale. She looked at the furious Zhao Qiu without saying a word. Brother Qiu, is there a possibility? What? Xiaoyu is a gifted person. To steal her talent, we need her cooperation. If she has a lot of resistance in her heart, we may not be able to steal it, Fong Siki said. That makes sense. That might be the reason. After all, S-level talents are not ordinary. After hearing this, Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up. He felt that this was the most reasonable answer. Only, do you know the problem? How to solve it? It was obvious that Lin Xiaoyu would not cooperate with him and willingly give him her talent. He stared at Lin Xiaoyu and fell into deep thought. Xiaoyu, you'd better stop struggling. Just give up your talent and don't resist. This way you will suffer less. I promise you that after obtaining your talent, Brother Qiu will not kill you. He can also keep you in the team to ensure your safety. Fong Siki said, That's right. As long as you cooperate with me, I will keep you safe. Otherwise, at the end of Zhao Qiu's speech, his voice turned cold, and the threat in his voice was self-evident. Wishful thinking. Fong Siki, I treated you as my best friend, but you betrayed me mercilessly. You will not have a good ending. Lin Xiaoyu stared at her best friend and best roommate, feeling extremely sad. And you, Zhao Qiu, even if I die, I will never let you succeed. Lin Xiaoyu knew that if she agreed to them, she would be exposed immediately because she had not yet awakened her talent. If Zhao Qiu still fails to steal the talent with her cooperation, he will become suspicious. Remove the impossible, and what remains is the truth. Once Zhao Qiu and the others knew that he actually had no talent, they would be so angry that they would kill him directly. But she doesn't want to die yet. She also wants to be reunited with her brother. Only if you don't cooperate will they think of other ways to make you cooperate, which can buy you time. Pa! Just as Lin Xiaoyu was thinking, she was slapped in the face. Damn it, Lin Xiaoyu, don't refuse my toast, and then drink the forfeit. My patience is limited. Zhao Qiu said coldly. Lin Xiaoyu, you better face reality. If you insist on resisting, I have plenty of ways to deal with it. Fong Siki's expression also changed, and she looked angry. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything, she finally stopped pretending and showed her most hateful face. Brother Qiu, since she won't cooperate, there's no point in keeping her. Haven't you always wanted to have a taste of the school beauty, Lin? Now is your chance. As soon as Fong Siki said this, an obscene smile appeared on Zhao Qiu's face. Indeed, if he couldn't get the talent, he didn't need to force it. There were plenty of talents out there, and he could just steal others. Fong Siki, you are not a human. Lin Xiaoyu's bound body began to tremble. Fong Siki smiled faintly, stroked Lin Xiaoyu's face with her right hand, and said evilly, What a pity for such a pretty face and such a perfect figure. As she spoke, her hand continued to move down and wander over Lin Xiaoyu's body. When Brother Qiu gets tired of playing with you, he will throw you to Shouho's group of men. I believe they will be very happy. Fong Siki was like a devil. She gently lifted Lin Xiaoyu's chin and said, I just don't know if they will be gentle to you. After all, they hate you very much. Fong Siki, I was so blind to think of you as my best friend. Lin Xiaoyu was extremely frightened and cursed angrily. She didn't expect that her best friend would use such a vicious method to deal with her. If that were to happen, she might as well die. If you dare to do that to me, my brother won't let you go. He's already on his way to find me. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do. She could only bring up her brother to give herself some confidence. So, you have a brother? Chapter 61, She Seems Crazy. So, you have a brother? Zhao Qiu was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up and he said, That's great. We will set up an ambush and use you to lure him here and kill him to prevent future troubles. By the way, let him see you being toyed with. Ha ha ha. As Zhao Qiu spoke, he seemed to imagine that scene and became more and more excited. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoyu heard this. It was as if my head exploded with a bang. Only one voice echoed. Zhao Qiu wants to abuse me, kill my brother, and let my brother see what happens to me. Can't. This is absolutely not allowed. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly shook his head frantically, muttering to himself. I can't be abused. I belong to my brother. No one can kill my brother. I can't let my brother see me in such a miserable state. Lin Xiaoyu was completely stimulated by Zhao Qiu's words and seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Hatred for Fong Siki's betrayal, despair for humanity, obsession with my brother. All kinds of negative emotions were growing wildly in her heart, becoming stronger and stronger. Brother Qiu, Lin Xiaoyu seems to be abnormal. Zhao Qiu was still describing the scene in his mind and didn't notice anything unusual until Fong Siki spoke. Then he looked over. Suddenly, both of them were frightened. Lin Xiaoyu was seen shaking his head like a madman and talking to himself. Seems crazy. Brother Qiu, what should we do now? Fong Siki asked. Damn it. It looks like she's been driven crazy by overstimulation. There's no chance for talent, so let me have a taste of her first. At this moment, Zhao Qiu no longer cared about his talent and just had a lewd smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's plump breasts. Ah! Just when Zhao Qiu's hand was about to touch Lin Xiaoyu, a loud scream scared him so much that he shrank back. The next moment, the two saw a scene they would never forget. Thick black air kept coming out of Lin Xiaoyu's body, enveloping her. The terrifying aura, like a tide, continued to spread out from her body. Shwa! The next moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head and opened her eyes. Her cold pupils no longer had any trace of human emotion. Brother Qiu, what is going on? Fong Siki's eyes showed horror. How the hell should I know? Zhao Qiu cursed angrily and slowly backed away. Lin Xiaoyu at this moment was completely different from what the two people remembered. She seemed to have become a completely different person. No, can't say he is a human being, because in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, the two saw no human emotions, only calmness. The terrifying calmness, like the eyes of the god of death, indifferent to everything. Then, a ding sound was heard. The steel rope on Lin Xiaoyu's body seemed to be hit by a terrifying force and broke into pieces. Ah! A shocking roar. Her body rose directly into the air and stood in the void. A huge and inexplicable aura rose from her body. Brother Qiu, I have a very bad feeling. Fong Siki stammered. Isn't it possible that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened some talent again? It has been rumored on the forum that some people have awakened 2 or even 3 talents. No matter what she is, as long as she hasn't reached the first level, I'm not afraid of her. A fierce look flashed in Zhao Qiu's eyes. Mid-air, Lin Xiaoyu's body was still emitting a terrifying aura, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. There was a black gas spreading from her body. Strike first? I want you dead. Zhao Qiu made a decision instantly and decided not to wait any longer. No matter what happened to Lin Xiaoyu, since he felt a dangerous aura, he couldn't keep her. Suddenly, arcs of electricity were wrapped around Zhao Qiu, and lightning flashed. He directly used his innate thunderstorm power, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning gathered wildly in his palm. Go to hell? The lightning condensed into a huge thunderball, which he threw out and flew towards Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu did not dodge, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Anyone hit by his attack would be seriously injured even if they were at level 1, let alone Lin Xiaoyu, who was only at level 10. No matter what happened to you, it doesn't matter. Fong Siki felt relieved after watching this scene. She seemed to have seen the lightning exploding on Lin Xiaoyu, blowing her into pieces. Suddenly, just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, boom! The terrifying magic power suddenly exploded around Lin Xiaoyu, forming a huge column of magic light that shot up into the sky. A huge aura spread out, making both of them feel boundless pressure. The thunderball also arrived at this time, smashing over with terrible energy. Is it going to hit? The two looked expectant. Chapter 62, Are You a Devil? Pa! The next moment, the expressions on their faces froze. Lin Xiaoyu casually raised his hand and gently slapped the thunderstorm energy ball, sending it flying. Can energy balls be shot away? Zhao Qiu felt like his brain wasn't enough. No one knew better than him how powerful the energy contained in his thunderstorm was. It would explode directly if it encountered any obstacle. The terrifying force is enough to destroy everything within a radius of 7 or 8 meters. But what happened to being slapped and sent flying? Before he had time to think about it, a loud noise was heard from the side. The thunderstorm energy ball was knocked away and landed inside the bookshelf, where it exploded directly, tearing everything around it into pieces. You too, have you figured out how to die? Lin Xiaoyu's cold voice rang out, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop significantly. Zhao Qiu suddenly felt a breath of death. He began to retreat, with fear growing in his heart. What's wrong with this woman? Even if it is an awakened talent, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? The rising pressure became stronger and stronger, and at this moment it had reached an extremely terrifying level, making him feel as if he was facing the devil from hell. Escape! This was the only thought in his mind now. Your life is important. He turned around quickly, and his figure turned into a shadow, rushing out at a high speed. However, there was someone who was faster than him. When Fong Siki realized that something was wrong, she immediately turned around and ran. Can you run away? The cold voice made the two men tremble in their hearts. Fong Siki gritted her teeth, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had made some decision. Fong Siki suddenly turned around and slapped out with both palms, hitting Zhao Qiu with incredible precision, sending him flying back. Grass! You bitch! The look of astonishment on Zhao Qiu's face instantly turned into rage. He could never have imagined that at the critical moment, this woman not only abandoned him, but also tricked him. Fong Siki seemed not to hear his curse and quickly rushed downstairs from the 5th floor. Bang! Zhao Qiu heavily knocked over several rows of bookshelves. As soon as he stood up, he met Lin Xiaoyu's ruthless eyes. Don't worry, she can't run away. You too must die. A cold voice came out of her mouth. Zhao Qiu's hair stood on end. A huge black sword quickly took shape and appeared in Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Behind her, a pair of black wings stretched out. Her body was like a streak of black light, passing through the air in an instant. The next moment, drops of blood dripped from the black sword. Before Zhao Qiu understood what was happening, and before the expression on his face even changed, he felt waves of piercing pain coming over him. Puff! Blood suddenly gushed out of his arms, and then they fell off. His legs were also broken at this time. Turn out to be. Which sword was that just now? All his limbs have been cut off. Because the speed was too fast, his body didn't have time to react, and the pain came only now. Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the entire library. Just stay here, watch yourself bleed bit by bit, and slowly enjoy the endless pain. Lin Xiaoyu had no expression on her face and said coldly, Tell me, will you die of pain, or will you bleed to death? Ah! You devil! Zhao Qiu screamed madly. At this moment, he couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. Why did Lin Xiaoyu suddenly wake up? Even if he awakened his second talent, it couldn't be this terrifyingly strong, right? But no one would give him an answer. He was destined to die in endless pain with this question, resentment, and regret. First floor of the library. There were 30 or 40 people gathered. All of them were Zhao Qiu's men, and 2 groups of people had gone out to search for supplies. While these people were chatting, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the 5th floor. What happened? That sounds like the boss voice. Everyone clenched their weapons, stood up, and stared at the stairs. Just at this moment, they saw a woman running down from upstairs in a panic. It was Fong Siki, Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Sister Siki, what happened? Someone asked immediately. Lin Xiaoyu went crazy. She took advantage of Brother Qiu's unpreparedness, kicked him in the lower body, and tried to escape. Fong Siki rolled her eyes and made up a lie. Brother Qiu asked me to come down and inform everyone not to let Lin Xiaoyu leave. You must catch her, otherwise Brother Qiu will be angry. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder he screamed so heartbreakingly. It turns out that he was kicked down there. Judging from the sound, it's probably very serious and he might not be able to recover from it. Sister Siki, don't worry. We will never let Lin Xiaoyu escape. Someone said, the main strength of their team depends on Zhao Qiu. Now that this has happened, Zhao Qiu will definitely be furious. After all, no man can tolerate being hurt there. If they fail to catch Lin Xiaoyu, they will not be able to withstand Zhao Qiu's wrath. Lin Xiaoyu has gone crazy. As soon as she comes down, everyone will rush over and control her. Fong Siki's eyes flickered as she gave orders quickly. Chapter 63, Can You Escape? As soon as Fong Siki finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu rushed out from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Brothers, go ahead. Suddenly, led by a young man, everyone rushed forward without even being able to see the figures clearly. When Fong Siki saw this scene, she turned around and rushed out of the library. You guys are looking for death. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the group of people rushing over with cold eyes. Although she didn't know why these people attacked her, it didn't matter anymore. She is no longer the kind-hearted and compassionate girl she used to be. In Lin Xiaoyu's hand, the black sword slashed out directly. An extremely sharp sword light flashed across, and the heads of the 7 or 8 people rushing in the front flew off instantly. Blood spurted out, splashing the faces of the people behind him. In an instant, Everyone came to their senses and stopped rushing forward as they looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who seemed like a completely different person. You all deserve to die. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Fong Siki, who escaped from the door, and murderous intent surged throughout her body. When her cold eyes swept over, everyone felt as if their bodies were being cut by a knife. Sister Xiaoyu, don't kill me. We were all forced by Fong Siki. We didn't really want to do anything to you. Xiaoyu, please forgive me for the fact that we are classmates. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu, who was like a god of death, everyone began to tremble in fear. Some of them knelt down and begged for mercy. Oh my God, what's wrong with this woman? How come she suddenly became a different person? Before, she was a relatively kind girl, if not a saint, but now she has suddenly turned into a terrifying murderer. Tired, destroy it. Final destruction, blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu swung the black sword, and suddenly countless sword lights flew, ravaging the entire space. At this moment, the only thing on her mind was killing. Kill these ungrateful people. Kill these people you once protected. They weren't the only ones she killed with her sword. Because of her own kindness and her own unwillingness, she did not hesitate at this moment. She wanted to completely cut off the kindness, meddling, and softness in her heart and completely erase them. Puff! Puff! The sword energy was everywhere, and everyone was torn into pieces by the sword light, and the flesh flew everywhere. When everything stops, there was no longer a complete corpse in the entire library, and the blood dyed the ground red. Even the walls and pillars around were torn apart by the sword energy, leaking air everywhere, and were on the verge of collapsing. I'm afraid the entire library will collapse before tomorrow. Can you run away? After doing all this, Lin Xiaoyu looked in the direction where Fong Siki escaped. Then the black wings behind him shook, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed out. Ah, she won't come after me, right? Fong Siki ran for 7 or 8 minutes, looked back, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she roared angrily again. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Fong Siki couldn't figure it out. After finally gaining a certain status and power in the last days, it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. She blamed all of this on Lin Xiaoyu, but never thought about her own problems. This bitch, how come she suddenly became so powerful? Fong Siki cursed as she walked. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind her. Are you talking about me? Fong Siki's body trembled when she heard this strange, yet familiar voice. She turned back stiffly and saw Lin Xiaoyu's extremely cold eyes. Xiaoyu, her voice trembled. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me, okay? At this moment, she just wanted to survive. Bang! In response, she received a heavy kick directly on her chest, knocking her to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu fell to the ground and walked over slowly. Xiaoyu, don't kill me. Please! Fong Siki was as embarrassed as she was before. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lin Xiaoyu turned a deaf ear to her pleas for mercy and simply crushed both of her kneecaps. I treat you as my best sister. Why do you want to hurt me? You still want to use such a vicious method on me. Are you still human? Lin Xiaoyu spoke to herself. The next moment, he stepped on Fong Siki's arms and broke them. Ah! Fong Siki screamed in pain. The severe pain almost made her faint. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed her collar from behind and dragged her like a dead dog, step by step towards the library. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Fong Siki endured the severe pain and kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her. Lin Xiaoyu dragged her slowly, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Chapter 64. Cruel Lin Xiaoyu. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the library again, and Fong Siki was already dying. Feeling that Lin Xiaoyu had stopped, she forced herself to open her eyes, but the next moment her stomach churned. Broken bodies and severed limbs were everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood filled every inch of space. Vomit! Fong Siki's face turned even paler, and she kept vomiting, feeling like she was about to vomit bile. Even with her vicious mind, she couldn't endure this hellish scene. Lin Xiaoyu threw her to the ground, picked up a knife, and started waving at Fong Siki's face. Xiaoyu, what are you going to do? No, please let me go. Fong Siki's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something terrible. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly fell down with a knife in his hand. A knife was cut on Fong Siki's left cheek. The knife was stabbed in the dormitory when I opened the door to let you in. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, he stabbed her again. This knife is me sharing my food with you. I saved your life when the restaurant was clearing out zombies. This knife is your revenge for kindness, and you are teaming up with Zhao Qiu to deal with me. You came up with such a vicious method to make me surrender. Every time Lin Xiaoyu spoke, she cut a knife on Fong Siki's face. At this moment, the other person's face was covered with blood marks from her scratches. What Lin Xiaoyu experienced during this period of time has made him realize what human nature is and what despair is. She finally understood what her brother said. Lin Xiaoyu, you bitch, kill me if you have the guts. Fong Siki could no longer endure the torture and cursed with all her might. Okay, you want to die? I'll help you do that. Lin Xiaoyu spoke calmly and gently took Fong Siki's hand. Then, a knife cut through. There was a small cut on her wrist and blood was flowing out. Then, she followed the same method and made small cuts on Fong Siki's limbs. Wrist-cutting suicides on TV are all played out like this. Just feel the passing of life. After finishing everything, Lin Xiaoyu threw the knife away, walked to a corner, bent her legs, and sat down against a stone pillar. She didn't leave, because it's not over yet. She is waiting for someone. The breeze blew up the bloody smell in the room, making it seem even more miserable. Lin Xiaoyu was sitting alone in a library full of corpses, looking so weird and lonely. She was waiting for someone to kill. In a large supermarket near Tianhai University, a team of about 20 people were cleaning up the harvest inside. Brother Monkey, I'm lucky today. I actually encountered a first-level zombie with both hands cut off. Yes, this way, Brother Monkey can advance to the next level and no longer have to listen to Zhao Qiu's grandson's orders. Around the skinny monkey, a bunch of younger brothers were smiling and flattering him. And that bitch Lin Xiaoyu has been against us all the time. Didn't she just rape a few female classmates? She just won't give in. That's right. This time, Brother Monkey has upgraded his rank, so he just brought that bitch over to have some fun with her. Someone said with a lewd smile. No problem. Wait for me to advance, and then we'll seize the initiative. The skinny monkey waved his hand at his younger brothers and promised. Don't worry, brothers. Follow me and you will have delicious food, good drinks, and beautiful women to sleep with. Woo! A group of people whistled and looked very excited. Not long. The skinny monkey achieved his wish and broke through to become a first-level strongman. Brothers, follow me and go back to do business. He waved his hand and led a group of people towards the library. An hour later, Skinny Monkey, accompanied by more than 40 of his followers, appeared outside the library in a mighty procession. They were laughing and making noises. What's that smell? How disgusting. As soon as they stepped into the library, they smelled a disgusting odor that almost made them vomit. Damn it, what are Zhao Qiu and the others doing? I almost vomited what I just ate. Someone cursed. This smell. It smells like blood. The skinny monkey narrowed his eyes. With such a strong smell of blood, many people must have died. Did an internal conflict occur? Or are there other revolvers coming to kill us? When everyone thought of this possibility, they became alert and slowly walked inside. When everyone walked into the library, they were all stunned by the scene before them. This is simply hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and they were all incomplete corpses with broken limbs and arms everywhere. The blood dyed the ground red, emitting a smell that made it hard to breathe. Brother Monkey, these are all Zhao Qiu's men. They are all dead. Not a single body is intact. After checking, everyone reported to the skinny monkey, all with unhappy faces. Even they were frightened by this tragic scene and turned pale. Boss, there's another person here. It's Lin Xiaoyu. She's still alive. At this time, someone found Lin Xiaoyu, who was curled up in the corner with her legs hugged. Hearing this, the skinny monkey was delighted. Just be alive. He has been coveting this campus beauty for a long time. Chapter 65, I killed them all. At this time, on the other side, Tianhai University is in front of us. There are basically no zombies in this area. It seems that they have all been cleared out. As a teacher at Tianhai University, Yi Piapiao was naturally familiar with the place and led everyone to the gate of the university. 3 days. Lin Yu and his companions swept across the area as if they were in an empty space, and all the zombies that passed by were blown up. Even the first-level zombies were killed in 72 pieces. Yi Piapiao and Lu Shiyan broke through to the 5th level of the first stage one after another. Lin Yu also reached the first level 3, but he still had 53 first-level pills in his hand, which was enough for him to reach the first level 8 in one fell swoop. Even those who followed them to help pick up crystal cores were all level 10. Let's go. Lin Yu was a little excited. In this life, he finally had no regrets. Xiaoyu lives in Building 11, right? Well, I know the way here. Lin Yu was at the front, a little impatient. It is now the 30th day since the end of the world, exactly 1 month. The zombies in the university had basically been cleared out by the survivors, and everyone had a smooth journey. Soon we arrived at Building 11, the first-year female dormitory. Lin Yu rushed in and found Xiaoyu's dormitory. How so? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yu frowned. The door of Xiaoyu's dormitory was wide open, and there were a lot of bloodstains on the corridor. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not find any blood or debris in the dormitory. It looks like she ran away and is not here. Lu Shiyin said, "There are probably many survivors in the school. Maybe he's with them. Let's go find someone and ask them." Lin Yu frowned even more tightly when he heard this. No one knows better than him how greedy and terrible human nature is in the end times. Lin Xiaoyu is pretty and a school beauty, although under his arrangement, her attributes have increased dramatically. But now it has been a month since the end of the world, and the stronger evolvers are probably at the first level. So, Lin Yu was very worried. After leaving the dormitory building, Lin Yu strolled around the campus. At this point in time, I'm afraid most of the survivors are out looking for supplies or killing zombies. It's hard to meet people on campus. Lu Shiyin analyzed calmly. Walk. When Lin Yu heard this, he walked out. After several twists and turns, 3 survivors were finally found in an alley not far from the school. They were blocked by hundreds of zombies. Lin Yu condensed a flaming knife in his right hand and slashed out 3 times in succession. The 40-meter-long sword slashed across, and these level 9 and 10 zombies were cut in half. The 3 survivors were stunned by this scene. So easy? Are you students of Tian High University? Lin Yu walked closer and asked the 3 people. Yes, we are students from Tian High University. Dude, thanks for saving my life. Hey, it's Teacher Yi. Someone recognized Yi Pia Piao and exclaimed in surprise. Yi Pia Piao nodded and asked with a smile, "Do you know where Lin Xiaoyu is?" Lin Xiaoyu? I know. She seems to be in Zhao Qiu's team, one of the several large teams in the school. But something seems to have happened to their team these past 2 days, and it's related to Lin Xiaoyu. One of the students was talking when he suddenly felt cold. He looked up and saw Lin Yu's murderous eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't speak clearly and couldn't continue. Speak clearly. Lin Yu exuded a terrifying, murderous intent, making everyone around him feel a chill. I heard that Zhao Qiu imprisoned Lin Xiaoyu for some unknown reason. Let's go to the library. There was frost on Lin Yu's face, and murderous intent was surging in his eyes. If anything happened to Lin Xiaoyu, he wouldn't mind transforming into a Shura from hell. Yi Pia Piao looked at Lin Yu, who was full of murderous intent, and did not dare to neglect him. She led everyone to clear the way. Library. Skinny Monkey, along with a group of his younger brothers, covered their noses and walked towards Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, what happened here? Where is Zhao Qiu? Why are all these people dead? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu slowly raised her head. You are finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice was soft, and there was a gleam in her eyes. Hearing this, the skinny monkey's eyes narrowed, and he clearly felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Brother Monkey is asking you a question. Why are all these people dead? A younger brother shouted angrily. They were killed, Lin Xiaoyu said expressionlessly. Who killed him? The skinny monkey frowned and asked. Also, why are you okay? Because... Lin Xiaoyu looked up at him and smiled grimly. I killed them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. The atmosphere was dull. Damn it, you're not telling the truth, are you? One of the younger brothers obviously didn't believe it, but the next moment, a flash of sword light passed by, and he fell down, holding his neck. At this time, the skinny monkeys came back to their senses and quickly retreated. Then, they all took out their weapons and became alert. The Lin Xiaoyu in front of me was so abnormal. Skinny Monkey, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and have been waiting for you for a long time too. Lin Xiaoyu slowly stood up and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Chapter 66. What talent have you awakened? Damn it, no matter what you were doing, brothers, come at me together. The skinny monkey shuddered, called his brothers, and rushed over. The end of destruction. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the people rushing over and just spoke quietly. Then, an incomparable aura surged from her body, and thick pillars of magic light exploded around her. At the same time, a pair of black wings grew out from her back. Fuck! What the hell is this? Abla the fairy transforms? Everyone looked horrified and stopped rushing forward. Because the aura emanating from Lin Xiaoyu was too huge, it made them feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Ew. Blade storm. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't stop. The black sword in his hand condensed. As the sword was slashed out, it instantly turned into countless sword lights, hundreds of them, densely packed and intertwined together. An extremely terrifying sword energy storm was formed, raging in all directions. Puff! Puff! The sound of sword energy tearing through the body continued to ring out. Arun, she's a devil. Someone was scared. The skinny monkey was also extremely shocked. He thought that since he had broken through to the first level, he would be considered a strong man here. Who knew what had happened to Lin Xiaoyu, and why he suddenly became so powerful that he felt the breath of death approaching. The sword energy attacked. The skinny monkey hurriedly grabbed a younger brother next to him and stood in front of him. The next moment, the sword energy exploded, directly tearing the little brother into pieces, and the rest of the sword energy penetrated through. How is this possible? Even when I die, I still have many, many problems that I haven't figured out. In less than 10 breaths, the library experienced another hellish baptism, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Kacha! The surrounding cement and stone pillars were covered with sword marks, some of which even cut through the steel bars inside, and crisp sounds were heard at this time. It's going to collapse! Well, let's bury everything here, including the former Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. The great sword in her hand swept out again, and the terrifying sword energy burst out, instantly destroying the pillars supporting the library. She flapped her wings, and her body turned into a faint light and flew out. Boom! The sound of the library was heard, and then the ground shook and collapsed as if there was a major earthquake. The huge sound could be heard from far away. What's that sound? Lin Yu and his group were running all the way when they suddenly felt a huge vibration. It seems to come from the front, which is where the library is. Yi Piao said. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart tightened, and he sped up his pace. Boom! The entire library collapsed, raising a huge cloud of dust. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the scene, feeling a little confused. She didn't know where to go now. The next moment, she felt a huge sense of weakness in her body, and her body tilted and she almost fell. Recover some strength first, then I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for my brother. Soon Lin Xiaoyu made a decision. She found a pile of rubble to sit down and leaned against it to rest. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and others came here. He stared in amazement at the library that had become a ruin. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Lin Yu shouted loudly around. Hey, I seem to hear my brother's voice. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, which were about to fall asleep, suddenly opened, and then she shook her head. I must be dreaming. Xiaoyu, are you there? Suddenly, a clearer sound came into my ears. Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes. She was not mistaken. It was really her brother's voice. Her brother came to see her. Brother, is that you? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu found strength from nowhere and struggled to stand up from the pile of rocks. At a glance, then I saw that anxious and flustered figure. Elder brother, Lin Xiaoyu shouted excitedly and rushed towards Lin Yu regardless of her tired body. Xiaoyu! When Lin Yu heard this familiar voice, he turned around suddenly and saw a figure covered in blood running towards him. An excited look appeared on his face, and he opened his arms to welcome them. Bang! There was a loud bang. The dust is flying. Xiaoyu, don't be so reckless in the future. My old waist has an important mission. If it breaks, I won't be able to find a wife, and the Lin family will be extinct. Lin Yuqing lay on the ground with his legs up and his back facing the sky. Don't worry, if you can't find your wife, you still have me. Lin Xiaoyu lay her whole body on him and said weakly. The two of them just lay on top of each other in the pit. Lin Yu forgot about Xiaoyu's terrifying power attribute and was too excited, and was knocked to the ground by the silly girl who rushed over. The huge impact force cracked the ground under Lin Yu's back. Tiny cracks spread out like a spider web. Get up first. I don't. Lin Yu had no choice but to reach out and hug the delicate body in his arms. The two of them just lay quietly in the pit, enjoying the rare peace and warmth. Lu Shiyin and others stood in the distance and watched the two without disturbing them. A long time passed. The two men got up from the pit. Xiaoyu, didn't I ask you to stay in the dormitory and wait for me? What happened? Lin Yu gently wiped the blood off Xiaoyu's face with his palm. Brother, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. Lin Xiaoyu told him everything. Silly girl, I'm sorry for you. I should have come earlier. Lin Yu blamed himself a little. Brother, I don't blame you. Besides, this is actually quite good. If I had always been under my brother's protection, I would never have been able to grow up. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, if I am not allowed to go through these things, I will only be a drag on my brother. Maybe, I won't even be able to awaken my talent. Lin Yu listened and hugged the person in his arms tighter. Silly girl, kindness is reserved for those who are your own. It's the end of the world. You must understand the evil of human nature and change your mindset. We have the strength to lend a helping hand to others without causing harm to ourselves. But you must be on guard against people. Being able to help is already a great kindness. You must never put yourself in danger again. Unless one day, you are strong enough to be fearless of everything. Lin Yu patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and comforted her softly. Okay, brother, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu said, by the way, what talent did you awaken? It seems super powerful. What is it? Lin Yu was very curious. It must be very difficult to destroy this 5-story library. Chapter 67. Lava Fire Under Sakura Mountain. What talent? SS level. Final destruction. When Lin Xiaoyu said this, everyone's eyes widened. Even Lu Shiyan only now realized Xiaoyu's talent. Directly awakened to SS level. Lin Yu didn't know what to say. How could others survive? In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening double S directly. Sudden, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that someone has awakened, but hasn't revealed it, so no one knows? The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. It seems that this world is not short of people with destiny after all. I am not the protagonist of a novel, so it is impossible for them to favor me alone. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. We still can't relax. It's time to go to Kyoto and seize the Phoenix Nirvana fire. And in that place, there is still one life waiting for him to take. However, to kill that person, he might have to take on the entire country, so he needs to make some preparations. As long as he absorbs the Phoenix fire, his talent can definitely be advanced to SS level. Then he can go to the sacred mountain of Sakura country, Sakura Mountain, and take away the lava fire. All right, the fire of the sun. Lin Yu suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if he ran into the sun and absorbed the sun's fire? The next moment, he quickly threw away this crazy idea. That thing is not something he can think of now. Next to them, Yang Long looked as if he had lost all hope in life. The big guys in front of him were either S level or double S level, which made him, an A level little Karami, feel a little embarrassed. Brother, when I awakened, all my attributes increased by 100 each, and my magic points increased by 10,000. Xiaoyu looked very proud. She had finally awakened her talent. When she saw her brother, her previously suppressed emotions recovered a lot, and a smile appeared on her face. As she spoke, she revealed her own attributes. Codename, Brother's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Level, 0th level, level 10. Magic power, 16,000. Strength, 358 plus 35.8. Physique, 155. Speed, 208. Spirit, 155. Golden strength mark. Strength attribute permanently plus 10%. Talent, SS Final Destruction. This, Yang Long didn't know what to say. No words could describe his feelings at the moment. Others would be so excited that they couldn't sleep if they could awaken a B-level talent. If you're at level A, you can become the leader of a team. As a result, these damn guys in front of me are either S level or SS level. He shut himself in. He hasn't even reached the first level yet, but his attributes are comparable to many first-level S-level talents. No wonder such damage was caused last night. Lu Shiyan and Yi Piao took a breath of cold air at the same time. This attribute is already almost the same as theirs. If it reaches the first level, wouldn't it be nearly twice as much as theirs? Lin Yu knew. All this is not only due to the double S talent, the golden power fruit also played a huge role. That was a treasure that he had never heard of in his previous life. Xiaoyu, absorb all the first-level crystal cores I gave you yesterday. Since you have awakened your talent, there is no need to suppress your level anymore. Good. The little girl looked well-behaved. She took out a first-level crystal core and started absorbing it. Soon, 30 first-level crystal cores turned into powder. Lin Xiaoyu's aura became stronger and stronger, and the huge magic power could not be controlled and burst out directly from her body. Exploding, black magic power rose, forming a magic light column with a diameter of 3 meters, completely enveloping her body. can't see the true face. The huge magic power formed a high airflow, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The hair and clothes of Lin Yu and others were blown up by this airflow. Yang Long was the worst. Under this airflow, my body was blown back 2 steps. So strong. Drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He couldn't imagine how desperate it would be to become an enemy with such a person. After a moment, the magic light column dissipated and the magic power retracted into the body. Brother, I feel super strong. Lin Xiaoyu put away her magic power, rushed over, and wanted another hug. Stop! Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stopped Xiaoyu's attack. He could catch it with his strength, but he was afraid of hurting Xiaoyu. Brother, let me show you my attributes. Lin Xiaoyu cheered with joy. The powerful strength she gained after the advancement swept away all the depression she had been feeling. Codename, Brother's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Level 1, Level 3. Magic Power, 35,000. Strength, 716 plus 71.6. Physique, 310. Speed, 446. Spirit, 310. Golden Strength Mark. Strength attribute permanently plus 10%. Talent, SS Final Destruction. The powerful attribute panel is almost catching up with Lin Yu. The double S talent can increase her strength by 3 times. The power of 787.6, after increasing 3 times, can reach 3,150.4 points. This is almost the 4th level power of an ordinary evolver with no talent bonus. At this moment, she has become the strongest person under Lin Yu. When you reach level 0, you will get the Golden Fruit and double S talent awakening. You are probably the only one in the world who has such an opportunity. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. This kind of opportunity will probably never be found again. Yang Long, these 10 first-level ones are for you. Use them to advance. Lin Yu took out 10 first-level crystal cores and handed them to Yang Long. Chapter 68, 9 Lights of Dawn. Yang Long is a metal manipulator. If you don't compare him with S-level, his combat power is okay, and he will also have the opportunity to advance his talents in the future. Moreover, he has been working hard and has a good character over this period of time. Boss, this is a first-level crystal core? Yang Long was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Yu would give him 10 first-level crystal cores, which were so precious. In this day and age, many people are willing to fight to the death and use all kinds of conspiracies to obtain a first-level crystal core, which shows its importance. It's okay, just take it. The crystal core is precious, but I value people more. You have performed well recently. I hope you can still be trusted in the future. Lin Yu didn't say much. Many things just need to be understood by each other. There is no need to point them out clearly. Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down. Yang Long said seriously. After taking the crystal core, he began to absorb it. Not long after, he also succeeded in breaking through. Yang Long came up to him with a smile on his face. Uncle, the noise you made when you advanced was so small, not as shocking as Sister Xiaoyu's. The little girl Lu Rook spoke innocently. The smile on Yang Long's face froze instantly. The first level is no longer fragrant. Ha! This scene made several people burst into laughter. Let's go back to Olma first. There are a lot of supplies there. Let's collect them first. Master, what are your plans next? Yi Piao asked. Yes, the little sister I had been thinking about was found safely. What to do next? Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. The revenge of the previous life has not yet begun in this life. Kyoto Xie family, Xie Haoren. Although he has not yet emerged, Lin Yu knows that this person is very strong and insidious. According to the time, it's almost been 3 months since the rat tide. The war of 100 nations is about to begin. He said to himself, Brother, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. There is only one plan for the future. Find various high-level fire powers, Phoenix Fire, Earth Core Fire, Star Fire, even Sun Core Fire, and the Fire of Rules. Devour them and advance your talent to 9s. And the next target is the Phoenix Fire in Kyoto. Finding his sister was a big deal, and Lin Yu began to plan for the next steps. After everyone found an Olma and cleared the zombies, Lu Shiyin went to collect all the usable supplies. It is safest to put it in her infinite space. Lin Yu also planned to have a good rest for a day, as the next battle would be dangerous. A bunch of people were on the 2nd floor of Orma, gathering sofas and other things together, with some people lying on their backs. Many people even started playing mahjong directly. How pleasant. Brother Dashi, are you here yet? Lin Yu found the floor of Zombie King Shixing in the previous post and sent a message to him. No reply. Brother Yu, there are 6 second-level people in Daxia. Lu Shiyun's voice came. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clicked on the ranking list to check it out. World ranking list. First place, Brother Dashi, level 2. Second place, Blade, tier 2. Third place, Dawn, tier 2. Fourth place, Modest Gentleman, level 2. Fifth place, Genius Scientist, level 2. Sixth place, Archmage, level 2. All of them are second-level warriors from Daxia, which is undoubtedly an unbelievable honor for foreigners. Brother Dashi is blessed with natural advantages. I'm afraid he will always be the leader in the rank list in the future, right? Lu Shiyun recalled the first time they met. She and Lin Yu were still looking for first-level zombies everywhere. But Brother Dashi only needed to move his fingers, and the zombies would commit suicide and offer their crystal cores. This is simply a bug. No one can compare to him. It's basically like this before the 4th level. After reaching the 4th level, it's not so easy to advance further. Lin Yu shook his head. The further he advanced, the more difficult it would be. Many of these 6 people have never been seen before. How come they're suddenly at the 2nd level? Yi Piao also came over. Everyone who can make it to the world rankings is not simple, so don't underestimate them. Lin Yu introduced with a smile. Blade, a soldier king in the northern military region, has strong strength and talent, plus the resources of the army. It is not surprising that he ranks 2nd. Xu Guang, the owner of the absolute rule talent. His strength will always be a mystery. What Lin Yu didn't say was, in his previous life, Xu Guang was the strongest person in the sequence, with unfathomable strength. He leads the 9 rays of dawn: daybreak, sunrise, dusk, afterglow, morning glow, twilight, hope, and daybreak. Each of the 9 powerful men is extremely powerful, and the first 4 are among the strongest. The Archmage has awakened a powerful undead talent. He is an army all by himself. A genius scientist, the proud daughter of the Wang family in Kyoto, Wang Yiling, the crazy Wang. When introducing this woman, Lin Yu couldn't help but frowned. Chapter 69. Ambition comparable to Empress Wu Zetian. Crazy Wang. This woman is truly a genius. Because of her, a new order was quickly established in the end times. Originally, the end of the world was coming, destroying all scientific civilization and moving towards evolutionary civilization. But this crazy Wang combined evolutionary civilization and scientific civilization and made countless feats that changed the world. A woman whose ambition is comparable to that of Empress Wu Zetian. Don't underestimate it. Master, how many crystal cores are you still short of reaching the 2nd level? Yi Piao asked. There are only 2 left. It will be done soon. Lin Yu smiled. At this time, he saw that Brother Dashi had replied. We have been here for a while and are collecting zombies in the western part of Tianhai City. Lin Yu, have you noticed any unusual movement of the rat tide? Brother Dashi, yes, according to some fragments of consciousness I got from the 2nd level zombies here. A few days ago, the Rat King was summoning rats from all over the city and then made them mutate quickly to grow stronger. During this process, we fought many zombie groups. The southern area has been completely reduced to ruins. There is not a single zombie left, let alone any survivors. Lin Yu looked at the news with a frown on his face. The South District has at least 200,000 people, plus 300,000 or 400,000 zombies, all devoured by the rat tide? That's the news that came. Didn't you notice that there was no movement in the rat tide yesterday or today? What do you mean? Lin Yu frowned. I think the rat army is evolving. The Rat King should be at level 3 already. He has great wisdom. Lin Yu, if it's that fast, the rats may attack tonight or tomorrow at the latest. Brother Dashi, I won't talk to you anymore. Business is more important. I have already gathered most of the zombies in the west area and am preparing to lead them to kill the rat tide in the south area. But what I'm worried about is that the rat tide may have already spread to the east district. After finishing the chat, Lin Yu felt a little heavy. The rat tide is in the south district, so the next target will either be the west district where Brother Dashi is or the east district where he is now. Thinking of this, he stood up suddenly. Brother Yu, what's wrong? The south district has been destroyed. The next target of the rat tide is likely to be the east district where we are. Lin Yu looked solemn. Judging from the previous situations, the Rat King has a very high level of intelligence and is not an ordinary rat. The western district has been integrated by Brother Dashi and is very powerful. The Rat King may not touch that area for the time being. That leaves only one option. Eastern District. Several people's faces changed. A single mutant rat is not scary. What is scary is hundreds of thousands of mutant rats attacking together. It would really be like a swarm of locusts, leaving no one alive wherever they passed. There are too many zombie rats. No one knows exactly how many there are. We can only hope that Brother Dashi will lead the zombies to quickly collide with the rat tide, so as to significantly reduce the number of mutant rats. We have to prepare too. Just as Linyu was about to speak, he felt the ground shaking, getting stronger and stronger. Oh no, a rat tide is coming. Everyone changed color. Hundreds of thousands of rats, each as big as a wolfhound. How terrifying would the scene be when they rushed into the area? No one could imagine it. Silence. Linyu shouted in a low voice, stopping the commotion of the crowd. This time is different from the last time we encountered a rat tide. The last time the rat tide was just passing by, but this time it had a clear target. Devour the flesh and blood of all living things. Everyone held their breath and was very nervous. Bang, bang, bang. On the first floor of Olma, huge banging sounds continued to be heard, as if a sledgehammer was hitting everyone's chest again and again. An atmosphere of tension and fear permeates. Faced with a huge tide of rats, even ordinary strong men would have a hard time surviving. Linyu looked at the 30-odd people with a hint of pity in his eyes. Most of them have not reached the first level, and I don't know how many of them can survive this disaster. Bang! The door collapsed with a loud thump. Then, countless mutant rats, smelling the scent of strangers, rushed in through the gap. There are thousands of them. Yang Long. Use metal to seal all other places that lead to the third floor, leaving only the escalator. Linyu said loudly. Everyone, block the escalator entrance and kill the mutant rats that rush in. Linyu felt that this was the best solution at the moment. He walked to the window and looked out. As far as he could see, the whole city was full of mutant rats. There are mutant rats attacking every place, including the streets, alleys, shops, and office buildings. The terrifying numbers flooded the city streets. Chapter 70, Level 2. On a street, more than a dozen people were fleeing frantically. They were originally clearing out a small group of zombies in the alley, but unexpectedly the ground began to shake violently. They immediately thought of what was mentioned on the forum, the rat tide in Tianhai City. As expected, in a moment, a black army of rats appeared at the end of the street. They rushed past and collided with thousands of zombies on the street. Roar! The zombies rioted. After knocking down the mutant rat, he opened his mouth and started biting it, tearing off a large piece of flesh in one bite and eating it down his stomach. Squeak! The mutant rat was not to be outdone. It swept its sharp claws across, instantly cutting the zombie's throat. The mutant rats are faster and have sharper claws. Zombies are no match at all. It takes a lot of zombies to take away a mutant rat. Brothers, run! A rat tide is coming! Everyone was frightened and turned pale and ran away. Behind them, thousands of zombies were quickly swallowed up and could not hold them back for long. Brother, there are a large group of zombies over there. Where should we run? Someone spoke with a crying tone in his voice. Damn! Boss Yisu suddenly felt despair. There's zombies in front, a huge number of them, and there are even more ferocious mutant rats behind. There is no escape. What to do? His mind raced countless times. He looked left and right and shouted, "Go to the roof!" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they pushed the wall with their feet, using the force to climb onto the roof of the second floor. However, it was all in vain. When the rat tide rushed in, these low buildings were directly knocked down, and several people fell to the ground in despair. The next moment, the black torrent rushed over, and they didn't even have time to scream before they were drowned in the tide of rats. Similar tragedies are constantly happening in every corner of the city's eastern district. Olma. Linyu and his group blocked the stairs and barely held back the waves of rats. After Yang Long manipulated the metal to reinforce it, the entrance to the place where they could come up could only accommodate 7 or 8 mutant rats attacking at the same time, which also gave everyone a temporary respite. We can't go on like this. More and more mutant rats will come, and by then many places will be breached. Lu Shiyun frowned. Unless these people advance to the first level and their attributes skyrocket, they will have a chance to break out. Otherwise, I can't save them. Linyu said. They wanted to leave, and the rat tide couldn't be stopped. Their speed attributes are very high, much higher than that of first-level mutant rats. If they really want to leave, it is not difficult. The speed of several people is above 150 points, and the little girl Ruku is the weakest with 140 points. A level 10 zombie only has a speed of 55 points and can't catch up with them at all. Yes, including Yang Long, Song, and other first-level beasts, it will not be difficult for them to escape as long as they are not entangled by the first-level mutant beasts. As for those who are less than the first level, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and he said to Yang Long, "Go and count. How many crystal cores are the brothers still short of the first level?" "Good." Yang Long didn't ask any questions and went to do it immediately. After a while, he came back and said, "Boss, there are 27 brothers left now. 6 of them are at level 1, and the other 21 are still at level 10. If you want to advance these 21 people, you will need 123 more. Each of these people has accumulated a few crystal cores, more or less. 123. This number is not bad." Lin Yu is currently at level 10, with 32 extra in his hand. Although Lu Shiyin and others also needed it, they were not in a hurry. With their current strength, it is enough to protect themselves. "Brother Yu, I still have 6 that I haven't used yet." Lu Shiyin spoke first. She understands Lin Yu best. "I have 7 here too," Yi Piao also said. Lin Yu took the crystal core without hesitation and handed it to Yang Long along with his own 32 crystals. "Yang Long, here are 45. Let some of them reach the first level first, and I'll find a way to deal with the rest." "Boss." The people around them could hear their conversation from beginning to end, and at this moment they couldn't help but feel moved. It further strengthened my determination to follow Lin Yu. "Okay, don't waste time. Only if you can survive will you be qualified to continue following me." Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting the moving emotions of the crowd. "You guys stay here and guard the entrance together. I'll go out for a walk." After he gave an order to the women, he moved and rushed towards the entrance. Puff! Puff! All of them were the sounds of mutant beasts being shot in the head. He killed his way forward, and no mutant rats could stop him. These were just level 10 scum. In his eyes, they are no different from ants. Squeak! As soon as he rushed down the first floor, countless mutant beasts came to greet him at the gate. Roaring flames! A terrifying column of fire rushed out, clearing a path. He rushed out of Olma, activated his reconnaissance skills, and vaguely felt waves of energy that were countless times stronger than level 10. Sure enough, there are quite a few first-order mutant rats. Lin Yu's figure flashed, like a trail of afterimages, shuttling through the tide of rats. No mutant rat could touch the corner of his clothes. In his normal state, his speed of 624 points is almost the same as that of a level 10 mutant rat of the second stage. These low-level ones can only be slaughtered by him. Puff! A huge rat head flew high into the sky. In Lin Yu's hand, a 2-meter-long flaming knife condensed, which he easily cut off and broke its head, taking away the crystal core. Just like this, Lin Yu was like a ghost, shuttling among the rats and attacking the first-level ones. Fortunately, the rat group had experienced the fighting some time ago and had evolved through devouring with quite a few at the first level. In just over an hour at most, he would be able to kill enough crystal cores he needed. Squeak! A huge rat cry was heard. Then a dark shadow swooped over. This mutant rat was much larger in size and had a stronger aura. It bared its teeth, blood dripping from its mouth, and its 2 rows of teeth were like steel nails, flashing a cold light. Level 2. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come anyway. What is he lacking the most now? Isn't it the second-order crystal core? Chapter 71. The mouse can use Kamehameha Wave. D. He was like a ghost, and the next moment he appeared behind the second-level mutant rat, slashing down with a huge flaming knife. There were no surprises. A head flew high. The second level, in his hands, is just a bigger ant. Almost an hour passed. Lin Yu had already obtained enough first-level crystal cores, but he never went back. He was looking for a second-level mutant rat. He only needed 1 more, and he would be able to break into the second level. Unfortunately, there were many first-stage mutant rats, but second-stage ones were never seen again. He sighed softly, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Olma. Now, he could clearly feel that there were more zombie rats attacking Olma, and even several first-level ones had joined the attack. If we fail to capture the city and more mutant rats continue to die, I'm afraid that more and more mutant rats will gather here, and by then, except for a few of them with S-level talents, no one else will be able to escape. Lin Yu's face was solemn. He killed a lot of people and rushed in. Boss, you're back. Lin Yu rushed to the third floor, and everyone was extremely surprised. Those who haven't advanced can be divided among them. We will evacuate after the breakthrough. He took out 78 crystal cores and handed them to Yang Long. In just a few moments, everyone completed the advancement. Wah! Lin Yu didn't say much and led the way. It is a completely different concept for him to act alone than to act with a group of people. If he were alone, he could use his speed advantage to find an opportunity and leave gracefully. But at this moment, he had to confront some mutant rats that were rushing towards him head-on. If he gave way, the team behind him might be dispersed. Once you are delayed, a steady stream of mutant rats will surround you, and by then, it will be difficult to move no matter how fast you are, because there is no place to stay. Flame Blade! The 40-meter-long sword condensed and chopped forward continuously, directly clearing the area of nearly 100 meters in front. Go! No one dared to slow down and ran at full speed in the opposite direction of the rat tide. Bang! Suddenly, several huge mutant rats crashed into the team and directly dispersed the team. Lu Rook was not careful and was knocked out. Ruko! Lu Shiyun's eyes were bloodshot. She raised her hand and waved it. The space shattered and directly tore more than 20 mutant rats into pieces. However, the emptied place was filled again in an instant. There are so many mutant rats, and they keep coming. You guys go quickly. I'm going to save Ruku. Lin Yu shouted and turned back. After a few leaps, he arrived beside Ruku and killed dozens of mutant rats with one sword. He picked up the little girl and left. It seems that the abnormality here has attracted the attention of the mutant rat king. Lin Yu frowned. He felt that all the mutant rats seemed to be gathering towards this area. The two of them were already far away from the others. There are countless mutant rats in between. Boss, where are you? Suddenly, a sound was heard, accompanied by flashes of lightning. I'm here! A 40-meter-long sword slashed out, sweeping across the area. Boss, I'm here to pick you up. A flash of lightning came at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yu looked and saw that this was just an ordinary person among the 27 people. It looks like his talent for speed has suddenly awakened pretty fast. Boss, my sister-in-law, and the others asked me to pick you up. The man appeared beside Lin Yu in a flash like the Flash. What's going on over there? Lin Yu asked as he swung his knife. Your sister used her great strength to clear the way, and Bossy used his magic to block everyone off. Everyone has already rushed a long distance away, and they asked me to come pick you up. The man struck out lightning, electrocuting several mutant rats. Okay, let's go. Sudden. Lin Yu felt a huge spiritual force appear and lock onto himself. His face changed. He handed Lu Rook to the man and said, Take her away. I'll cover you. Yes. The man didn't waste any time. He picked up Lu Rook, turned into lightning, and disappeared into the swarm of rats. Squeak! A huge mutant rat pounced towards the flash of lightning. Court death. Lin Yu was faster and arrived in an instant. A breath of fire spurted out directly and hit the second-level zombie hard. Seeing the lightning disappear, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he had no scruples anymore. He pounced directly at the second-level mutant rat that had just been hit and slashed it with a knife. The second-order crystal core is obtained. Roar! A huge beast roar was heard, and when one looked inside, a giant brown rat, larger than a motorhome, roared towards the sky. It was clearly just a mouse, but it roared like a giant beast. Is this the Rat King? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and his heart felt hot. I saw a stream of energy madly condensing in its mouth. The next moment, a terrifying beam of energy spurted out from the Rat King's mouth and shot straight towards Lin Yu. Mice can use Kamehameha? Chapter 72, Someone You Can Trust. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless and directly entered the dragon flame form. The Rat King on the opposite side is at level 3 and can spray energy beams. He must have awakened his talent and is very powerful. With the power of 972 points, it rose rapidly in an instant and reached 3,888 points in the blink of an eye. In his dragon flame form, his main attribute, strength, is tripled, and the other attributes are doubled. How horrible! Roaring flames! Lin Yu roared, and a column of red flame gushed out from his mouth. The two energy waves collided in midair, bursting out with dazzling light. Then, the red flame pierced through the Rat King's energy beam and continued to rush forward. Lin Yu's mouth corners curled up slightly. Since ancient times, has the left side of the wave lost? No. From today on, This sentence must be changed to, whoever plays against me will lose. The Rat King screamed and leaped to the side with his huge body. A column of flame fell. There was a horrific explosion, and countless mutant rats' bodies were torn apart, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Roar! The mutant Rat King was a little frightened. How could this little fellow, who was not even at the second level, be so powerful? Suddenly, it roared, and countless mutant rats rushed over. Lin Yu was disdainful. He has no worries, so how could a mere rat tide trap him? He moved his body, dodging back and forth. Squeak! The Rat King gave the order. Endless mutant rats swarmed in, filling the entire space, leaving him with no place to stay. Lin Yu was not in a hurry and jumped up. He stepped on the heads of the mutant rats and rushed towards the Rat King. The flames condensed, and the red flaming knife slashed down. Boom! Large groups of mutant rats were destroyed, but the Rat King flashed with a black light and moved at an extremely fast speed, easily dodging them. The third level is too fast, and the attack can't hit it. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, a little helpless. The speed of the mutant Rat King is at least around 1600 points, while in his dragon flame form, it can only reach 1248, which is a huge difference. Forget it, let's just wait for Brother Dashi's zombie army. Lin Yu put away his knife, stepped on the mutant rat's head, and quickly rushed towards the outside of the city. More than 10 minutes later, he saw two figures in the tide of rats. A flash of lightning shuttled through the tide of rats. It was the man who had awakened his lightning talent before. The other one seemed to have turned into a shadow. He swam back and forth on the ground, tying the shadows of many mutant rats together into a hemp rope, and tripped them all. This will cause trouble to the rat colony. Shadow talent? Interesting. Lin Yu swung his 40-meter-long sword and instantly cleared out the mutant rats around the two men. Boss! Great, it's the boss. When the two saw this iconic attack, they looked up and saw Lin Yu rushing towards them, stepping on the mouse's head. Wah! Without saying a word, Lin Yu swung the flaming knife, cleared the rats around the two men, picked up the two men, and threw them on the backs of the rats. The three men stepped on the bodies of the rats, using them as leverage, and rushed out at high speed. Occasionally, there were mutant beasts that jumped up to block, but they were all killed by Lin Yu with one sword. After much effort, the three of them finally made it through the rat tide. When they reached a mountain area, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you still in the rat tide? Where are the others? Lin Yu asked. Boss, we rushed all the way out before, but there were too many mutant rats, even a second-level one and more than a dozen first-level ones. It was only with the help of Xiao Yu and a few sisters-in-law that we managed to clear the way. Yes, I saw more and more rats, so I stayed behind with Zhou and to cover their retreat. The Shadow Man said, By the way, boss, my name is Xiao Li. Lin Yu looked at the two men carefully. They were just two ordinary people among the 27. To reach the first level, I still rely on him. I didn't expect that they all awakened their talents at this moment. This shows that the process of escaping from the rat tide was very difficult, which stimulated their physical potential and awakened them. More importantly, it is really hard to imagine that these two people were willing to stay behind to cover our retreat. You two dare to stay behind to cover our retreat. Do you want to live? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, our lives and our strength are all given by you. We no longer care about them. Yes, it's easy for you and the sisters-in-law to leave, but you are willing to take us with you. You treat us as your own people. How can we do nothing? There was a hint of vicissitudes on the faces of both of them, which was totally inconsistent with their age. Okay, Yongzhou welcomes you to join us. Lin Yu smiled. He held out his hand to the two of them. Hearing this, the two were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. They had always wanted to become a member of Yongzhou, but only He Song and Yang Long succeeded, and the others were still in the investigation stage. Naturally, they were very excited to be recognized by Lin Yu. You all know the purpose of our Everyday, right? No. The people of Eternal Day are all people you can trust and rely on. The enemies of Eternal Day should be treated like someone who has had his wife stolen from him. Kill them as soon as possible. There was light in the eyes of the two men, and a belief was taking root and sprouting. Good, very good. Lin Yu laughed heartily. It was worth it for all he had done. In the previous life, there were not many strong people with Eternal Daylight, but they were very famous because people with Eternal Daylight had strong beliefs and were not afraid of life or death. Many forces dare not provoke it easily. I don't know where they are. Chapter 73, The Strong Foundations of Each Country. There were so many mutant rats, so densely packed that they flooded the city. When escaping, I only knew the general direction. Now that they came out, the three of them did not find any trace of Lu Shiyun and others. Forget it. They are more than capable of protecting themselves. I'll contact them later. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged on the ground. Stand further away. Xiao Li and Zhou were confused, but they were also very obedient and stayed away from Lin Yu. He took out 10 second-order crystal cores and began to absorb them. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely huge magical power burst out from him. A magical beam of light enveloped the body, reaching a diameter of 4 meters and was still expanding outwards. Flying sand and running stones. This is explosive. All the magic power in his body exploded, forming a magical light column around his body, covering his figure and making his true appearance unclear. It just felt as if an ancient demon god awakened in the magic beam of light, and the enormous pressure spread in all directions like a tide. Xiao Li and the other person were directly pressed to the ground by this oppressive feeling, as if a huge mountain was falling down on them. We should run farther. Xiao Li's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't speak clearly. Who could have thought that when Lin Yu broke through, just an outburst of energy could suppress them and make them unable to move? The horrific scene continued. Under Lin Yu, the ground was cracking and gravel was flying. A red pillar of magic light burst out from the shattered ground. After a long time, the terrifying magic power disappeared, revealing Lin Yu sitting cross-legged inside. Lin Yu clenched his fist. Second level. He took a look at the attributes after the advancement doubled. Yeah, very strong. Very strong. Codename Magician. Level 2, Level 0. Magic power, 158,000. Strength, 1944. Physique, 1164. Speed, 1248. Spirit, 1372. Talent, S-level Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. All basic attributes exceeded 1,000. This is an attribute that can only be achieved by ordinary third-level evolvers. Boss, when you just exploded, it was too scary, wasn't it? Xiao Li and the other man got up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Yeah, you're like a super devil. I almost peed myself in fear. Did you pee then? Xiao Li was very embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Metaphor. Ha! Lin Yu and Zhou laughed out loud. Boss, there are 3 foreigners behind you who have also reached the second level. They almost squeezed you out of the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clicked on the world ranking list. World ranking list. First place, Deshixing Daxia, second level. Second place, Blade Daxia, tier 2. Third place, Dawn Daxia, second stage. Fourth place, Modest Gentleman Daxia, level 2. Fifth place, Genius Scientist Daxia, level 2. Sixth place, Archmage Daxia, level 2. Seventh place, Magician Daxia, level 2. 8. King Arthur Great Britain, tier 2. Ninth place, Lucifer Heaven, level 2. 10th place, Kianzuru Sakura Country, second level. In an instant, 4 more second-level powerhouses appeared on the world list, a total of 10 people, 7 of whom were from Daxia. In the forum, our China Jun has begun to exert his strength. Everyone in Daxia Country is watching. It won't be long before China Jun is number 1. The champion of the 100 countries must be our Sakura Country. Are all the people in Sakura Country such idiots? If they're all blind, it seems easy to trample the cherry blossoms with horses. So many of our Daxia's top masters didn't say anything. How can a thing that can only rank 10th be so boastful? People from the Great Xia Nation, you don't understand. Our China Jun will soon be at the 3rd level. When that happens, he will blind your eyes. Look, the cows are flying in the sky. In the country of cherry blossoms, inside a shrine. Mr. Chinha, there are only a dozen days left for the war between the 100 nations. During this time, the God Society will gather all its strength and kill the 2nd and 3rd level zombies and mutant beasts at all costs to provide crystal cores for you guys. You are all the future of the shrine. I hope you can wipe out all enemies and bring the Empire to the top of the world. Don't worry, President. I will definitely kill all enemies in this battle of 100 nations. Kianzuru waved the Budo, sword in her hand, with a cold light flickering in her eyes. Similar scenes are happening in many countries. In heaven, Gabriel, the Pope has brought you something good. An old man in a red robe took out a bottle of crimson potion from the golden Vajra box. What is this? The man codenamed Gabriel's pupil shrank. The original crystal core that had been studied for hundreds of years in the divine court had made no progress. But more than a month ago, when the end of the world came, it finally responded. This potion was extracted from the original crystal core, and it seems to contain substances related to innate abilities. In order to fight against the 100 nations, the divine court extracted 4 of them and gave them to the 4 strongest people in the empire. The remaining 2 will be used for research. The old man in red robe looked at the potion in his hand with a fiery look in his eyes. I will definitely live up to the Pope's expectations. Gabriel took the potion carefully and replied respectfully. Daxia Kingdom, Forbidden City. In a study room in a large courtyard. Commander, all the major military regions in Kyoto have been integrated and are on standby. However, several ancient families seem reluctant to obey the national order. Do you want me to go there? Dao Feng, wearing a black Zhongshan suit and holding a tang sword in his hand, said to the old man in front of him. Forget it. As long as they don't cause trouble, we'll just ignore them for now. The world has changed after all. Nuclear energy is no longer effective. Everything depends on evolution. Let's not have a civil war for now. The old man pondered for a moment and said, issue military orders to all the major military regions across the country to see how many of them can obey orders. Also, what progress has Crazy Wong of the Wong family made in his research on those crystal cores? There's not much time left before the 100 Nations fight. Let's see if she has researched anything valuable. If so, she can give it to the Dragon Team members with medium potential. As for those of you who have already awakened powerful talents, don't use them. I'm worried that using this kind of external object will limit your future development. Don't worry, Chief. I will go to the Wong family in person. Chapter 74, Stop Kicking My Brother. Tianhai City, outside the East District. In an air raid shelter, 70 or 80 people were crowded inside. Men and women, old and young, all squatting on the ground with their legs hugged. Shivering. That rat tide was so terrifying. They were so dense that wherever they passed, both zombies and survivors were eaten. It's a good thing we don't live in the city, otherwise we would have died. Yes, I came to Tianhai City to find my girlfriend. Before I even entered, a rat tide occurred. I don't know whether my girlfriend, the school beauty, was fed to the zombies or the rats. A young man with a crew cut looked relieved, but also a little scared. Tomorrow morning, I will flee from here, flee from this city. Lin Yu and the other 2 sat in the corner, closed their eyes, and rested quietly. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the air raid shelter. Damn it, what bad luck! These damn rats made me hungry for a whole day. Not long after, several figures walked in cursing. When the young man in the lead saw a group of people in front of him, he was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in such a remote place. Then his eyes lit up. He said to a sturdy man behind him, "Go, tell them to hand over the food. If anyone doesn't, I'll kill him." Lu Qi's vicious voice made everyone's heart tremble. In the end times, except for the powerful awakened ones, everyone else lacks food. The sturdy man nodded in response. Walked towards the crowd. "Boy, do you have any food? Hand it all over." The sturdy man was holding a steel knife in his hand and threatening the nearest person. "Brother, I don't have any food. Ask someone else for it." The man was very calm. He raised his head and gave the strong man a cold look. First level. Just one glance, and the sturdy man felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, "Forget it if there's nothing." This scene made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this strong man is easy to talk to. He quickly looked at the second person. She was a fat woman who looked to weigh at least 300 pounds, like a ball. "Little brother, I don't have anything to eat either. Please find someone else." The fat woman's sweet call of little brother almost sent everyone present to death. "I have to vomit out the leftover food." The sturdy man felt dizzy and then kicked out. Who knows? Not only did he fail to kick the fat woman down, but he was instead knocked back 2 steps by the rebound force. Oh my God! Is there any use for being fat and strong? Feeling the cold gaze from the boss Lu Qi, the sturdy man suddenly became furious and kicked hard. Kick out violently. This time there was no suspense at all. The fat woman was kicked to the ground. Then another dozen kicks fell. "You're so fat. How could you be without food? I look like someone who is easy to talk to." The people around him were terrified and thought to themselves, "When you asked the first person for it, you were so polite. Didn't that mean you were easy to talk to? Ouch, stop kicking me, little brother. I can do anything you want me to do. The fat woman called little brother again and again, coupled with that deliberately coquettish voice, which made everyone feel sick. The sturdy man's face turned purple, and he kicked even harder, cursing as he kicked. Little brother, right? Little brother. Who the hell is your little brother? After dozens of kicks, the fat woman was no longer able to make any sound, and it was obvious that she had been kicked to death. The sturdy man had an expressionless face as he snatched the fat woman's brand-name bag and took out more than 20 pieces of donuts and some bread. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. The sturdy man cursed and kicked him a few more times before leaving. He pointed his steel knife at the remaining people and said sternly, "Everyone, hand over the food voluntarily. If I find it, your fate will be the same as that fat woman." Everyone's face turned pale, and they wanted to get angry, but didn't dare to. Whoever the strong man approached, the person would obediently offer the food in his hand. "Uncle, please leave some for us. Otherwise my grandson will starve to death." An old woman hugged the strong man's thigh, crying and sobbing. There are actually a lot of good things hidden in her bag. God knows how she is still alive. Get out of the way. If you keep on whining, I'll kill your grandson too. After these words were spoken, the old woman dared not speak again and squatted back in the corner silently. Next, another 30 people, who dared not say anything but were angry, handed over their food. I didn't expect these people to be very strong. They looked to be level 3 or 4, but they had a lot of supplies on them. "Brother, I just escaped here today, and I really have no food," a pretty woman said with a pale face. As she spoke, she turned around to show that she really didn't hide anything. "Take off your clothes. Who knows if you'll hide under your bra? How can anyone be so big?" The burly man spoke with a lecherous look. The woman's face turned ugly. It was too insulting to ask her to take off her clothes with so many people watching. But this is how the end of the world is. In her opinion, dignity and face are not as important as staying alive. Just as she was about to unbutton her clothes, a voice came. "That's enough. The food we just looted is enough for you to eat." A square-faced man with a sword on his back stood out from the crowd, looking full of righteousness. Next to him was a little girl about 10 years old. "Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me how to do things?" The sturdy man's face turned cold. Swish! The square-faced man flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the burly man, punching him hard. Very fast. First level. The sturdy man only had time to think of 2 words before his body was knocked away by a punch. It hit Lu Chi's feet hard. Lu Chi's face was ugly, and he shouted angrily, "You are looking for death. Brothers, come together." As he spoke, he took the first step. It was a pity that he didn't understand the difference between level 1 and level 10. In just 2 minutes, all his brothers were lying on the ground wailing. Lu Chi's right hand was broken, and the pain made him sweat profusely on his forehead. "Roll!" The square-faced man glared. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but these people became more and more excessive. Not only did he kill people, he also stole food from the elderly and children, and forced women to take off their clothes in public. He really couldn't bear it anymore. "Just wait, this matter is not over yet. Don't think you are great just because you are the first level." Lu Chi covered his arm and said hatefully, "If you don't leave, you'll die." The square-faced man took a step forward, scaring the group of people so much that they turned around and ran away. After the bullies left, the square-faced man calmed down and said to everyone, "Everyone, take your food back." Hearing this, the people whose food had been looted rushed forward and put the food into their bags. "Old lady, this bag of biscuits is mine. Are you putting some in your bag too? What proof do you have that it's yours? Your name isn't written on it. I'll beat you to death." "Ah, murder. Someone wants to beat an old woman like me to death. Everyone, come and judge." This scene looks exactly like some scenes before the end of the world. The quarrel lasted for more than 10 minutes before it ended. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be starving tomorrow and we don't know how to survive." "Yes, the young man is really kind-hearted. Good job." The old woman also spoke up. "Thanks." Everyone kept praising the square-faced man. With this little episode, everyone present became active and chatted animatedly. Lin Yu and the other 2 did not participate. Mind your own business. Tomorrow morning, we will go look for Xiao Yu and the others. They are in an abandoned, unfinished building. Lin Yu got in touch with his sister through the post. I breathed a sigh of relief knowing that they were fine. It's just that 6 more of those brothers died. Xiao Li and Zhou and were silent and a little sad. "Don't think too much. Get some rest. Tomorrow there will be a big fight between zombies and mutant rats. Then it will be our hunting time. Lin Yu patted them on the shoulders gently. This kind of thing, you can only adapt to it yourself. Chapter 75: The Evil of Human Nature. In the air raid shelter, torches continued to burn. More than an hour later, there were bursts of noisy footsteps, and it seemed that a lot of people appeared. The sound woke many people up. "Brother, it's inside." The sound is getting closer. A few minutes later, a group of people came in. Everyone present was shocked because they recognized these people. It turned out to be Lu Qi and others who had returned. "Brother, it's him, a first-level master." Lu Qi pointed at the square-faced man and spoke to the leader. Lu Min glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the square-faced man. "Brother, it's the end of the world now. Why do you have to go against me for these people? Why don't you join us and work together for our great cause?" If this person is willing to join his team, then he can let bygones be bygones as to what happened to his brother. "Pity. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together." The square-faced man snorted coldly. He has his own persistence and will never go along with this group of people. "Ha! It seems you still don't understand the cruelty of the end of the world." Lu Min sneered and said to everyone, "Originally, you can live as long as you hand over the food. But he forced himself to step forward and broke my brother's hand. Now you all must die." He had a grim smile on his face. The younger brothers behind him also showed murderous intent, and their shining knives were flashing with cold light. These people all had a lot of blood on their bodies, which seemed to indicate that a lot of killings had taken place. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Those people who were grateful to the square-faced man before now showed hatred. Nothing is more ridiculous than human nature. At this time, the square-faced man stepped forward, bowed to the crowd, and said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to attack you with me here." "What guarantees can you give? There's so many people on the other side. They are powerful and murderous demons. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so pushy, they would have just taken our food. But now they want to kill us. It's all your fault." "That's right, it's all your fault. You're the one who harmed us." The ugliness of human nature was fully displayed at this moment. "You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for my dad, you would still die without food. It was my dad who saved you." The little girl next to the square-faced man was indignant and retorted loudly, "Brother, this is none of my fault. He was the one who did it. We are very willing to offer food. Please don't kill us." At this moment, a man suddenly knelt on the ground and crawled towards Lu Min. While crawling, he took out food from his body and handed it over hurriedly. Someone took the lead, and everyone knelt down immediately. They cried and shouted, accusing the square-faced man and using the most vicious words in the world to attack him. "You're a bad person. It's all your fault." The old woman's grandson suddenly ran over and kicked the square-faced man several times. "What are you doing?" The little girl was very angry when she saw her father being kicked, and she pushed the old woman's grandson to the ground. "Wow!" The little boy was pushed to the ground and started crying loudly. "Grandson, my dear grandson, what's wrong with you?" The old woman rushed over, hugged her grandson, and started scolding the little girl. "Little bastard, why did you hit my grandson?" "I..." The little girl was about to retort when she was stopped by the man. "Okay, Xiaochan, let's go. We won't be in charge of what's going on here anymore." The square-faced man looked at the scene in front of him and felt sad. "You want to just walk away after you've harmed us?" Unexpectedly, the old woman suddenly rushed towards the man, took out a dagger from her arms, and stabbed it into the man's waist. "Go to hell." She pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. This scene shocked everyone. The square-faced man was also in disbelief. He reached out and pushed the old woman to the ground. Even in this situation, he didn't kill the old woman. It shows that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. It's useless even if you are powerful. Is she crazy? That man helped him before. Xiao Li widened his eyes when he saw this scene. The evil of bad people is beyond your imagination. Lin Yu was also very surprised. This old woman made him feel extremely disgusted. "Boss, I can't stand it anymore. These people are so hateful." Zhouan looked ugly. "Don't meddle in other people's business in the end times." Lin Yu glanced at him indifferently and then said, "Besides, some people will eventually grow up after experiencing betrayal. What's the point of you helping them now? In the last days, people who are too saintly will not live long. I saved him this time. What about next time? If the middle-aged man wants to survive, he must change his mindset and give up his innocent heart. No one else can help." At this time, The old woman and her grandson knelt on the ground hurriedly, wagging their tails to beg for mercy from Lu Min. Brother, I stabbed him. Does that mean I don't have to die? Lu Min was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! What do you think? Is it worth it to stand up for someone like this? What do you want? The square-faced man turned slightly pale and pressed hard on the wound with one hand. His daughter was crying beside him. You broke my brother's hand. Either join us or pay with your life. Lu Min said coldly. Then you try it. The square-faced man tore off a large piece of cloth from his clothes and bandaged the wound with it. This injury is nothing to him. Then he drew a sword from his back and spoke slowly. Additional, sharp. As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand began to emit a cold light. It's actually an additional talent. Lin Yu was also surprised when he saw this scene. Additional talents are special talents. Some people have very powerful talents, while others have very weak talents. In some ways, it is similar to Yi Pia Piao's technique. You can attach some of the abilities and characteristics you have learned to objects or other people, thereby achieving an enhanced effect. Kill. The square-faced man rushed towards Lu Min like a flash of lightning with lightning speed. Find an opportunity to strike. Lu Min secretly winked at someone next to him, who was also at the first level. He believed that it would not be a problem to kill the square-faced man by a surprise attack, one in the open and the other in the dark. Earth and stone wall. Lu Min shouted loudly, and the earth element condensed. Suddenly, a huge stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the way ahead. Swish! The square-faced man was fearless. He swung the sword in his hand and easily cut the stone wall in half. Charge forward again. Earth and stone armor. Lu Min activated his talent, and the dirt and rocks on the ground quickly condensed into pieces of hard armor, covering his body. He was wrapped tightly, with only his eyes exposed, and looked like a stone man over 3 meters tall. Every step the stone man took caused the earth to shake slightly. This guy looks powerful and has great defense, but his speed is probably not that good. Zhouan commented in a low voice. Everyone thinks so. Big, bulky machines usually have a weakness in terms of speed. The square-faced man swung his sword and attacked again. Dang, dang, dang. The long sword slashed at the stone man quickly, and even with its sharpness, it was unable to cut through the stone man's defense. After dozens of moves, the square-faced man was panting. The wound on the kidney was bleeding. His physical strength was quickly depleted, his face became paler and paler, and his whole speed slowed down. The joints are the weak points. The square-faced man looked solemn. He knew that if he continued like this, he would surely die. He gritted his teeth, found the right moment, and slashed the stone man's knee joint with his sword. Bang! Sure enough, the stone at the stone man's knees was shattered directly. The sword stabbed forward and instantly pierced Lu Min's knee. Chapter 76, Taboo Technique. Ah! Screams were heard. The square-faced man swung his sword again and slashed to the other side. Sudden, a figure rushed out from the side, with long nails flashing coldly, and grabbed towards his chest. This is another person's talent, Cat's Claw. When? The square-faced man quickly returned to defense, wielding his sword to block, and his nails collided with Senrin's, creating sparks. However, his sword only blocked one cat claw. The kidney that was previously stabbed by the dagger was torn apart by the other claw, and a large amount of blood spurted out. At the same time, the stone man punched over and hit his sword hard, knocking him flying. Dad! Cough, cough. The man spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. Xiaochan, Daddy is unable to take you away. It's all my fault for meddling in other people's business. Ahem. Blood continued to flow from the corners of the man's mouth. Dad, no, it's not your fault. It's all that old woman's fault. If she hadn't attacked you, you wouldn't have. Go to hell. At this moment, Lu Min swung his stone fist and smashed towards the two men. If they were hit, both of them would surely die. He knew very well that villains die because they talk too much, so he would never give his enemies a chance to breathe. He believes in taking advantage of your illness to kill you. The time is almost right. Seeing how things had developed to this point, Lin Yu no longer waited and watched. He believed that the man should be able to see through human nature and change his saintly mentality at this moment. Lin Yu flashed and appeared directly in front of the stone man. He raised his right hand and casually caught the incoming fist. Then flames gushed out from his palm, and the terrifying force directly knocked the stone man away. Lin Yu turned around and looked at the people kneeling on the ground around him. His eyes were cold. He remembered a famous saying before the end of the world. You can hide in a corner and choose to remain silent, but don't laugh at or slander those who are braver than you, because the light they have won will also shine on you. These words couldn't be more appropriate to describe these people. Remember what Dad said and live well. The square-faced man said as he quickly placed his right hand on the little girl's back and whispered, Daddy will give you all his strength. Father's love is like a mountain. He had thought of this idea before. Dad, no. I just want you to be alive. The little girl kept shaking her head and crying heartbreakingly. It's useless. Dad didn't have much time left. He was cursed by that man, and he wouldn't live for more than a few days anyway. Ahem. The man kept coughing up blood. The injury just now was just a small matter for him. But before he got here, he was cursed and only had 2 or 3 days to live. Additional inheritance. The square-faced man shouted and hugged the little girl tightly. At this moment, terrifying energy fluctuations burst out from his body. A blinding light enveloped the two of them. The power of the square-faced man turned into rays of light and continuously penetrated into the little girl's body. And his own body slowly shriveled up. Dad! A shrill roar came from the light. This moment, Lin Yu actually felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He flashed away from the two of them. He could not have anticipated this sudden change. The light faded, and the sight that came into view made everyone's scalp tingle. Just see that place. The square-faced man turned into a pile of bones and was held in the arms of the little girl. His flesh, blood, internal organs, etc., all disappeared, leaving only dry bones. The most important thing is that there are black runes spreading on his bones, firmly embedded in the skeleton. This scene made everyone shudder. This is a forbidden technique, with the addition of inheritance. Lin Yu's expression was moved. This additional talent comes at the cost of sacrificing one's own flesh, blood, and soul in order to pass on one's own power to others. This process is extremely dangerous, and the success rate is extremely low, less than 10%. If there is any accident or rejection, both people will die. He was only stabbed twice in the waist. He shouldn't have to use such a forbidden technique, right? Lin Yu was a little confused. For a first-level evolver, a few stab wounds on the waist are minor problems. They will heal in a few days. It won't come to this, right? Lin Yu looked at the little girl. At this moment, black magic emanated from her whole body. Why? I saved you. So why are you blaming the person who saved you? The little girl was holding the corpse and talking to herself. If it weren't for these people, Dad could at least stay with me for a few more days, and maybe he could find a way to lift the curse. But now, you all deserve to die and go to hell. The little girl suddenly raised her head, and her pupils turned pitch black, with no eyeballs at all, which was extremely horrifying. Forbidden life and death. She looked at everyone present and uttered 3 words coldly. Lin Yu's face changed instantly. Pulling Xiao, Li, and Zhou in, he retreated quickly. He was very familiar with these 3 words. This is a super talent belonging to the law of fate and cause and effect. It can only be awakened by possessing extreme and pure emotions. Once performed, it also comes at the cost of one's own life and soul, stimulating the body's potential in exchange for brief future power. Why did you kill my dad? Why? The little girl slowly stood up, staring at everyone with her dark pupils. Boom! The terrifying black magic power exploded around the little girl. She couldn't control herself and began to explode. The magical beam of light continued to grow larger, covering her figure. All people could see was a pair of cold black pupils emitting a strange light in the continuously erupting magical light beam. The aura became stronger and stronger. The magic power became stronger and stronger, and the enormous pressure made everyone lie prone on the ground. The little girl moved. She stretched out her right hand and pointed to where those people were. You all go to hell? Go to hell? At the tips of her fingers, a black energy ball began to condense, then grew larger and larger, and instantly grew to the size of a basketball. Call out. The energy ball turned into a laser beam with a diameter of more than 1 meter, impacting everyone. Wherever the beam passes, the ground in the air raid shelter cracked, and the walls were pierced. That group of people didn't even have time to make a sound before they were wiped out in the beam of light. Run! The stone man Lu Min was terrified to the extreme at this moment. He turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. You must die too. The little girl turned her head, and a black beam of light burst out from her palm. The terrifying energy wave carried tremendous power and destroyed everything. No! The voice of despair was instantly drowned out. Then there was a horrific explosion, and the energy wave destroyed everything. The entire air raid shelter shook violently and instantly collapsed under this energy. It's over. Xiao Li and Zhou and were shivering in the corner. The aftermath of the energy caused the two men to spit blood. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying magical fluctuation also erupted from Lin Yu's body. As a last resort, he could only explode in anger. A raging flame appeared, covering the entire body. He grabbed Xiao Li in one hand and Zhou in the other. Flame spurted out from under his feet, and he shot out directly through the top of the air raid shelter. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and huge explosions continued to sound. The entire air raid shelter was blown into a pile of ruins, as if it had been hit by a missile. It can be seen how terrifying the energy wave of the little girl just now is, comparable to the power of several missiles. Boom! The rubble in the air raid shelter exploded, and a black figure rushed out. That's a little girl. The fluctuations of her magical power were still rising, with no signs of stopping. In her arms, she still held her father's remains, carefully placing them aside. No, we have to interrupt her. Otherwise her life and soul will burn to the end, and she will die. Lin Yu looked at the figure with a serious expression. Forbidden death. This is achieved at the cost of sacrificing everything in exchange for a brief moment of ultimate sublimation, and it is borrowing strength from the future. After the brilliance, all that awaits is only ashes. Moreover, the process of sacrifice cannot be controlled by oneself. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped until death. No one made it stop. Is there no one who can stop it? I want to try. Light burst out of Lin Yu's eyes. His body was like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the little girl quickly. Dear readers, ladies and gentlemen, if you like this book, can you give me a free gift? Generate power with love? Thank you in advance. Chapter 77, Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method. Stop it! Lin Yu was covered in flames, his magic power exploded, and he punched forward. The little girl raised her dark eyes and took the initiative to step forward. In her mind, she didn't want to fight in front of her father's skeleton, for fear of accidentally destroying it. Bang! A thin arm and a thin palm stretched out and actually blocked Lin Yu's fist. The collision of forces formed a terrifying shock wave, which turned into a powerful airflow and spread in all directions. Unbelievable. You must know that Lin Yu is now at the second level and in the blazing state, and his strength is skyrocketing. Such a terrifying punch was blocked so easily. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Come again. He punched wildly, striking out with great force. Unexpectedly, the little girl did not lose the upper hand. She waved her hands and accurately caught every blow from Lin Yu. The two of them turned into two afterimages in the ruins, constantly colliding. Is this really a battle between humans? It was so scary. I could only see their vague afterimages. Xiao Li and Zhou and looked at the battle in front of them. It was as if they were watching an anime. It was incredible. What is that? Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method? Both of them popped their eyes out. In the field, the little girl flashed and distanced herself from Lin Yu. Black energy waves continued to condense in the palms of her hands and rushed towards Lin Yu quickly. Continuously, once these energy waves hit any object, a terrifying explosion will immediately occur. It's much more powerful than Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method. This won't work. Her power is growing stronger, and the sacrifices are still going on. Lin Yu frowned. He saw that the little girl's hair had begun to turn white. We must use our absolute strength to suppress her by force. Otherwise, we cannot change the outcome. Thinking of this, Lin Yu no longer held back. Exploding again. Crazy explosion. A terrifying beam of magical light rose from his body, and the ground beneath his feet could not withstand this huge amount of magical power and collapsed directly. The rubble bounced into the magic beam and was crushed into powder. Dragon flame form. The yellow flames around Lin Yu suddenly turned red. This was his strongest form at the moment. Brush. He was extremely fast and appeared behind the little girl in an instant. Without holding back, he punched her hard on the back. Bang! The little girl's body was smashed into the rubble like a cannonball. Lin Yu rushed over again, sat on the little girl, and pressed her down, and his flaming fists smashed down like raindrops. At this moment, his speed and strength are faster and stronger than before. The little girl's sudden force was hard to resist, and at least 1/3 of the fist landed solidly on her body. At this moment, Lin Yu finally completely suppressed the little girl. "Wake up now! If you continue to offer sacrifices, you will die!" Lin Yu yelled wildly and punched the little girl hard in the chest again. Of course, he held back and didn't use his full strength. Puff! Blood gushed out of the little girl's mouth. Even if she sacrificed everything, she would not be able to resist Lin Yu in the dragon flame form. "Have you forgotten what your father told you? He wants you to live well." "Dad." Lin Yu's words finally awakened a trace of consciousness in the little girl. A look of struggle appeared in her pupils. "There is hope." Lin Yu was delighted when he saw this scene. He held down the little girl's limbs tightly and exploded again. The terrifying magical power exploded and all pressed towards the little girl, completely suppressing her. Under Lin Yu's verbal attack, the little girl's consciousness became clearer and clearer. "I can't die. I want to take my dad home." The darkness in her eyes slowly faded away, and her eyeballs emerged. After a moment, all the black magic in the little girl's body was retracted into her body. Lin Yu then let go and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl regained consciousness and remembered what had just happened. She thanked Lin Yu. Only then did Lin Yu realize that he was still sitting on the little girl, pressing her down. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the old man's face, and he stood up quickly. Ahem. As soon as the little girl got up, she coughed up a lot of blood again. Her hair had turned completely white, and her slender little hands had shrunk a lot and were as thin and withered as an old person's hands. She staggered towards the corpse step by step. Seeing this scene, even Lin Yu, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help feeling a little sad with red eyes. "Dad, I'll take you home." Tears kept flowing from the little girl's eyes. She tore off her coat and carefully wrapped the body. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Magician, Lin Yu." "Thank you, my name is Xiaochan. If I can survive, I will come to find you." Lin Yu was the only one who stood up to help her. If it weren't for Lin Yu, she would have continued to sacrifice herself until she died. My father's body couldn't even be buried in peace. Xiaochan did not look back. She carried her father's body and walked towards the distance step by step. Her thin body looked lonely. Lin Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. He didn't know whether Xiaochan could survive. Although he forcibly suppressed and interrupted the little girl's sacrifice process, many sacrifices had been made before. Xiaochan's body still looks like a child's, but the vitality in her body may have been exhausted long ago. "I believe you can survive, and your father must also want you to live well." Lin Yu suddenly spoke. He shouted at the thin figure. In the distance, the thin figure that had already merged into the darkness trembled slightly, paused for a moment, and then moved forward again and walked into the darkness. "Thanks." A barely audible sound that can only be heard in the dark. "Boss! Boss, are you okay?" At this time, Xiaoli and Zhouan rushed over, covered in dust. Lin Yu looked at the disappearing figure and shook his head. "That little girl, will she die?" Both of them felt a little sympathetic. "I don't know. She can only rely on herself. There is a reason why forbidden life and death is called a forbidden technique." Lin Yu sighed. A little girl at level 10 of the Zero Order. After using this forbidden technique, the borrowed power was actually comparable to him at level 2. This is so amazing. But how come her father suddenly turned into a pile of bones before he died? That is also a forbidden power, the additional talent of inheritance. Lin Yu explained softly. Perhaps, with the power inherited from her father, her chances of survival will be higher. Lin Yu could only comfort himself in this way. Xiaochan possesses two forbidden powers, one of life and one of death. This situation has never been heard of in her previous life. Maybe I can really make it through. However, if I am forced into a desperate situation, even if it means death, it would be worth it to be able to borrow that invincible power. At least I can get my revenge. Xiaoli also sighed. "You think too much. Only those with the most extreme emotions, the purest feelings, and the strongest will have a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening. Even if you awaken, it will ultimately be nothing more than a flash in the pan. Once your power fades, you will die. This is the power of fate and karma." Lin Yu was a little absent-minded. He thought of some people in his previous life who had used forbidden life and death. Some people sacrifice everything for love, some for hate, some for faith, and some for justice in exchange for power for the future. Sublime to the utmost, and fulfill the last long-cherished wish. In the end, no one survived. It was one tragic and tragic story after another. Let's go. Chapter 78, Forbidden City, Chief's Order. After what happened before, Lin Yu and the other two were silent. They climbed up some big trees and took a rest on the branches. Lin Yu clicked on the message sent by Brother Dashi. Tomorrow, I will arrive with the zombie army, and then I will command the zombies to fight against the mutant rats. Lin Yu's sadness finally eased a little. This is good news. Let the zombies and mutant rats fight each other and devour each other's flesh and blood, which can continuously reduce the number of both sides and at the same time evolve higher-level crystal cores. For humans, it kills two birds with one stone. It's really something to look forward to. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Next, many second-level and third-level creatures will be born in Tianhai City, Yin Province. Once we break through the third level, the power structure will change completely. The 10 major forces of the Evolution Temple will be formed, and the New World Order will begin to be established. A cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He thought of the person he must kill, Xie Haoran, and the Xie family, one of the 10 major forces in the temple. I will kill you in this life. No one can stop me, not even the Temple of Evolution. The 51st day of the end of the world. Tianhai City. Big Brother Jiang, Ji finally led his zombie army to fight against the rat tide. Lin Yu is already reunited with Xiaoyu and others. They stood on the roof of a building, looking at the dark battlefield in the distance. There are nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City. If we use them to feed these hundreds of thousands of mutant rats, we should be able to raise quite a few third-level ones. Lin Yu looked at the spectacular scene and felt a little excited. In this life, his evolution speed is much faster than in his previous life. Master, how long do you think it will take for this battle to end? Yi Piapiao spoke from the side. Even if the fighting continues, it will take 5 or 6 days. During this time, let's just watch the show. There are too many zombies and mutant rats. Let them consume them first. There are many people who have this idea. During this period, some powerful people who came to Tianhai City from other places are now in certain places outside the city, watching this battle quietly. On a hillside outside the city, 17 figures stood in the morning light, with 5 off-road vehicles parked aside. Boss, it looks like that big wet guy and the magician have started fighting. I just don't know what method they used to make all the zombies in the city attack the mutant rats. Both of these people are so mysterious and elusive. Just remember our purpose. The rest has nothing to do with me. The sturdy body of God, Fa, stood in the front. Looking at the battle in the distance, there was a strong and fiery look in his eyes. After a few days, when the number of zombies drops to several hundred thousand and the number of mutant rats is only tens of thousands, I believe that many second-level or even third-level ones will evolve. Then it's our turn to take action. I should be able to meet many strong people this time. I am very much looking forward to fighting with them. Heiyu is dressed in all black and is very much looking forward to it. Yes, boss. It's better to defeat the magician and Brother Dashi and let them join our Thunder team. When Shin Fa heard this, his fighting spirit also rose. In the other direction, the rain god, dressed in white, stood on the branch of a big tree, gazing into the distance. He is waiting too. Sister Jing, can you contact the boss? Lu Yu looked excited. I left a message under the boss's post, but there were probably too many replies and the boss was too lazy to read it. I didn't tell him. I was going to give him a surprise. Chun Jinger leaned on the motorcycle, looking into the distance with a slight smile on her lips. Call out. At this time, a figure fell from the sky. The figure fell to the ground, and the giant wings 7 or 8 meters long behind him instantly retracted into his body. Sister Jing, I flew around the city and found many teams, some with 12 people and some with hundreds of people. The person who came was Lu Qi. Chun Jinger brought them down from Kuan City and experienced a lot of fighting along the way. Among them, a second-level mutant eagle was killed. Lu Qi devoured its flesh and blood and gained the ability to fly. Have you found the boss? Lu Yu said. I haven't met the boss, so I'm not sure. Lu Qi replied. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. Take a good rest these few days. There will be a lot of fighting ahead. Sister Jing, I understand. Rules Forum, Daxia District, a piece of news shocked the whole country. Commander's order. The major military regions in the Forbidden City have been integrated, and now a transfer order is being issued to the garrisons across the country. In the face of world disasters, as soldiers, we should take it as our responsibility to protect the country and the people. The end of the world came too suddenly with riots in the Forbidden City and nuclear leaks. The country has only now stabilized the situation in Kyoto. Now we have ordered the garrisons in various places to respond to the country and formulate a unified plan to rescue the people in various places to the greatest extent possible. Local garrison, please contact us if you receive this. This was the first time that the Forbidden City publicly released news and expressed its attitude. Many ordinary evolvers who had a hard time surviving seemed to see a ray of hope. Some powerful evolvers frowned and looked worried. Many small groups gathered together at this time, discussing this matter with serious expressions. The news released by the country now does not seem to mention the evolvers, but it already wants to integrate the national army. Once the integration is completed, the country will return to its previous order. By then, will we, the powerful evolvers, be recruited or captured for research? After all, since ancient times, heroes have used force to break the law. It's hard to say. Once the person in the Forbidden City completes the integration, I'm afraid they won't allow powerful evolvers to stay outside. Someone said with a frown, "You think too much. This is the end of the world. Most people are struggling on the brink of life and death every day. Even the country cannot end this catastrophe for the time being." Some people are not particularly worried because times have changed. Not to mention the threat of zombies and mutant beasts. Even the evolvers themselves have awakened to powerful powers. Who would be willing to be controlled by others? What's the point of having a large army? Everything depends on powerful evolvers. This is a world where strength is respected. Besides, even if something does happen, we will start with the strongest people like Brother Dashi and the magician. We can just wait and see what happens. That makes sense. Let's see how the magicians respond, and then make plans. Chapter 79, Crazy Wong. Forbidden City. In the Wong family compound in a secret room. Yiling, how is your research going? He has already issued a mobilization order to all the troops stationed across the country. I estimate that it won't be long before they come to ask for the research results of the original crystal core. An old man in a Zhongshan suit appeared in the secret room and asked as he looked at the beautiful figure busy working with various instruments. I will report the results as soon as I have them. Why are you in such a hurry? The woman didn't even turn her head back, concentrating on the instruments. Behind her, there were 20 huge cages, made of unknown metal, and each cage contained a zombie. Wang Yiling, the family has granted you the privilege of entering the second stage. It's time to repay the family. The old man was very dissatisfied with the woman's attitude and shouted angrily. You let me advance to the second level? You're just using me as a guinea pig. The immature potion turned me into this horrible state. How can you not want such a gift? The woman suddenly turned around, revealing a hideous face, which was extremely ugly and terrifying. There was hatred and bloodthirstiness in her eyes. Wang Yiling, don't forget, your brother's life or death depends on my thoughts. The old man felt cold all over when he was stared at in this way, and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. You guys are just relying on my brother to threaten me. Wang Yiling withdrew her bloodthirsty gaze and calmed down. She was silent for a few minutes, then said, I want to see my brother. I haven't seen him for more than a month. After we meet, I will tell you about my latest research results. That is a method that can create a third-order method with no side effects. The woman continued, a method to create the third level. The old man's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. This means that their family will have greater power and can gain an advantage in today's world. But soon, he regained his composure, looked up at the woman in front of him, and said, Okay, but you have to inject this first. The old man said this and took out a bottle of medicine from his arms. The azure liquid emits a faint light. This potion can temporarily seal the abilities of the evolver. Use what I researched to deal with me. The Wong family is really humane. The woman sneered. She looked calm, as if she had already expected such an outcome. No matter what, you are already a second-level person, so we have to be on guard. As long as you work hard for the family, I will ensure that your brother will have a worry-free life. Wang Yiling didn't say anything. She took the medicine from the old man and swallowed it directly. Very good. Someone will bring your brother here in half an hour. By then, I hope your research results will be as you said. The old man was very satisfied. He looked at Wang Yiling deeply, feeling a little regretful. It's a pity that the grudge between her and her family is too deep to be resolved. Otherwise, with her research talent, She would surely be able to pass on the Wang family for hundreds more years in this new world. What a pity. As he walked out of the secret room, he said to the guard outside, "Keep an eye on her. Report any movement immediately." "Yes, Patriarch." Outside the secret room, there are 21st level strong men guarding it closely. They can see everything in the secret room through the huge high-tech glass. Wang Yiling's every move was under their surveillance. Looking at the old man leaving, Wang Yiling sneered. More than an hour later, 5 top first-level masters walked in with a thin young boy. Ogawa. Wang Yiling was a little excited. In the entire Wang family, she only cares about her younger brother. The others, although blood relatives, were indifferent to their siblings because their mother was of humble origin and only regarded them as tools of the family. That old man is the current head of the Wang family and also her grandfather. "Sister, I'm fine." Wang Chuan was also very excited and ran over directly. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. "Yiling, you've seen it, brother. It's time to fulfill your promise." The old man walked over. Why should I hand over what I have researched to this heartless family?" Wang Yiling suddenly looked up and sneered. "Do you want to go back on your word?" His face turned cold. Behind him, 5 peak first-level warriors surrounded him. "Wang Yiling, I will give you one more chance. Please hand over your research results." Do you think you can still threaten me like before?" Wang Yiling suddenly burst into laughter, and her laughter was full of madness. "Go!" The old man's voice turned cold. The 5 figures behind him drew their swords at the same time and pounced forward like cheetahs. Brush! The sword flashed and directly cut the bodies of Wang Yiling and the other person into 2 pieces. Everyone was stunned. They thought Wang Yiling had some trump card. After all, she was a second-level expert. Although she had taken the sealing potion, there was no guarantee that she had other means. Unexpectedly, it was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. "No, there's no blood." A man noticed something unusual. As his voice fell, a chuckle sound was heard in the secret room, which was very creepy. The next moment, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the space in the secret room was like a mirror, breaking into pieces layer by layer and disappearing into thin air. Then, an identical secret room appeared. The only difference was that Wang Yiling was pulling Wang Chuan, standing in a corner, looking at them coldly. "What's going on?" "Wang Yiling, isn't your strength sealed?" "And your face." The old man looked at Wang Yiling's exquisite face and was horrified. Everything in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Wang Yiling's face, which was destroyed due to drug testing, has now recovered. You never imagined that, did you? Although that bottle of experimental potion destroyed my face, it also allowed me to fully awaken my talent. And today, I have completely resolved the after effects. Wang Yiling looked at the old man coldly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Her voice was full of sarcasm, as if she was mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. "This is impossible." The old man's eyes widened, and an indescribable fear surged in his heart. He always thought he was in control of the situation, but he didn't expect that from the very beginning, they fell into Wang Yiling's trap. The corners of Wang Yiling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. She continued, "During this period of time, the entire secret room has been in my mental world. Everything you see is an illusion. My daily research and drinking of the sealing potion are all illusions I created. If you want to see them, I will create them for you." After hearing this, the old man felt as if struck by lightning and his body began to tremble involuntarily. How could this happen? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on the old man's forehead. He couldn't believe it. Everything seemed so real. How could it be an illusion? Go to hell. From today on, the Wang family will be under my control. Wang Yiling laughed crazily, a little crazy. She activated her innate ability, and the entire secret room became illusory for a moment, and then became clear. Countless demonic monsters appeared, tearing through the void and rushing towards the old man. "Quick, stop them. Don't be afraid. This is a magic mirror." The old man calmed himself down and ordered loudly. However, the next moment, the devil's claws pierced through his body from the back, causing him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. So clear, so real. He was very sure that they were trapped in Wang Yiling's magic mirror, but why did it hurt so much? He even felt the passing of life. Cough, cough. Is this really still a magic mirror? The old man coughed up blood and fell down limply. Life is cut off. 2 minutes later, There was no one left alive in the entire secret room. Bull! The magic mirror shattered, and the secret room remained the same as before, except that there were a few more corpses on the ground. From now on, the Wang family is mine. Wang Yiling's eyes flashed with madness. From now on, I want the world to dance for me. Chapter 80. Big Brother steals the monster. In the Forbidden City, in the courtyard where the chief minister resides. Captain, of the 36 provinces stationed outside of Kyoto, only 11 provinces have clearly responded to the call, and the others have not made any moves. It seems that they want to be independent. At this moment, Dao Feng was like a sword about to be unsheathed, emitting an intimidating chill. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Of the 36 provincial garrison troops, only 1/3 were willing to obey the transfer order. This would never happen before the end of the world. Forget it. This situation has been anticipated a long time ago. It is already very good that 11 provinces are willing to listen to the call. The chief sighed, but there was nothing he could do. In today's era, human beings are already on the brink of life and death. Zombies and mutated beasts nurtured by nuclear energy are mankind's biggest enemies. If one of them is not handled properly, human beings may become extinct. What about the major ancient families? Asked the chief. The Wang family has undergone a huge change. Crazy Wang Yiling has become the head of the Wang family. She is willing to share the research results of the original crystal core with us. Dao Feng paused and continued. The CF family is also interested in an alliance. Some of the other ancient families have completely fallen into decline and are not to be feared. The remaining few have not yet responded. Okay, in that case, let's first share the research results with the Wang family to improve the strength of the Dragon Team to cope with the competition among hundreds of countries. Yes. 4 days passed in a flash, and many second-level masters appeared on the ranking list, a total of 167. Some of the truly top foreign experts have already broken through to the second level with the full support of their country. Some are even preparing to reach the third level. Among the 167 second-level ones, 86 were from Daxia, nearly half. This side of Tianhai City. With Brother Dashi's deliberate actions, the fighting became more intense. He threw more than 1.5 million zombies from the entire Tianhai City into the battlefield one after another. I made a lot of money coming to Tianhai this time. Brother Dashi was so excited that he could hardly hold back his gentlemanly demeanor. Just 3 days. He used the zombie army to fight against the mutant beasts, consuming millions of zombies and reducing the number of mutant rats to less than 60,000. During this process, many second-level and even third-level creatures were born. His level also soared all the way, reaching directly the second stage, level 10. Only 8 crystal cores are needed to break through to the third level. There are already a lot of level 2, level 10 mutant rats. With another wave of evolution, they will definitely be able to break through to level 3. The more Brother Dashi thought about it, the more excited he became. Currently in the entire world, there are less than 200 second-level people, and he has already stepped half a foot into the third level. Who wouldn't be excited about this? Those guys probably can't wait any longer. Brother Dashi thought of the magician Lin Yu and some other powerful people hiding in the dark. However, when it comes to harvest, no one can compare to me. He was full of heroic spirit and roared at the zombie army under his command. It's almost done. Pia Piao, Xiao Yu, the 3 of us will go first, and the rest of you can wait. Lin Yu looked at the battlefield ahead with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He has rested for 4 days and has recovered to his best condition, both physically and mentally. After saying this, Lin Yu rushed forward without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning across the sky. Lin Yu is now at the second level, and under normal circumstances, he can easily kill second-level zombies. Flame Blade! In Lin Yu's hands, flames condensed, specifically killing first and second-level zombies, as well as mutant rats. A few hours later, the number of zombies and mutant rats on the battlefield was greatly reduced again. Almost every few minutes, a second level is born. Somewhere on the battlefield, a huge mutant rat bit off the head of a second-level zombie in one bite. Devour its flesh and blood. Boom! The power in its body seemed to have reached a critical point, and powerful magical fluctuations burst out from its body. From a distance, its body seemed to be growing rapidly. In just a few moments, its size doubled. Level 3. Lin Yu felt the fluctuation from afar and was delighted and rushed directly in that direction. Kill! Some powerful men hiding in the dark could no longer hold back and rushed into the battlefield. The rain god appeared with a stern expression. In the area where he was, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky for no apparent reason. Every drop of rain seems to contain 1,000 pounds of power. Drip, drip. The raindrops fell on the zombies, piercing through their bodies and turning them into sieves. Wherever he passed, both zombies and mutant rats died tragically. Without exception, their bodies are riddled with holes. The other side, the divine punishment came with tremendous lightning. Arcs of electricity flew, and the zombies' heads exploded one after another. This moment, all the evolvers hiding around took action. Flame form, Lin Yu shouted softly. Yellow flames ignited on his body out of thin air, and his figure turned into a beam of fire, approaching the third-level mutant rat at a very fast speed. Flame blade, a 50-meter-long flaming sword condensed into shape and slashed directly at the third-level mutant rat. Wherever the flaming knife passed, broken limbs and arms flew up. Bang! The horrifying knife hit the mutant rat's body and chopped it away. Magic circle, hellfire. At this moment, a loud shout was heard in the field. As the voice appeared, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared above the head of the third-level mutant rat. The scarlet magic array pattern slowly rotates, brewing terrifying energy. P.S. For pictures of the magic circle effects, please see the author's words at the end of this chapter. Brother Dashi, this is just mine, don't try to steal it. Lin Yu shouted and rushed over at high speed. This is a third-level crystal core, and we must not give it to anyone else. Chapter 81, Double Magic Circle, Falling Stars. Brother Dashi remained unmoved. His hands kept moving and forming seals quickly. As he moved, the crimson magic circle on the ground became brighter and brighter. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, as if the entire void was about to collapse. In the area covered by the crimson magic circle, the ground began to crack and huge cracks spread. Immediately afterwards, boiling magma gushed out from underground like a red torrent, instantly flooding the space. The terrifying power rose up and formed a blazing pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. Roar! The mutant beast's body was submerged in magma, and it let out a shrill scream. However, this is not the end. The figure of the zombie king, Brother Dashi, was like a ghost, and he quickly pounced towards the mutant beast. He was very fast and wanted to snatch the third-level crystal core. Brother, you go, I will stop him. Lin Xiaoyu shouted tenderly. Her figure flashed, and she rushed forward, trying to stop Brother Dashi. The body of the inn. A powerful force surged throughout Lin Xiaoyu's body, and a layer of mysterious black light appeared around him. This light seemed to be able to devour everything, emitting a heart-pounding aura. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoyu has completed the transformation and has become a being that exudes a terrifying aura, the form of end of destruction. Her speed was extremely fast, like teleportation. In a flash, she blocked Brother Dashi's way forward. Get out of the way! Brother Dashi's face turned cold. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a bright light emerged from his hands, rushing into the sky above Lin Xiaoyu's head with endless power. Double magic circle, falling stars. This was the first time he displayed his powerful talent in front of everyone. Boom! Boom! Two muffled voices rang out in the void. Two magic circles suddenly appeared above Lin Xiaoyu's head, one light blue and one dark blue. They were extremely large, like two giant wheels hanging in the sky. Terrifying waves emanated from the two magic circles, as if they were going to tear the void apart. A huge meteorite flew from the sky, carrying unparalleled power, and fell from the sky along the guidance of the magic circle. For the effect diagram of the double magic circle, please see the end of this chapter. The author has something to say. Finale destruction, bloodstorm. Lin Xiaoyu shouted softly, condensed the black sword in his hand, and swung it towards the meteorite above his head. Countless sword energies rose into the sky. The two unparalleled forces collided fiercely, bursting out with dazzling light. Then there was a huge explosion, destroyed everything nearby. When the smoke and dust cleared, Brother Dashi and Lin Xiaoyu stood on their own sides, their clothes a little messy. That's all. Brother Dashi glanced at the place where the third-level zombie was, and then looked at Lin Xiaoyu in front of him. Just leave. In the place where the third-level zombies are. Lin Yu opened his mouth and madly swallowed the energy in the magma. The rolling magma turned into streams and rushed into his mouth. The power of magma is also very strong. When I become stronger, I will go find the fire at the core of the earth. Lin Yu licked his lips with satisfaction. If he could find the Earth's core fire and devour it, his S-level talent would definitely be able to advance to SS level. Thinking of this, his heart was burning with anger. Volcanic fire, Earth's core fire, Phoenix fire, Sun fire, Soul fire, and so on. These are his goals. After swallowing it all, it is hard to imagine how far one can go. SXS talent, or Nine's talent, or even stronger. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Lin Yu looked towards the place where the Hell Rock erupted. There, the third-level mutant rat had been dead for a long time after being subjected to continuous destructive attacks. There were charred wounds all over his body. Lin Yu used the flaming knife in his hand to cut open the mutant rat's head and took out the third-level crystal core. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Lin Yu flashed to Xiaoyu's side and asked with concern. He had seen the fight between the two just now. The unparalleled strength was so powerful that even he was shocked. It's okay. He stopped and didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to block that move. Xiaoyu shook his head. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. His talent for magic circles is amazing. Lin Yu was also amazed. What I just saw was only the second level of the magic circle. If I could comprehend the third or fourth level, the power would be even greater. Once it reaches the fifth level, the power is so powerful that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as destroying the world. Don't be discouraged. He is probably already at level 10 of the second stage, and you are not even at level 2 yet. If you are at the same level, you won't necessarily lose to him. Lin Yu comforted him. After saying that, the two continued to charge towards the battlefield. Whether it is the first order crystal core or the second order, it is what they need at the moment. More and more powerful people are joining the battlefield. At this moment, the horrifying zombies and mutant rats became the hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Certainly, there are also evolvers of average strength who, when encountering level 2 zombies on the battlefield, are directly torn apart and devoured. Boom! In the distance, there was another third-level breakthrough. The evolvers around who were unable to escape died, tragically one after another. At the third level, only extremely powerful evolvers can try. There is no doubt that throughout the battlefield, apart from Lin Yu, the strongest one is Brother Dashi. The attributes of the second stage and level 10 crush all others. As time went by, a strong aura continued to rise into the sky on the battlefield. Chapter 82, Raising Corpses. There are more and more zombies and mutant rats breaking through to the second stage, and there are also breakthroughs to the third stage from time to time. Lin Yu doesn't even look at the first level now. His eyes scan the battlefield, constantly searching for the second stage. Those with average aura in the second stage will be killed directly, but if he encounters those with extremely strong aura, Lin Yu will keep them for a while. Isn't this one already at level 2, level 10? Lin Yu stared at the zombie that was rampaging in the field. His eyes lit up. Hey, that zombie, let me give you a great opportunity. Lin Yu rushed over with a big laugh. Come here. He first rushed to a second-level mutant rat, killed it easily, and took away the crystal core. Carrying its corpse, he smashed it at the zombie. Roar! The zombie stretched out both hands and inserted them directly into the mutant rat's body. Then it exerted force violently and instantly tore the mutant rat into two pieces. This breath, this flesh and blood, so tempting. It smacked it and bit it directly. The flesh and blood of the second-level mutant rat has a fatal attraction to it. Becoming stronger depends on this. It swallowed in big mouthfuls, and in just a few moments, it had eaten up the entire body of the mutant mouse. Lin Yu kept staring at it. At this moment, it was clearly felt that the aura of this zombie was a little stronger, but it seemed to be still a little short of the third level. Damn it, you got it for free. Lin Yu quickly rushed towards another second-level mutant rat, and the flaming knife flashed past. It took no more than half a minute. Lin Yu picked up the corpse of the mutant rat and smashed it at the second-level peak zombie again. This time, he did not take the crystal core, but left it to the zombies. He is now preparing to raise corpses, using the second level to raise the third level. Really, as the mutant rat's body was devoured, the crystal core was absorbed. The smell of the zombie became stronger and stronger. Its body was constantly evolving, and its muscles were bulging, directly bursting the pitiful clothes on its body. Sure enough, even zombies become more and more handsome after continuous evolution. Its muscles are clearly defined, full of strength and beauty. If those crazy girls saw this, wouldn't they rush over like crazy? Lin Yu smacked his lips. Bah! What are you thinking about? Roar! At this moment, a horrifying roar came out of its mouth, and then the transformation of its body was completely completed. Looking at the entire battlefield, the only ones who have the ability to kill the third-level zombies are Brother Dashi and him. No one else has that ability. Lin Yu looked around vigilantly to prevent Lao Lu from making a sneak attack. The third-level zombie had just completed its transformation and excitedly tore into pieces several mutant rats that passed by. Now, Lin Yu didn't want to delay for a moment and instantly entered the dragon flame form, and his all-round attributes reached the peak. His figure flashed by. A head flew up instantly. A level 3 without awakened talent is just like this. Lin Yu dug out its crystal core cleanly and neatly, and the dragon flame form disappeared, returning to normal. His current strength of 1944 points would be tripled in the dragon flame form, reaching a terrifying 7,776 points. With such terrifying attributes, killing this ordinary third-level creature could not be easier. Note, some people don't understand why the tripled value is x4. Here is an explanation. Tripled value plus the original value is actually quadrupled. For example, if the original value is 10, tripled value is 30, and 30 plus the original value of 10 is 40. Continue. Lin Yu tasted the sweetness. He picked up the body of the third-level zombie and began to search for a second-level peak zombie on the battlefield. This can't be wasted. The flesh and blood of third-level zombies contains more powerful energy than second-level zombies. If used to feed the second-level peak mutant rats, it is definitely possible to create the third level. But there are too few peak-level second-level warriors. We need to kill more of them to raise their level. Lin Yu glanced around and found only an ordinary second-level one. On the battlefield, the number of zombies and mutant rats shrank rapidly. Now a three-way melee has formed. Zombies, mutant rats, and human evolutionaries are all killing each other on this battlefield. Boom! Boom! The roar was endless. Various talents and superpowers flew around, bursting out with colorful lights. The battles among gifted people are always so colorful. Lin Yu couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the rays of light dancing everywhere. As the battlefield narrowed, several people caught his attention. These guys are all very strong. After the battle is over, find a way to subdue them. Lin Yu muttered to himself while looking for the second-level prey. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was a girl with short hair, a stern face, and sharp eyes. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that showed off her graceful figure. A thick black magic power was entwined around her. She wielded a massive black sickle that was several times larger than her entire body. But in her hands, it seemed to have no weight, and she swung it around at will. This picture doesn't seem harmonious no matter how you look at it. Wherever she passed, zombies fell down in droves. Jinger, Lin Yu whispered. When he saw the girl again, he felt a little excited and expectant. This emotion made him a little stunned. I'm not really in love with her, am I? Impossible. Lin Yu was puzzled. The time they spent together was only a few days, and it wasn't because of love. At first, it was just the most primitive impulse, but as time went by, it seemed that the shadow of Chun Jinger also appeared in his heart. Chapter 83. Intimacy on the Battlefield. During the time he came to Tianhai City, Lin Yu often thought of Chun Jinger. I remembered her pressing down on me with a smug look on her face. I remembered how she was limp all over, but still maintained a tough attitude. I remember her always full of fighting spirit, her clenched little fists and her stubborn look as she swore to herself that she would stand up and take charge of things. As Lin Yu thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up and revealed a smile. It seems that you have awakened a very strong talent. He watched the beautiful figure moving across the battlefield, hunting and killing with ease. It seems to be fuller again. Lin Yu admired it for a moment and headed in another direction. He already had a lot of second-order crystal cores in his bag, and even 8 third-order ones. As long as he kills 2 more third-level monsters, his strength will increase rapidly and undergo another qualitative change. Mrs. Lin, where are you running to? Suddenly, a delicate scolding was heard. Lin Yu's face froze, and he turned his head to look. Chun Jinger rushed over wielding a large sickle. All the prey fell to the ground without a sound. Mrs. Lin. In the blink of an eye, Chun Jinger appeared before his eyes. Hold me? Then the scythe in her hand disappeared and flew towards her. Fuck! In Lin Yu's astonished eyes. Chun Jinger fell heavily into his arms. Caught off guard, the two men fell backwards and hit the ground. Jinga, wait a minute, you first. Ah! Before Lin Yu finished speaking, he felt a soft touch on his mouth. His whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he was completely stunned. The next moment, a flexible little tongue drilled into the mouth, trying its best to take. Lin Yu's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He was actually raped. This is on the battlefield. It's too eye-catching and too dangerous. It all happened so fast in just a few seconds. Lin Yu was helpless, and terrifying magic power exploded from his body, covering the two of them. Boom! The zombies and mutant rats that pounced on them from all around were blown away by this huge magical power. It was impossible to get close to the two of them. In a magic beam of light, Chun Jinger pressed Lin Yu down, her clever tongue constantly demanding, and Lin Yu responded enthusiastically. He also misses Chun Jinger very much. The huge magical power that suddenly exploded in the field attracted the attention of many people. They turned their heads and saw two figures overlapping in the magic beam of light. I can't see clearly what they are doing, but it seems like they are kissing. Oh my god! When Lu Qi saw this scene, he spread his wings behind him and flew out directly to observe it from close range. Is this the boss's boss? A strong sense of oppression came over him, making it difficult for him to control his flying body. So powerful, the aura emanating from that magical beam of light was like a mountain, suffocating people. Roll! A crisp sound came from the magic light column. Okay, Lu Qi chuckled, flapped his wings, and flew away swiftly. So fierce, so envious. Lu Yu killed several zombies and watched from a distance, sighing. The next moment, a small hand grabbed his ear. It hurts, it hurts. Wife, let go. Yang Shanshan's face turned slightly red. She grabbed his ear and went in another direction. They were not the only ones who saw this scene. Many people saw it. You shameless scoundrel. Lu Shiyan looked at the two people's intimate behavior and cursed in her heart. She felt a little jealous and a little disappointed. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyou's eyes were also wide open. Who is that woman? She and my brother have actually gotten to this point. Maybe they have already. I dare not think about it anymore. She was beaten to the punch. Yi Pia Piao. Master is so open-minded? There were many people around who witnessed this scene. In addition to being shocked by this bold operation, what was more important was the huge amount of magic power that Lin Yu released will frighten them. Take a quick photo and upload it to the forum. It will definitely go viral. Lao Lu laughed and secretly turned on the recording function on the rules forum. This explosive scene was recorded. He even thought of the title. It's called Magician Boss, doing shameful things in public in front of thousands of people. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? In the magic light column, Lin Yu rubbed Chun Jinger's buttocks with one hand and played with the roundness in front through her clothes with the other hand. Is that about it? We still have business to attend to. Humph, I'll spare you first. We'll fight again after this is over. Chun Jinger used force with her teeth, then slapped away Lin Yu's restless hand and rushed into the battlefield again. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful figure, licked the blood from his lips, and smiled bitterly. This girl. Chapter 84. Recruiting the Thunder Team. Suddenly, a horrific explosion sounded in the field. Double magic circle. Falling stars. Look from a distance. Two huge blue magic circles appeared in the sky, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. An extremely huge meteorite, carrying tremendous power, flew from the sky. And below the meteorite are the two magic circles. They are like two huge hands, tightly grasping the meteorite and pulling it to fall to the earth. Is this the true power of your move? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming more serious. Even if he were to face Brother Dashi's move at this moment, he would have to use the dragon flame form to be able to take it unscathed. This guy is really terrifying. Why haven't I heard of him in my previous life? Below the second magic circle. Roar! A gigantic mutant rat roared towards the sky, making the roar of a giant beast. This is the mutant rat king. After not seeing it for a few days, its body has grown to an incredibly huge size. It's as big as a small mountain. Its entire body exudes tremendous magical power, overwhelming everyone around it. Lin Yu felt it secretly and thought to himself, looking at this aura, this rat king might have reached the 3rd stage and 10th level. Starfall, following a loud shout from Brother Dashi. The meteorite fell and hit the mutant rat king's body heavily. However, it is not over yet. First level magic circle. Hell Rock. Another terrifying attack. The earth cracked, magma rolled, and rushed into the sky, hitting the Rat King hard and drowning him. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred in that place. For the effect picture of the meteorite, please see the end of this chapter. The author has something to say. After a few minutes, the smoke dissipated. The mutant Rat King lay in a huge pit, dying. So far, the rat tide was completely defeated, leaving only more than 10,000 mutant rats, which were immediately thrown into disarray. Squeaking, it rushed outwards madly, trying to escape. But under the command of Brother Dashi, the zombie army intercepted and held them back. Kill! The shouts of killing were deafening, and all the strong men were hunting like crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Divide this last prophet. Linyu was not idle either. He followed the same method as before and force-fed the mutant mice. He only lacks 2 third-level crystal cores. 2 hours later, everyone stopped. The entire battlefield had long been in ruins, and no mutant rat could be seen anymore. Even the zombies were reduced to less than 30,000. This battle directly cleared out all the zombies in Tianhai City. Many of the evolutionists who participated in it gained a lot as long as they survived. On the battlefield, most people have already left. Brother Dashi, I never thought that you were actually a zombie king. Shinfa stared at Brother Dashi Jiangji, extremely shocked. Before this, no one could have imagined it. Brother Dashi, who ranks first on both world lists, is actually a zombie. Don't even think about attacking me, or you'll die miserably. Brother Dashi smiled elegantly. Behind him, more than 30,000 zombies formed a formation and stood quietly in military posture. On his left and right sides, there are 2 third-level zombies guarding him. The faces of the people under divine punishment were solemn, and they said nothing. Let's go. See you later. Brother Dashi smiled at Linyu. Where are you going? Linyu asked. There are also many zombies in the neighboring Lishui city. Brother Dashi smiled gently, waved his hand, and led the remaining zombies away. I'm afraid this guy is going to attack some mutant beasts in the mountains. Linyu had already guessed what Brother Dashi was planning. Lead the zombies to attack the mutant beasts in the mountains and quickly increase your levels. Are you a magician? Heiyu walked up and stared at Linyu and asked. Yes. What can I do for you? Linyu raised his eyebrows. I would like to invite you to join our Thunder team. Heiyu clasped his fists, his attitude quite sincere. I already have my own team. How about you join mine? Linyu shook his head and instead pulled this group of people together. Well, magician, I know you are very strong, but I am afraid you are still a little short of winning us over. The divine punishment came forward, his body wrapped in lightning. How about making a bet? Linyu asked with a smile. Ever since he saw this group of people on the battlefield, he had a plan in mind to subdue them. Divine punishment. He was a powerful person who was among the strongest in his previous life, and he cannot be let off. The most important thing is, this group of people are very loyal and have never abandoned their teammates. Such a strong man is what Linyu desires very much. What's the bet? Shinfa asked. Let's have a fight, 1v1, 3v3, or 5v5. How about the losing party joining the winning party? Linyu smiled and said, setting a trap for God's punishment. Upon hearing this, Shin Fa's eyes flashed like lightning as he glanced at the group of people on Linyu's side, his expression very solemn. Before on the battlefield, he only accidentally saw Chun Jinger fighting, and he didn't know the specific strengths of the others. Including Linyu, he had only felt the huge magical power from afar, and they had never seen the battle process. After all, before, the two sides were fighting in different directions and had no intersection. Okay, I agree. But not today. Let's make an appointment for tomorrow. To be on the safe side, the divine punishment was scheduled for tomorrow. They have obtained a lot of second-order crystal cores today, which are enough for him to break through to the second-order level 10 in one go, and then his chances of winning will be greater. After all, Linyu had already reached the second level several days ago. I can do anything. Linyu spread his hands and didn't care. Interesting. After everyone left, the figure of the rain god appeared here. Linyu and a group of 50 or 60 people found a farmhouse and stayed there. Shiyin, move all your things out. We're going to have a party tonight. Jinger, take the women with you to help with the washing of vegetables and cooking. Luyu, Hisong, you two take the brothers to get some firewood and bring it back. We will have delicious food for everyone today. Linyu's arrangement made everyone cheer. After everyone took action, Lin Yu said to a sturdy man. Come here. Boss, what's the matter? Lu ran over. The two eyes kept looking up and down at Lin Yu. This is the legendary boss's boss. I didn't expect he is actually a magician. Before on the battlefield, Lin Yu and Chen Jinger were in the magic light column, and he couldn't see their true faces. Only now did he take a closer look. Lu Ran? Possessing the S-level talent ability to receive. Lin Yu felt complicated. He took away this guy's opportunity, but ended up becoming his own.